At the fringes of the solar system, 30,000 light-years beyond the Oort cloud, a ripple of subtle disturbances unexpectedly arose within the dark void of space, akin to the tranquil surface of a lake being gently disturbed by a tiny pebble. Soon after, a circular sphere, exuding an air of mystery, bizarrely materialized from thin air. With a mere half-meter in diameter, it quietly floated amidst the endless darkness, resembling a mysterious envoy from an unknown realm, arriving without a sound. In the blink of an eye, this enigmatic sphere vanished as inexplicably as it had appeared. Before anyone could fully comprehend the astonishment, it reemerged, now positioned at the very edge of the Oort cloud. Its speed of movement defied all imagination, tracing an utterly erratic path that could not be elucidated by any existing scientific theories, as if it were governed by some arcane law beyond human comprehension. In an instant, this mysterious sphere breached the formidable Oort cloud, measuring a staggering 750 million kilometers thick, and entered the domain of the solar system. Within the sphere, a voice, tinged with a hint of cunning, announced, "Esteemed travelers, we are approaching the most pivotal destination of this interstellar voyage assorted, despicable and shameless mother planet of the human race, the fabled Origin Prison Star number 2. I must once again solemnly remind you that within the confines of the Oort cloud, the use of any advanced technologies from interstellar civilizations is strictly prohibited, as is the exertion of planetary-level powers. Any violations will result in immediate expulsion from the Voyager and severe repercussions from the Watchers. Any ensuing disputes and consequences will not involve the owner of the Voyager, the illustrious and affluent King Kelly." Inside the mysterious sphere, a diminutive goblin, with a protruding nose and pointed ears, its skin a bizarre shade of green, lazily reclined back onto a seat after delivering this proclamation. Before it, a vast screen displayed every corner of the solar system with crystal clarity, capable of magnifying or minimizing the view at will, showcasing a stunning display of advanced technology. On the large screen, one window streamed vibrant scenes of Earth, while another depicted the desolate, barren landscape of Mars. Behind the goblin, a procession of various extraterrestrial beings emerged, each more peculiar than the last. Among them were diminutive aliens the size of a thumb and towering giants soaring hundreds of meters high. Despite the sphere's half-meter diameter, it seemed to conceal an entire miniature universe within, accommodating such a diverse array of species. Watchers? Origin Prison? These are merely mythical illusions, scoffed a brown-haired youth with sharp fangs and a pallid complexion, draped in a black cloak. I initially anticipated this interstellar journey to be exhilarating and endlessly fascinating, yet it has proven to be quite the dull affair. Beyond a few nondescript planets, all that remains is a primitive tribe on that blue planet. What a tremendous disappointment. You insufferable little goblin. You have heavily promoted this voyage, selling tickets at the highest prices in history, enticing many nobles from across the cosmos. And now, you present us with this? Do you comprehend the consequences of deceiving us? While we may not provoke King Kelly, I believe he would be quite pleased to receive a sum for displaying you at a petting zoo. With your appearance, you might even become a popular attraction. Upon hearing this, the green goblin sprang up from its seat, scampering over to the young man's side, its face adorned with a sycophantic grin. "Most esteemed Prince Bate, please do not be upset. An impromptu spectacular has been arranged, and I shall ensure your satisfaction. As we promised in our promotional materials, we will now demonstrate the legendary power of the Watchers, as well as unveil the true visage of the most sordid, shameless, and despicable human origin planet. Though the ancient humans have long vanished from this planet, the newly evolved humans bear an almost indistinguishable resemblance in appearance and stature to their ancestors, only to be more foolish and sluggish." Having said this, the goblin turned to face the crowd, a smug smile gracing its visage as it proclaimed, "Esteemed travelers, please direct your gaze to the large screen and witness this breathtaking spectacle." On the screen, a spaceship adorned with ominous skull insignias materialized amidst the vastness of space. A band of fearsome interstellar pirates aboard the vessel reveled in raucous celebration, their cheers and shouts seemingly threatening to burst through the screen and reach the ears of the onlookers. These utterly foolish goblins have dragged us across half the universe like mere toys. They even lack the sense to realize that the tethering beam resets automatically When exiting space, what a hopelessly dim-witted bunch. However, the time has come for our liberation. In this backward region of the cosmos, we are the most formidable beings, and none can impede our advance. Brothers, let us seize that beautiful blue planet, where we can indulge in our every desire and revel in boundless wealth and power. Quickly, activate the lightspeed engines, you wretched goblins. We were flung to this cursed place due to inertia while leaping through space, and we have no idea where they have scurried off to. But it matters not, we shall dominate this expanse of stars. Long live the interstellar pirates. Let us conquer and plunder, making the entire universe tremble beneath our might. The pirates roared wildly, their eyes gleaming with greed and brutality. As the lightspeed engines of the pirate ship roared to life, an instantaneous sensation enveloped all aboard their body. Hairs stood on end. An overwhelming shiver coursed through them, emanating from the depths of their souls, rendering them motionless and frozen in terror. In the vast and empty cosmos, a humanoid figure appeared without warning. It merely cast a fleeting glance at the pirate ship before gently raising its right hand and slowly closing it into a fist. A creaking sound emanated from the entire pirate vessel, as if it were succumbing to an unyielding and immense pressure. Under the astonished gazes of the crew, the ship was mercilessly crushed by a force beyond imagination, instantaneously transforming into countless fragments, scattering throughout the cosmos. The humanoid figure gently blew upon its right hand, and the once tranquil space erupted into a fierce gale, swiftly dispersing the remnants of the pirate ship until they vanished without a trace, leaving behind a serene and mysterious void, as though nothing had ever transpired.
Chapter 2. The cosmic barrier shatters, chaos unleashed within the enigmatic sphere. The exuberant green goblin raised his voice, enthusiastically addressing the crowd. Esteemed travelers, at this moment, I implore you to direct your gaze towards the window. As he spoke, he gestured towards the distant wreckage of a pirate ship. Behold, the pirates, in their audacity, have employed the technology of interstellar civilization, inadvertently attracting the unfathomable watchers. What is about to unfold is the grand finale of this journey. The goblin, basking in self-satisfaction, continued, on that pirate vessel lies a self-destructing beast of millennial caliber, captured by the pirates. Under the onslaught of the watchers, this beast is poised to detonate, wielding enough power to obliterate an entire medium-sized planet. One must ponder, how will the formidable watchers contend with such a crisis? At this juncture, the goblin paused, gravely asserting, I must clarify for all travelers present that the pirate ship in question is not the property of our company. Nor is the self-destructing beast in any way affiliated with us. Their conflict bears no relation to our esteemed enterprise, nor to the illustrious and affluent King Kree. This declaration instantly captivated the attention of the various extraterrestrial races within the sphere. For the aristocrats of the cosmos, such commonplace interstellar travel typically lacked allure. However, the goblin's mention of witnessing the legendary watchers in combat proved to be an irresistible temptation for the powers across the universe. The watchers, shrouded in mystery and might, represented the pinnacle of heritage and combat prowess that all factions yearned for. Yet, their appearances had only ever existed within the annals of legend, making the prospect of witnessing their battles a rare and coveted opportunity. As anticipation filled the air, the humanoid figure amidst the starlit expanse suddenly paused, his eyes widening in shock as he sensed a brutal surge of energy emanating from the shipwreck, which appeared to him as mere insects. Swiftly, he formed a hand seal with his left hand, uttering a protective incantation. In an instant, an invisible force surged forth, compressing the energy of the self-destructing beast within the pirate ship until it diminished to a mere speck. The figure extended his hand, preparing to grasp this minuscule point. However, at that moment, an anomaly erupted. The very fabric of space appeared to fracture like glass, with thin fissures emerging, through which wisps of black mist began to seep. Behind this black fog, flashes of white light flickered ominously. It became apparent that on the opposite side of the rift, two formidable forces were locked in a fierce confrontation, unable to yield. The clash between the Watchers and the self-destructing beast had become the final straw that shattered the cosmic barrier, resulting in a breach of the universe's spatial integrity. Inside the mysterious sphere, Prince Bart's wine glass halted midair as he gaped in astonishment at the large screen, exclaiming in awe, "Incredible! You goblins have truly delivered on your promises this time. By the heavens, such power is terrifying enough to pierce through the very fabric of the universe. Surely, only legendary figures could achieve such feats. Who is the Watcher preparing to do battle with? Given our proximity, could we be in danger? Someone, please, enlighten us. As Bart sipped his fine wine, he noticed the goblin's eyes widen to the size of copper bells, his mouth agape in exaggerated horror. Simultaneously, a mechanical voice echoed throughout the sphere. Alert! Alert! Abnormal energy fluctuations detected, intensity reaching S-class. The ship's maximum shields are now activated, and evasive maneuvers are being initiated. However, we must inform all travelers that in the event of a collision, the survival rate aboard the Traveler will be 0. The humanoid figure in the starry void also sensed the spatial anomaly and was mobilizing all his strength in an attempt to suppress the rifts. Yet, the entities on the opposing side soon realized the breach in the cosmic barrier. The previously stalemated forces instantly shifted. The black energy surged forth, relentlessly assaulting the cosmic barrier, while the white energy, after a brief hesitation, began to counteract the dark forces' onslaught. Upon confirming that the adversary was attacking the spatial barrier, the Watcher decisively chose to utilize his own strength to mend the fractures in the cosmic barrier. In that instant, multiple forces intertwined, causing the rift in the cosmic barrier to resemble a spider's web. Densely woven. With the emergence of a small fragment, a chain reaction ensued, and the spatial barrier was shattered into disarray. On the other side of the breach, a creature adorned with 2 brown horns and enveloped in black mist gazed across, emitting a voice laced with an eerie resonance. New universe, the heavens do not forsake my demon kin. Opposite him, a figure clad in blood-stained white and wielding a crimson blade proclaimed, Demon Lord. This universe has already been ravaged by your kind. Do you seek to bring ruin upon yet another realm? The Guardian, standing at the edge of the fractured space, felt a surge of helplessness. He understood that both beings far surpassed him in terms of life level and power hierarchy. Turning his gaze towards the Traveler, a voice resonated in the minds of all aboard. Flee this star domain and disseminate the news. Yet, before the Guardian could finish, the Demon Lord, from across the cosmic rift, pointed menacingly at the Traveler, causing its shield to plummet to 0. In this critical moment, the Guardian swiftly formed seals, channeling his powers to teleport the Traveler out of the Demon Lord's attack range, sending it hurtling towards Earth. TO Origin Prison Star 2. Find a way to relay the message. The Guardian's voice echoed once more in the minds of the Traveler's passengers. The Demon Lord unleashed a sphere of black mist, pursuing the Traveler to Earth with relentless fervor. The figure clad in white sighed softly, hesitating for a moment before producing a square white box and casting it towards the planet. He then stood resolutely before the Demon Lord, stating slowly, "It is not my intention, but I cannot bear witness to the annihilation of my kin. Let them go. We shall not pursue." In the end, the Guardian unhesitatingly ignited the essence of his life, employing a primordial divine technique, transforming himself into the very laws of the cosmos, dedicating all his might to repair the rift between the 2 universes. A tempest began to swirl at the sight of the spatial fracture, where any approaching object would be instantly obliterated, rendering it a perilous realm. Chapter 3. A desperate flight to Origin Prison Star. The passengers aboard the Traveler could distinctly sense the tumultuous and savage energy surging from the encroaching black mist. The mist appeared as a cohesive entity, yet it seemed to be composed of countless disordered fragments, racing towards the Traveler at an alarming pace. Inside the vessel, Bart, the noble-blooded vampire, was engulfed in terror as he shouted, "Goblin, what in the world is happening? Activate the light-speed engine immediately. My instincts clearly warn me that the entities within that black mist are beyond our capacity to confront." At that moment, a composed and steady female voice interjected. "Prince Bart, please remain calm." "Captain Troll," she continued, "you previously stated that we cannot employ interstellar technology or planetary-level powers here. Yet the force within that black mist evidently exceeds planetary levels. The Guardian clearly lacks the capacity to halt it at this juncture." The woman continued, "Does this not imply that we may utilize interstellar technology without inciting the Guardian's wrath?" Troll, the goblin, momentarily dazed, stammered, "Esteemed Lady Jian, indeed the Guardian is preoccupied, but our shields have already been compromised. Should we attempt a spatial jump, The traveler would be torn asunder by the spatial storm in an instant. Our vessel cannot withstand the impending assault from that black mist. We may very well be doomed. Unless what? At such a critical moment, you still hesitate. A thunderous voice resonated from the mouth of a giant towering hundreds of meters high. Captain Troll timidly muttered, "Unless we head for Origin Prison Star 2 immediately." But that black mist may not necessarily attack us. It could simply be moving in the same direction. If we reach Origin Prison Star 2, escaping thereafter may prove difficult, Captain Troll added. Lady Jian, evidently accustomed to positions of authority, exuded an aura of natural superiority. She surveyed those around her with a commanding gaze, stating, "The entities within the black mist display extreme aggression, and their race remains unknown, as do their methods of attack. Our ability to contend with them is equally uncertain." She then turned to Troll, asking, "Captain Troll, can you assure us that reaching Origin Prison Star 2 will guarantee our safety? Furthermore, divulge all that you know regarding the secrets of Origin Prison. I do not believe that such a backward planet could possibly be more formidable than all of us present." While it was true that the races emerging from their once basked in glory, that was long past. Were it not for your grandiose promotion, many civilizations would have forgotten its existence altogether. Captain Troll, visibly distressed, whispered, "The secrets of Origin Prison Star 2 belong to the illustrious and affluent King Kree. I only know that once we arrive, we may never leave." After a moment of contemplation, Jian decisively declared, "The Watcher guides us to Origin Prison Star number 2, indicating that there is either a means to escape this place or a power capable of resisting that ominous black mist. The black mist exudes an aura of danger, and its contents are evidently filled with malice towards us. Therefore, I propose we proceed to Origin Prison Star number 2. However, before we reach that destination, the black mist will undoubtedly pursue us. I, Jian, Valkyrie First Commander, hereby demand command of the traveler. Those willing to follow me shall heed my orders. Those unwilling may depart at once, or they will be considered hostile forces." Upon hearing Jian announce her identity, many passengers gasped in shock. The various races aboard the ship were acutely aware of the perilous situation at hand. In the blink of an eye, the majority rallied beside Jian, while only a select few, either of noble lineage or in opposition to the Valkyrie race, stood on the opposing side. After surveying the crowd, Jian resolutely commanded, "All personnel, assemble on the bridge. Troll, charge all weapons." The Traveler, a spacecraft of intricate design, would not be easily breached by the enemy. Should they attack, we will unleash our full firepower. If they board, immediately isolate the landing section and disable all life support systems in the landing zones. And if they penetrate the bridge, prepare for direct combat. Everyone, don your individual survival gear. As the giant race prepared to take the lead, Jin's words were abruptly interrupted by an unforeseen event. The square box thrown by the man in white appeared behind the black mist. And in an instant, a flurry of razor-sharp sword lights erupted from the white box, striking swiftly at the black mist. However, the black mist seemed uninterested in entangling with the white box. It suddenly accelerated, hurtling towards the traveler along the trajectory of the sword lights. Observing this, Jin shouted, "All firepower, engage indiscriminately, fire." Yet, to her astonishment, the traveler's weapons remained unresponsive. Jin turned to Captain Troll, her expression fraught with confusion. The Goblin Troll, in a state of panic, exclaimed, "Technological lockdown! Technological lockdown! We are too close to Origin Prison." Jin's face paled instantly, but she quickly regained her composure, commanding, "Prepare for impact. Ready for close combat." Just then, the traveler seemed to lose all momentum, its form transforming dramatically from a half-meter diameter sphere into a colossal ring-shaped vessel, measuring 200 kilometers across. Simultaneously, the mechanical race aboard began to malfunction, entering standby reboot mode. As the black mist neared the impending onslaught of sword lights, it executed an unfathomable maneuver, altering its course abruptly, and those behind the square box finally glimpsed the enlarged traveler. A voice from within the box cried out, "Oh no, this is a cloaking technique. We have been deceived." But it was too late. Countless sword lights rained down upon the traveler, and simultaneously, the square box collided violently with it. The moment of impact, a fine crack appeared on the square box, revealing glimpses of mysterious worlds hidden within. As the square box and the traveler collided, A sinister cackle echoed from within the black mist. Following this, the black mist suddenly fragmented into numerous entities, each racing frantically toward the traveler in the interior of the square box. On March 8, 2025, the world was immersed in the joyous celebrations of International Women's Day. The beautiful nation space agency observation station. Mary was filled with excitement as she anticipated the evening's program. Suddenly, a colossal celestial body appeared on the radar she was monitoring, hurtling towards Earth at an alarming speed. Mary gasped in horror, quickly checking the system to confirm there were no malfunctions, then tremblingly picked up the phone to report to the base commander. Dr. Peter, a gigantic celestial body is rapidly colliding with Earth, just outside the atmosphere. Upon receiving the call, Dr. Peter was momentarily stunned before hastening to the observation room. After confirming that the system was functioning properly, he exclaimed incredulously, "How is this possible? Why was it only detected at such close range? How could it be so massive?" Suppressing his rising panic, he collected his thoughts and dialed the beautiful nation's space administration. Just as he was about to report, he was astonished to see another object appear on the radar, racing towards the colossal celestial body. Upon collision, the two objects shattered into countless smaller fragments, cascading towards Earth like raindrops on the evening of March 8. As numerous unidentified objects entered the atmosphere, humanity gazed up in astonishment at the unusual spectacle in the sky. Resembling a shower of meteors, panic ensued, and the dreadful thought of the apocalypse loomed over them. However, as these celestial bodies descended, people were astonished to find that the trajectories of the majority seemed to be guided by some unseen force. They did not strike Earth directly, but rather vanished into various locations across the globe in incredible arcs. 2 days later, the populace was flabbergasted to discover that no calamity had occurred. It was as if they had merely dreamt the entire event. This incident would later be recorded as the Celestial Collision Event. Chapter 4. The mysterious mission arrives, urgent summons from the military in the deep winter of 2050. The biting cold winds howled through the campus of Z-Nation Concord University. Zheng Shi, as usual, cradled several books in his arms, intending to head to the library for study. Suddenly, a dark, rugged military vehicle screeched to a halt before him. Obstructing his path. 2 Tall, stern-faced soldiers swiftly disembarked from the vehicle. 1. An older soldier with a weathered face that bore the marks of time stepped forward and spoke, politely yet assertively, "Hello, we are here on the orders of your mentor, Professor Qi Mingxian, to escort you." Zhang Shi stood frozen in shock, a whirlwind of astonishment and confusion swirling within him. Indeed, his doctoral advisor was Professor Qi Mingxian. However, Qi had mysteriously vanished 3 years prior, seemingly evaporating from existence, a case that had caused a significant uproar and become a well-known mystery. Now, these two unexpected individuals claimed to have been sent by Qi to retrieve him, which inevitably raised his suspicions. His mind raced as he meticulously analyzed the credibility of this situation. The other soldier silently handed him a satellite phone, succinctly stating, "Vice Director Qi's phone." Zhang Shi discreetly committed this unfamiliar title to memory as he slowly brought the phone to his ear. In the next moment, a familiar voice resonated in his ear, "Xiao Shi, follow them to meet me." Overcome with emotion, Zhang Shi felt tears welling uncontrollably in his eyes. For 3 long years, Qi's disappearance had weighed heavily on his heart, and hearing that long-awaited voice filled him with a tumultuous mix of longing, joy, confusion, and an indescribable excitement. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhang Shi took a deep breath to steady his turbulent emotions and climbed into the vehicle with the 2 soldiers. Before he could utter a single question, the soldiers exchanged a glance, a flicker of barely perceptible guilt crossing their expressions, before they spoke in unison. "We apologize for the inconvenience." As soon as the words left their lips, Zhang Shi was suddenly engulfed by a profound dizziness, the world around him fading into obscurity as he succumbed to darkness. When he gradually regained consciousness, he felt disoriented and weak, slowly opening his eyes to find himself lying on a warm earthen bed, with the soldier who had escorted him nearby. Upon noticing Zhang Shi had awoken, the soldier promptly grabbed a walkie-talkie and began reporting the situation. After receiving a response, he turned to Zhang Shi, his expression serious, and said, "Please follow me. Vice Director Qi wishes to see you. The temperature here is extremely low, dropping to -40 degrees. Please put on the warm clothing we have prepared for you." -40 degrees? Zhang Shi was perplexed. Such frigid temperatures could only be found in the icy northeast, could it not? His mind was still foggy, not fully recovered from the whirlwind of events. Yet, the thought of finally meeting his long-missed mentor spurred him to muster his strength. Quickly donning the clothing and following the soldier outside. Upon exiting the room, Zhang Shi discovered he was in a picturesque mountain lodge, surrounded by an expanse of pure white snow. Closely trailing the soldier, he soon arrived at a door. Before the soldier could knock, a voice from within, familiar yet tinged with strangeness, echoed through the air, as if traversing the passage of time. "Come in." Zhang Shi took a deep breath. Gently pushing the door open, a figure stood by the window, tall and slightly solitary, silver hair glimmering in the soft light streaming through the window, clad in a simple scholar's robe that fluttered in the breeze. It was unmistakably his teacher. Zhang Shi felt a tightness in his throat, and his eyes instantly brimmed with tears, his heart filled with 1,000 words yearning to be expressed. Yet, as he opened his mouth, he found those words trapped in his throat, unable to emerge. The figure slowly turned around in an instant. The expression on Zhang Shi's face froze, as the initial surprise transformed into bewilderment. His eyes widened, fixated on the face before him, feeling an odd mix of familiarity and strangeness. This was undeniably the visage of his mentor, yet why did it appear to belong to someone in their 30s? Just 3 years ago, his mentor had celebrated their 70th birthday. "Xiao Shi, why are you so flustered? Have you forgotten that I am perpetually 18? Professor Qi broke the silence, teasingly, his familiar tone laced with humor. Bringing Zhang Shi back to his senses, blinking rapidly, taking a deep breath to steady his emotions, he replied, "Professor, while claiming to be perpetually 18 may be a jest, your transformation is astonishing. Anyone would be taken aback. Where have you been for the past 3 years? Do you have any idea how worried I've been about you?" Professor Qi gently raised his hand, interrupting Zhang Shi, "Xiao Shi, as a man, you should remain unperturbed in the face of calamity, steadfast amidst upheaval. Though I am unaware of your specific experiences over these past years, it seems your health has significantly declined." Pausing, a flicker of complex emotion crossed his eyes before he continued. "At present, I lack both the time and authority to explain everything in detail. I shall ask you this. Do you still believe in your mentor?" "Absolutely," Zhang Shi exclaimed without a moment's hesitation. "Good," Professor Qi nodded slightly, a glimmer of satisfaction in his gaze. "Tomorrow, you will depart with the main group. Remember, you must heed the guidance of the soldier accompanying you, as he will be responsible for your safety and itinerary." Before Zhang Shi could respond, a sudden, urgent knock echoed from outside, followed by a booming voice announcing, "Report. An emergency situation requires your attention." With a resigned sigh, Professor Qi waved his hand lightly, saying, "Xiao Shi, you should return to rest and rejuvenate. Be sure to dress warmly tomorrow, and don't forget to take your medication." With that, he swiftly turned and strode toward the door, leaving Zhang Shi standing there, enveloped in confusion and uncertainty. The older soldier approached, guiding Zhang Shi out the door, softly saying, "I understand you must be utterly bewildered. Let me briefly introduce the situation before we meet your teammates for tomorrow. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Su Song. The soldier accompanying me is Shi Bin. Our small team consists of 4 other members besides us. They walked. Su Song continued, "You should recall the celestial impact event that shocked the world in 2025. Correct?" Following that incident, although the government implemented strict measures and suppressed numerous reports, some rumors managed to circulate among the public. For instance, tales of individuals with extraordinary abilities and strange, otherworldly creatures. You've likely heard whispers of these. Haven Tu. Su Song subtly turned his head to gauge Zhang Shi's reaction, noticing that he did not appear overly astonished, which secretly impressed him regarding Zhang Shi's composure. He added, "In truth, while some of these rumors hold a kernel of truth, many are exaggerated or inaccurate. Since that impact event, a number of newborns have indeed exhibited extraordinary abilities, and some have undergone genetic mutations. These infants often lack self-control, leading to occasional disturbances and considerable panic. Additionally, in the aftermath of the event, a multitude of mysterious objects of unknown origin appeared on Earth. Contact with these objects has also resulted in enhanced abilities or genetic mutations in ordinary individuals. Moreover, several enigmatic regions have emerged on the planet, and the location we are heading to is one such area. Daxing Anling? Indeed, that is in the northeast, Zhang Shi murmured, curiosity shimmering in his eyes. What secrets might this mysterious region conceal? Are there deities hidden within, or perhaps monsters? Su Song could not help but chuckle, saying, "Your imagination is quite vivid. Truthfully, I am not entirely informed about the specifics of this mysterious area." After the impact event 25 years ago, it was reported that nothing particularly noteworthy was discovered, and before anyone could investigate the area, it inexplicably vanished. A decade ago, an expedition team entered, but they returned with scant information, only to ultimately disappear within the mysterious region as if they had evaporated. 3 years ago, the government mobilized substantial resources for an in-depth exploration, claiming significant discoveries were made, but the details remain beyond our reach. Now, the government has once again organized multiple expedition teams to Daxing'anling, imposing strict martial law in the surrounding areas. Rumors abound that various foreign forces have infiltrated Daxing'anling, making the situation quite complex. Then why was I chosen to participate in this expedition? Zhang Shi inquired. Furrowing his brow in confusion, Su Song halted, turning to regard Zhang Shi with a peculiar expression, asking, "Would you prefer the truth or a fabrication?" "Both." Su Song shrugged helplessly, replying, "I am not entirely sure of the precise reasons. Officially, you are deemed an exceptional talent selected through rigorous criteria, but privately, many speculate that you are merely a beneficiary of connections." Just as Zhang Shi took a sip from his water cup, he was taken aback by this revelation, sputtering water and coughing violently, his face turning crimson as he struggled for breath. Su Song, noticing this, hurriedly approached to gently pat Zhang Shi's back. "I assure you, this is just the prevailing sentiment. Originally, each team was to consist of 6 members, but for reasons unknown, an additional member was added to each team, and you were specifically requested by Deputy Director Qi." Once Zhang Shi regained his composure, a thought struck him, prompting him to ask, "Why do you all refer to Professor Qi as Deputy Director Qi? What department does he oversee?" A look of admiration instantly crossed Su Song's face as he replied, "You will discover that in due time. For now, let us introduce you to the other team members." Both Su Song and Shi Bin had served in the military and understood that obedience to orders was a soldier's duty, so they harbored few questions. However, the other 4 team members possessed distinct personalities, so Zhang Shi should prepare himself for the encounter. Chapter 5. The forbidden door opens, the expedition begins. Su Song ushered Zhang Shi into a room where Shi Bin awaited. Alongside 4 other individuals. One was a slightly plump young man with curly hair. Another was a girl with a neat ponytail, glasses, and a delicate face. A lean man stood nearby, and lastly, a robust individual with well-defined muscles. Su Song gestured to Zhang Shi, introducing him. "This is our team's final member, Zhang Shi." He then pointed to the curly-haired young man. "This is Pei Dong, a 3-time national math champion, possessing an extraordinary sensitivity to numbers." Su Song continued to introduce the others. "This is Yin Li Jun, a genius in the field of computer science. This is Wang Dong, the national 10,000-meter running champion. And this is Su Kuan, the national weightlifting champion. You have already met Shi Bin." Zhang Shi slightly bowed as he introduced himself. "My name is Zhang Shi, a doctoral student in genetics at Xiehe University." However, aside from Pei Dong and Shi Bin, who greeted him with friendly smiles, the others responded rather coldly, merely glancing at him before returning to their tasks. Su Song, noticing this, let out a resigned sigh, stating, "Well, that concludes the introductions. From now on, we shall stand united as teammates. You should all return and rest well, as we depart early tomorrow." With that, he led Zhang Shi to the room prepared for him. Once inside, Su Song expressed his apologies, explaining, "Our team has been training together for 6 months in preparation for this mission. Your inclusion was quite sudden, and it was Deputy Director Qi's insistence that each team add an extra member." The survival rate of the expedition team that entered the mysterious area 3 years ago was alarmingly low. Although we have undergone intensive training for this operation, everyone is understandably anxious. Your unexpected addition may lead some to view you as a potential burden. Zhang Shi shook his head gently, smiling as he replied, "It's all right, thank you for sharing this information with me. Sugata, I am a bit tired, so I will rest now. I will rely on you for guidance tomorrow. That is my duty. Rest well. I will take my leave now," Su Song said before turning to exit the room. After Su Song departed, Zhang Shi sat alone at the edge of the bed, meticulously sifting through the myriad events of the day in his mind, all the while grappling with the persistent sense of unreality. Yet, he remained steadfast in his belief in his mentor. The astonishing transformations in his mentor hinted at deeper intentions behind their journey to this place. Zhang Shi, being an open-minded and carefree individual, chose to relinquish any further contemplation, believing that upon awakening, a new day awaited, and everything would unfold naturally. Nevertheless, his mentor's admonition to remember to take his medicine the following day lingered firmly in his heart. The winter in the greater Xing'an Range, typically a peak season for tourism, now revealed a vast expanse devoid of any visible tourist presence. The following morning, before dawn had fully broken, Zhang Shi rose early to wash up. After a simple breakfast, all personnel involved in the operation were summoned to an open area. Each individual was issued a heavy travel backpack and a brand new smart wristwatch, and subsequently, they assembled in their designated groups. Awaiting instructions, Su Song's gaze swept over Zhang Shi before addressing the entire team. The backpack contains various supplies prepared for us, and this watch will transmit our bodily condition information in real time to the outside world. He cast a deliberate glance at Zhang Shi, who was a new member, and reiterated, if the watch issues a warning, it indicates that the wearer's physical condition is no longer suitable for participation in this operation. And immediate evacuation along the indicated route is imperative. Should the watch display a red exclamation mark, it signifies the conclusion of the mission, and everyone must evacuate to the safety zone indicated by the watch as swiftly as possible. Failure to evacuate promptly may lead to dire consequences, as past lessons have been etched in blood. This operation does not include transportation. The aircraft will only drop each group at designated locations, after which we will rely on foot to enter the target area, and the evacuation route will be determined by the watch. Now, everyone, secure your gear and prepare to depart. Zhang Shi donned the watch on his left wrist as instructed. Suddenly, the watch screen illuminated, emitting a frantic alarm. Alert! Alert! Abnormal condition detected in the wearer. Evacuation advised. Zhang Shi remained surprisingly calm, devoid of panic, yet the other members of the group cast him bewildered glances. Meanwhile, in a concealed control room, Professor Qi stood alongside a man clad in a military uniform, their eyes fixed intently on the large screen before them. The screen vividly displayed real-time data from 49 groups, detailing the vital signs of each group's 7 members. Adjacent to Zhang Shi's vital signs data, a glaring red exclamation mark stood out conspicuously. The military-looking man turned to Professor Qi, his face a mask of confusion. But Professor Qi maintained an indifferent demeanor, as if detached from the unfolding situation. That lad undoubtedly stayed up late last night. It's all right. Young people have their little issues, nothing to worry about. Professor Qi explained with a smile that Su Song appeared oblivious to Zhang Shi's watch alarm, leading the team members directly onto the helicopter. Pei Dong, with curiosity etched on his face, leaned towards Zhang Shi and inquired, Zhang Shi, how is it that your physical condition is inferior to mine? I've spent 6 months training just to meet the standards. What on earth is going on? How is it that the moment you put on the watch, it goes off? Do you have some health issue? Before he could finish, Su Song shot him a piercing glare, prompting Pei Dong to hastily fall silent and return to his seat. Once the helicopter reached the designated location, it dropped off the group before swiftly ascending into the sky. Su Song surveyed the surroundings and gravely stated, the evacuation points indicated on our watches are the drop-off sites for the helicopters. There are a total of 49 drop-off points. We will choose the nearest coordinate as our retreat point based on the actual circumstances. After reaching the designated location, a helicopter will come to retrieve us. However, until we arrive, we must rely solely on ourselves. Does anyone have questions? Zhang Shi hesitated momentarily before softly asking, may I inquire what exactly we are here to do? Surely, we are not just here for sightseeing? Upon hearing this, the other team members regarded him with astonishment. How could this new recruit be unaware of their purpose for being here? Su Song glanced at Zhang Shi with a serious expression and replied, just follow my lead. For now, your only objective is to survive. With that, Su Song waved his hand dramatically and called out, let us move, leading the team into the enveloping white mist ahead. At that moment, Zhang Shi suddenly realized that an ethereal white fog had quietly spread before them. This mist appeared light and airy, yet once one's gaze fell upon it, it seemed shrouded by a mysterious veil, rendering everything obscured in a blanket of white. The true nature of the fog remained indiscernible to the naked eye. Faint outlines of indistinct scenery could be perceived, yet they exuded an aura of unreality. As if those images did not belong to the realm of the tangible. Chapter 6. The shadow of death looms. Can they survive the abyss? Upon stepping into the enigmatic white mist, the group instinctively turned to look back, only to find that the path they had traversed had vanished, consumed entirely by the thick fog. Zhang Shi inhaled a few breaths of the mist and was unexpectedly invigorated, as though this vapor possessed a wondrous purifying effect on both body and mind. The air quality seemingly exceptional. Curiously surveying his surroundings, he noticed Wang Dong and Su Kuan equally entranced, basking in the refreshing atmosphere. Su Song and Shi Bin remained composed, betraying no signs of turbulence. While Pei Dong and Yin Li Jun shared Zhang Shi's sentiments, finding the strange mist beneficial to their health. At this juncture, Su Song spoke gravely. The air within this fog is beneficial to the human body, and you will gradually come to appreciate it. Over the past 6 months of training, everyone has gained some understanding of crisis management. Zhang Shi, as a newcomer, is still unaware of many details, so let him follow my lead. Move out. Zhang Shi's team was designated as Team 02. Under Captain Su Song's guidance, they cautiously advanced deeper into the mist. As they entered the fog, Zhang Shi sensed an inexplicable peculiarity in the environment surrounding him. Though everything seemed tangible, it imparted an uncanny feeling of unreality, as if he stood at the intersection of dreams and reality. Su Song, with concern etched on his face, cautioned Zhang Shi. This area is rife with the unknown. Once we step in, we may encounter phenomena that defy imagination and comprehension. This operation strictly prohibits the carrying of firearms. Everyone must keep that in mind. Moreover, while it may seem we have just stepped into the fog, we could instantly be transported to an entirely new location, perhaps even a realm that contradicts our understanding. You must remember the following principles. Do not consume anything indiscriminately here, avoid direct contact with unidentified objects, and refrain from attacking any creatures. If you hear strange voices attempting to communicate with you, do not be easily swayed. Any items we acquire here belong to the state, and based on the value of these items, the state will record corresponding contribution points for everyone. Zhang Shi, since Professor Qi has allowed you to accompany me, do your best to stay close. If Su Song's words were abruptly interrupted by the sound of rapid, heavy footsteps that shattered the tranquility. A massive creature, weighing an astonishing amount, was frantically pursuing something. Shi Bin quickly ascended a tree, raised his binoculars for a closer look, and shouted, "It's a Manchurian tiger. No, wait, there's also a wild boar." A gigantic wild boar. As soon as he finished speaking, an enormous wild boar, towering over 2 meters, burst into view. Its snow-white tusks were sharp and robust, measuring nearly half a meter in length in front of it. A spotted leopard was desperately fleeing, attempting to evade the boar's pursuit with agile maneuvers. However, the boar paid no heed to the trees obstructing its path, barreling forward like a rampaging tank, brutally crashing through anything in its way. Before the leopard could reach the group, it was hurled aside by the boar's charge in a swift second. The wild boar lunged again, using its lethal tusks to impale the leopard against a tree. The scene both gory and shocking, leaving the group in stunned silence as their perceptions of reality were irrevocably altered. Suddenly, the wild boar became aware of the group's presence, swiftly turning its head and fixing its fierce gaze upon them. Su Song's heart raced in alarm as he shouted, "Split up and run." With that, he seized Zhang Shi and dashed in one direction, while the others scattered, fleeing in all directions. Wang Dong, the national champion of the 10,000-meter run, with his extraordinary athleticism and quick reflexes, bolted ahead, rapidly distancing himself from the rest. The wild boar appeared incensed by Wang Dong's actions, as if provoked, and discarded the leopard's carcass, charging directly after Wang Dong. Moments later, the members of Team 02, through their smartwatches, were horrified to see all of Wang Dong's status data plummet to 0, signifying. The sight sent waves of terror through the other team members, prompting them to run frantically into the distance. At that moment, Su Song realized just how drastically Zhang Shi's physical condition fell short. Having not run far, Zhang Shi was already breathless, leaning heavily on his knees as he gasped for air. Su Song, in a state of frantic urgency, turned back with the intention of reaching out to Zhang Shi. However, in that fleeting moment, he beheld a wild boar charging towards him with an astonishing velocity. Zhang Shi, unable to evade in time, was hurled several meters away by the brute force of the boar. As Zhang Shi's body descended through the air, an extraordinary ripple suddenly emerged, causing his figure to vanish into thin air. The wild boar appeared equally startled by this abrupt turn of events, its eyes reflecting a terror akin to that of a human, as it fixated on the spot where Zhang Shi had just disappeared. After a brief moment of stunned silence, it seemed to be frightened by some unseen horror, pivoting hastily to flee to Su Song, in a state of sheer desperation, rushed to the place where Zhang Shi had been struck. Yet all that lay before him were the broken trees and the disordered grass. There was not a trace of Zhang Shi to be found. He immediately checked his watch, only to discover that Zhang Shi's status bar had transformed entirely to. In the concealed control room, the colossal screen displayed the conditions of 49 teams.at that moment. Several team members' status bars had reset to 0, while only a scant few had changed to. For those whose status bars had turned to, their detailed profiles were swiftly delivered to the figure resembling a general. Professor Chi sat calmly nearby, leisurely sipping tea, exuding an air of composure. When Zhang Shi's status bar fluctuated unexpectedly, his hand involuntarily tightened around the teacup. Observing that the status bar had ultimately changed to, instead of resetting, Professor Chi secretly sighed in relief, murmuring softly, "Xiao Shi, from here on, it depends on your own fortune." Zhang Shi gradually awakened amidst a cacophony of excruciating pain. It felt as if every bone in his body had shattered, the agony unbearable, while his rebellious heart raced wildly within his chest, as though it might cease its labor at any moment. In the haze of unconsciousness, Zhang Shi faintly heard two voices, as if engaged in quiet conversation, yet shrouded in an air of mysterious whispers. The sounds were tantalizingly close, yet he could not discern their content. Struggling against the pain, he glanced around to find himself seemingly fallen into a rudimentary, thatched hut. A large hole in the roof suggested it was the very entrance through which he had plummeted. The interior was sparsely furnished, containing only a few dilapidated pieces of furniture, and no sign of other occupants, by chance. Zhang Shi caught a glimpse of something resembling half of a cauldron protruding from the ground. It was small, no larger than a fist, and its peculiar design featured a lid slightly ajar, from which a faint aroma wafted enticingly. Zhang Shi attempted to rise, but the movement unleashed a wave of agony, reminding him of the grievous state of his legs. This simple action amplified the pain throughout his body, eliciting a tortured groan. Fully aware of his dire condition, with the heart that might cease to beat at any moment, he lay helplessly on the ground, gasping for breath, mentally preparing for the specter of death. The elusive whispers returned to his ears. As he struggled to breathe, Zhang Shi astonishingly realized that the fragrance in the air seemed to possess a miraculous effect on alleviating his pain. Gritting his teeth, he mustered all his strength to open his backpack, trembling as he retrieved an adrenaline syringe. After a moment's hesitation, he ultimately injected it into himself as the adrenaline coursed through his veins. Zhang Shi felt a slight resurgence of strength. Clenching his teeth, he slowly crawled toward the cauldron. The closer he drew, the more intense the aroma became, and Zhang Shi inhaled it greedily, as if it were his last lifeline. Finally, he reached the cauldron, carefully digging it out of the earth with trembling hands. It was a petite and exquisite three-legged cauldron, adorned with enigmatic engravings. With trembling hands, Zhang Shi opened the lid, revealing a white, meatball-like object within. This orb should have been submerged in some liquid, yet due to the open lid, some of the fluid had leaked out. The alluring fragrance pervading the air emanated from this very liquid. "Remember to take the medicine," Professor Chi's words suddenly echoed in Zhang Shi's mind, prompting a bitter smile and a shake of his head as he self-deprecatingly mused. "I am neither a prodigy gifted with extraordinary talent, nor do I possess any bizarre lineage. Fortune has eluded me throughout my life. How could it be so fortuitous to fall and stumble upon the very good fortune spoken of by my mentor?" The effects of the adrenaline began to wane, and the pain-relieving properties of the aroma diminished as well. Zhang Shi felt his eyelids growing heavier, his heart racing faster, as the shadow of death loomed once more. Seemingly resolved, he grasped the meatball with his left hand and drank the remaining liquid from the cauldron in one swift motion. However, instead of the sensation of relief he had anticipated, a searing heat spread rapidly from his throat throughout his body. I was mistaken. This is no miraculous remedy. This singular thought consumed Zhang Shi's mind, filling him with despair. Immediately after he removed the meatball and consumed the liquid, the previously intermittent whispers transformed into a cacophony. As if two individuals were embroiled in a fierce argument, or someone was angrily shouting at Zhang Shi. The once muted whispers now erupted into a multitude of sharp voices within his mind, not transmitted through his ears, but resonating directly in his consciousness. Zhang Shi's body, already teetering on the brink of death, could scarcely endure this sudden onslaught of pain. In a haze, he felt as though the sounds were emanating from the meatball in his left hand. Overwhelmed by both mental and physical torment, Zhang Shi instinctively swallowed the meatball whole. In an instant, the world seemed to fall silent, and the pain miraculously dissipated. Yet, this was not due to any miraculous effect of the meatball, but rather because Zhang Shi had succumbed to unconsciousness once more under the immense agony. Chapter 7. Knocking at the door of the Abilities Management Bureau. A new journey begins. 49 days slipped by quietly. In the secret control room, Professor Chi remained unflustered, seated before the screen, delicately savoring a cup of fragrant tea, his expression imbued with an aura of profound tranquility. Meanwhile, the figure resembling a general maintained a furrowed brow, his gaze fixated on the screen displaying the detailed information of all team members whose status bars had turned to, muttering to himself as if attempting to decipher critical clues from the intricate data. Report, Director Chow, there is a situation. Suddenly, an observer at the screen leapt to his feet, exclaiming loudly. Upon hearing this, the man in military attire hastened to the screen, where he noticed that among the team members whose status bars had been, some were gradually revealing numerical values. This subtle shift caused Professor Chi's previously tranquil demeanor to sharpen, his attention quickly honing in on Zhang Shi's status bar, a flicker of barely perceptible anticipation and tension crossing his eyes. In the following 2 weeks, the ground crew responsible for extraction outside the forest became extraordinarily busy. Wave after wave of team members returned from the mysterious and perilous woods, while some others remained forever in that realm of uncertainty, becoming casualties of this expedition. Ultimately, 6 members of the squad successfully returned, and Su Song appeared unchanged, still exuding his calm and competent demeanor. However, Sherbin seemed to have undergone a remarkable transformation, standing taller, his legs elongated and agile, his gaze sharper and more perceptive, radiating an aura of rebirth. Pei Dong and Yin Li Jun exhibited an ethereal quality, as if their experiences in the forest had elevated their spiritual essence, enveloping them in a faint air of mystery. Su Kuan, on the other hand, showed no apparent changes in appearance, yet his face was etched with frustration and regret, as if he had left unfulfilled desires behind in the forest. As for Zhang Shi, when he was located by his team members, he had transformed into a slumbering, plump wild man. His hair had grown exceedingly long, and he had gained considerable weight, remaining in a state of deep sleep. Oblivious to the world around him, It was Su Song, utilizing the tracking function of his smartwatch, who exerted immense effort to locate him and carry him back to camp. Zhang Shi awoke languidly on the 3rd day after returning to the camp. Following a thorough and meticulous physical examination and professional evaluation, he was led into a sealed room. This chamber contained only a tightly shut door, devoid of windows, its walls densely covered with soundproofing material, creating an ambience of profound silence and oppression. Within the room stood a simple table, at which sat 2 individuals. One was a gaunt, elderly man who slowly rose, his expression amiable as he addressed Zhang Shi. "Hello, Comrade Zhang Shi. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Zhang Ping, an observer from the Abilities Management Bureau. This is my colleague, Nye Xiaoyu, who is here to take notes. We would like to inquire about your recent expedition and make a brief record." Zhang Shi approached the chair before the table with some hesitation and slowly sat down, his eyes curiously observing the paper and pen placed in front of Nye Xiaoyu, his mind filled with questions, prompting him to inquire, why are we still using such primitive recording methods in this day and age? Zhang Ping maintained a serene smile on his face and patiently replied, "Allow me to first provide you with some background information. This may assist you in better comprehending the dynamics of our department. I trust you have heard of the cataclysmic impact event that shocked the world 25 years ago. Since then, a multitude of infants born possess extraordinary abilities, and a significant number of individuals with special powers have emerged from the populace. The origins of these abilities are primarily attributed to genetic mutations, encounters with mysterious objects, and, in some cases, individuals joining enigmatic sects to acquire remarkable powers. Of course, there are numerous instances like yours, where abilities were gained through the exploration of the mysterious regions that arose post-impact. As the number of these extraordinary individuals has surged, Some have found themselves unable to control their powers, and a few have even abused their abilities, resulting in various adverse effects on society. In response, the government established the Superpower Management Bureau to better oversee these individuals and maintain societal stability and peace. And you, my friend, have officially become an employee of the Superpower Management Bureau. What? Why have I become an official employee? Zhang Shi inquired, her expression one of astonishment and confusion. Zhang Ping nodded slightly and elaborated. You joined the expedition team directly without participating in the preliminary training, so you may not be fully aware of the situation. All individuals who participated in the initial training were meticulously selected as provisional members of the Superpower Management Bureau. Anyone who acquires abilities during state-organized expeditions automatically becomes a formal member of the Bureau. Your case, having joined later, was discussed in a meeting, considering what would happen if you refused to join. Deputy Director Chi decisively declared at the time that those who wish to take without giving will be treated as traitors. I believe Deputy Director Chi has briefed you on these matters. Zhang Shi silently thought to herself, briefed? I merely scraped through to join the expedition team, was knocked over by a wild boar, then fell asleep, and no one said a word to me throughout the entire ordeal. Nevertheless, she quickly responded, I was just asking. With such a prestigious position as a civil servant, how could I possibly refuse to join? Upon hearing this, a glimmer of satisfaction appeared on Zhang Ping's face as he said, Indeed, Deputy Director Chi is always meticulous in his dealings. You were recommended by him, so these concerns are naturally not an issue. Now, could you please elaborate on your entire experience during the expedition? We will diligently record it and preserve it in your file. Zhang Shi scratched her head, feeling a bit awkward as she recounted. Once we entered the forest, we were attacked by a wild boar, which sent me flying. When I regained consciousness, it felt as though all my bones were broken, and I was on the brink of collapse. Then, I noticed a tripod on the ground, with a liquid inside that emitted a delightful fragrance, which was quite soothing. Feeling utterly unwell, I drank the liquid and subsequently fell asleep again. When I awoke next, I found myself back at the camp. Zhang Ping listened intently and continued, Do you feel any changes now compared to before? Did you discover anything during this process that might guide future expeditions? Feeling increasingly embarrassed, Zhang Shi replied, I do feel that my health has improved. My hair has grown longer, and I've gained some weight. But beyond that, I don't really notice anything particularly different. Zhang Ping nodded slightly, maintaining his calm demeanor as he said, Then I welcome you to the Superpower Management Bureau. Is that all? Zhang Shi's expression shifted from embarrassment to bewilderment. As she internally pondered, Is this a joke? Zhang Ping seemed to sense her thoughts and smiled as he explained, Employees of the Superpower Management Bureau enjoy considerable freedom. We will not question you indiscriminately or conduct unauthorized studies on your bodily changes without your consent. Respecting each member is a fundamental principle of the Bureau. If you have no further inquiries, you may return to rest. By the way, if you wish to share any changes regarding your abilities or personal insights, you can directly inform Xiaoyu. She will be responsible for recording and disseminating this information to other members within the Bureau. Should you accumulate enough contribution points in the future, you may even exchange them for corresponding items. Exchange items? What sort of items are available? Zhang Shi asked curiously. Zhang Ping shook his head in mild exasperation, stating, There is a vast array of items available for exchange, but such transactions typically occur between superpowered individuals or involve utilizing contribution points within the Bureau. Ordinary individuals like us do not have access to these items. After your formal employment begins, you can inquire about this in detail at the department responsible for resource management. If there are no further questions, our discussion will conclude here. Tomorrow, your cohort will commence a 6-month intensive training, at which point you will gain insight into the entirely new world that awaits you. With that, a look of envy involuntarily crossed Zhang Ping's face. Zhang Shi had gained a clearer understanding of her current situation, and after politely bidding farewell to Zhang Ping and Ye Xiaoyu, she rose and exited the room. Chapter 8. Mobilization for Intensive Training. Sounding the charge of passion, the morning light streamed through the gaps in the curtains, illuminating the room where Zhang Shi lay soundly asleep, immersed in dreams. Suddenly, she sensed something crawling slowly over her body. An unusual sensation that jolted her awake in alarm. Instinctively, she reached for her phone, frantically attempting to dial her mentor, Professor Chi. Yet, her fingers fumbled on the screen, and despite her efforts, she found herself unable to input the complete number. The digits mysteriously vanished just as she was about to finish. Something is amiss. She forced herself to calm down, carefully observing her surroundings and quickly noticing several anomalies. The place she was staying ought to resemble a standard double room in a hotel. She distinctly remembered sleeping on the bed by the balcony, yet now she found herself lying on the bed by the door. As she glanced at her phone, it became apparent that it was not merely an inability to make the call, but rather an utter failure to dial the correct number. Everything felt inexplicably strange. I must be dreaming. The thought struck Shi, and realizing she might be in a dream, she endeavored to awaken herself. Several attempts led her to believe she had awakened, only to despairingly discover she remained unable to control her body. The term sleep paralysis surfaced in her mind, and having grasped her predicament, she no longer felt urgency. Instead, she settled down to closely observe the subtle changes in her body. At that moment, the familiar, mysterious whispers returned to her ears, their presence elusive and unpredictable, evoking a sense of intrigue. Suddenly, a resounding assembly call echoed outside, piercing through the ethereal dreamscape and yanking Shi back to reality. She slowly opened her eyes and surveyed her surroundings, confirming that she was indeed lying on the bed by the balcony. Everything prior had merely been a peculiar dream. After sitting on the bed for a moment, reflecting on the eerie sensations from her dream, a flicker of unease lingered in her heart. Hesitating briefly, she ultimately decided to call her mentor. Since their last conversation, she had not seen him again, but fortunately, he had provided her with a number. The call connected swiftly, and Professor Chi's familiar voice resonated on the other end. "What seems to be the problem?" Shi hastily replied. "Professor, I feel something is off with my body. It feels." Before she could finish her sentence, Professor Chi interrupted her. "Wash up and eat something. Why class is first period today. We can discuss the rest when we meet." With that, he hung up, leaving Shi standing there, phone in hand, feeling rather helpless. After a simple breakfast, Shi followed the instructions to the classroom. Although referred to as a classroom, it was actually a large conference room, furnished with rows of neatly arranged desks and chairs. Unlike the scenes from her university classes, many students had already occupied the front rows, seemingly eager to sit closer to the podium for a clearer view of the teacher's explanations. Shi scanned the room, noting that over 100 students were seated, among whom she recognized several familiar faces: Su Song, Sherbin, Pei Dong, and Li Jun, all displaying expressions imbued with anticipation for the upcoming lesson. Before long, Professor Chi, with his silver hair and scholarly robe, strode confidently to the podium. His presence exuded an invisible aura, instantly silencing the previously bustling conference room. All eyes turned to Professor Chi, and many gazes sparkled with fervor, as if he possessed an endless allure and enigmatic power that captivated their attention. Professor Chi stood at the podium, his gaze sweeping slowly across the assembly below. He began, "Welcome, everyone, to the Ability Management Bureau. Those of you gathered here are on the brink of entering a brand new world, a realm brimming with opportunities and challenges. I trust that many of you have already begun to notice the myriad changes occurring within your bodies following this expedition. In the forthcoming 6 months, we shall provide you with guidance based on the invaluable experiences of our predecessors, aiding you in mastering the abilities you have acquired. Simultaneously, we will offer a variety of potions designed to enhance your capabilities and establish a broad platform for you to showcase your skills. As long as you possess the ability and are willing to exert effort, you can attain everything you desire through your own endeavors here." At this juncture, Professor Chi paused for a moment, his demeanor calm as he scanned the audience once more. Though his gaze appeared tranquil, it inexplicably instilled a sense of being scrutinized by a fierce beast, sending shivers down the spines of those present. As if their innermost thoughts had been laid bare. Of course, he continued, "While you enjoy these generous benefits, you must also shoulder corresponding responsibilities. The Ability Management Bureau is an organization that champions freedom, rife with opportunities. You are entirely capable of enhancing your own authority through your abilities. Should you one day surpass my authority, you could even ascend to my current position. However, all of this is predicated on one condition. You must possess sufficient contribution points. Within the Ability Management Bureau, aside from the basic employee benefits, acquiring anything beyond that relies solely on your contribution points, I understand that many of you harbor numerous questions, so allow me to provide a brief overview. Since the impact event 25 years ago, the Earth we inhabit is no longer the one we once knew. Today, our planet is home to technological civilizations that surpass our previous understanding, alongside peculiar beings that defy our comprehension. Even the deities and demons of ancient myth seem to have manifested in this reality. A portion of us has begun to acquire these extraordinary technologies and powers. Some may wonder, if alien technology is so advanced and there exist beings with unique abilities, have humans ceased to be the masters of Earth? After years of relentless exploration, we have discovered a rather peculiar phenomenon. All advanced technologies that entered Earth 25 years ago seem to be inaccessible for direct use. In fact, their application cannot transcend the current level of human civilization. This is a wondrous and perplexing situation. Regardless of how advanced a technology may be, even if it could instantaneously elevate a nation's technological prowess, until humanity fully grasps it, it remains as if locked away by an invisible force, unable to manifest its potential. As for superpowers, many humans have acquired various extraordinary abilities, yet these abilities, akin to the advanced technologies, remain in a state of lockdown. Although these powers are derived from them, humans can wield them freely, while the original possessors seem shackled, unable to unleash their full potential. You will come to understand the specifics of this situation as you progress in your work. Now, let us address the responsibilities that concern you most. Rest assured, as I have emphasized several times, the Ability Management Bureau is a very free organization. No one will be compelled to undertake arduous tasks. Your responsibility lies in managing the various anomalous incidents caused by ability users within your jurisdiction, thereby ensuring societal stability and harmony. Naturally, if you wish to earn more contribution points, you must rely on your own hard work. Regarding the compensation within the Ability Management Bureau, simply put, this pertains to the salaries that you are all curious about. The most ordinary formal employees of the Bureau receive a monthly salary of 100,000. In addition to a vial of cleansing liquid and 1 contribution point, the cleansing liquid effectively enhances the physical constitution of the user. Since you have acquired your abilities midway, your physical foundations cannot be compared to those who possess innate powers. By consuming the cleansing liquid, your physiques will gradually improve. Contribution points, on the other hand, are used to exchange for various items from the Bureau's treasury. Now, let us enter the question and answer segment. If anyone has uncertainties, please feel free to inquire. As soon as he finished speaking, a resonant voice broke through the meeting room. Professor Chi, may I ask, regarding the items we brought back from the expedition, to whom do they belong? I believe someone mentioned they belong to the state. Professor Chi nodded slightly, patiently clarifying, all items you retrieve from your explorations will be appraised by professionals, converted into corresponding contribution values, and subsequently divided equally between the Bureau and yourselves. With you retaining the right to prioritize your selection, the contribution value of the items you choose cannot exceed half of the total contribution value of all items. If any single item's contribution value surpasses this threshold, choosing to take that item will result in a deficit in your contribution points, which you will need to earn back gradually. After addressing this inquiry, Professor Chi continued, in truth, the questions you pose will be thoroughly detailed in the employee handbook once you successfully graduate. It is unnecessary to spend excessive time on them here. Gil put it simply, joining the Ability Management Bureau is akin to huddling together for warmth. Separating from this organization would be equivalent to becoming a solitary practitioner. And one must understand that the world of abilities is not a particularly safe place. Subsequently, other students began to ask their questions in succession, and the room filled with the sounds of inquiry and response. Meanwhile, Zhang Shi found himself distracted, as he once again sensed the presence of those 2 mysterious whispering voices at his ear. The voices seemed to possess a strange allure, constantly tugging at his thoughts. Instinctively, Zhang Shi glanced around but realized that it appeared only he could hear them. More precisely, only he could perceive their existence. It felt akin to reading an article while simultaneously hearing a voice reciting the text in his mind. Yet this voice was not something he heard with his ears. Rather, it was a sensation felt within his brain, and it was not his OWN. It was rather bizarre. Frowning, Zhang Shi endeavored to decipher what they were saying. The 2 voices were distinctly articulate, and he could indeed hear them, yet he could not grasp their meaning. This was not due to a language barrier, but rather the sensation that they were speaking directly to him. Their words cloaked in a fog that rendered them utterly incomprehensible. It was akin to listening to a babbling infant. Though the sounds were audible, their significance remained elusive. Chapter 9. The Stunning Debut of Abilities. The protagonist falls asleep. Zhang Shi was still lost in that mysterious reverie when he felt a gentle tap on his shoulder. Turning to see Su Song, he realized class had ended. Still reluctant to leave, this morning was merely an orientation. This afternoon, we will be showcasing our abilities, Su Song said with a smile. Thank you, Brother Su. Zhang Shi hurriedly expressed his gratitude. What for? It's only natural. We were in the same team before, and who knows, we might work together again in the future. It's only right to look out for one another, Su Song replied, leading Zhang Shi toward the cafeteria. Before long, the entirety of the morning had slipped away unnoticed. Upon arriving at the cafeteria, they were greeted by a lavish spread for lunch. In addition, each person received a red fruit resembling a tea fruit, vibrant in color and exuding a delightful fragrance. The moment Zhang Shi grasped the fruit, those familiar yet irritating whispering voices returned to his ears. He shook his head in resignation, deciding to disregard them for the time being since he could not comprehend their words. Taking a bite of the fruit, he was instantly met with a burst of flavor that left him craving more. He rushed to the serving window, eagerly inquiring, "Are there any more of these fruits?" "I'd like another." The server, a cheerful woman, looked at him with a smile. "This is a Kongming fruit. It costs 1,000 contribution points each. How many would you like?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Shi nearly choked on his saliva, inwardly exclaiming in disbelief. 1,000 contribution points equated to 100 years' worth of a regular employee's base salary. Truly exorbitant. Su Song, noticing his reaction, quickly explained, "This is the Kongming fruit. Consuming it can induce a state of clarity. Specially prepared for this afternoon's ability demonstration. Point 1 is sufficient. Consuming more would be wasteful." It was a rather peculiar fruit tree, bearing a fixed number of 3,000 fruits. The moment one was plucked, another would sprout in its place, neither more nor less. How enchanting! It was even a limited edition. Zhang Shi marveled quietly to herself. Soon, the afternoon had arrived. Feeling uncertain, Zhang Shi approached Su Song, inquiring, "Brother Su, what exactly is the nature of this afternoon's presentation? I'm utterly in the dark and comprehend nothing. Please, enlighten me." Su Song patiently elucidated. "It's not as complicated as it seems. Each person will take turns on stage to demonstrate the abilities they've acquired during their adventures. If a senior is impressed by your display or finds your abilities aligned with their expertise, they may choose to take you as their apprentice. Once you've completed your training, that senior will receive 10% of the contribution points you earn. Should no one show interest in you, you'll be relegated to following the curriculum with the rest of the class. So it's akin to selecting a mentor in university. The only difference is that here, you merely showcase your abilities, hoping a mentor finds you worthy," Zhang Shi pondered thoughtfully. After this exchange, she sat quietly, yet her mind was anything but tranquil. Abilities? Since emerging from that adventure, aside from feeling slightly healthier and gaining a bit of weight, it seemed she had acquired nothing else. What was she to present? Would she have to perform an act about the two voices she had inexplicably heard, reminiscent of gossiping matronly figures? Zhang Shi scoffed inwardly. For reasons unknown, she instinctively believed those whispering voices belonged to two women. Having never been able to decipher their words, she whimsically imagined them as two plump ladies bickering on the street, a thought that struck her as both amusing and frustrating. Before long, it was time for the ability demonstrations. Participants entered the stage in their original groups, presenting as units, with arrangements varying according to the number of members. The first group, comprising 7 members, took the stage. They positioned themselves according to a specific formation and began to move in a designated pattern. As time progressed, their speed increased dramatically until they became indistinguishable from one another, merging into a singular entity, leaving behind a mysterious trail of movement. Before Zhang Shi could voice her curiosity, Su Song interjected. "This appears to be a battle formation. It seems they have all received the same inheritance, allowing them to execute this display. Their collective power is formidable. Should anyone become ensnared within this formation, they would face the combined assault of all 7, and their strength is certainly not to be underestimated." Pei Dong gazed at Su Song with admiration, exclaiming, "Captain, your knowledge is truly extensive." Zhang Shi too noticed that Su Song's understanding surpassed that of a mere novice. Despite his lack of verbal acknowledgement since the adventure concluded, she felt a warm appreciation for his care and protection toward her. Just then, the second group took the stage. Among them was a particularly nonchalant individual who displayed a blatant disregard for the other 5 members. Hands casually tucked into his pockets, showing no intention of demonstrating his abilities. The other 5 seemed equally unimpressed with him, each holding a dust brush, calmly entering a meditative state, remaining still until the demonstration concluded. Meanwhile, the indifferent young man lounged nearby, appearing utterly disinterested in the proceedings. What is he showcasing? I don't understand at all, Zhengxi queried, perplexed. Before Su Song could respond, Li Jun, who rarely spoke to Zhengxi, chimed in, isn't he exhibiting the same ability as you? The same as me? Zhengxi was taken aback, confusion etched across her face. How could she possess any ability when she herself was still uncertain? Pei Dong wore a similarly puzzled expression, unable to contain his curiosity. What ability does Zhengxi have? How do you know? Xiao Yin. Li Jun shot Pei Dong an exasperated glare, retorting, what do you know apart from Arabic numerals? Zhengxi's ability is simply that of a privileged connection. Hearing this, Zhengxi almost choked, torn between amusement and exasperation. At this moment, Su Song interjected to defuse the situation. Enough of this banter. It's time for our group. It's no small feat to have 5 members remaining in a group. We'll soon retrieve the items we acquired during our adventure for the demonstration of our abilities. Everyone, let us strive earnestly. Our futures depend on our own efforts. Just then, the second group concluded their presentation, and Zhengxi's group, the third, stepped onto the stage. A mysterious figure wearing a mask approached, carefully presenting a 3-legged cauldron to Zhengxi, followed by a compass-like object, which he handed to Li Jun and Pei Dong. As soon as Zhengxi grasped the cauldron, the whispering voices returned without warning, this time more urgent, as though conveying something of great importance on stage. The usually reticent Bin initiated his demonstration, propelling himself forward with tremendous force. His speed escalating to an astonishing degree. The world records and Olympic times paled in comparison to his velocity, akin to a child racing against an adult, a staggering disparity. Bin moved with the agility of a seasoned athlete, weaving effortlessly across the stage. Meanwhile, Li Jun and Pei Dong sat opposite one another, placing their hands on the compass. Remarkably, the compass began to levitate, their eyes turning white as various mysterious symbols whirled on its surface. Observers noted a scene emerging from the compass, depicting a man seated serenely, a figure standing straight behind him, enveloped in an aura of mystery. At this moment, Zhengxi was oblivious to the remarkable displays of her group members. Gripping the 3-legged cauldron tightly, feeling an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. The whispering grew more frantic, echoing in her mind, yet she remained unable to decipher their meaning. Desperate, she glanced back at Su Song, who offered her an encouraging smile. Resolute, she focused once more on the cauldron, closing her eyes and attempting to discern the whisper's content. Su Song, seemingly disinterested in showcasing his own abilities, stood steadfastly behind her, his gaze fixed on the cauldron in her hands. Revealing an unspoken anticipation, Zhengxi endeavored to grasp the enigmatic voices, gradually sinking into a peculiar state where her surroundings began to fade away, leaving her in a vast, mysterious void. In this realm, time appeared to slow, and she sensed a hazy figure, fleeting and indistinct seemed to whisper a single word to her. Or perhaps it was she who was imparting the word to herself. Time lost its meaning. And eventually, Zhengxi emerged from this dreamlike state, drenched as if submerged in water, utterly fatigued. She instinctively turned to find Su Song still standing behind her, a steadfast presence akin to an unyielding mountain. Pei Dong squatted nearby, observing her with curiosity. Upon seeing Zhengxi awaken, Pei Dong gave her a thumbs up, teasing, impressive. You fell asleep during your presentation. Thankfully, you didn't snore. Otherwise, you'd be famous. Zhengxi smiled awkwardly, her heart heavy with resignation. Casually inquiring, is it over? Let us go. It seems I've been overlooked. Time to head back for some rest. Chapter 10. The mysterious gift from Teacher Qi after returning the 3-legged cauldron and compass to the masked man. The group made their way back to the resting area. Pei Dong and Bin had initially wished to stay and observe the remaining demonstrations, but Su Song cut short their plans, summoning them back without delay. Upon returning to his residence, Su Song quietly retrieved a cigarette from his pocket. After lighting it, he took a slow drag and then began to speak. I am aware that many questions linger in your minds, and it may seem that my understanding of the supernatural realm far exceeds yours. The reasons behind this will eventually become clear to you, even if I do not elaborate on them now. Unlike you, I was once a supernatural being myself. However, due to certain extraordinary circumstances, I sustained injuries that resulted in the loss of my original abilities. As a veteran of the supernatural world, I would like to share some insights and experiences with you. which may prove beneficial in the future, marking a serendipitous connection between us. Although our team has not collaborated much during this expedition, being part of the same group is indeed a rare fortune. In time, you will come to realize that such connections are the purest and most devoid of ulterior motives, so I urge you to cherish them. With that, Su Song took another deep drag from his cigarette, the swirling smoke seemingly concealing fragments of his reluctant past. The other members of Team 02 sat quietly nearby, patiently awaiting Su Song's continuation. Take our team as an example. Bin belongs to the enhancement type of supernatural beings. What sets him apart is that his abilities enhance certain physical qualities, notably speed and agility. Individuals like him typically acquire their powers by consuming specific rare items or coming into contact with certain unique entities, leading to bodily mutations and the acquisition of such abilities. The methods of enhancement for these individuals are relatively straightforward. They merely need to evolve and improve in the direction of their enhancements. They primarily focus on strengthening their own physical forms, commonly referred to as body cultivators in the supernatural realm. Su Song paused briefly before continuing. Individuals like myself, Pei Dong, and Li Jun are classified as cultivators in our context. In the early stages, the effectiveness of a cultivator's strength enhancement is not as apparent as that of a body cultivator. However, this does not imply that cultivators are inferior. In fact, both sides possess their own advantages. Cultivators must progress gradually through diligent practice, a process that requires a substantial amount of resources. Although the cataclysmic event 25 years ago introduced a plethora of mysterious items to Earth, the bloodshed surrounding these resources has never ceased. Take, for instance, the cleansing liquid and the empty fruit. These were once unheard of, and acquiring them outside the supernatural administration is exponentially more challenging. Many supernatural beings opt to join the administration, both for easier access to resources to bolster their strength and for better survival prospects. Survival? Why do you say that? Pei Dong inquired, a puzzled expression on his face. Su Song cast a glance at him and replied, because once you join the administration, you become part of a collective. You can find warmth and unity, sharing both glory and misfortune. Though the employees of the supernatural administration enjoy a degree of freedom, their actions are governed by principles and regulations. In contrast, lone practitioners pursue power with fervor, often crossing ethical boundaries. If you are a lone practitioner, you may be perceived as a walking source of nourishment, making you a potential target for others. How terrifying! Pei Dong scratched his head, then suddenly seemed to recall something and hastily asked, by the way, you mentioned Bin is a body cultivator, while you, Li Jun, and I are cultivators. What about Zhang Shi? What exactly are his abilities? Su Song inhaled another puff of smoke, pausing in contemplation before responding. I am uncertain about Zhang Shi's abilities. Even if I knew, it would be prudent not to disclose them. Many supernatural beings prefer to keep their abilities concealed, and some even become complacent after joining the administration. Rarely seen outside of payroll days. Pei Dong's curiosity piqued. He leaned closer to Zhang Shi, his face alight with anticipation. Noticing this, Zhang Shi quickly waved his hands, exclaiming, "It's a secret, a secret. You'll find out in due time." Inwardly, however, Zhang Shi mused, how would I know what my abilities are? I have yet to comprehend how I was even classified as a supernatural being. At this moment, Zhang Shi asked, Brother Su, since there are distinctions between body cultivators and cultivators, how exactly does one practice? Are there martial arts manuals or something of the sort? Su Song chuckled and replied, indeed, there are many manuals. Numerous supernatural beings receive certain legacies upon gaining their abilities. Some choose to exchange these legacies with others or submit them to the administration in return for contribution points, resulting in a wealth of manuals encompassing both body cultivation and cultivation practices. In addition, there are various divine medicines and treasures available. Then it seems that joining the administration indeed offers numerous benefits, financial rewards, privileges, and accessible resources. Zhang Shi exclaimed in admiration. Su Song responded with a smile. If one is merely content with basic benefits, they might find life within the administration quite pleasant. The government allocates a portion of resources to ensure that supernatural beings remain within a controllable range. However, if you harbor greater ambitions, be prepared to fight for your life, for only by accumulating sufficient contribution points can you exchange for corresponding resources. The world we inhabit is no longer the one we once knew. If you are powerful enough, you can obtain anything you desire. Only those who are at the forefront have the right to claim it all. As the conversation continued, the group engaged in reflections. and time slipped away unnoticed. After dinner, Zhang Shi lay alone in bed, his mind swirling with countless questions. Yet, despite his contemplation, he could not untangle the threads of thought. He felt no enhancement akin to what Su Song described for body cultivators. Nor could he grasp the sensations associated with cultivation. Nevertheless, he recognized that his body had undoubtedly undergone a transformation. Once possessing rather poor physical qualities, he now felt significantly stronger than the average person. As he pondered, drowsiness gradually enveloped him, and he fell into a deep slumber. The following day, the results of the supernatural abilities demonstration for the group of trainees were announced. Pei Dong and Yin Lijun caught the attention of a senior known as the Seer, who selected them as inheritors, a rare opportunity indeed. As for Zhang Shi, unsurprisingly, no senior expressed interest in him, and he naturally became Professor Qi's inheritor. However, Zhang Shi found himself disheartened, for even as Professor Qi's inheritor, he had yet to meet the professor in person. Since the conclusion of the expedition, Zhang Shi had attempted to engage Professor Qi in conversation multiple times, only to be brushed off each time with the excuse of busyness. Even during the start of the semester when Professor Qi came to teach, Zhang Shi could not find an opportunity for a private discussion. He had hoped that being chosen as Professor Qi's inheritor would finally grant him a chance to meet the professor. But instead, Professor Qi merely sent 6 items through an envoy, instructing him to work diligently, and then fell silent once more. Each of these 6 items was peculiar in its own right. Among them was a jade bracelet composed of 9 beads. Its color as pure as snow but slightly dull, yet still exuding a gentle warmth. Another was a translucent peace token, clearly valuable, radiating a soft glow under the light, quite stunning to behold. Then there was a short sword. When Zhang Shi slowly drew it from its sheath, an unexpectedly smooth sensation washed over him. Typically, short swords are judged by their sharpness, yet this one gave the impression of being fluid, as if the blade could transform into a clear pool of water at any moment. Possessing an indescribable charm, out of curiosity, Zhang Shi decided to test the sword's sharpness, lightly gliding it against the leg of a table. The sword sliced through the wood effortlessly, and with a resounding crash, the entire table collapsed, startling Zhang Shi with its razor sharpness. Additionally, there were 100 vials of cleansing liquid. Upon seeing these, Zhang Shi couldn't help but marvel at Professor Qi's wealth. Then there was a wrinkled empty fruit, which prompted him to internally grumble, "How long has this been sitting around? They must have been reluctant to eat it." Lastly, there was a crystal-clear stone, roughly the size of a walnut, housed in an exquisite box. These items were delivered by a masked man, who also informed Zhang Shi that when he successfully graduates, he will naturally understand their purposes. He was particularly advised to keep these items close, especially the crystal-clear stone, which must be stored in a lead box. While the other items seemed manageable, upon hearing that the stone required preservation in a lead box, Zhang Shi muttered under his breath, "Could it possibly be radioactive, requiring lead for safekeeping?" The air was thick with confusion and curiosity. In Chapter 11, titled "You Became Famous at Your First Qi Training." After enduring a rather mundane weekend, Zhang Shi finally arrived at the inaugural class of the special training program. At the podium stood a lean figure, exuding an ethereal presence. He stood tall, possessing an extraordinary demeanor, and his robe added an air of transcendence. The Taoist first offered a slight bow, then introduced himself. "I am Zhang, commonly referred to as Taoist Zhang. From now on, I shall be responsible for your introductory courses. I trust that by now you all possess a certain understanding of supernatural abilities. Henceforth, I will elucidate the intricacies of this subject," Taoist Zhang remarked, his gaze serene as he scanned the audience. What we refer to as supernatural abilities can also be interpreted as unique powers. The practice of cultivation is the process through which one enhances these inherent abilities. It is important to note that each individual possesses distinct supernatural capabilities, and consequently, the paths of cultivation vary accordingly. Some practitioners, known as Xiuzhan in our country, focus on cultivating qi, while others, due to specific circumstances, experience enhancements in physical attributes, leading to a focus on body refinement, referred to as Xiu. I presume most of you are already familiar with the particulars of your abilities, allowing you to determine your cultivation direction based on your understanding. However, as your exposure to supernatural abilities is still relatively brief, we have arranged this special training program to prevent any missteps along your cultivation journey. aiming to assist you in mastering and developing your unique powers. Although your cultivation paths may diverge in the future, a systematic understanding of the various supernatural abilities is essential, for not all practitioners are benevolent. Now, I shall share with you a cultivation technique acquired by a predecessor through fortuitous circumstances. Daoist Zhang's expression turned solemn, for this technique was both remarkable and practical, serving as a foundation for your future cultivation. Higher-level techniques will require you to exchange contribution points for access. With that, Daoist Zhang began to recite the cultivation mantra. The incantation sounded somewhat obscure, yet the students diligently followed Daoist Zhang's instructions, attempting to practice the breathing technique. According to his guidance, with earnest practice, one would gradually sense the flow of qi. Once this sensation established a fixed cycle within the body, it would herald the emergence of one's unique method of qi cultivation, the nascent form of personal techniques. The purpose of this foundational practice is merely to help you genuinely perceive the existence of qi and gradually enhance it. Future advanced techniques will focus on continuously amplifying this qi and subsequently releasing it in a supernatural manner. For those who have received transmissions, a remarkable resonance with their inheritance will occur upon sensing qi, resulting in the acquisition of personal techniques tailored to them. As Zhang, she began to practice the mantra. He was astounded to immediately perceive the sensation of qi, which began to circulate within him in a fixed pattern. Startled, he instinctively attempted to interrupt this flow, only to be overwhelmed by a terrifying wave of heat emanating from it, as if it were intent on incinerating him entirely. The excruciating intensity left him in agony. With no choice but to refrain from recklessness, the only method he had at his disposal was Daoist Zhang's basic breathing technique. Resigned, he decided to persevere, continuing to practice the mantra while allowing the qi to flow as it wished. This entire sequence unfolded with remarkable swiftness, and Zhang Shi immersed himself in the sensation of qi coursing through him, rendering him oblivious to the external world. The whispers that had once echoed in his ears re-emerged, yet at that moment, he remained entirely unaware. Meanwhile, Zhang Shi had become the focus of his classmates' attention. Enveloped in swirling mist, with white steam rising from his head, gradually, a dark liquid began to ooze from him, exuding a nauseating stench. At this point, Daoist Zhang's expression grew particularly grave, his eyes sharp as he declared, "Everyone, please return to your dormitories and practice independently." Class dismissed. As the students began to leave the classroom, Daoist Zhang noticed that Su Song had not departed but stood resolutely behind Zhang Shi, resembling a guardian statue. Exchanging a glance with Su Song, there was an unspoken understanding between them, and Daoist Zhang merely gestured gently to the soldiers outside the classroom. A contingent promptly arrived, sealing the room meticulously. Concurrently, someone had reported to their superiors, while Daoist Zhang took a seat opposite Zhang Shi, closing his eyes in meditation, as if awaiting something. Time passed, and eventually, Zhang Shi felt the flow of qi within him gradually slow, ultimately coming to a complete halt. Finally, it has ceased. Zhang Shi exhaled deeply, instinctively attempting to open his eyes, but the moment he exerted effort, a sharp pain shot through his eyelids. Raising his hand to touch them, he inwardly lamented, "Oh no, have I slept with my eyes crusted shut?" The overwhelming stench assaulted his nostrils, and he then realized his body was covered in a dark substance, a rather disheveled sight indeed. "Do not rush to get up," Zhang Shi heard Daoist Zhang's voice. "You have likely received some form of inheritance. During your practice of the breathing technique, the automatic operation of your cultivation method was triggered, and what you see on you now is merely the impurities expelled." Daoist Zhang patiently explained, "If you consume the cleansing elixir now, the effects will be optimal. I happen to have a vial of it. Try taking some and see how it goes. If you feel your body can still absorb more, then continue drinking. This initial consumption must be until your body can no longer absorb it. This is crucial for laying the foundation." With that, Daoist Zhang handed him a vial of the cleansing elixir. Zhang Shi gratefully smiled at Daoist Zhang, silently acknowledging the elder's kindness before accepting the vial. At this moment, he also noticed Su Song standing behind him. Recalling the previous instance when he had displayed his supernatural abilities, Su Song had similarly stood by to protect him, causing a warm surge of emotion to swell within Zhang Shi. Without hesitation, he drank the cleansing elixir and resumed practicing the basic breathing technique. Surprisingly, the elixir was swiftly absorbed, and as more impurities were expelled, Zhang Shi felt somewhat embarrassed to open his eyes and gaze at Daoist Zhang. Observing this, Daoist Zhang displayed a hint of surprise but chose not to comment, offering him another vial of the cleansing elixir. This cycle continued, and by the sixth time Zhang Shi looked at Daoist Zhang. He felt particularly self-conscious, his face flushed with embarrassment. At that moment, Su Song spoke up, "Zhang Shi, did your teacher provide you with some resources? Allow me to fetch them for you." Zhang Shi quickly expressed his gratitude and accepted the seventh vial of cleansing elixir from Daoist Zhang, consuming it in one gulp before plunging back into his cultivation. When he finally awoke again, Su Song had already retrieved his belongings. As Zhang Shi prepared to open them, he was abruptly interrupted by Su Song, who addressed Daoist Zhang, "Elder Zhang, I have a few questions regarding cultivation that I would like to consult with you about. Is now a convenient time?" With that, he gestured for Daoist Zhang to accompany him outside the classroom, clearly intending to shield Daoist Zhang from observing too much of Zhang Shi's situation. Although Daoist Zhang was deeply curious about Zhang Shi's condition, he understood that each individual possesses their own privacy and secrets, making it inappropriate to intrude. He nodded in agreement, stating, "Then I shall accompany young Su outside for a while. You continue your cultivation. Be sure to take the cleansing elixir until your body can absorb no more. If you run low, just call for us." Outside the classroom, Daoist Zhang resumed his usual posture, meditating, while Su Song stood erect at the door, occasionally casting glances at the activities within. After some time, Pei Dong and Sherbin approached, with Pei Dong's face instantly lighting up upon spotting Su Song, eagerly rushing over. "Captain Su, how is Zhang Shi doing? What is the situation?" Pei Dong inquired with curiosity. Su Song glanced at Pei Dong, exhaling a sigh. "Zhang Shi is currently in cultivation. You should return and focus on your own practice instead of gossiping all day." Pei Dong, sheepishly smiling, took Sherbin by the arm and left in a hurry. However, after dinner, Pei Dong happened to wander back to the classroom, only to turn away in disappointment under Su Song's piercing gaze. Thus, time passed gradually until the early hours of the morning, when Zhang Shi finally emerged from the classroom. Spotting Daoist Zhang and Su Song still waiting at the door, his heart swelled with gratitude, and he promptly expressed his sincerest thanks. Daoist Zhang regarded Zhang Shi with a smile of approval, exclaiming, "Well done, young man." With that, he turned to leave. That Su Song accompanied Zhang Shi back to the dormitory, advising him along the way, "You should take a shower. Someone will bring you dinner shortly." Upon reaching the dormitory door, Su Song, with a serious expression, cautioned Zhang Shi, "Speak only a third of what you know to others. Everyone harbors their own secrets. Learn to protect yourself." Zhang Shi felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude for Su Song's care. After watching Su Song depart, he turned and returned to his dormitory to freshen up. During this cleansing ritual, Zhang Shi became acutely aware of the thick layer of dead skin that covered his body, as if he had not bathed in 3 years. After considerable effort and scrubbing himself 10 times, he finally emerged from the bathroom. Upon gazing into the mirror, Zhang Shi was pleasantly surprised to find that he had slimmed down significantly, and faint outlines of muscle had begun to appear on his body. Throughout his life, due to his physical condition, Zhang Shi had always been unable to engage in intense exercise. Although he couldn't quite comprehend the changes occurring within him, it was evident that his physical condition had vastly improved. Particularly, his heart felt as though it had been reborn, beating with vigor and infusing him with vitality. Zhang Shi reflected on his recent adventure. The only notable events he could recall were consuming the liquid from that cauldron and, of course, the meatball he had discreetly omitted. Beyond that, he struggled to remember any extraordinary occurrences. He couldn't even recall how he had emerged from that mysterious area. Only remembering that Su Song had located him through his smartwatch and carried him out while he lay unconscious on the ground. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, a sudden, throbbing pain engulfed his head, prompting him to abandon further contemplation. After a light meal, he succumbed to a deep slumber. Chapter 12. The Special Training Class. The world has changed in the ensuing month. The courses were solely conducted by Master Zhang. In addition to teaching the fundamental breathing techniques, Master Zhang emphasized various common supernatural abilities and the myriad details one must heed when encountering practitioners of these abilities. During this month, several classmates gradually began to comprehend their own inherited powers. Though none were as dramatic as Zhang Shi's, the scent released during their purification processes could waft for miles. By mid-month, Zhang Shi received his first paycheck, which was quite unique in its composition. 1 contribution point, a vial of cleansing liquid, and a staggering 100,000 in cash. The Supernatural Ability Management Bureau surprisingly dispensed salaries in cash, which could even be exchanged for gold bars. However, during this closed training period, the cash seemed to serve little purpose beyond mere observation. Over the month, Zhang Shi had mastered the flow of energy within his body, yet he was troubled by the fact that he had yet to discover any supernatural abilities. More specifically, he did not understand how to transform the energy within him into actual abilities. According to Master Zhang, practitioners could convert their energy into supernatural powers if they successfully awakened their inheritance or practiced the methods provided by the Bureau after sensing their energy through the fundamental breathing techniques. Despite Zhang Shi's clear perception of his energy and his understanding of its flow, it seemed that this energy could only circulate within his body and could not be transformed into tangible supernatural abilities, which left him quite distressed. He had consulted Master Zhang about this issue, who suggested that Zhang Shi had not yet fully grasped his inheritance and advised him to take his time, allowing things to unfold naturally until the moment was ripe for progress. Soon enough, the second month arrived, and the next set of courses was taught by teacher Wang Ming, who specialized in physical training. Wang Ming immediately introduced a set of boxing techniques characterized by powerful, sweeping movements that exuded strength. The techniques themselves were not complex, consisting of basic movements such as stances, blocks, jabs, and counters. Observing teacher Wang Ming, clad in military attire, as he demonstrated with vigor, Zhang Shi felt reminiscent of his university military training, initially dismissing it as mere exercise. However, as several enhanced classmates began practicing the techniques, everyone realized the true depth of this boxing style. Those who had undergone strength enhancements saw their combat power soar dramatically, as if propelled by a rocket, leaving the onlookers astonished. In addition to teaching the boxing techniques, teacher Wang Ming provided targeted training regarding the physical conditioning of practitioners in the supernatural realm, ensuring that everyone understood the formidable entities they would encounter in the future. During this period, Sherbin became an ardent admirer of teacher Wang Ming. Sharing a hometown, Sherbin was particularly enamored with Wang Ming, who was renowned in Sherbin's former unit as the War King. Whenever there was free time, Sherbin would trail after teacher Wang Ming like a devoted follower. Although Wang Ming's expertise was not in speed and agility, Sherbin still gleaned invaluable insights from him, greatly benefiting from the experience. After 2 months of training, it was evident that although the course material was fundamentally basic, every aspect was highly relevant, systematically enhancing everyone's understanding of the supernatural realm. Perhaps this distinction lay between those formally trained and those who were self-taught. The former benefited from professional instruction, while the latter had to navigate the learning process on their own. Time swiftly passed, leading into the third month, which focused on pharmacology and biology. The pharmacology instructor, Wang Xiao, primarily discussed various plants that had been discovered. Many of these plants possessed unique medicinal properties. However, not all were safe for direct consumption, with effects varying widely. Some plants were astonishingly miraculous, while others were highly toxic, posing grave risks if mishandled. To aid students in recognizing these precious plants, teacher Wang Xiao screened slides showcasing various known exotic plants, each with diverse appearances that dazzled the EY in a moment of peculiar sensation. As Zhang Shi observed an image of a plant resembling Ganoderma, an odd scene flashed before his mind. A figure voraciously devouring herbs in a garden, akin to a herbivore frantically grazing. What on earth? This couldn't possibly be my memory. I would never do such a thing. I clearly prefer meat. Zhang Shi internally marveled, perplexed by the bizarre vision that seemed to be seen from a first-person perspective. With no recollection of such an event, nearly exclaiming in surprise, he wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, glancing around to ensure no one had noticed his odd behavior, and sighed in relief upon seeing that his classmates were engrossed in the slides. At that moment, Zhang Shi noticed Su Song casting a fleeting glance in his direction, causing a jolt of anxiety in his heart as he wondered if Su Song had discerned something amiss. The biology instructor, Zhao Chuan, focused on the mysterious creatures and artifacts that appeared on Earth following the impact event, detailing their characteristics, communication methods, lifestyles, and the usage of various mysterious items. He even covered methods for subduing special supernatural beasts. Since the impact event, new species had indeed entered Earth, leading to mutations among existing organisms, and even species capable of parasitizing humans had emerged. Upon hearing about parasitism, Zhang Shi sought out teacher Zhao Chuan for further discussion. According to the prevailing consensus, if one was parasitized, it was determined by whose consciousness dominated whether they were still considered human. Teacher Zhao patiently elucidated the distinctions between parasitism and symbiosis, enhancing Zhang Shi's grasp of these concepts. As the lessons progressed, Zhang Shi learned that some organisms could become combat beasts for supernatural practitioners, and surprisingly, the Supernatural Ability Management Bureau permitted employees to capture foreign species as subordinates, given that slavery had long been abolished in modern society. This regulation was truly eye-opening. As long as both parties signed a contract, the employee's combat beast could be registered as an auxiliary employee with the Bureau, a complex system of rules indeed. Time flew by, and soon it was the 5th month, during which cultural classes were taught by a group of esteemed scientists. The scientists provided detailed insights into the rapid technological advancements following the impact event. Some of these breakthroughs fundamentally challenged previous perceptions of the world, evoking awe at the speed and magnitude of change. However, to expect to become a scientific expert in just 1 month of study was clearly a fanciful notion. The teaching primarily aimed to provide a general understanding of the continuously evolving technologies. It was also during these lectures that Zhang Shi first learned that the Supernatural Ability Management Bureau was responsible for handling matters related to extraterrestrial civilizations. Indeed, extraterrestrial civilizations. Zhang Shi has finally received official confirmation that extraterrestrial civilizations indeed exist on Earth. Moreover, it appears that numerous such civilizations have already established their influence here, rendering the situation far more intricate than one could ever imagine. Of course, it is understood that the emergence of so many individuals with extraordinary abilities is likely a consequence of the impact event, which brought about influences from beyond our planet. What remains perplexing is the fact that most of these extraordinary individuals are Earthlings, with no apparent display of powerful beings from the extraterrestrial civilizations. The underlying reasons for this remain a profound enigma. Unbeknownst to him, the final month has arrived, ushering in the phase of graduation projects. The elite training program requires participants to thoughtfully contemplate their futures based on the knowledge they have acquired over the past few months. They may choose to recline in complacency or resolutely strive for success, entirely at their discretion. Furthermore, the Extraordinary Abilities Management Bureau has mandated that everyone decide whether to retain the mysterious items obtained during their adventures or exchange them for contribution points. According to the Bureau's regulations, special items acquired by employees are shared equally between the individual and the Bureau, granting employees the right of first choice. Zhang Shi cannot help but reflect on how drastically the world has changed. Is this still the world he once knew? Everything has become so alien, yet filled with novelty and challenge. Chapter 13. Sword Technique or Sword Radiance. After 5 months of rigorous training, Zhang Shi has diligently practiced his breathing exercises and the Ming family fist daily. Through his steadfast commitment, he has noticeably improved his physical condition, although the gap remains significant when compared to those who specialize in physical cultivation. As for his own extraordinary ability, Zhang Shi remains bewildered about its nature. On the very first day of learning the foundational breathing technique, he consumed a staggering 99 bottles of detoxifying elixir. Logically, one would assume that the inheritance he received should be immensely powerful. However, he is utterly clueless about what this inheritance truly entails. Fortunately, the Extraordinary Abilities Management Bureau is a relatively liberal environment. As long as one can confirm the acquisition of extraordinary abilities, they are recognized as formal employees, alleviating concerns about losing their position due to a lack of understanding regarding their powers. Zhang Shi recalls the mysterious item he obtained. Along with the whispers that lingered in his ears, only one word could be discerned: ding. Yet he remains conflicted, unable to decide whether to keep the ding. After dinner, Zhang Shi, as usual, ventured out for an evening stroll, crossing paths with Su Song, who was also taking a walk. Zhang Shi holds Su Song in high regard. It was Su Song who rescued him from danger during their expedition, and he has consistently shown him kindness, a gesture Zhang Shi cherishes deeply. After greeting Su Song, he hesitated for a long time before mustering the courage to inquire. "Brother Su, to be honest, I feel quite lost regarding my future. I have no idea how to navigate the path ahead. During this expedition, I hardly felt involved, and I'm utterly baffled by the mysterious item I obtained. I would like to seek your advice." Su Song regarded Zhang Shi thoughtfully for a moment before slowly responding. "We are currently in an era of prosperity, yet simultaneously, it is a time of chaos. The world is changing rapidly, with new phenomena emerging daily, leaving people overwhelmed. Each individual harbors their own pursuits and dreams, and my personal advice is to proceed with caution and act within your means. I am aware you are troubled about the ding. In fact, when I found you, you were clutching it tightly, which signifies its importance to you. Moreover, the contribution points you could exchange for that ding are likely to be substantial. Substantial contribution points? Why is that? Zhangxi asked, his expression one of confusion. Susong chuckled and patted Zhangxi on the shoulder, saying, "You will find out in due time. However, if you choose to keep the ding, your days ahead may be quite frugal." Hearing this, Zhangxi forced a smile and replied, "I still haven't grasped my extraordinary ability, so how am I supposed to manage in the future? Never mind. I think I will forego the ding. If I exchange it for contribution points, that should suffice for me to live comfortably." No sooner had he finished speaking than the familiar whispers returned with a sudden intensity, as if vehemently opposing Zhangxi's decision. Yet, he feigned ignorance and continued conversing with Su Song. "Although I can now perceive the qi that Zhang Daoren spoke of, it seems that all I have gained is a slight improvement in my physical condition. Lacking any practical utility, I remain entirely in the dark about my extraordinary ability. If I rely solely on breathing techniques and the Ming family fist to earn contribution points, I suspect I would fare quite poorly. Since you mentioned that the ding would yield high contribution points, I doubt I could ever repay that amount in my lifetime. Therefore, it would be wiser to exchange the ding for contribution points and then use those points to acquire techniques." Ensuring a steady approach, Su Song smiled at Zhangxi and nodded in agreement. "Your reasoning is sound. Many individuals receive complete inheritances that encompass not only methods for cultivating qi, but also various offensive techniques. Naturally, they would strive to retain such legacies. However, if your inheritance only pertains to physical enhancement, then your choice is indeed the right one. In this chaotic era, a steady approach is the wisest course of action." As Zhangxi and Su Song conversed, the whispers grew increasingly fervent, yet Zhangxi still only discerned the single word ding. He chose to disregard the commotion and remained engrossed in his discussion with Su Song. After bidding farewell to Su Song and returning to his room, Zhangxi began to practice the breathing technique taught by Zhang Daoren, aligning it with the flow of qi within his body, and sought tranquility for his cultivation. Just as he prepared to conclude his practice after a period of qi circulation, he suddenly sensed a change in the flow of qi, and soon, a completely new technique began to operate autonomously within him. As this technique continued to run for a while, he gradually comprehended its function. This technique could release the qi within his body in a unique manner. Simultaneously, the name of this technique surfaced in his mind: sword technique. With the emergence of the sword technique, Zhangxi exhaled a sigh of relief, as his long-held suspicions had received preliminary validation. It seemed his inheritance was finally beginning to reveal its secrets. Striving to maintain composure and suppress any outward signs of excitement, he immediately devoted himself wholeheartedly to the practice of this newfound technique. Gradually, as the sword technique operated continuously within him, a small sword, no larger than a grain of wheat, began to take shape at the tip of his right index finger. It appeared exquisitely crafted, yet exuded an air of mysterious allure. Observing this diminutive sword, Zhangxi couldn't help but internally scoff. This is hardly a sword technique. It is more akin to sword radiance. After concluding his practice, although Zhangxi was dissatisfied with the size of the sword he had formed, he remained hopeful about the inheritance he had received, especially considering the journey from the initial detoxifying elixir to the gradual manifestation of techniques. The sword's small size was likely due to his nascent stage of cultivation. As he delved deeper into his practice, he was confident that the sword's dimensions would pose no issue, and its power would undoubtedly follow suit. Regarding the graduation project, it is arguably the most relaxed segment. As everyone has been aware since the first day of enrollment that as long as they diligently complete their training, they will surely graduate and join the Extraordinary Abilities Bureau, thus alleviating much of the pressure. Currently, what weighs on everyone's minds is predominantly which city they will be assigned to work in or how to handle the mysterious items they have acquired. Some diligent students tirelessly engage in training and fervently absorb various knowledge about extraordinary abilities, unwilling to settle for mediocrity, determined to forge a bright future through their efforts. While Zhangxi often professes a desire to be complacent, he actively seeks out Zhang Daoren to discuss cultivation insights and continues to practice the Ming family fist daily, never truly slacking off. After this period of learning, Zhangxi has finally deciphered the purposes of the items Professor Qi gifted him. The jade bracelet made of sheep fat jade serves as a storage bracelet, with each bead corresponding to an independent space of 1 square meter. With a total of 9 beads, this implies the existence of 9 such spaces. The peace charm, on the other hand, is a protective talisman. Its exact grade remains unclear to Zhang Shi, but Zhang Daoren had mentioned that it could be a life-saving treasure in critical moments and operates automatically to safeguard its bearer. As for the short sword, it is an extraordinary artifact capable of slicing through iron as if it were mud. Although we now live in an era dominated by firearms, Zhang Shi cannot fathom why his teacher bestowed upon him such a cold weapon. Nonetheless, he harbors a special fondness for this short sword, feeling it possesses a unique charm. Lastly, the empty fruit, although now appearing withered, was harvested when it was first discovered, and its age is undeniable. Teacher Wang Xiao had previously mentioned that the Kongming fruit is produced in a fixed quantity of 3,000 each year. Neither more nor less. Moreover, the quality of this fruit is significantly influenced by the year of its harvest. The early harvested Kongming fruit possesses effects far beyond those of the mass-produced varieties. As for the stone placed in the lead box, it is, in fact, a spiritual stone, essential for spiritual cultivation. However, at this current stage, Zhang Shi remains utterly bewildered by the concept of spiritual cultivation, and one could even assert that he has no understanding of what spirit truly entails. Although he can sense qi during cultivation, allegedly a manifestation of spirit, it does not equate to the spirit itself. Presently, everyone remains in a state of confusion regarding spirits. After all, it has only been 25 years since the emergence of supernatural abilities, and people's comprehension of them is still evolving, with many aspects yet to be clarified. Some individuals' legacies do contain information about spirits, yet the core knowledge is tightly held within their grasp. Thus, if one wishes to acquire knowledge about spirits, it seems they must rely on their own fortunes. Chapter 14. The Storm of School Life. I will bear the brunt of the fight. You handle the aftermath. Zhang Shi was lost in thought, contemplating the mysterious objects gifted to him by Professor Qi, when he was abruptly interrupted by a cacophony of noise. The familiar voice belonged to Pei Dong, who rushed over from a distance, shouting, "Captain Su, Zhang Shi, Sherbin, hurry! Xiao Yin is being bullied." Upon hearing Pei Dong's urgent cry, Zhang Shi immediately rose and hastened toward him. Su Song, acting even more swiftly, intercepted Pei Dong mid-run, saying, "What's the rush? Lead the way, and we'll discuss the specifics as we go." As the captain of Team 02 and the oldest member, Su Song naturally exuded an air of steadiness and reliability since joining the team. Following Su Song's words, Pei Dong quickly turned around and led the group outside. While running, Pei Dong gasped, "Xiao Yin and I just went to our teacher's place to study, and on our way back, we ran into Chao Yun, that shameless one. He actually blocked Xiao Yin's path and refused to let her go. He even insisted that Xiao Yin be his girlfriend. Xiao Yin wouldn't let me call the teacher. But I couldn't fight them off, so I had to come back to get you guys." Listening to Pei Dong's account, Zhang Shi began to piece together the situation. After obtaining their legacies, Pei Dong and Yin Lijun caught the attention of a senior from the management bureau, who took them on as disciples, regularly guiding them in cultivation. Chao Yun, on the other hand, was the carefree young man previously mocked by Yin Lijun for having connections similar to Zhang Shi's during the supernatural ability demonstration. It appeared that Chao Yun had deliberately blocked Yin Lijun, while he likely dismissed Pei Dong entirely, considering him inconsequential and unworthy of concern. Under Pei Dong's guidance, the group swiftly arrived at a small grove behind the school. The teachers' dormitories were located at the edge of the campus, making this area relatively tranquil. At that moment, Yin Lijun was cornered by Chao Yun and his 5 companions. Naturally optimistic and cheerful, Yin Lijun, despite her sharp tongue at times, was kind-hearted. Being cornered like this made her feel both angry and wronged. Her cheeks puffed out, lips trembling, and tears were on the verge of spilling from her eyes. Upon noticing Su Song, Zhang Shi, and the others approaching, Chao Yun merely cast a disdainful glance at Zhang Shi and showed utter contempt for the rest. Su Song stepped directly in front of Yin Lijun, concern evident in his voice as he asked, "Are you all right?" That simple question caused Yin Lijun's carefully held tears to cascade down her face like a broken string of pearls. Before she could respond, Chao Yun bellowed, "You, Su, used to be someone of worth, but now you're just a rotten fish. If you have any sense, get out of my way and stop being a nuisance." Su Song merely shot a cold glance at Chao Yun and replied, "You can either step aside now, or we can settle this with a fight. Whether it's a one-on-one or all of you at once, the choice is yours." Chao Yun, upon hearing this, was instantly enraged. His face flushed with anger as he shouted, "Do you small fry know who I am? I only have eyes for her to give her face. Humph. Do you think you can still survive in the Supernatural Management Bureau? I will have all of you expelled." Listening to Chow Yun's arrogant declarations, In Li Jun managed to hold back her tears. Although she was furious enough to nearly grind her teeth, she stubbornly asserted, "This is my business and has nothing to do with anyone else. Don't think you can threaten them." Before In Li Jun could finish her sentence, Su Song gently stopped her with a hand and, with unwavering determination, addressed Chow Yun, "I am their captain. I will take responsibility for today's matter. You can come at me one by one or all together. Your choice." Pei Dong had already positioned himself beside In Li Jun, resolutely declaring, "I want to fight too. I can't just stand by and watch Xiaoyin get bullied." Sherbin silently stood beside Su Song, assuming a fighting stance, maintaining his usual reticence, yet his actions clearly indicated his stance. Zhang Shi stepped forward without hesitation, exclaiming, "If we're going to fight, then let us do it. Don't think you're the only one with connections. I have a chi behind me too. Don T threatened us with expulsion. If it comes to it, let us just call our parents." Chow Yun was nearly driven to the brink by Zhang Shi's words, his face contorting with fury as he waved his hand at the 5 individuals beside him, barking, "Beat them up." The 5 individuals adjacent to Chow Yun were members of the same team he had previously looked down upon during the supernatural demonstration. Now, at his command, they charged towards Zhang Shi and his group with aggression. With hands rapidly forming seals, their palms glowed a bright red, clearly indicating that their powers were fire-related. As they unleashed their abilities, their speed surged, creating an intimidating presence. At this moment, Su Song stood firmly in front, turning to the members of Team 02, saying, "Just watch from the back. Consider this a practical training session, and observe how to engage with supernatural beings." With that, he deftly stepped forward, evading the first attacker, who was charging at him with fiery hands, executing the movement with fluid grace and precision. Simultaneously, he patiently explained to the onlookers, when faced with unknown supernatural abilities, we must first assess their attributes based on their outward manifestations. No matter how formidable they appear, we should avoid their strengths and never recklessly confront them head-on. Even while articulating the essentials of combat, Su Song's movements remained swift and unimpeded. He successfully dodged the first attack and, seizing the opportunity, struck decisively at the attacker's armpit. When an opponent reveals a flaw, we should initiate a feint to probe for weaknesses, he continued while attacking. As he finished this statement, the first assailant was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing to the ground and struggling to rise. Su Song did not pause. If we discover during the feint that the opponent is of average strength, we must unleash our full power. For this is a battle, not a mere game. As the others were still absorbing the depth of Su Song's words, he executed a fierce roundhouse kick, sending the second attacker sprawling. The third individual, attempting to catch his breath, was horrified to find a powerful punch hurtling toward his face, leaving him no time to evade. The remaining 2, witnessing this, hesitated to attack recklessly, halting in place with flames erupting from their palms. Moments later, they hurled fireballs towards Su Song, who remained unfazed, smoothly sidestepping the projectiles while continuing to impart wisdom. Remember, there are opposing attributes among supernatural abilities. They use fire, and we must find a way to cool them down. Before he could finish his thought, Su Song, like a wraith, darted behind the 2 attackers, grasped their collars, and with a forceful toss, sent them crashing into the nearby pond, splashing water everywhere. The entire skirmish lasted less than a minute, leaving only 3 individuals sprawled on the ground, 2 floundering in the water, and the members of Team 02, wide-eyed in astonishment, alongside a bewildered Chow Yun. Throughout, Su Song had not displayed any supernatural abilities. Merely relying on seemingly simple combat maneuvers, he had rendered his opponents utterly defenseless, leaving everyone in a state of shock. Chow Yun's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Su Song. His face a mask of incredulity. In an instant, he seemed to ignite like a powder keg, erupting into a furious rage. Flames began to blaze from his entire being, growing ever more intense, as if he were on the verge of transforming into a fireball. A sight both terrifying and awe-inspiring. Suddenly, a large hand clapped down on Chow Yun's shoulder from behind, accompanied by a voice that said, "Chow Yun, why get so worked up?" The impact felt like a bucket of cold water dousing the impending inferno within him. It was Guoda, the captain of the school's security team, who stood behind Chao Yun. Upon seeing Guoda, Chao Yun's expression shifted to one of relief, and he immediately implored, "Guoda, please help me teach them a lesson." However, Guoda dismissed Chao Yun's plea with a serious demeanor, stating, "We are all classmates. It's merely a sparring session. Let's keep it light and disperse. No need for further commotion." Without heeding Chao Yun's objections, he firmly took hold of him and began to escort him away, exuding an undeniable authority. Observing this, the members of Team 02 also began to disperse. Upon returning to the dormitory, Li Jun could no longer contain herself. Her eyes reddened as she choked out, "Thank you, everyone." As tears streamed down her cheeks, she succumbed to a fit of sobs. The several burly men, who had previously exhibited such bravado during the altercation, now found themselves at a loss, exchanging glances in uncertainty, unsure of how to console her. Zheng Shi, with good intentions, offered a tissue to Li Jun, only to be overlooked, rendering the atmosphere exceedingly awkward. After a moment of weeping, perhaps feeling a bit embarrassed, Li Jun rose, her eyes still glistening, and wiped away her tears. At this juncture, Su Song spoke up, "You may find today's events quite unjust, but since you have joined the Ability Management Bureau, you will inevitably encounter more such incidents in the future. Many individuals, upon gaining abilities, become arrogant and aloof, especially those seasoned ability users who have established their own factions. Their offspring often exhibit a similar haughtiness. I cannot speak for all of you, but my purpose in joining the Ability Management Bureau is to combat the strong and assist the weak, to protect ordinary individuals, as I was once an ordinary person myself. I do not believe that ability users are inherently superior to those without abilities." The members of Team 02 listened to Su Song's words, feeling a deep resonance, and they nodded in silent agreement. At that moment, Su Song changed the subject abruptly, addressing Zhang Shi, "By the way, we have offended Chao Yun today. I will take responsibility for the fighting, but you will have to handle the aftermath." "What? I have to deal with it?" Zhang Shi replied, bewildered, her mind swirling with questions, never having anticipated that the burden would fall upon her. Su Song responded with a hint of exasperation, "Well, it can't be helped. Chao Yun's uncle is Chao Jing, who oversees personnel in the Ability Management Bureau. Given that we have crossed him today, he will undoubtedly create obstacles for us when it comes time for job assignments. So, you must find a way to smooth this over." Before Zhang Shi could respond, Pei Dong interjected with a jest, "Wow, Zhang Shi's ability really is a matter of connections." His remark instantly lifted the previously tense atmosphere, eliciting laughter from everyone. Zhang Shi soon realized the humor in the situation and promptly messaged Professor Qi. "Respected Professor Qi, are you busy?" The response came swiftly, "State your name," Zhang Shi noted to herself. Professor Qi remains as straightforward as ever, and with a sense of pride, informed Team 02, "It's all sorted." Hearing this, Li Jun couldn't help but chuckle, and the day's earlier tensions gradually dissipated, restoring the familiar lightheartedness among them. Chapter 15. A temporary mission, tracking the transformed individuals in the early morning, before the first rays of sunlight could grace the room. Zheng Shi was abruptly awakened by the urgent and jarring sound of a roll call. During this phase of training, the school operated under a quasi-military management system, and the sounding of the roll call signified that something significant was afoot, requiring everyone to assemble promptly. Zhang Shi hurriedly got up, hastily gathered her belongings, and rushed to the playground. Upon arrival, she found that many students had already assembled, and the atmosphere was thick with gravity, silence enveloping the crowd. Standing on the platform was Zhang Daoran, his expression icy, with a suppressed fury gleaming in his eyes. Beside him, teacher Wang Ming radiated palpable anger, exuding an aura of menace. Zhang Daoran took a deep breath and addressed the assembly with solemnity. "We have just received urgent news. The only son of the Smith couple from the United States has heinously transformed 133 innocent villagers." He continued, "Several foreign factions have infiltrated our nation's greater Xing'an range. While our primary approach to foreign ability users has been expulsion, there is a non-negotiable boundary. Harming innocent civilians is absolutely intolerable." Pausing momentarily to regain composure, he added, "Should anyone dare to harm civilians, regardless of their noble lineage or formidable power, that would be a transgression of an inviolable red line. Such actions will be viewed as a declaration of war against the Ability Management Bureau. Young Smith has now been classified as a criminal. There will be no trial, only immediate capture. If he resists, We will not hesitate to eliminate him without mercy." At this point, teacher Wang Ming interjected. Echoing Zhang Daoren's sentiments, the Smith couple will have designated personnel addressing them, while we, the teachers, will handle their son. Your mission, dear students, is to locate the transformed individuals and prevent the situation from escalating further. You must understand that once ordinary people are fully transformed, they become bloodthirsty and uncontrollable, engaging in senseless slaughter, devoid of reason. Their will is subjugated by the creature that transformed them. If we fail to contain this transformation early on and it spreads widely, the consequences will be dire. Currently, the Management Bureau has issued a kill order for the Smith couple's son, but should he perish, those transformed will slip entirely from our control, turning into savage beasts driven solely by the instinct to kill. Thus, your mission is to locate the transformed individuals. Remember, they are our compatriots. Before they lose control completely, they can be cured through the injection of serum. Our task is to capture them, not to eliminate them. Having finished, teacher Wang Xiao began distributing the serum to the students, who were consumed by feelings of righteous indignation upon grasping the gravity of the situation. In Country Z, since the emergence of ability users. Although injustices occurred daily, the inviolable principle of safeguarding civilian lives had never been breached. During the distribution of the serum, teacher Wang Xiao explicitly instructed, the sooner the serum is administered, the higher the chances of survival for the civilians. If the transformation is delayed too long, the serum will become ineffective. Zhang Shi recalled that the Smith couple had been mentioned in class. They were renowned werewolf powerhouses from the United States, notorious figures across the globe. The fact that even such powerful beings were now targeted filled Zhang Shi with anticipation for the formidable capabilities of the Ability Management Bureau, bolstering her confidence. To facilitate operations, all teams were organized in accordance with previous expedition groupings, with a stipulation that each group must comprise 4 or more members. Should any teams fall below this threshold, they would merge until they exceeded 4 members. As Zhang Shi's team had just enough members, they naturally formed an independent group and were swiftly dispatched to the attack village, Xiaotong Village. Nestled in the mountains, this small village typically housed only a few children and the elderly, as most young adults had left to seek work elsewhere. Despite having mentally prepared themselves beforehand and the military having arrived earlier to secure the area, the sight that greeted them upon arrival was still overwhelming. Scattered remnants of limbs and flesh littered the ground, the gruesome scene rendering it nearly unbearable to behold. The villagers who had failed to transform lay lifelessly on the ground, their bodies strewn about, turning the village into a veritable hell on earth. Of the 133 villagers, only 31 had successfully transformed, and tragically, most of those were children. The elderly, in their frailty, largely succumbed to the brutal transformation process, while the children, metamorphosed into bloodthirsty beasts, lost their sanity and turned upon those who had nurtured them, the very elders who had raised them. Upon witnessing the harrowing scene, the trainees felt a surge of murderous intent rise within them like a relentless tide, each vowing silently to bring the malevolent perpetrator to justice. After transforming a number of werewolves, Little Smith issued orders for the transformed individuals to disperse and attack nearby villages, attempting to divert the attention of the Supernatural Management Bureau hot on his heels, thereby creating an opportunity for his own escape. Fortunately, the members of the Bureau pursuing him swiftly uncovered his heinous acts against civilians, and the nearby villages were promptly fortified with troops and Bureau agents to prevent further tragedies from occurring. The only confirmed site of the attack thus far was the small village of Tong, comprising 133 residents, of whom 102 perished and 31 were transformed. Behind these chilling statistics lay shattered families and boundless sorrow. Each squad swiftly delineated their respective search areas, and Team 02 commenced their diligent search for the transformed individuals. Yin Lijun and Pei Dong produced their compass, and after careful deliberation, ultimately decided to retain it at their teacher's suggestion. However, this decision resulted in their contribution points plummeting to -2994, even after deducting 6 months' worth of wages. Their abilities lay in divination. In an instant, their eyes turned a ghostly white, as if shrouded in a veil of mystery, while the characters on the compass began to whirl rapidly, and they focused intently on deducing the locations of the transformed. Zhang Shi, observing their familiar state, was reminded of their previous performance during the supernatural exhibition when Yin Lijun and Pei Dong had appeared similarly engrossed. At that time, the image displayed on their compass was later revealed to depict Zhang Shi napping, with Su Song quietly standing behind him. Once the purpose of their divination was established, and employing certain unique methods alongside specific objects, the results would manifest on the compass. This time, they utilized a child's toy to enhance accuracy in locating the transformed children, given its connection to the village. The compass revealed an image of a miniature werewolf racing through the forest, with the outline of a mountain faintly visible in the background. Sherbin, quick to react, retrieved a map and, leveraging his years of experience as a special forces soldier, employed triangulation to ascertain the real-time location of the little werewolf. The team immediately set off towards the identified target. Sherbin, being both a special forces veteran and physically adept, particularly in speed, volunteered to lead the pursuit, marking the trail with signs only comprehensible to their team for the others to follow. The remaining members of Team 02 quickened their pace, closely trailing behind him. After traversing a hill, they caught up with Sherbin, who was crouched outside a cave, intently watching the interior. Upon noticing the others, he signaled them silently that the little werewolf was inside the cave. Su Song, assessing the situation, gestured for Sherbin to guard the cave entrance to prevent the little werewolf from escaping. Then cautiously led Zhang Shi, Yin Li Jun, and Pei Dong into the cave. Given Sherbin's speed, he was well positioned to intercept the little werewolf should it attempt to flee. As Su Song and Zhang Shi entered the cave, they discovered it was not very deep. Before long, they heard a series of growls interspersed with pained moans emanating from further within. The group hastened their steps toward the source of the sounds. Soon, they came upon a bare-chested boy curled up in a corner of the cave. Pei Dong, with a kind heart, impulsively moved to check on him, but Su Song swiftly restrained him. Zhang Shi carefully observed the boy. Noticing blood at the corners of his mouth and his tattered clothing, as he trembled uncontrollably at that moment, the boy seemed to sense their presence, slowly raising his head to reveal a fierce glint in his eyes. In an instant, hair began to sprout rapidly from his scalp, his jaw extended forward, and sharp fangs protruded, transforming him entirely into a werewolf form. However, perhaps due to his age or other factors, he became merely a miniature werewolf, growling menacingly at the group, poised to strike at any moment. Yet, amidst his feral gaze, they could discern a flicker of struggle, as if his consciousness battled fiercely against the primal urge to kill. Su Song, recognizing the gravity of the situation, instinctively shielded his companions, refraining from launching an immediate assault on the little werewolf. Instead, he endeavored to communicate with him in as gentle a tone as possible. "We are from the Supernatural Management Bureau. I know your village was attacked by monsters. We are here to help you. Please, remain calm and try not to lose your sense of self." Chapter 16. The resolute Xiao Lijian, breaking through the shadows with strength despite the miniature werewolf's incessant growls. He was ensnared in a profound internal struggle, exerting every ounce of strength to resist the voice in his head that urged him towards violence. Upon hearing Su Song's words, the fierce glint in his eyes softened, as if a glimmer of hope had emerged, and he gradually reverted from his fearsome form back to his human shape. Pei Dong, noticing this transformation, quickly produced a serum, rushing toward the boy while his voice trembled with emotion. "Don't be afraid. Once you inject this serum, you can return to normal. Please, don't be scared." Pei Dong, a man of considerable girth with curly hair, usually exuded an optimistic and carefree demeanor. However, upon witnessing the plight of the poor boy, his voice carried a heavy quiver, betraying the sorrow he felt. The horrific images of Tong Village, with its mangled and scattered bodies, weighed heavily on his heart, suffocating him with grief. The thought that this little boy, while under control, might have harmed those closest to him brought tears to Pei Dong's eyes, which overflowed and cascaded down his cheeks. Just then, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The boy abruptly transformed back into his werewolf form, roaring vehemently at Pei Dong. This sudden shift left the group astonished, exchanging bewildered glances, momentarily at a loss for what to do. Su Song furrowed his brow, preparing to subdue the little werewolf to prevent any potential harm. However, Zhang Shi swiftly intervened, gently asking the miniature werewolf, "Do you not wish to inject the serum?" Remarkably, the little werewolf appeared to comprehend Zhang Shi's words. A flicker of struggle crossed his wild eyes, and he nodded ever so slightly, a minuscule motion that did not escape their notice at that moment. The sinister voice in his mind continued to roar, compelling him to attack the group, yet he gritted his teeth and fought against it with all his might, remaining vigilant to keep the group at bay. displaying intense resistance to their offer of the serum. Zhangxi pondered the situation, recalling the entire sequence of events. You must understand, if you do not inject the serum, you may never return to your normal self, and there could be life-threatening consequences. Are you certain you do not wish to proceed? The miniature werewolf continued to struggle against the voice in his head, each moment of resistance appearing to drain him of all his strength. The members of Team 02 exchanged glances, bewildered by the peculiar predicament. It was evident that the little werewolf had not been completely dominated by Little Smith. He retained his consciousness and had even learned to control his form, yet he staunchly rejected their goodwill, particularly regarding the serum held by Pei Dong. However, it seemed that his aversion was not directed at Pei Dong himself, but rather at the serum he offered. After a moment of contemplation, Zhangxi spoke again. We will not force you to inject the serum, but could you transform back into your human form and share with us what transpired? We truly are here to help you, even though we regret arriving too late to prevent this tragedy. The mini-werewolf, upon hearing Zhangxi's words, raised its head to gaze at the crowd, its eyes sweeping over each individual before finally fixating on Su Song, who was clad in military attire. In its gaze, a flicker of trust gradually emerged. In Country Z, during times of calamity, soldiers invariably rushed to the front lines without hesitation, erecting formidable defenses for the populace with their own bodies. Consequently, many citizens possess an inexplicable and profound trust in those donned in military garb, as soldiers are held in high esteem among the common folk. It was evident that the young boy was still unable to seamlessly transition between his werewolf and human forms. The recent struggle against the voice in his mind had already drained him of considerable energy, and his body trembled slightly. Nevertheless, he endeavored to regain his composure, striving to calm himself. Eventually, under the watchful eyes of the concerned crowd, the boy slowly reverted to his human form. However, this time, it appeared as though he had expended every ounce of his strength. His body going limp as he collapsed backward, Su Song swiftly stepped forward, securely catching the boy in his arms. The boy, weak and feeble, leaned against Su Song, summoning the last remnants of his energy to utter two words: take revenge. After speaking those words, the boy succumbed to unconsciousness, his small frame appearing particularly frail in Su Song's embrace, evoking a sense of profound sorrow. Pei Dong, witnessing this, instinctively reached for the serum, intending to administer it to the boy. Yet, Zhangxi interjected, halting him with a raised hand. Pei Dong, taken aback, stared at Zhangxi with confusion, perplexed as to why he sought to stop him once again. It seemed that Zhangxi's intention was to refrain from injecting the serum, wishing to preserve the boy's strength for avenging his kin. What? Pei Dong exclaimed in astonishment, glancing at the serum in his hand, then at the unconscious boy, and finally at Su Song and Yin Li Jun. He stood there, momentarily at a loss, torn between concern for the boy's safety and the validity of Zhangxi's reasoning. Yin Li Jun furrowed her brow, pondering for a moment before speaking. What Zhangxi suggests seems to hold merit. Based on the boy's behavior, he indeed wishes to harness this power for revenge. However, if we do not administer the serum, he may face life-threatening dangers and continue to be controlled by Little Smith. After all, he is merely a child, with simple and stubborn thoughts. Shouldn't we assist him in making this decision? Su Song replied, this child is so young. Just after being transformed, he possesses the willpower to resist the very one who turned him. This indicates his unwavering determination and independent thinking. Since he is so resolute, we should respect his wishes. With that, Su Song called for Shi Bin, who was stationed at the cave's entrance, to assist in tidying up the boy before they began to rest. An hour passed quietly, and the boy gradually regained consciousness. He blinked groggily, surveying the concerned faces gathered around him, taking a moment to gather himself before recounting the events that transpired in Xiaotong village. The boy's name was Li Jian, and he recalled, yesterday afternoon, I was playing at the village entrance with some friends. We were having a wonderful time when disaster struck without warning. A werewolf, towering over 2 meters, appeared at the village entrance with visible wounds, as if it had just emerged from a fierce battle, blood still oozing from its injuries. Upon its arrival, it seized one of my friends, opening its gaping maw to bite down viciously. The sight was utterly terrifying. I was frozen in shock. Then, to my horror, I witnessed the creature's wounds healing at an astonishing rate, as though it were feeding on my friend to mend itself. My other friends and I collapsed in fear, our bodies paralyzed, Unable to move, the werewolf approached me, grabbing me with its claws, but instead of treating me like my friend, it bit down hard on my shoulder. Immediately afterward, I felt dense fur sprouting from my body, and a strange, malevolent voice invaded my mind, incessantly urging me to bite others. Alongside that, an inexplicable influx of information regarding the werewolf's lineage flooded my consciousness. Terrified, I fought against it, yet my body refused to obey, leaving me helpless as I watched my relatives being torn apart by my transformed friends. Within half an hour, there was not a single living soul left in the village. Ultimately, only 31 of us succeeded in transforming, while the others were all dead as he spoke. Li Jian's voice trembled with the weight of his grief, tears welling in his eyes, yet he fought to hold them back. That towering werewolf gathered us 31 transformed individuals together, just as a 7-person team arrived from outside the village, seemingly in pursuit of the creature. The werewolf looked disdainfully at the 7, a sneer etched on its face, and mocked, "Shall I send them to attack nearby villages? Are you here to chase me, or to protect your so-called people? Ha ha ha." With that, the werewolf turned and fled, while the voice in my mind urged me to run and attack other villages. After hearing Li Jian's account, the members of Team 02 fell into a collective silence, each heart heavy with an overwhelming weight. At that moment, Li Jian lifted his head, looking at the group with a mix of hope and urgency, asking, "Are you here to hunt down that werewolf, just like the 7 uncles who arrived later?" At first, I struggled against the voice in my head, but now I believe I can resist it. Although it hurts terribly each time I do, I can vaguely sense the location of that villain. Will you let me lead you to pursue him? We can avenge our grandparents, right? He runs incredibly fast. And if we don't chase him soon, I want to know where he is. Su Song listened to Li Jian's words, glanced at the resolute faces around him, and received affirmative nods in return, their eyes reflecting a shared determination against a common foe. Recognizing the resolve, Su Song retrieved the serum, gently placing it in Li Jian's hands. "I know you are a brave young man. Since you are so insistent, then lead us in the pursuit. However, once we catch up, leave the subsequent matters to us, all right? If you feel you can no longer resist the voice in your mind, quickly inject the serum. It may save your life." Li Jian clutched the serum tightly, his gaze unwavering as he nodded vigorously. "When I transform into a werewolf, I can't speak, but just follow me, and I will do my utmost to catch that villain." Su Song nodded in agreement, then retrieved a satellite phone from his backpack, promptly calling Teacher Zhang and others to relay the situation in detail. After a moment of silence on the other end, the teacher's steady voice came through, "You focus on the pursuit. We will arrive shortly." The members of Team 02 hurriedly checked their gear to ensure everything was in order. Su Song addressed the group. "Sherbin and I have decent speed. We shouldn't have trouble keeping up with little Li Jian. However, I'm not fully aware of your speeds. If you cannot keep pace with us, follow the marks we leave behind. If you lose us entirely, prioritize your safety and do not take unnecessary risks. Understood?" With that, Su Song nodded to little Li Jian, signaling for them to depart. Li Jian, still grappling with the malevolent voice in his mind, bore through the pain, managing a bittersweet smile that radiated both stubbornness and bravery. Suddenly, he let out a pained groan as his body began to transform again, swiftly shifting back into his werewolf form. Without hesitation, he turned and dashed off in a specific direction. Chapter 17. Assemble. Commenced team battle. Sherbin sprang forward, his legs propelling him like a cheetah, maintaining a steady distance behind little Li Jian. The distance was perfectly calibrated, ensuring that the target remained in sight while deftly concealing one's own whereabouts. Su Song's figure flickered as he employed a unique and extraordinary footwork to commence his sprint, his form both agile and graceful, and his speed rivaled that of Sherbin, as he swiftly surged forward like a gust of wind. After exchanging a glance filled with unspoken understanding, Pei Dong and Yin Li Jun simultaneously produced their compasses. The compasses in their hands began to expand gradually, and soon the two stood firmly atop them, which ascended gently into the air, carrying them swiftly towards their 2 companions ahead. Zhang Shi remained rooted in place, observing his teammates as they showcased their distinctive abilities and rapidly departed, a hint of helplessness etched on his face. While a surge of intense frustration welled up within him, he reflected inwardly, realizing that apart from the automated technique he had mastered and the recently acquired sword art of uncertain potency, He was merely somewhat more robust than an ordinary individual. This realization rendered him somewhat powerless at this critical juncture. Once the others had departed, Zhang Shi took a deep breath and softly addressed the surrounding air. I am uncertain if you can comprehend my words, but I am acutely aware that you have always been with me. I sincerely wish to aid Xiao Lijian and seek justice for those innocent villagers. I do not know how to repay your protection, but I solemnly promise to retrieve the ding. Regardless of the contribution points I may owe the Management Bureau, I will stop at nothing. Zhang Shi had anticipated the familiar whispering sound in his ears. Yet this time, an unexpected silence enveloped him. To his astonishment, the technique within him began to operate autonomously, this time channeling its energy primarily towards his legs. Concurrently, a remarkable form of movement manifested in his mind. Possessing an exceptionally high intelligence and an extraordinary capacity for comprehension, Zhang Shi quickly calmed himself, concentrating on grasping the essence of this newfound maneuver. He swiftly discerned its key principles and could hardly contain his eagerness to begin running. As Zhang Shi's speed escalated, he felt his body become increasingly light, as if liberated from the constraints of gravity. With a powerful leap, he landed deftly atop the treetops, then swiftly darted across the dense canopy. Utilizing the elasticity of the branches and the advantage of height to further accelerate his pace, resembling a nimble monkey effortlessly traversing the forest. However, despite Zhang Shi's remarkable intellect, his motor skills left much to be desired. After a few stylish leaps among the trees, a miscalculation in distance led to a misstep, causing him to lose his balance and tumble awkwardly to the ground. After a swift adjustment of his breathing, he resumed the technique he had just begun to master and continued his pursuit. Thus, through relentless attempts and practice, Zhang Shi grew increasingly adept at this maneuver, his speed continuing to amplify. Meanwhile, Xiao Lijian, despite his utmost efforts, found the malevolent voice in his mind to be increasingly overpowering as he closed the distance to Xiao Smith, as if invisible hands were fervently tugging at his soul. Attempting to drag him back into the abyss of darkness, that moment, he was in his werewolf form, yet he could still distinctly feel sweat, like pearls, continuously seeping from his forehead, his body trembling slightly under immense pain and pressure. Throughout his journey, Xiao Lijian gritted his teeth, enduring through sheer willpower, his gaze reflecting unwavering determination. Finally, as he neared Xiao Smith, the struggle in his eyes became all the more pronounced, as if an intense internal battle was raging within him. He glanced down at the serum tightly clutched in his hand, seemingly making a momentous decision. With a fierce howl directed towards the heavens, filled with sorrow and resolve, he forcefully hurled the serum away. Sherbin, who had been closely monitoring Xiao Lijian's every move, immediately sprang into action, resembling a bolt of black lightning as he leapt into the air, expertly intercepting the serum. He understood the profound pain and helplessness engulfing Xiao Lijian, yet he found himself powerless to assist, this deep sense of impotence igniting a fierce anger within him, the murderous intent in his gaze intensifying like a raging flame. Last, through the relentless pursuit of the group, they arrived at a deep and shadowy gorge. A robust werewolf emerged from the depths, exuding an aura of formidable and malevolent power, none other than the elusive Xiao Smith they had been desperately seeking. Upon his appearance, Xiao Smith scoffed, his tone dripping with derision. "You little brat, how dare you betray me? Humph! If I don't slaughter you today, I might actually fear being pursued by those bureaucratic agents of the Ability Management Bureau. But just look at the rookies you've brought with you. They are utterly useless in my eyes, not even worthy of serving as my toothpicks." And no sooner had he finished speaking than Xiao Smith transformed into a swirling vortex of darkness. Lunging toward Xiao Lijian with razor-sharp claws, clearly intent on crushing his skull in a brutal fashion. Su Song, witnessing this, swiftly stepped forward, forcefully pulling Xiao Lijian back and deftly tossing him away. Sherbin, understanding the unspoken cue, securely caught Xiao Lijian and gently laid him on the ground. At that moment, Xiao Lijian had exhausted his final reserves of strength, slowly reverting to his youthful form, his face pale as a sheet. Before fainting weakly, Xiao Smith observed this scene, his disdain deepening, as he coldly mocked the group. "Don't waste your efforts here. With this motley crew, you think you can challenge me? It's nothing but a foolish dream. I can sense my parents are less than 100 kilometers away. Once they arrive, even the old fogies from your Ability Management Bureau will be powerless against me. What nonsense about not harming civilians? To me, strength is the ultimate determinant, and your so-called rules and justice are nothing but worthless trash. Unfazed, Su Song stood resolutely before Xiao Smith, his gaze unwavering and calm. Sherbin swiftly positioned himself beside Su Song, providing steadfast support, while Pei Dong and Yin Lijun arrived just in time on their compass, forming a tactical formation, ready for battle. Xiao Smith surveyed the group, ultimately fixing his gaze on Su Song. Before raising his colossal, sharp claw and charging forward with overwhelming force, Su Song was acutely aware that he was no match for Xiao Smith in terms of raw power. He executed a mesmerizing footwork, his form shifting like a specter. Engaging in a guerrilla skirmish with Xiao Smith, he darted left and right, retreating when the enemy advanced and pressing forward when the foe faltered, skillfully dodging Xiao Smith's relentless attacks. The scene resembled an exhilarating game of cat and mouse, albeit with the cat possessing overwhelming strength while the mouse relied on wit and agility to resist tenaciously. Seeing Su Song momentarily hold Xiao Smith at bay, Sherbin seized the opportunity to draw a long whip from his waist, gripping it tightly. The instructors had previously cautioned them about Xiao Smith's extraordinary defenses, stating that even high-explosive armor-piercing rounds struggled to penetrate, thus advising the students to avoid direct confrontation and to stall for time or flee if necessary. Sherbin understood that his whip would likely inflict negligible harm on Xiao Smith. Yet he had other plans. As Xiao Smith's attention was diverted by Su Song, Sherbin struck with the whip, targeting Xiao Smith's face with rapid, successive lashes. The impact barely registered as a tickle against Xiao Smith's skin. Yet the insult was palpable. Infuriated by this unexpected provocation, Xiao Smith abandoned his pursuit of Su Song, pivoting to chase Sherbin, his eyes blazing with fury, vowing to tear Sherbin limb from limb. However, Xiao Smith was unprepared for the astonishing speed at which Sherbin ran on foot. Despite his furious pursuit, he found himself growing increasingly agitated as Sherbin deftly eluded capture, leaving him seething with rage, helpless to stop the taunting figure that danced just beyond his reach. Whenever Xiao Smith paused in his chase, Sherbin would halt as well, delivering another whip strike to his face, the taunting implications unmistakable, a strategy aimed at infuriating without inflicting fatal harm. Leaving Xiao Smith seething with impotent rage, in a fit of rage, Xiao Smith lost his composure. In that fleeting moment of distraction, Su Song astutely seized the opportunity, with a flash of brilliant white light emanating from his right hand. Charged with immense power, he launched an attack aimed directly at Xiao Smith's vital points below, the speed of his strike akin to a bolt of lightning, catching Xiao Smith completely off guard. Young Smith became acutely aware of the sudden peril that surrounded him, his heart racing as he instinctively tightened his sphincter. He hastily clasped his fists together, channeling every ounce of strength into a desperate strike aimed at Su Song's right hand. Attempting to thwart this lethal blow, with a thunderous crash akin to a bolt from the blue, their attacks collided with ferocity, unleashing a formidable shockwave that flattened the surrounding underbrush, sending dust and debris swirling into the air. Su Song staggered back 5 paces from the immense recoil, momentarily losing his footing, a trickle of crimson escaping the corner of his mouth, his complexion paling slightly. Yet, his gaze remained resolute, unwaveringly fixed on young Smith. Betraying no hint of retreat at this moment, young Smith finally relinquished the disdain etched on his face, acknowledging Su Song with wide-eyed astonishment. "Humph, I never anticipated that I had underestimated you. It appears you are indeed a concealed master. However, with such physical prowess, how many more of these powerful exchanges can you endure?" Chapter 18. A clash of fists, the life-and-death struggle with young Smith. Su Song paid no heed to young Smith's taunts, his eyes radiating determination and resolve as he initiated the offensive. Having witnessed Su Song's unexpected might, young Smith no longer dared to underestimate his opponent, his expression turning grave. In an instant, their figures darted through the canyon, a blur of motion as they exchanged blows with fervor, neither willing to yield. Su Song, employing his agile and unpredictable footwork, danced around young Smith, seeking the opportune moment to strike. Whenever young Smith fortified his defenses, Su Song would flit around like a wraith, poised to exploit any lapse in vigilance. Once young Smith allowed even the slightest slack in his defenses, Su Song would seize the opportunity, his right hand erupting in a dazzling brilliance as he unleashed a rapid and fierce assault aimed at young Smith's vital points. Meanwhile, Sherbin was equally relentless, wielding his whip with the grace of a sinuous serpent, darting it around young Smith's face. The whip, often adorned with peculiar substances, left behind a sticky residue with each strike, inciting both disgust and fury within young Smith, whose rage only intensified, yet he found himself powerless to retaliate. Just as young Smith was about to explode with rage, a clear female voice rang out, "Zwa." Upon hearing this, a sneer of contempt curled at the corners of young Smith's mouth. Without a moment's thought, he abruptly turned his head to the right, only to be astonished to find Su Song moving in the same direction. Their faces mere inches apart, yet their heads turned away from each other. The compass, controlled by Li Jun and Pei Dong, struck young Smith squarely in the face with a resounding thud. Young Smith's already prominent visage appeared to swell further, a vivid crimson mark standing out starkly against his skin. Dazed by the impact, young Smith experienced a ringing in his ears, a wave of dizziness washing over him. Although the strike had not inflicted grave injury, the pain and humiliation were deeply unsettling. At that moment, young Smith's acute sense of danger flared up again. He was startled to see Su Song's right hand, ablaze with white light, darting towards his lower vital points with alarming speed. With another earth-shattering boom, their attacks collided once more, the tremendous force of their clash sending shockwaves that distorted the very air around them. Su Song was again propelled back several steps due to the overwhelming counterforce. Yet young Smith was not left unscathed. Beads of cold sweat broke out on his forehead, his eyes betraying a hint of fear. He realized with alarming clarity that Su Song was now closer than before. Any misstep could lead to disastrous consequences. Resolute not to show any sign of weakness, he leaped forward, utilizing his remarkable leaping ability to distance himself from Su Song, aiming to create more breathing room and reaction time. However, Su Song was not one to squander the hard-won opportunity. He shadowed young Smith with agile footwork, launching a relentless barrage of lethal strikes, denying young Smith even a moment's respite. Noticing this frantic exchange, Sherbin intensified his assault, his whip now a more vicious weapon, swirling with damp, odorous materials, delivering precise strikes to young Smith's face. "Zwa." Li Jun's voice rang out again, crisp and commanding, as if issuing a directive. In that moment, young Smith's fury consumed him, yet he remained vigilant towards the sound, his gaze locked onto Su Song's head, attempting to predict his next evasive maneuver. To his astonishment, Su Song's body moved with the grace of a nimble swallow. Executing a flawless split in mid-air, an overwhelming sense of danger surged within young Smith, more intense than ever before. Instinctively, he made a protective gesture, but just as he completed it, a resounding impact reverberated through him as the compass jolted his fists, sending a wave of numbness and pain coursing through his body. Unable to endure the tide of anger and humiliation any longer, young Smith let out a thunderous roar that echoed through the canyon, reverberating like rolling thunder, seemingly releasing the pent-up fury within him. A blinding white light surged forth like a bolt of lightning, hurtling towards young Smith with furious velocity. The radiant force detached from Su Song's fist, propelled by immense energy, aimed directly at young Smith's gaping maw. Instinctively, young Smith recoiled, arching backward to evade Su Song's lethal strike. Yet, he was a fraction too slow, although his head narrowly escaped the brunt of the attack. The white light grazed his lips, the wave of paralysis coursed through his body, slowing his movements to a sluggish crawl. Seizing the moment of disorientation, a powerful force erupted within him, as if threatening to rend his body into countless fragments. A coppery taste flooded his throat, and he could not suppress the urge to spit out mouthfuls of blood, which splattered upon the ground, painting it crimson, with wide eyes filled with rage and confusion. Young Smith turned to Sherbin, bellowing, "Did you poison me?" Sherbin, unfazed, shrugged innocently, a smirk gracing his lips. "There was no water around, so I had to improvise, mixing a potent anesthetic with wolf venom antiserum and mud to create this little concoction. How's the taste?" Furious, young Smith spat out more blood at Sherbin's words. Although Su Song's blow had indeed caused him some harm, it was far from fatal. The so-called anesthetic and serum had not affected him as severely as anticipated. His body was rapidly recuperating, his formidable self-healing abilities swiftly restoring his combat prowess. Casting a furious glance at Sherbin, he then turned his gaze towards Su Song, eyes brimming with hatred and murderous intent. Finally, he glanced at Pei Dong and Li Jun, deciding to eliminate these seemingly weaker adversaries first. Just as he prepared to act, he discovered that Pei Dong and Li Jun had ascended into the air on the compass. Looking down upon him with mocking smiles, Pei Dong provocatively beckoned young Smith with a finger, taunting, "Come here." Infuriated by Pei Dong's gesture, young Smith's rage reached its zenith, bloodshot eyes blazing with fury. Suddenly, a sinister thought struck him, and he whipped his head towards the unconscious Xiao Lijian, a cruel glint in his eyes. Not good. The members of Team 02 immediately sensed the impending danger, their hearts racing as they rushed towards Xiao Lijian. Desperate to thwart young Smith's malicious intent, young Smith charged forward like a frenzied bull, his speed leaving no time for reaction. Sherbin, frantic with urgency, swung his whip with all his might, attempting to ensnare young Smith to slow his advance and buy time for his comrades. In terms of raw strength, Sherbin was no match for young Smith, who effortlessly dismissed the attack with a powerful fling of his arm, sending Sherbin and the whip careening away. Sherbin's body soared through the air like a kite severed from its string, tracing an arc before crashing heavily against the canyon wall, producing a dull thud and a cloud of dust. Su Song immediately closed in, engaging young Smith in combat. However, young Smith retaliated fiercely, striking Su Song back before resuming his charge towards Xiao Lijian. Pei Dong and Li Jun hastily descended from the air. But it was already too late. Xiao Lijian had just been placed beside a large tree by Sherbin, and now young Smith's deadly claws loomed above him. The glint of cold steel flashed as young Smith howled in agony. For Zhang, she stood before Xiao Lijian, brandishing a short sword. The so-called impenetrable defense of young Smith had been breached, leaving a bloody gash upon his right claw. The flesh that had been torn asunder still pulsated with the lingering energy of sword intent, inflicting a second wave of harm upon him. Zhang Shi had actually arrived at the canyon long ago, yet he felt as if he could offer little assistance, so he lay in wait beside Shaoli, biding his time for an opportunity. Just moments earlier, when Xiao Smith charged forward, he had channeled all the energy he could muster into his dagger through the sword technique, delivering a surprise to Xiao Smith. The wound on Xiao Smith's right claw began to throb, the torn flesh rapidly healing. He spoke. "What are you? Why have I not caught a whiff of your scent?" Zhangxi shrugged nonchalantly, replying, "Perhaps you have caught a cold." Realizing he had been ensnared by this group, Xiao Smith let out a furious roar, his physique expanding even further. Ignoring everything, he charged towards Xiaoli, while Pei Dong and Li Jun launched the compass directly at him. It seemed Xiao Smith had anticipated their movements, abruptly halting and leaping to evade the compass, before pivoting and sprinting toward Pei Dong and Li Jun. The two immediately sensed the gravity of the situation. Pei Dong's hand seals faltered, and Li Jun found herself unable to recall the compass in time. Su Song positioned himself in front of them, having lost the ability to engage Xiao Smith with agility. He could only confront him directly at this moment. Rage clouded Xiao Smith's judgment, and he disregarded Su Song's attacks, engaging him in a fierce direct clash. Each encounter erupted with tremendous force, shaking the surrounding air violently. Under the onslaught of this overwhelming power, Su Song gradually fell to a disadvantage, blood seeping from the corners of his mouth, his complexion turning as pale as parchment. His once agile movements became sluggish due to the immense toll on his stamina. However, Su Song knew he could not retreat even an inch. If he faltered, Pei Dong and Li Jun would face Xiao Smith's wrath. Thus, gritting his teeth and enduring the excruciating pain, he fought on, erecting a final defense for his comrades with his very body. Though Sherbin was injured, he refused to give in. He struggled to rise from the ground, gritting his teeth against the pain as he charged at Xiao Smith, determined to aid Su Song in the fight. However, to Xiao Smith, Sherbin's attack seemed utterly negligible. He ignored it and continued to clash with Su Song. After several intense exchanges, Su Song felt the energy within him stagnating, his body growing increasingly feeble, each breath becoming a laborious task, and his vision began to blur at that moment. Xiao Smith seized the opportunity, his claws reappearing before Su Song, the talons entwined with Sherbin's whip, which had been pulled along with him. With a thunderous crash, Xiao Smith's massive claw struck the compass held by Pei Dong and Ainli Junai in that critical moment. They summoned the last reserves of their strength to recall the compass just in time. Barely deflecting Xiao Smith's lethal strike, however, they were both severely injured by the shockwave. Their faces turned ghostly white, their bodies swaying unsteadily, their balance precarious as if a mere breeze could topple them. As Xiao Smith's claws lunged again, Su Song's eyes blazed with a fiery red light, akin to flames igniting. He rapidly recited an esoteric incantation, and as he did so, his aura surged dramatically, transforming him into a different being. Though Su Song's secret technique temporarily enhanced his combat prowess, this surge came at a cost. After a period of clashing with Xiao Smith, his energy began to wane rapidly, his body trembling uncontrollably. Each attack growing increasingly feeble, he turned to look at his comrades, and in his gaze, they understood his unspoken message. A plea for them to retreat and avoid further needless sacrifices. Yet, after exchanging determined glances, their resolve solidified, and without hesitation, they chose to remain and face this life-and-death crisis together, none harboring thoughts of retreat. Sherbin, enduring his own excruciating pain, laboriously retrieved a flare gun from his pack. Though his hand trembled from the agony, he steadied it and fired 3 shots into the sky. Those 3 flares, embodying their last flicker of hope, soared into the heavens, sending out an urgent signal for assistance. After several more fierce exchanges, Su Song could no longer withstand the pressure. His body was sent flying by Xiao Smith, tracing a long arc through the air before crashing heavily to the ground. Stirring up a cloud of dust, Xiao Smith was not yet finished with Su Song. His left claw, brimming with formidable power, lunged mercilessly at him, the sharp talons glinting ominously in the sunlight, resembling the scythe of death. Just as the moment hung in the balance, Xiao Smith suddenly felt a tingling in his left claw, as if struck by an invisible force in a daze. He perceived a spike-like object striking his left claw at incredible speed. Followed by a sudden loss of control, his left arm went limp, devoid of its combat capabilities. He shook his left hand forcefully, attempting to regain its function, his face betraying a mix of fear and confusion. Clearly bewildered by the sudden assault. Seizing this chance, Pei Dong and Ainli Jun struggled to lift Su Song, their faces etched with concern and urgency. Meanwhile, Zhang Shi stood tall, brandishing his dagger defiantly before them. Chapter 19. Meng family fist strikes. Shocking the arena, Zhang Shi stood with his hands clasped behind his back, radiating the aura of a master, his gaze steady as he looked upon Xiao Smith. He spoke with a calm demeanor. Why resort to hostility? We could have coexisted peacefully as ordinary individuals, yet you insist on being aggressive, leaving me no choice but to intervene, which is truly regrettable. Xiao Smith, taken aback by these words, regarded Zhang Shi with suspicion, scrutinizing him from head to toe. Then, his expression hardened, his body crouching slightly, as if preparing to pounce and rend Zhang Shi to pieces. Yet, Zhang Shi remained unfazed, merely stating, "Do you not wish to keep your left hand?" Xiao Smith froze momentarily, instinctively glancing at his left hand. It felt peculiar, as if a fine yet resilient energy was swirling within it, rendering it uncontrollable. While the injury was minor, his remarkable healing abilities should have restored it by now, making this oddity all the more perplexing. Zhang Shi continued at a leisurely pace, "Out of respect for your parents, I shall grant you a lesson. Leave now, and do not persist in your misguided ways." Upon hearing this, Pei Dong rushed forward, astonished and curious, exclaiming, "Zhang Shi, I had no idea you were this formidable." The teacher had issued a kill order. "You must eliminate him, for the good of the people." Zhang Shi inwardly cursed his luck, fearing not a godlike opponent, but rather a foolish teammate, as expected. Xiao Smith, who had been contemplating, swiftly reacted, his eyes flashing with malice. He clenched his left hand tightly, trapping the sword intent within, then charged towards the group with alarming speed, his right claw glinting menacingly, radiating an aura of deadly intent. With a resounding crash, Xiao Smith's claws were met by a blinding white light. Zhang Shi held aloft a peace charm, which now shimmered with radiant brilliance, forming an unyielding shield that effectively thwarted Xiao Smith's assault. At this sight, Zhang Shi exhaled in relief, silently acknowledging, in times of crisis, the gifts from Teacher Qi truly proved their worth. Enraged by the thwarted attack, Xiao Smith shot a venomous glare at the group before turning his attention to the fallen Xiao Li, preparing to strike once more. However, he soon realized that during the brief moment he had been engaged with Zhang Shi, Shi Bin had managed to endure the pain and lift Xiao Li, fleeing towards the distance. Despite his injuries, Shi Bin ran with remarkable speed, carrying the child, quickly becoming a mere speck as he dashed out of the canyon, clearly beyond reach. Xiao Smith, filled with fury and frustration, turned back only to see Zhang Shi, Su Song, Pei Dong, and Yin Li Jun sitting back-to-back on the now enlarged compass, the latter two hastily performing hand seals, clearly attempting to use the compass to escape this perilous situation. Yet, after the prior exertions, their energy reserves were nearly depleted, insufficient to carry all four of them to safety. The compass swayed precariously, resembling a drunken vessel, failing to lift off. With a cold snort, Xiao Smith approached the group slowly, his murderous intent intensifying. Realizing that escape was no longer an option, the group abandoned the idea altogether, huddling close together for mutual support. Zhang Shi tightly grasped the peace pendant, his expression one of vigilance directed towards young Smith. This time, Pei Dong appeared considerably more subdued, refraining from his previous provocative taunts of "come here." No, he was likely shouting in his mind, "Don't come near," but dared not voice it aloud. Young Smith emitted a series of low growls, his claws slicing through the air like a tempest, leaving behind trails of afterimages as he fiercely assaulted the group. The four individuals sat atop an enlarged compass, uniting their strength to hoist the peace pendant, defending against wave after wave of young Smith's relentless onslaught. Under their collective effort, the pendant radiated a brilliant white light. Each assault sent tremors through their arms, leaving their backsides sore, yet fortunately, they had not yet sustained any substantial harm. From a distance, the scene appeared quite comical, as young Smith seemed to be engaged in a game of whack-a-mole, relentlessly striking at the glowing peace pendant, while the group sank deeper into the earth with each collision. When they were left with only the pendant visible above ground, and the four of them along with the compass had become ensconced in the earth, young Smith abruptly seemed to sense something. Turning sharply towards the canyon entrance, a deep and resonant voice echoed. "Little wolf cub, daring to cause trouble in RZ country, do you not know how many eyes the king of horses has?" This voice struck like thunder, invigorating Zhang Shi and the others, who exhaled a collective sigh of relief as their taut nerves began to ease. Pei Dong was particularly exhilarated, feeling as though this voice was akin to celestial music. Resonating with him deeply, however, he could not help but mutter, "Teacher Wang's voice is as booming as ever. I just wonder how formidable the Meng family fist really is in combat, rather than just boasting in class." Zhang Shi and Yin Li Jun exchanged exasperated glances at this remark, rolling their eyes in unison. Su Song merely smiled faintly, teasing, "You'll soon discover just how powerful the Meng family fist truly is." At that moment, the four of them, having been buried underground, found themselves surrounded by darkness, unable to discern the situation outside, only hearing the resounding crashes that suggested Teacher Wang had engaged in combat with young Smith. Zhang Shi turned his gaze to the others, who met each other's eyes and nodded in agreement. Thus, Zhang Shi cautiously raised the peace pendant and slowly peeked out. Upon confirming that young Smith was locked in an intense battle with Wang Meng, they hastily scrambled out of the ground. As Zhang Shi and the others emerged back to the surface, they finally beheld the breathtaking scene of the confrontation. Wang Meng, adorned in a sharply tailored camouflage uniform, exuded a robust military presence, embodying the quintessential strength and authority of a soldier. As a veteran of the special forces, he unleashed the Meng family fist with fierce vigor, each strike precise and powerful, as if intent on utterly crushing his foe. Standing at an impressive height of 6 feet, Wang Meng appeared somewhat diminutive compared to the towering, muscular form of young Smith. However, the combat unfolded in an unexpected manner, with Wang Meng engaging in a head-on clash, fearlessly countering young Smith's assaults with his OWN. To everyone's astonishment, during this exchange, Wang Meng seemed to overpower young Smith, forcing him into a retreat with no means of counterattack. Reduced to a state of defensive desperation at that moment, Zhang Shi inadvertently glanced towards the canyon entrance, spotting Zhang Daoren perched atop a tree, his attire billowing in the breeze, radiating an air of ethereal grace. He seemed weightless, the branches beneath him swaying gently in the wind, while he stood firmly, contrasting starkly with Zhang Shi's earlier clumsy tumble from a tree. Noticing Zhang Shi's gaze, Zhang Daoren offered a gentle smile and a subtle wave. His eyes reflecting a hint of approval for their previous efforts, Su Song quickly explained to the others, Zhang Daoren is likely stationed there to prevent young Smith from escaping and to deter any potential reinforcements. Occasionally, those with extraordinary abilities operate as a team, much like our earlier encounter with young Smith. Though the process had its hurdles, it did reflect a preliminary form of collaboration. Now, witnessing the combat prowess of the older generation presents a rare learning opportunity. Su Song continued, we have all practiced the Meng family fist, but observe how it differs when executed by Teacher Wang. The group snapped back to attention, their focus entirely on the duel between Teacher Wang and young Smith. Determined not to miss this invaluable chance to learn, Wang Meng seized the moment to address them. This little wolf cub, relying on his parents' reputation, believes he can run amok here, thinking this is his beautiful country where no one dares to confront him. Today, I'll take the opportunity to stretch my muscles, so watch closely. With that, he launched forward with explosive force, delivering a powerful blow that sent young Smith flying a considerable distance, the latter tumbling awkwardly before regaining his footing. At this juncture, young Smith sensed an impending crisis. He lifted his head and unleashed a piercing howl that echoed through the canyon, seemingly summoning his comrades for assistance. Yet Wang Ming remained unfazed. His demeanor calm as he began an impromptu lesson. He positioned himself in the starting stance of the Ming family fist, demonstrating as he spoke, this stance isn't merely for show. It embodies both offense and defense, ensuring you can attack or retreat as needed. Pay close attention. As his words faded, Wang Ming smoothly transitioned into the fluid motions of the Ming family fist. The beauty of this technique lies in its simplicity. It doesn't require flashy moves. Practicality is paramount. When you strike, utilizing the correct force, retraction, and speed control, the impact can vary dramatically. Consider this your reward for holding back young Smith earlier. With that, he unleashed a flurry of relentless attacks. His fists a blur, creating a mesmerizing display. Yet during critical maneuvers, he deliberately slowed his pace, allowing the observers to grasp every nuanced detail of his actions. Though this intentional deceleration diminished the force of his strikes, it simultaneously heightened the humiliation for young Smith, whose fury escalated to the point of nearly bursting with rage. Wang Ming maintained his composure, methodically executing the Ming family fist. Starting stance, left block, right jab, return block, thrusting punched, each motion deliberate and precise, exuding the aura of a master. Zhang Shi, captivated, watched intently, her eyes glued to Wang Ming's every move, determined not to miss a single detail, while gaining a deeper understanding of the Ming family fist. Su Song appeared contemplative, visibly absorbing insights from this real-time demonstration, silently reflecting. Meanwhile, Bin had returned to the canyon, undeterred by his injuries, closely shadowing Wang Ming, imitating his techniques with earnest dedication, oblivious to his surroundings. As for Xiao Lijian, he was no longer in Bin's arms, presumably placed in a secure location. Pei Dong and Yin Lijun, initially attentive, soon found themselves overwhelmed by the complexity of the techniques. Their eyes beginning to ache, exchanging glances, they opted to cheer, shouting, "Go, Teacher Wang! Teacher Wang is magnificent! Teacher Wang, defeat that dirt dog!" Chapter 20. The Judgment Before Dawn. Slaying young Smith Zhang, she remained transfixed, observing the clash between Wang Ming and young Smith. As she watched, a flicker of doubt arose within her. Wang Ming's forthright confrontation with young Smith not only appeared to stand his ground, but seemed to subtly shift the tide in his favor. Yet, Zhang Daoren remained atop the tree, an outsider to the fray, offering no assistance, which struck her as peculiar. Moreover, young Smith, fully aware of his encirclement, showed no intent to escape, as if confident and waiting for something. The strange behavior exhibited by both parties suggested ulterior motives. Just then, a figure rushed towards the canyon from outside. Zhang Shi squinted, realizing it was a small wolf cub. Clearly, this was young Smith summoning his transformed allies to aid him, attempting to reverse the tide of battle. Surprisingly, upon sighting the small wolf cub, Zhang Daoren remained tranquil, taking no action, merely observing as the small wolf cub traversed unimpeded into the canyon. As the small wolf cub entered the canyon, it barely had time to react before a slender figure materialized before it like a specter. The figure lightly tapped the small wolf cub, causing it to collapse instantly, unconscious. The person who approached was none other than teacher Wang Xiao. An expert in pharmacology, from the surrounding thickets emerged a well-trained group, swiftly and skillfully erecting tents. Within mere minutes, a makeshift battlefield hospital was established. Subsequently, the subdued young werewolf was cautiously carried into the tent. Prepared for treatment, Zhang Shi's gaze fell upon Xiao Lijian among the group. However, Xiao Lijian appeared to be in a rather dire state. Beads of sweat, akin to yellow beans, continuously emerged on his forehead. Cascading down his cheeks, his pallid complexion and trembling body clearly indicated an abnormal condition. Yet, he did not enter the tent for treatment, instead enduring his discomfort and assisting the medical personnel with tasks within his capability. Witnessing this scene, Zhang Shi couldn't help but ponder. Did the vaccine have no effect on Xiao Lijian? Wang Ming was indeed using Xiao Smith as bait. By exerting continuous pressure, he aimed to force Xiao Smith to recall the transformed individuals, after which Wang Xiao would be responsible for their apprehension and treatment. Zhang Shi's sense of recognition towards the Abilities Management Bureau surged several levels higher. Su Song seemed to perceive Zhang Shi's thoughts as well. He nodded slightly and remarked, "The Abilities Management Bureau is a remarkably free organization. Every individual has their own choices and paths for development. Nevertheless, there are also many who willingly shoulder responsibilities, stepping forward to safeguard justice and the populace." The others resonated with Su Song's words, nodding in agreement. Thus, one after another, a total of 17 young werewolves arrived in the gorge. Unsurprisingly, they were swiftly subdued by Wang Zhao's medical team, the entire process unfolding seamlessly. After the last young werewolf was successfully controlled, Wang Xiao glanced towards Zhang Doran's direction and nodded slightly, seemingly conveying a signal. Upon witnessing this, Zhang Doran's demeanor suddenly shifted. The previously calm and ethereal aura vanished. Replaced by an intense and formidable presence, he sat cross-legged upon a tree branch, beginning to circulate his energy and focus. With each breath, the air around him grew dense, and his aura surged like bamboo shoots ascending skyward. Increasingly potent, Wang Xiao patiently awaited, and once Zhang Doran's aura reached a certain level, she turned to Wang Ming and decisively made a gesture across her throat, her eyes betraying resolve and determination. Wang Ming understood the implication. He took a deep breath and bellowed mightily, his voice resonating like a great bell throughout the gorge. Following this, he forcefully stomped the ground with one foot, resulting in a tremendous roar, as if he had left a shallow footprint in the earth. Simultaneously, he clasped his fists, his muscles swelling instantaneously, causing his fitted camouflage shirt to tear apart, revealing a chest as solid as iron and a physique imbued with raw power. His fists whined suddenly transformed, still employing the same Ming family boxing style. Each punch now contained double the force, slicing through the air with a fierce whoosh aimed directly at Xiao Smith's vital points. In their earlier skirmish, Xiao Smith had been at a disadvantage but was still able to hold his ground. However, now, under this tempestuous onslaught, he found himself utterly cornered, resorting to frantic flight, emitting cries of despair. His eyes filled with terror, clearly feeling the imminent threat to his life. Choosing to hide in this gorge had been a calculated decision, believing its treacherous terrain made it an ideal refuge. Easy to defend yet difficult to assault. Furthermore, he seemed unprepared to flee, instead waiting for someone's arrival, perhaps reinforcements or a contingency plan of his own. At that moment, however, he was completely trapped by the teachers within the gorge. The overwhelming killing intent emanating from them made it clear that escape was no longer a possibility. Resolute, Xiao Smith howled to the heavens, his voice filled with desperation and defiance, simultaneously sending a distress signal into the distance. With this howl, Xiao Smith's entire wolf form underwent a startling transformation. Standing over 2 meters tall, his werewolf body surged to over 3 meters, resembling a small mountain, exuding an oppressive aura. His eyes turned blood red, resembling 2 blazing flames of fury, appearing even more fierce and terrifying. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao Smith charged towards Wang Ming, adopting a reckless strategy of exchanging injuries, disregarding Wang Ming's assaults and relying on his formidable defense and astonishing recovery to withstand each blow. Hoping to incapacitate him swiftly and seize a glimmer of hope in this frenzied clash between man and wolf. Although Wang Ming was gradually falling behind in strength, His profound understanding of boxing and exceptional combat skills allowed him to engage Xiao Smith in a tit-for-tat struggle. Xiao Smith's reckless tactics only intensified Wang Ming's pressure. After a particularly fierce exchange, Wang Ming recognized that continuing in this manner could lead to severe injury. Wisely, he chose to evade the onslaught, swiftly retreating to create distance between himself and Xiao Smith. Sensing Wang Ming's retreat, Xiao Smith seized the opportunity, pivoting and sprinting towards the gorge's exit, clearly intent on fleeing this perilous location. Zhang Shi and the others, witnessing this, were filled with urgency, immediately preparing to intervene and prevent Xiao Smith's escape. However, Su Song was quick to block their path, his expression grave as he stated, "This level of battle is beyond our capability to participate in. If we act rashly, we may not only be of no assistance but could also complicate matters for the teachers. We must trust that they have a way to handle this." No sooner had he spoken than a tremendous roar of water echoed from the gorge's entrance. The group turned towards the sound, observing Zhang Daoren at the entrance unleashing a powerful magical attack. A wave of energy, akin to surging ocean tides, surged towards Xiao Smith, its momentum overwhelming, effectively obstructing his escape route. Trapped within this magical tide, Xiao Smith became frantic, thrashing about and clawing in an attempt to counter Zhang Daoren's assault. Yet, it felt as though he was mired in quicksand, each struggle appearing increasingly futile. Unable to extricate himself, helplessly watching as the magical force gradually consumed him. Meanwhile, Wang Ming, perhaps dissatisfied with his prior performance, wore a serious expression, his usual carefree demeanor replaced by gravity. His hands swiftly formed seals, evidently activating a secret technique. With a thunderous tiger's roar, Wang Ming's body underwent a remarkable transformation. He hunched forward like a tiger poised to pounce, his muscles taut and brimming with explosive potential. The ground beneath him bore deep imprints as he charged forth with the relentless ferocity of a tiger descending from the mountain, heading straight for Xiao Smith in the face of Wang Ming's unleashed technique. Xiao Smith's previous advantages evaporated. At this moment, already on the brink of disaster, he faced not only the formidable Zhang Daoren, who relentlessly unleashed magical assaults, but also the encroaching shadow of death looming ever closer. In a desperate moment, a terrifying wolf's howl erupted from outside the gorge, filled with fury and authority, sending chills down the spine as if it emanated from the depths of hell. Following this, a series of violent impacts reverberated, causing the entire gorge to tremble slightly, as if an incomprehensibly powerful adversary were engaged in a fierce life-and-death struggle afar. Zhang Shi couldn't help but glance towards the source of the howl. Witnessing a landslide on a distant hillside as rocks tumbled down, raising clouds of dust, the scene was utterly astonishing, clearly indicative of an immensely powerful force erupting, flattening the entire mountain, instilling a sense of awe and fear in Zhang Shi and the others regarding the ongoing battle outside. Hearing the howl and the impacts, Zhang Daoren's expression shifted slightly. He no longer hesitated, leaping from the treetops like a bolt of black lightning towards Xiao Smith's direction. Simultaneously, Wang Xiao abandoned her medical duties and rushed from the gorge's entrance, both of them sharing a clear objective: to resolve the situation swiftly before Xiao Smith's reinforcements arrived. Watching the tense situation unfold, Zhang Shi felt both anxious and at a loss. He turned to Su Song, urgently inquiring, "Is there anything we can do to help? We can't just stand by and watch." Su Song furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment before firmly declaring, "Team 02, listen up. We must guard the gorge's exit and ensure that Xiao Smith does not escape. Let us not forget that he is stained with the blood of our 102 compatriots. We must seek vengeance for them." Upon receiving Su Song's command, Team 02, led by Zhang Shi, swiftly dispersed, each member diligently securing their position at the gorge's exit, their expressions grave and resolute. Zhang Shi unsheathed his short sword, gripping it tightly, a glimmer of determination evident in his gaze. Although he was only skilled in sword techniques and did not necessarily require the short sword to execute them, he was acutely aware of its lethal sharpness, having previously breached Little Smith's defenses with it, instilling him with confidence in the weapon. As Zhang Daoren rushed toward Little Smith, he inadvertently cast a glance toward Team 02. Upon noticing the short sword in Zhang Shi's hand, a flicker of approval crossed his features. Suddenly, Zhang Shi heard Zhang Daoren's voice beside him. "Lend me your sword." Before Zhang Shi could react, he felt a faint tremor in the sword, which then vanished as if drawn away by an unseen force. At that moment, on the battlefield, Wang Ming was on the offensive, each punch and kick imbued with deadly force as he relentlessly assaulted Little Smith. Wang Xiao stood nearby, ready to heal, ensuring Wang Ming could maintain his optimal combat state. Zhang Dao Ren's magical attacks were equally formidable, with beams of light flashing like lightning toward Little Smith, leaving him unable to defend himself. In this seamless collaboration among the three instructors, Little Smith was driven to desperation, scurrying away like a frightened animal. His strength was firmly subdued by Wang Ming, and his previously advantageous tactic of trading injuries lost its efficacy with Wang Zhao's involvement, as her healing abilities allowed Wang Ming to rapidly recover and sustain his formidable combat prowess. Furthermore, Zhang Dao Ren's magical assaults, if ignored, posed the gravest threat, potentially rendering Little Smith incapable of resistance in an instant. The howls of wolves echoed ever closer outside the gorge, and Little Smith's cries for help grew more frequent. He was acutely aware that his reinforcements were on the verge of arrival, his final glimmer of hope. Gritting his teeth, he concentrated every ounce of his power into his claws and lunged fiercely at Wang Ming. Black light shimmering upon his claws, brimming with inexhaustible strength. Wang Ming sensed the intensity of Little Smith's desperate strike and dared not underestimate it. He too channeled all his might into his fists, charging toward Little Smith's claws with unwavering resolve, his singular intent to eliminate Little Smith in this climactic moment and conclude the battle. As their attacks collided with a thunderous crash, a deafening sound resonated throughout the gorge, shaking the very ground beneath them. Both Wang Ming and Little Smith were propelled backward by the sheer force, their bodies tracing a long arc through the air before crashing heavily to the ground. Stirring a cloud of dust, the impact created a massive crater, the surrounding earth and stones scattered in all directions. Zhang Daoren and Wang Xiao were also swept away by the shockwave generated from their clash, but fortunately regained their footing in time, sustaining only minor injuries. Just as everyone was grappling with the sudden turn of events, Little Smith's previously thunderous howl abruptly ceased, plunging the gorge into an eerie silence. As they focused their gazes, they witnessed Little Smith's enormous wolf head slowly sliding from his neck, the severed edge impeccably clean, as if sliced by an exceptionally sharp blade. Blood gushed forth like a fountain from the severed neck, pooling on the ground and forming a macabre puddle. At that moment, Zhang Shi felt a slight chill in his hand. Glancing down, he discovered his short sword had quietly returned to him. Almost immediately, Zhang Dao Ren's voice echoed in his ear again. "Store it in the storage bracelet." Without a moment's hesitation, Zhang Shi complied, securing the sword in the bracelet, then stood innocently, watching Little Smith's lifeless body. Feeling a mixture of relief that the battle had concluded and profound respect for his instructor's formidable strength. Chapter 21. The mission concludes. A new chapter begins. Wang Xiao was the quickest to react, swiftly retrieving a multitude of sealed vials from his specially designed bag. Skillfully, he filled the vials with Little Smith's blood. Once secured, he rapidly distributed the vials to everyone, lowering his voice to say, "Quickly hide these, they're treasures." Just as he finished, Wang Xiao turned to claim Little Smith's body. At that moment, Zhang Daoren seemed to be struck by an unseen force, his expression shifting dramatically as he abruptly grasped Wang Zhao's arm, forcefully pulling him away from the corpse. Simultaneously, Wang Ming darted to their side, his muscles tensed and his gaze vigilant, scanning their surroundings. A heavy, ominous thudding of footsteps echoed from the gorge's entrance. The group turned to see a towering werewolf, over 5 meters tall, emerging at the threshold. Its massive muscles rippled beneath its fur, which danced wildly in the wind. Following closely behind was a slightly smaller female werewolf, approximately 4 meters in height. Her slender form not undermining the ferocity emanating from her gaze. Professor Chi hovered in the air, hands clasped behind him, his robe billowing in the breeze, his countenance stern, exuding an air of authority. He glided forward leisurely, a half-step ahead of the 2 werewolves. The masked man responsible for mysterious artifacts gripped dual blades tightly, their edges glinting ominously, silently trailing behind the 2 werewolves. Upon catching sight of Little Smith's corpse, time seemed to freeze for the female werewolf. She then threw her head back, unleashing a heart-wrenching wail that echoed throughout the gorge. Who killed my child? I will slaughter you all to avenge my child," she screamed, her eyes turning crimson with fury. Professor Chi's demeanor darkened as he coldly retorted, "You would do well to watch your words. Your son committed heinous crimes in Country Z, resulting in the deaths of 102 civilians and the mutation of 31 others. This was all instigated by him. The Anomaly Management Bureau had no wrongdoing in his death, which occurred while he resisted arrest. If you wish to challenge the authority of the Anomaly Management Bureau, feel free to try." The male werewolf clenched his jaw, muscles quivering as he struggled to contain his rage. Gradually, his form began to shift, bones cracking and fur retracting as he reverted to a human shape with golden hair and blue eyes. He spoke in a low voice, "My son has not yet been tried and convicted. You had the right to detain him, but you executed him without cause. You must provide me with a reasonable explanation for this, or the consequences will be dire." Just as Professor Chi prepared to counter, Zhang Daoren interjected, "Your son was not killed by us. While we possessed the strength to contend with him, we could not have slain him instantly. He was struck down by a mysterious force during our battle." Little Smith shot a furious glare at Zhang Daoren. Suddenly, his nose transformed back into that of a wolf, nostrils flaring as he began to sniff vigorously. In an instant, he extended his right hand, unleashing a powerful suction that drew all the vials containing Little Smith's blood toward him as if plucked by an invisible hand. Turning to the female werewolf, he commanded, "Take the child and go." As the female werewolf opened her mouth to protest, her expression shifted as she sensed a formidable threat approaching from afar. Without hesitation, she scooped up Little Smith's corpse, casting a fierce glare at the group before departing. Professor Chi exchanged a glance with the masked man, and the two followed closely behind the werewolves, ostensibly to see them off. Under Wang Zhao's guidance, the group hastily retreated into the medical tent to recuperate. The small werewolves who had received the serum gradually reverted to their normal childlike forms, lying quietly in their beds, deeply asleep, their faces still etched with lingering fear. However, Xiao Lijian's condition was starkly different. Like an injured animal, he curled up on the bed, his body uncontrollably convulsing. Occasionally, his features contorted grotesquely, sharp fangs sprouting from his mouth, and fine fur emerging from his skin, manifesting the terrifying transformation into a werewolf. Pei Dong could no longer suppress his curiosity and hurried to Wang Xiao, asking, "Teacher, is the serum ineffective on Xiao Lijian? Why is he still like this?" Wang Xiao sighed softly, glancing at Team 02 before responding slowly, "Xiao Lijian refused the serum." Pei Dong's eyes widened. Why? What was he thinking? Wang Zhao's expression grew complex as he replied softly, "Xiao Lijian said he saw a hero and idolized them. He desires to become like that hero, so he wishes to retain the power within him." Upon hearing this, Pei Dong chuckled helplessly, while Zhang Shi and Su Song exchanged glances, a hint of unspoken gravity passing between them. A cacophony of footsteps erupted from outside the tent, and abruptly, a rough hand tore aside the tent flap. A burly, bald elder strode in, his face lined with flesh and his skin flushed. Clad in a faded coarse linen robe, he bore the marks of a life spent laboring under the sun. "What on earth is happening now?" the elderly man bellowed at the top of his lungs, his voice resonating and causing the ears of those present to buzz. Zhang Daoren hastily approached him, meticulously recounting the sequence of events that had transpired. Upon hearing this, the old man furiously puffed out his beard, glaring as he rebuked, "A group of reckless young rascals. I tasked you merely with detaining young Smith. Who gave you the authority to slay him? Do you comprehend the formidable nature of the Smith couple? You are trifling with your own lives. Did you not think to wait for my arrival?" Zhang Daoren wore a sheepish grin, nodding incessantly as he replied, Yes, you are absolutely correct. However, we did not slay young Smith. He was killed by a mysterious and powerful entity, leaving us to bear this unjust burden." The bald elder snorted dismissively, no longer fixating on the matter of young Smith's beheading. He approached the bed, glancing at the several children lying there, and instructed, "Check them over. If there are no significant issues, let us return swiftly." With that, he turned and strode purposefully out of the tent. Once the elder had departed, Zhang Daoren turned to introduce Zhang Shi and the others, stating, "This gentleman is also the Deputy Director of the Supernatural Abilities Management Bureau, named Chao Yan. You should be familiar with his grandson." Upon hearing this, Pei Dong's interest piqued, and he leaned in curiously, asking, "Who is his grandson? Surely he isn't also bald?" Zhang Daoren shot him a glance, chuckling as he replied, "His grandson is Chao Yun. Did you not engage in a scuffle with him previously?" At this revelation, the smile on Pei Dong's face instantly froze, leaving him stunned. Yin Lijun's expression also darkened, her eyes flashing with concern. Noticing this, Su Song quickly interjected, "Deputy Director Chao is a man of clear principles. There is no need for alarm. While everyone in the bureau has likely faced his scolding, he has always addressed the issue rather than the person." Zhang Daoren nodded in agreement, adding, "Indeed, compared to you, that young rascal Chao Yun fears his grandfather far more. Should Deputy Director Chao learn of your prior conflict, that lad would undoubtedly receive a thorough reprimand. However, this is contingent on whether Deputy Director Chao's formidable wife is aware of the situation." Hearing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief and began to pack their belongings in preparation for departure. Stepping out of the tent, Zhang Shi was astonished to find teacher Wang Xiao crouching in the canyon, meticulously digging with a small shovel. She was carefully removing any soil tainted with young Smith's blood, placing it into a specially designed bag. Even the bloody dry leaves were not spared. She collected them one by one with great care. Upon returning to the school, Zhang Daoren sought out Zhang Shi to borrow a short sword. Though somewhat perplexed, she handed it over. Subsequently, Zhang Daoren urged Zhang Shi and the members of Team 02 to thoroughly review the operation, earnestly stating, "This experience is crucial for your future growth. Reflect upon it well, and you shall surely reap the rewards." The members of Team 02 gathered together in a classroom. Following the recent events, their relationships had evidently grown closer, and the team's cohesion was stronger than ever. Under Su Song's guidance, they began to seriously review the entire operation, identifying their shortcomings. After a moment of contemplation, Su Song spoke first. "My abilities are rather average, lacking any particularly outstanding strengths, and there remains significant room for improvement in my overall prowess. My previous injuries have yet to heal completely, which has impacted my performance to some extent. Nevertheless, I now possess a clear direction for improvement. It should not pose a problem." Sherbin then added, "My speed is an advantage, yet my attack power is undeniably weak against even moderately strong opponents. I struggle to inflict substantial damage." Pei Dong and Yin Lijun exchanged glances, with Pei Dong somewhat sheepishly admitting, "Our abilities are more suited for support. Directly engaging in combat feels somewhat beyond our capabilities. Henceforth, we must focus on enhancing our survival skills, lest we become a hindrance to the team during missions." Zhang Shi also analyzed earnestly, "My ability to injure young Smith was indeed aided by the short sword. But my agility and the mysterious legacy also played pivotal roles. However, I have yet to fully master this legacy. Once I do, my strength should see considerable enhancement." After the review concluded, Zhang Shi turned to Sherbin, inquiring what transpired after you escorted Xiao Lijian out of the canyon. Sherbin recalled slowly, "After I brought Xiao Lijian out, we fled at a breakneck pace. Eventually, we encountered Zhang Daoren and the others. At that moment, I realized the serum was missing, so I rushed to seek teacher Wang Zhao's assistance. She briefly tended to my wounds before taking Xiao Lijian for an examination. Concerned for your safety, I hurried here with Zhang Daoren and teacher Wang Ming." Zhang Shi and Su Song exchanged glances again, both reflecting a hint of puzzlement in their expressions. Silence enveloped the group as each person pondered the myriad details of the operation. The experience in Xiaotong village had profoundly impressed upon them the brutality and peril of the supernatural realm, deepening their understanding of the responsibilities they bore. In the aftermath, Zhang Ping and Xiao Yu meticulously documented the details of their operation, resulting in everyone receiving appropriate rewards. Each participant in the mission earned 5 basic contribution points. For successfully rescuing Xiao Lijian, they received an additional 5 points each, and for successfully preventing young Smith's escape, they garnered 50 contribution points each. Zhang Shi, having provided special equipment during the operation, was awarded an additional 200 contribution points. Chapter 22. Internal Communication Meeting. What are your dreams? The following day, Zhang Shi sought out the masked man and formally expressed her desire to keep the 3-legged cauldron. It was the only mysterious item she had discovered during the mission, granting her the right of first choice per regulations. However, upon viewing her contribution point balance, her expression froze in despair. Negative 97,334 points. This was after deducting the 260 points earned from the mission and 6 points from 6 months of base salary. Glancing at the contribution value of the 3-legged cauldron, she found it set at 200,000 points. 100,000 points was utterly outrageous. How many years of labor would it take to repay this debt? Zhengxi was filled with helplessness and resentment, her mind racing with indignation. Upon returning to her dormitory, she placed the three-legged cauldron before her, racking her brain on how to communicate with it to mitigate her losses. Just as she was lost in thought, the three-legged cauldron unexpectedly floated up, swiftly plunging into her left chest, vanishing without a trace. She stood there, wide-eyed and dazed, unable to comprehend the situation. Gone? Is this real? The cauldron actually disappeared inside me? Searching the room thoroughly, she confirmed that the three-legged cauldron had indeed vanished, yet she felt no unusual sensations within her body. What on earth is happening? Zhengxi's head buzzed as if 1,000 wild horses were galloping through her thoughts. Could it be that I am dreaming? She pinched her thigh sharply, pain instantly coursing through her, shattering her last remnants of hope. This was no dream. 100,000 contribution points, equivalent to 8,311 years of base salary. Am I truly destined to toil for 8,000 years to repay this colossal debt? In her daze, Zhengxi seemed to hear a peal of melodious, tinkling laughter. Yet at that moment, all she wished to do was weep. As graduation approached, Su Song organized a gathering for Team 02 in the restaurant. The aroma of delectable dishes wafted through the air, as everyone sat around a large round table laden with sumptuous fare, the drinks sparkling under the lights. Once they had feasted to their heart's content, Su Song posed a question. What are your dreams now that you have become supernatural beings? Zhengxi spoke first. To be frank, my physical condition has always been poor, destined to be a frail individual. When Teacher Qi invited me to join the exploration team, everything that transpired seemed like a dream. Pausing for a moment to contemplate, she continued, I am uncertain about what I want to do in the future, but I am determined to walk steadfastly along the path of cultivation. Since the doors to this new world have swung open for me, I shall strive with all my might. With that, Zhengxi turned her gaze towards Pei Dong. Pei Dong scratched his head, grinning as he said, I had no talent beyond arithmetic. The contents of that compass appeared to me as an intricate math problem. Initially, I only wished to solve it, but to my surprise, I became the inheritor. I harbor no grand ambitions. I simply find joy in rescuing others and battling werewolves alongside you all. For me, happiness is paramount. I have no desire to ponder anything else. In Li Jun shot Pei Dong a glance, retorting, I do not understand how this compass selects its inheritors. The chubby fellow treats it like a math problem, while I approach it as a study of algorithms beyond binary, octal, or decimal systems. As she spoke, her tone grew somber, reflecting on the previous incident involving Chao Yun, expressing her gratitude for the group's support. This has made me realize how desperately I need strength. I have yet to decide what my future holds, but right now, I must grow stronger, strong enough to seize control of my own destiny. When she uttered those final words, In Li Jun clenched her fists tightly, her gaze radiating determination and defiance, an aura of killing intent subtly emanating from her, her eyes sharp enough to pierce through anything. Pei Dong, who had been stealing glances at In Li Jun, flinched at her intensity. When it was Sherbin's turn, he shyly spoke up, I recall a flood in my village during my childhood, submerging the entire area. At that time, I was alone on the rooftop. When I saw the soldiers from the People's Liberation Army in their speedboats, I knew the path I wanted to take. I wanted to become a soldier. Later, when I joined the army, my sole desire was to be a good soldier. One day, the class monitor invited me to participate in a selection process, suggesting that it would better prepare me to become a soldier. So I took part. Subsequently, I found myself engaged in this adventure. I harbor no grand ambitions. I simply aspire to be a commendable soldier whom everyone respects. Su Song observed the excitement among the group and, after a brief silence, slowly spoke. I understand that you are all exhilarated by your initial foray into the realm of supernatural abilities. I do not wish to dampen your spirits, so let me share a story. Consider it merely a tale. The others, including Zhang Shi, immediately turned their attention to Su Song. Habitually, he lit a cigarette and continued. You are all aware that I was originally an ability user. But due to certain circumstances, I lost my powers. He took a deep drag, a flicker of pain crossing his face, as if reluctant to revisit that past, before extinguishing the cigarette. Let us set that aside. Perhaps it is my inner demon that I am yet unable to confront. In time, you will learn more from the veteran members. I merely wish for you to comprehend that the supernatural world operates on a survival of the fittest principle. where interests reign supreme. Cherish your comrades who fight alongside you and remain vigilant. Do not allow anyone to stab you in the back for the sake of their own gains. Zheng Shi, perceiving Su Song's distress, approached and gently patted his shoulder, saying, "Do not worry about us. Look at us. We have won awards in mathematics competitions, are adept in digital skills, hold doctorates, and are champions in combat. With this combination, we shall undoubtedly become a formidable team in the supernatural realm." In Li Jun, unable to resist a jest, teased, "That doctorate of yours must have been obtained through connections. Your language skills are rather subpar." With her playful jab, the previously tense atmosphere lightened considerably. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Shi redirected the conversation. "Su team leader, could you enlighten us about the specific structure of the Ability Management Bureau and our upcoming daily tasks, so we may have a clearer understanding?" The other team members also cast their attentive gazes in his direction. As this was a matter all would soon face, Su Song took a moment to compose himself and replied, "Each small team in the Ability Management Bureau typically comprises a configuration of 5-2. The 5 refer to the 5 ability users, including a team leader, 2 level 2 agents, and 2 level 1 agents. Upon graduation, we usually ascend to the rank of level 1 agents. Each team is also assigned an observer and a recorder, responsible for documenting task progress and liaising with local governments. As for daily tasks, they are classified into 6 levels. SABT.ANX task signifies an indeterminate task level, which could range from D level to an immediate upgrade to S level. S-level tasks are akin to hellish missions, requiring the mobilization of the entire Bureau's resources, essentially tantamount to an impossible undertaking. A-level tasks are nightmare level, B-level tasks are challenging, C-level tasks are routine, and D-level tasks are simple. Initially, we primarily handle C and D-level tasks, while B-level tasks are managed by seasoned agents, and A-level tasks are overseen by high-ranking officials of the Bureau. I have yet to hear of an S-level task. While X-level tasks require a flexible approach based on actual circumstances, Pei Dong could not help but inquire, "So what level was the task we undertook a few days ago?" Su Song responded, "The case of Little Smith falls under the B-level category, whereas the Smith couple's case is classified as a level. However, do not underestimate the B-level task simply because we have encountered Little Smith. He was in a rather abnormal state that day, making numerous fundamental errors, and his strength had significantly diminished for reasons unknown. But you must understand, a B-level task could very well lead to the annihilation of our team." In Li Jun bit her lip, hesitating for a long moment before asking, "What exactly is Chao Yun's background?" Su Song replied, "Chao Yun is the deputy director of the Bureau, and he has a son and a daughter. His son, Chao Jing, is responsible for human resources, while his daughter's husband was a senior agent who perished during a mission. Thus, the Chao family dotes on Chao Yun excessively, which has fostered his arrogant demeanor." Upon hearing this, In Li Jun fell silent, feeling as though she was a burden to others, overwhelmed by a sense of powerlessness. Zhang Shi, recognizing her distress, smiled and reassured her, "Stay calm. Have you forgotten my abilities? I will handle it. Is there anything that connections cannot resolve?" Pei Dong chimed in, "Exactly. We are a team. We will shoulder everything together." In Li Jun's furrowed brow finally began to ease. Su Song glanced at Zheng Shi without saying a word. The atmosphere remained somewhat oppressive, and after a while, everyone retreated to their rooms to rest. Chapter 23. The appearance of the Master Uncle. Identity revealed as night fell, the tranquil campus was enveloped in darkness, shrouded in silence. Zhang Daoren arrived at the dormitory where Zhang Shi resided. His stature was tall and graceful, exuding an ethereal aura that was hard to conceal even in the dim light of night. When returning the short sword, a hint of nostalgia flickered across Zhang Daoren's face. As if lost in a memory, he then stood quietly, radiating a calming presence. Zhang Shi regarded the elderly figure before her and was acutely aware that the scene of Little Smith being swiftly dispatched still lingered vividly in her mind. This seemingly gentle Zhang Daoren possessed unfathomable and terrifying power. Noticing Zhang Shi's gaze, Zhang Daoren broke the silence. "I know your heart is filled with questions. In truth, there is no need to overthink it. The encounters between people are merely the result of fate. If you have inquiries, feel free to voice them, and I shall answer to the best of my ability." However, Zhang Shi found herself at a loss for where to begin. Observing her hesitation, Zhang Daoren continued, "The collision incident occurred many years ago, yet people's understanding of supernatural abilities remains strikingly limited. It is entirely natural for you to feel bewildered, as we all have traversed this path step by step. Zhang Shi nodded thoughtfully, candidly admitting, although I have been exposed to supernatural abilities for some time now, everything still feels surreal, almost dreamlike. Zhang Daoren agreed, nodding slightly. Initially, when everyone first acquired their powers, they were filled with a yearning for strength, constantly contemplating how to enhance their abilities, fantasizing about becoming heroes who would save the world. However, as time passed, they gradually witnessed the brutality of the supernatural realm. In the face of this harsh reality, some chose to forge ahead without hesitation, while others opted to conceal their brilliance. Conceal themselves? Zhang Shi could not help but ask, perplexed. Among the strong, there are always stronger individuals. Those you perceive as formidable may be seen as insignificant by even mightier beings. Zhang Daoren's expression grew solemn as he elaborated. Hiding one's abilities is sometimes merely a means of survival in this perilous and complex supernatural world. This topic is rather heavy and oppressive, so let us discuss matters that concern you instead. Zhang Daoren let out a soft sigh, shifting the focus. I am aware that you harbor doubts regarding teacher Wang Zhao's decision to guide Xiao Lijian against receiving the serum. Though you have not explicitly stated it, you do not entirely trust teacher Wang's explanation. However, in the realm of supernatural abilities, it is no longer appropriate to judge matters solely through the lens of conventional morality. Tonight, Zhang Daoren seemed particularly reflective, speaking more than usual. Teacher Wang Zhao's guidance for Xiao Lijian to forego the serum may stem from personal motives. Yet, whether this is a blessing or a curse for Xiao Lijian is difficult to ascertain. After all he has experienced, Xiao Lijian now stands at a crossroads. He can either embrace the challenge of becoming an ability user or return to the mundane existence of an ordinary person. Do you think he would willingly choose to revert to being an ordinary person? In the supernatural realm, if you lack sufficient strength, do not hastily judge the rightness or wrongness of others. Zhang Shi gleaned the underlying meaning behind Zhang Daoren's words. Though she did not fully agree, she nodded in quiet understanding. Zhang Daoren's gaze deepened as he continued. Now, let us discuss the Smith couple. Do you believe they genuinely fear our Ability Management Bureau, or are they truly oblivious to who killed their son? In truth, these matters are of little significance to them. What truly matters is the body of their son. Surely not. Zhang Shi gasped in disbelief. Do not be mistaken. Individuals in the supernatural realm are not like ordinary people. Some, upon acquiring power, gradually forget that they were once ordinary themselves, Zhang Daoren imparted solemnly. Zhang Shi stood frozen, staring at Zhang Daoren, momentarily at a loss for words on how to respond. Zhang Daoren gently patted her shoulder, offering consolation. While this may sound harsh, it is the stark reality of the supernatural realm. As time passes, you will gradually come to terms with it, by the way. The short sword you possess indeed corresponds with an exquisite sword technique. The injuries inflicted on Little Smith were likely from your direct strikes with the sword. Correct? Zhang Shi sheepishly scratched her head, a hint of embarrassment creeping onto her face. Sometimes, I truly dislike conversing with someone who squanders such potential. Zhang Daoren feigned annoyance, tossing Zhang Shi a jade pendant. This pendant contains the sword technique titled Flowing Cloud Sword Technique, which is the corresponding technique for the sword you hold. Take it and study it diligently. Zhang Shi promptly straightened her posture, respectfully bowing in gratitude to Zhang Daoren. He waved his hand, smiling. Had I not grasped this technique a tad slower than that fellow surnamed Qi, I would have been the senior disciple, and he would have been the junior. Thus, this sword would have rightfully belonged to me. Upon hearing this, Zhang Shi immediately bowed deeply, respectfully stating, Zhang Shi pays her respects to Master Uncle. Zhang Daoren regarded her with a warm smile. If we do not see eye to eye, it matters not what you call me. Nevertheless, from your handling of Chao Yun to your confrontation with Little Smith, I see reflections of our former selves in you. Growing old makes one talkative. Upon hearing Zhang Daoren mention the matter concerning Chao Yun, Zhang Shi seized the opportunity to confide in this well-meaning senior uncle about the vexations he had recently encountered. He had initially contemplated contacting Teacher Qi, hoping to leverage his esteemed name to assemble the members of Team 02 together. However, he had been unable to reach Teacher Qi lately, and he was taken aback to discover that every team within the Ability Management Bureau was categorized by rank, with the management of personnel being overseen by none other than Chao Yun's uncle. Having shared this, Zhang Shi bowed deeply to Zhang Daoren and earnestly implored, I kindly seek your guidance, esteemed uncle. Zhang Daoren accepted Zhang Shi's bow with grace and chuckled, Ah, I see. Old Chi has already made arrangements for you. He has intentionally organized a grand graduation competition, and the champion will have the privilege of forming their own team. If you secure the championship, your problems will be effortlessly resolved. A graduation competition? A champion can form a team. I understand now. I shall persuade Su Song to compete, Xingshi exclaimed with excitement. Yet, before he could finish his sentence, a sharp reprimand from Zhang Daoren landed on his head. Persuade Su Song to compete. Do you truly believe his injuries have fully healed? Is it your intention to hinder his recovery? Why don't you participate yourself? Zhang Daoren questioned, his tone stern and disapproving. I can't do anything at all. Xingshi protested, feeling aggrieved. Can't do anything. Are you not capable of cultivating your qi? What about the techniques you employ while pursuing your enemies? And the swordsmanship I provided you? Do you think this Luyun sword is merely a firewood stick? With just a handful of students like you, who can breach the defenses of the Kaiyun Ko? It is you. Zhang Daoren chastised his impetuous disciple. Upon hearing this, Zhang Shi suddenly realized he had been ensnared by the conventional mindset of an ordinary person, while the world around him had undergone a profound transformation. The Kaiyun Ko merely needed to be worn on the chest. Any attack deemed significant would trigger its defensive mechanism automatically. Do not foolishly hold it aloft as a shield. How embarrassing with that? Zhang Daoren turned and departed. Zhang Shi hurriedly bowed in gratitude once more. After Zhang Daoren's exit, Zhang Shi calmed his thoughts, clearing his mind of distractions. He slowly circulated his qi, cautiously channeling it into the jade pendant bestowed upon him by Zhang Daoren. In an instant, a complete set of sword techniques materialized in his mind. The Luyun sword technique, upon careful comparison with the sword techniques he had previously acquired, revealed itself to emphasize the execution of sword moves in its initial stages, eventually evolving into the art of sword mastery, wielding the sword with qi to unleash boundless power. Whereas the sword techniques he had learned focused on condensing qi into a blade, it was difficult to discern which technique held superiority. Yet he recognized the preciousness of these methods and dedicated himself wholeheartedly to their cultivation. To his astonishment, Zhang Shi effortlessly grasped the Luyun sword technique after a mere glance at the manual. In his view, this set of sword techniques was straightforward and comprehensible. The entire manual, aside from detailing the routes for qi circulation, contained only one initial stance for the Luyun sword technique, with the remainder relying entirely on personal comprehension. On the following day, the news of the graduation competition was officially announced, with the event scheduled for the end of the month. Upon learning this, Team 02 engaged in an open discussion among its members. Subsequently, to assist Zhang Shi in clinching the championship, the entire team devised an exceptionally rigorous training regimen tailored for him. This plan, seemingly simple yet brutally effective, involved Su Song serving as a sparring partner, Sherbin supervising with a whip in hand, while Li Jun and Pei Dong were tasked with creating distractions by tossing plates, employing the same tactical maneuvers they had previously used against Little Smith. That day, after enduring the high-intensity training, Zhang Shi returned to his room, his body battered and bruised, ready to recuperate with the cleansing elixir. Pei Dong, with utmost seriousness, declared, "There are 8 days until the competition. We will arrange 7 days of grueling training, followed by 1 day of rest. Using 1 bottle of cleansing elixir each day will suffice. The champion of the Olympiad calculates with precision. It will not be amiss." Zhang Shi silently calculated in his mind. Teacher Qi had provided him with 100 bottles of cleansing elixir, 6 bottles as his basic salary for 6 months, and he had previously used 99 bottles, leaving him with 7, just enough for the week ahead. Yet, a nagging feeling of unease crept over him. Suddenly, it dawned upon him. Wait a minute, they plan to subject me to 7 days of torment. Moreover, I seem to owe Zhang Daoren some cleansing elixir. Reminding a senior of their forgetfulness would surely be an act of filial disrespect. Zhang Shi mentally admonished himself that this matter must remain unspoken. Absolutely unspoken. Gazing at the remaining bottles of cleansing elixir, his heart was a tumult of emotions as he sighed softly, embarking on the arduous journey of preparation for the competition. Chapter 24. The competition unfolds. The young men's quest for glory during the week of grueling training. Zhang Shi found himself utterly exhausted from the relentless pressure of the regimen. As soon as training concluded, he would hastily utilize the cleansing elixir to mend his battered body, only to collapse onto his bed as if his bones had been drawn from him. Plunging into a deep slumber, on the final day before the competition, Pei Dong eagerly dragged Sherbin, rushing toward the venue where the group results would be announced. Meanwhile, Zhang Shi relished a rare moment of leisure amidst this arduous period. Comfortably curled up in the warmth of his dormitory bed, savoring the bliss of sleeping in, there's foul play afoot. This is undoubtedly a conspiracy. Pei Dong's furious roar pierced the tranquility, echoing through the corridor and rousing Zhang Shi from his repose. The members of Team 02, upon hearing Pei Dong's outcry, hastily converged in Zhang Shi's room. Su Song glanced at Pei Dong, whose face was flushed with indignation, before turning to Sherbin. Perhaps you should enlighten everyone about the situation. Sherbin nodded slightly. The battle roster for the graduation competition has been released. A total of 14 participants registered, and a knockout system will be employed, dividing the competitors into upper and lower halves, with the champions of each half ultimately vying for the position of team leader. This sounds quite normal, Pei Dong. Why are you so furious? Zhang Shi inquired, perplexed. The arrangement for the upper half is that Chao Yun has a bye. Chen Dong faces Ding Jian, Sun Jian competes against Li Feng, and Ma Qifeng goes up against Lu Lin, Sherbin continued. Pondering this for a moment, Zhang Shi replied, so what if Chao Yun has a bye in the first round? Perhaps he simply drew the lucky lot. Lucky? Do not be naive, Pei Dong retorted, stomping his foot in frustration. Chao Yun, Chen Dong, Ding Jian, Sun Jian, Li Feng, and Ma Qifeng are all members of the same team. And that Lu Lin? No one had even heard of him before. This is clearly a setup to ensure Chao Yun advances to the finals. There is no way such an absurd draw could occur. And what of the lower half's roster? Pei Dong took a deep breath, attempting to regain his composure. In the lower half, Zhang Shi has a bye, Zhou Er faces Sherbin, Murong Yunhai competes against Du Qinglin, and Su Song goes up against Lu Jing. I also heard that the original arrangement had Su Song facing Sherbin, with Murong Yunhai receiving the bye. Yet when it was announced, Zhou Er and Su Song's positions were swapped, leaving Zhang Shi with a bye. Upon hearing this, a profound silence enveloped the room as the members exchanged glances. With the roster now public, all they could do was wait for the competition to commence. And one by one, they departed from Zhang Shi's room. Team 02 pinned all their hopes on Zhang Shi and Su Song, fully aware that if either of them emerged victorious, many of the challenges currently facing the team would be resolved. Considering it was the final day before the competition, Zhang Shi opted not to engage in high-intensity training but instead chose to meditate deeply, allowing for a day of invaluable rest and adjustment due to his bye in the first round. As night descended and silence enveloped the world, Zhang Shi delicately arranged the Luyun sword and Kaiyun Ko before him. He then slowly closed his eyes, meticulously reviewing the sword techniques and the movements he had learned in his mind. Each detail and the flow of qi manifesting vividly in his thoughts, as the grand competition loomed ahead. His heart brimmed with eager anticipation, yet he felt a twinge of anxiety at the unknown challenges that awaited him. The following day dawned bright and clear, and the graduation competition officially commenced amidst the eager anticipation of the crowd. During the progress of the upper half of the competition, the members of Chao Yun's team demonstrated remarkable synergy, clearly having executed a well-conceived strategy of allowing one another to win. With the advantage of a bye in the first round, Chao Yun advanced effortlessly, followed closely by Chen Dong and Sun Jian, who also triumphed in their respective matches due to their teammates' intentional concessions. However, no one could have predicted the upset that would occur in the final match between Ma Qifeng and Lu Lin. Prior to the announcement of the competition roster, Lu Lin had been virtually invisible, garnering no attention whatsoever. As a member of Chao Yun's team, Ma Qifeng was well-versed in fire-based techniques and wielded a whisk he had received before the competition. As the match began, he swiftly formed seals with his left hand while reciting incantations, his right hand deftly wielding the whisk, summoning a tempest that swept through the arena. With the aid of the winds, he conjured a colossal fireball, imbued with searing heat and a sense of imminent destruction, hurtling towards Lu Lin with ferocity. Faced with such an overwhelming attack, Lu Lin maintained an expression of calm resolve, slowly drawing a black blade from behind him. Gripping the hilt firmly with his right hand, his knuckles whitened from the strain, while his left hand pressed against the blade surface, positioning it horizontally across his chest. With a thunderous crash, the fireball collided violently with the black blade, erupting in a dazzling display of flames and billowing smoke, engulfing the arena in waves of heat. Just as the spectators questioned whether Lu Lin could withstand this lethal blow, a shadow surged forth from the smoke like a bolt of lightning. Indeed, it was Lu Lin. With a swift flick of his wrist, he unleashed the black blade with tremendous force, striking at Ma Qifeng with the might of a tempest. In an instant, Ma Qifeng had no time to react before being struck heavily by the back of a blade, his body soaring like a kite severed from its string, crashing down violently outside the ring. Lu Lin wins. The referee's voice shattered the brief silence that enveloped the arena. The audience, initially frozen in stunned silence, erupted into thunderous applause and gasps of astonishment. Lu Lin, composed, sheathed his sword and descended from the platform with measured steps. Not only could he withstand formidable fire-based assaults, but he also executed a lethal counterattack in the blink of an eye, dispatching his opponent with remarkable swiftness. His prowess in both offense and defense distinguished him among this cohort of students, undoubtedly making him the dark horse of this grand competition. In stark contrast to the swift conclusion of the upper bracket matches, the events in the lower bracket unfolded with captivating intensity. Rife with climactic moments, Zhang Shi, having received a bye, arrived early at the arena where Shi Bin was engaged in combat with Zhou Er, eagerly cheering for his teammate. Given his understanding of Su Song's capabilities, Zhang Shi felt no trepidation regarding that match. Zhou Er was not her real name. Within the Abilities Management Bureau, members enjoyed the freedom to adopt pseudonyms. After the referee announced the entrance of the competitors, a tall and graceful woman leaped lightly onto the stage. Her ears, reminiscent of those of the elf race, appeared both playful and charming. Clad in form-fitting leather trousers and knee-high boots, she perfectly accentuated her figure. Her long fingers deftly grasped a wooden longbow, exuding an aura of unique allure. Had it not been for the tense atmosphere of the competition, one might have mistaken her for a character stepping out from an anime convention. In contrast, Shi Bin donned a crisp camouflage uniform, his crew cut underscoring his military demeanor. The leather whip at his waist swayed slightly with his movements, resembling a poised serpent ready to strike. Hidden within his military boots was a dagger, glinting ominously and adding an air of danger about him. The referee's sharp whistle pierced the air, and Shi Bin surged forth like an arrow released from a bow. Propelled by his astonishing speed, akin to a cheetah pouncing on its prey, Zhou Er's response was equally swift. Almost simultaneously with Shi Bin's advance, she deftly nocked an arrow, steadying her bow with her left hand while her right pulled back the string into a perfect crescent shape. Executing the entire sequence with fluid grace, with a whoosh, the arrow shot forth like a streak of black lightning, propelled by fierce momentum, aimed directly at Shi Bin. As he dashed forward, a chilling sense of danger enveloped him. A sensation honed by years of combat experience that prompted him to swiftly sidestep. The arrow whizzed past his ear, slicing through the air with a sharp whistle, before his feet had fully returned to the ground. The feeling of being targeted surged back like a relentless tide. Relying on his extraordinary instinct and lightning-fast reflexes, Shi Bin evaded once more. Another arrow grazed his cheek, so close it left a stinging sensation, causing cold sweat to bead on his forehead. After 2 evasive maneuvers, he found himself retreating to the edge of the stage, breathing heavily, his chest heaving, eyes fixed intently on Zhou Er, a mix of seriousness and vigilance in his gaze. Zhou Er had already knocked another arrow, poised to strike. However, Shi Bin's recent ghost-like dodges made her realize that her opponent's speed far exceeded her expectations. An impulsive attack could waste her precious arrows and present Shi Bin with an ideal opportunity to counter. Thus, she decided to hold her position, her gaze locked on Shi Bin, both combatants ensnared in a tense stalemate, the air in the arena seemingly frozen. Shi Bin slowly extended his hand, grasping the whip at his waist. The veins on his forearm taut with effort, his eyes unwaveringly fixed on Zhou Er. Suddenly, with a powerful flick of his arm, the whip cracked like thunder in the stillness of the arena, striking the ground with a resounding thud that sent dust billowing into the air. As Zhou Er instinctively blinked at the unexpected noise, Shi Bin erupted like a awakened beast, his presence radiating a formidable aura as he surged toward her with unparalleled speed. Zhou Er, though possessing less combat experience than Shi Bin, quickly regained her composure in the face of his sudden onslaught. She raised her longbow high, channeling her strength to accurately deflect the incoming whip. In that fleeting moment, their weapons intertwined in a fierce contest of strength. As a ranged marksman, Zhou Er found herself in a precarious position with Shi Bin closing in. Shi Bin gripped the whip tightly, exerting all his might, while his left hand unleashed a ferocious blow from the Ming family fist. Known for their expertise in the Ming family fist, those trained in physical combat excelled, and among them, Shi Bin, with his military background, stood out. This martial art, derived from military training, appeared deceptively simple yet embodied the indomitable spirit of soldiers, deeply ingrained in Shi Bin's very essence. At that moment, his left fist barreled toward Zhou Er's face like a cannonball. In a life-and-death situation, Zhou Er displayed remarkable reflexes. She arched her back like a supple willow, executing a perfect bridge to narrowly evade Shi Bin's lethal hook. Following this, she executed a swift roll, her hands like sharp pincers, skillfully maneuvering behind Shi Bin to seize his throat. Zhou Er was equally adept in physical techniques. Upon noticing this, Shi Bin rolled away, barely escaping her deadly grasp. He quickly regained his footing, creating some distance as he prepared to launch another attack, when an overwhelming sense of danger washed over him. Without hesitation, he discarded the whip and rolled to the side in evasion. An arrow zipped past his cheek like a bolt of lightning, the razor-sharp tip slicing into his skin, leaving a thin trail of blood. Seizing the opportunity as Shi Bin evaded, Zhou Er steadied her right foot against the bow, leveraging the whip and forming a stable support with her left hand and right foot to swiftly draw and knock an arrow, unleashing a lethal shot. Her masterful archery and extraordinary adaptability truly warranted the praise bestowed upon her by Pei Dong. As Shi Bin slowly rose, he wiped the blood from his cheek with the back of his hand, his expression growing ever more determined, his eyes burning with the intensity of two blazing flames. Meanwhile, Zhou Er calmly detached the whip from her bow, deftly flicking her wrist as the whip flew accurately toward Shi Bin. The two faced off once more, their gazes clashing in the air, igniting sparks of tension. Zhang Shi, watching from the sidelines, felt his blood surge with excitement. He had never anticipated Shi Bin's strength to be so formidable. "Go, Shi Bin!" Pei Dong's fervent shout resonated like thunder in the ears of the crowd. Zhang Shi turned to see Su Song, Pei Dong, and Yin Li Jun, having arrived at some point, joining in the cheer for Shi Bin. "Captain Su, did your match conclude so quickly? Did you obliterate your opponent?" Zhang Shi asked, astonished. Su Song smiled faintly, explaining, "By chance, I encountered a junior from an old acquaintance's family, and after a brief exchange of pleasantries, they voluntarily forfeited. Is that really true?" Zhang Shi questioned skeptically, turning to Pei Dong for confirmation. Pei Dong nodded emphatically, his expression resolute, as if to say, "Absolutely." Zhang Shi was still grappling with the unexpected revelation when a thunderous crash erupted from the adjacent arena, indicating that a victor had emerged from that match. From the sheer force of the sound, it was evident that although the confrontation ended swiftly, the encounter had been nothing short of thrilling, and the winner was no ordinary contender. However, the battle between Shi Bin and Zhou Er remained fiercely contested, with all members of Team 02 standing by the ring, too engrossed to pay heed to the unfolding events next door. Shi Bin gripped the whip tightly, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on Zhou Er. He took a deep breath, centering himself before rapidly circling the arena. With the passage of time, his speed intensified, the sound of his footsteps echoing like a rapid drumbeat. Strangely, his trajectory remained unchanged, presenting an easy target for Zhou Er, a seasoned archer with exceptional precision. A hint of confusion crossed Zhou Er's face as she speculated on Shi Bin's intentions. Just as her mind was racing with questions, Shi Bin abruptly halted his circular motion and charged directly at her. He intended to withstand Zhou Er's assault head-on, initiating a frontal assault with his own velocity. Zhou Er instantly grasped Shi Bin's plan, a flicker of admiration gleaming in her eyes. In response to his reckless charge, she swiftly extracted 3 arrows from her quiver, knocking them onto her bow with practiced ease. She narrowed her eyes, leveraging her keen observational skills and acute predictive abilities to rapidly calculate Shi Bin's trajectory. Without hesitation, she released the bowstring, sending 3 arrows hurtling forth like meteors racing across the night sky. The first arrow flew straight toward Shi Bin's body, while the second and third targeted the flanks where he might evade. As Zhou Er unleashed her fierce barrage of 3 arrows, Shi Bin was acutely aware that evading them mid-air would only plunge him into a more disadvantageous position. Thus, he decisively chose to sidestep the first arrow to the left. Simultaneously, he brandished the whip in his grasp, while his left hand swiftly reached for his boot, preparing to draw forth the military dagger concealed within. Just as his fingers were about to make contact with the dagger, A fleeting glance caught the subtle upturn of Jior's lips, revealing a barely perceptible smile. A sudden alarm surged within him. Years of combat experience warned him that danger was imminent, and a sense of crisis enveloped him in an instant. Without hesitation, he halted the movement of his left hand, quickly adjusting his body posture into a defensive stance. His full attention riveted on the second arrow Jior had released. The moment the arrow collided with the whip, a resounding explosion echoed, the arrow detonating violently, sending forth a powerful shockwave that rippled outward. This was no ordinary arrow, but a special projectile imbued with formidable energy. Despite his defensive maneuver, the sheer force of the explosion caught Sherbin off guard due to his rapid advance. His camouflage attire was instantly torn asunder, revealing the sinewy muscles beneath. While various abrasions marred his skin, he wiped the trickle of blood from the corner of his mouth. His gaze betrayed no hint of fear. Instead, it blazed with an even fiercer determination. At that moment, the entire world seemed to fade away, leaving only Jior as his sole adversary. He resembled a ravenous beast, fixating on Jior as his only prey. In this heightened state of focus, combat had become an instinctual response, each movement fluid and natural. He darted across the stage, launching attacks, dodging, then striking once more, only to evade again. As the battle raged on, the arena reverberated with the cacophony of energy arrows detonating, smoke billowing around them. Sherbin's camouflage outfit deteriorated under the relentless onslaught, ultimately reduced to tattered strips clinging to him. Yet, he seemed oblivious to the pain. Maintaining an unwavering offensive, continually charging at Jior. Under the tempestuous barrage of Sherbin's attacks, Jior began to feel the pressure mounting. She reached for her quiver once more, intent on drawing an arrow for a counterstrike. But when her fingers brushed against the interior, her complexion paled in an instant. A dreadful realization struck her. Her quiver was devoid of arrows. She had exhausted her supply. In the moment of Jior's stunned expression, a fierce glint flashed in Sherbin's eyes, and his speed surged. His right hand wielded the whip like a dragon emerging from the sea, while the military dagger in his left hand glimmered ominously. Revealing its lethal edge, Jior hastily evaded the whip, leaping from the ground in a flurry. However, her space for evasion was severely restricted while airborne. Seeing this, Sherbin propelled himself forward, leaping like a bolt of lightning. Appearing on Jior's left side, the sharp dagger aimed directly at her alabaster neck. Fear and despair filled Jior's eyes as she bit her lip. Even without arrows, she strained with all her might to draw her bow taut. Flickering lightning coalesced upon the bowstring as she endeavored to conjure a magical arrow with her last reserves of strength. Yet, before the magical arrow could fully take shape, Sherbin's dagger was already closing in on Jior's throat, and she could feel the chilling aura emanating from the blade in a split second. Sherbin abruptly retracted the dagger, executing a series of steps mid-air. With a sharp slicing sound, he altered his trajectory, evading Jior, who was also momentarily suspended in the air. Sherbin spun like a rapidly whirling top, tracing a perfect 360-degree arc around Jior before reappearing directly in front of her. Concealing the dagger behind his back and stowing the whip, a boyish grin spread across his face. In his mind, he had already claimed victory. At that moment, he merely wished to comport himself with a semblance of gallantry. Boom! A thunderous explosion abruptly shattered the atmosphere, contorting Sherbin's smile into an expression of agony. Jior had failed to control the magical arrow she had conjured, and the arrow, imbued with the power of lightning, struck Sherbin squarely in the chest. Jior froze, rendered speechless, while Sherbin's face contorted in disbelief, his body scorched and blackened as if charred, a mouthful of blood erupting from him and splattering onto Jior. Zhang Shi and Su Song rushed onto the stage, swiftly catching Sherbin as he plummeted. The entire sequence transpired so rapidly that even the referee was caught off guard. In a flash, teacher Wang Xiao, who had been seated at the judges' table, appeared on the stage, administering emergency treatment to Sherbin. The referee stood frozen, utterly uncertain of how to adjudicate the situation. Beside Jior, a cadre of friends hurriedly gathered around her. She remained in a state of shock, still reeling from the unexpected turn of events. Glancing at her hands and then at the fallen Sherbin, her eyes mirrored a profound sense of confusion and guilt. After performing a preliminary assessment, teacher Wang Xiao rose to announce that Sherbin was no longer in danger of losing his life. but had lost the ability to continue fighting. The referee approached Jiur, prepared to raise her hand in victory, only to find her defiantly keeping her hands at her sides, unwilling to comply. Taking a deep breath, her voice trembling, she declared, "He has won. I concede with that." She turned on her heel and leapt off the stage. Thus, in this unforeseen turn of events, the first day's competition drew to a close, with the 8 finalists fully determined. The upper bracket comprised Chao Yun, Chen Dong, Sun Jian, and Lu Lin. The lower bracket included Zhang Shi, Shi Bin, Morong Yunhai, and Su Song. The matchups for the semifinals were promptly announced: Chao Yun versus Chen Dong, Sun Jian versus Lu Lin, Zhang Shi versus Shi Bin, and Morong Yunhai versus Su Song. Chapter 26. The semifinals ignite with lightning speed as the roster of 8 finalists was unveiled. That very evening, a voting poll for ranking the finalist strengths was initiated. The news spread like wildfire, igniting widespread participation and excitement. Upon the announcement of the voting results, the ever-gossipy Pei Dong was left fuming, stomping his feet in frustration. A total of 108 students cast their votes, with the following tallies. Su Song secured 50 votes. Leading by a landslide, Morong Yunhai followed with 32 votes. Lu Lin garnered 12 votes. Chao Yun received a mere 8 votes. Chen Dong managed 3 votes. Sun Jian obtained 2 votes, and Shi Bin, pitifully, ended up with only 1 vote. While Zhang Shi shockingly received none, a grand zeroed, observing her own dismal scores, Zhang Shi felt a mix of anger and amusement. The members of Team 02 predominantly cast their votes for Su Song. Yet who could have anticipated that she would find herself in such a dismal predicament? It was truly a case of some reveling in joy while others lamented their misfortune. Regardless of the voting outcomes, the semifinals commenced as scheduled. In the first match, Chao Yun faced off against Chen Dong. From the outset, Chen Dong bowed deeply, and without a hint of suspense, Chao Yun advanced effortlessly to in the second bout. Sun Jian went up against Lu Lin. With a single, decisive strike, Lu Lin swiftly sent Sun Jian home. In the third contest, Shi Bin, still nursing his injuries, regrettably withdrew, granting Zhang Shi a victory by default and allowing her to progress to the next round. The fourth match, highly anticipated by all, pitted Morong Yunhai against Su Song. Given the immense popularity of both Su Song and Morong Yunhai among the students, coupled with the monotony of the preceding 3 matches, this duel naturally drew the attention of the entire audience. The previous day had witnessed only teacher Wang Xiao at the judges' table, but today, it was brimming with spectators, including Zhang Daoren and other esteemed mentors. Morong Yunhai, clad in a sharp combat outfit, exuded an impeccable charm. His striking features and deep, piercing gaze captivated the audience. As soon as he stepped onto the stage, a chorus of cheers erupted from his admirers, igniting the atmosphere. Upon Su Song's arrival, Morong Yunhai immediately clasped his fists in salute, respectfully stating, "I, Morong Yunhai, humbly seek your guidance, Senior Yaoguang." Hearing this long-forgotten title, Su Song was momentarily taken aback, his voice laced with nostalgia. Gazing at the youthful figure before him, he couldn't help but muse, indeed, youth is a wondrous thing. This world ultimately belongs to you. Afterward, Su Song's gaze shifted to Zhang Shi, and he executed an unexpected maneuver. He leapt down from the stage. This seemingly simple address, laden with profound implications, effectively compelled Su Song to forfeit the match. Morong Yunhai appeared to have anticipated this outcome, offering another courteous bow, "Thank you, Senior Yaoguang." And thus, Morong Yunhai advanced. The semifinals concluded with remarkable swiftness, taking less than half an hour in total, with only Lu Lin's decisive strike providing any real excitement. Following the conclusion of the matches, Zhang Daoren's voice resonated among the crowd. Since the final 4 have been determined, let us proceed directly to the semifinals. Chao Yun against Lu Lin, and Zhang Shi against Morong Yunhai. Upon hearing the matchups, Chao Yun cast a disdainful glance at Lu Lin before nimbly leaping onto the stage. Lu Lin gently caressed his black blade, then in a flash, he too was on the stage. The semi-final round transitioned abruptly into a new phase. On the stage, Lu Lin gripped his black blade firmly. Striking a signature pose for his attack, Chao Yun, brimming with contempt, waved his right hand, conjuring 3 fireballs that spun lazily in his palm, as if to taunt his opponent. Slash! Lu Lin bellowed, propelling himself like lightning from one side of the stage to the other. However, this fierce strike met with nothing but air, as Chao Yun effortlessly evaded. Chao Yun, unperturbed, mocked, Did you think me among those novices? Humph. With that, he released the trio of fireballs, which shot forth like 3 blazing meteors. Hurtling toward his adversary, Liu Lin opted not to absorb the impact, deftly dodging the fireballs. Upon striking the ground, the fireballs exploded, creating 3 large craters and sending debris flying. Ants, Chao Yun derisively spat, and with another flourish of his hand, 3 more fireballs materialized in his palm, which he casually hurled. Amid the thunderous explosions, the stage was left riddled with craters. Liu Lin maintained his grip on the black blade, evading while keenly observing his opponent. Searching for an opportunity to counterattack? Yatu! Lu Lin suddenly shouted, swiftly transitioning from a slashing posture to an aggressive stance, transforming his sweeping attack into a piercing strike, appearing before Chao Yun like a specter. A resounding crash echoed as the fireball in Chao Yun's hand narrowly struck the advancing black blade. The force of the impact forced Chao Yun to retreat to the edge of the arena, and he withdrew the mocking expression from his face, beginning to treat his opponent with the seriousness they deserved. Fire rain! Chao Yun summoned flames from both hands, spinning rapidly. In the blink of an eye, countless fireballs surged forth like a torrential downpour towards Lu Lin. Observing this, Lu Lin gripped his black blade tightly and shouted, "Night battle, 8 directions." He wielded the black blade in a manner that formed an impenetrable barrier, successfully deflecting each of the incoming fireballs. This fierce confrontation astonished everyone present, in their perception. Chao Yun was merely someone who had leveraged connections to qualify, a mere faade. Yet here he was, showcasing a prowess that was genuinely shocking. Fire fall. Chao Yun immediately unleashed a formidable spell. Above his head, fire energy swiftly coalesced into a massive fireball, reminiscent of a meteor, rotating and radiating an intense heat wave. Gripping his black blade tightly, Lu Lin focused intently on the enormous fireball, drawing forth energy from within to empower the blade. As the fireball completed its charge and hurtled towards Lu Lin, the entire arena was enveloped in searing heat, with spectators outside feeling the oncoming wave of warmth. Within this oppressive atmosphere, Lu Lin felt immense pressure. As Chao Yun gathered his energy, Lu Lin contemplated launching a preemptive strike to interrupt him, but an overwhelming sense of being targeted held him back. Any rash attack would surely invoke the spell's immediate wrath. With no avenue for evasion, he resolved to fight back. "Water break!" Lu Lin cried out, swinging the black blade decisively at the fireball. Astonishingly, the meteor-like fireball was cleaved in 2, each half shooting off the stage. Fortunately, Zhang Daoren reacted swiftly, his sleeve sweeping the air, causing the fireballs to vanish instantaneously. After executing Water Break, Lu Lin's hand trembled slightly around the blade. His internal energy was nearly depleted. In stark contrast, Chao Yun appeared relaxed and in complete control. The disparity in their foundations was glaringly evident at this moment. Lu Lin had only recently mastered his extraordinary abilities, while Chao Yun hailed from a prestigious lineage, enjoying abundant training resources and a profound foundation. 3 flames reappeared, swirling rapidly in the AI. Liu Lin gazed at the fireballs, filled with reluctance, yet his energy was insufficient. Gritting his teeth, he clasped his fists and declared, "I concede." In the upper bracket, Chao Yun emerged victorious. The semi-finals in the upper bracket were a splendid spectacle, bringing forth numerous surprises. Meanwhile, the lower brackets matches were equally anticipated. However, the crowd's expectations were not for another competitor believed to have advanced through connections, but rather for the remarkably outstanding Murong Yunhai. Both in appearance and demeanor. In the first round, Murong Yunhai engaged in a spell duel with Du Qinglin, delivering an electrifying performance that captivated the audience. The semifinals in the lower bracket commenced officially. In stark contrast to the one-on-one battles on stage, the area below transformed into a battlefield between Pei Dong and a throng of Murong Yunhai's female fans. "Go Murong, go!" The enthusiasm of the female cheerleaders reached a fever pitch, descending into a frenzy. Not to be outdone, Pei Dong vigorously struck his beverage bottles, shouting, "Zhang Shi will prevail, go Zhang Shi!" His voice boomed, seemingly attempting to drown out everyone else. Observing this, In Li Jun and others awkwardly shifted aside, creating distance from Pei Dong, evidently perturbed by his overzealous demeanor. On the stage, Zhang Shi clasped his fists toward Murong Yunhai, introducing himself, "Zhang Shi." Murong Yunhai returned the gesture, replying, Murong Yunhai, please. Armed with the flowing cloud sword, he swiftly executed a sword technique, assuming the initial stance of the flowing cloud sword method. The audience watched as Zhang Shi performed the movements with a semblance of skill, only to erupt in a chorus of boos. Despite Xiao Yun having just proven his worth in the competition, the resentment stemming from envy still clouded their judgment of Zhang Shi, widely regarded as a connection-based contender. Zhang Shi received no votes, not solely due to skepticism regarding his abilities, but more so from an ingrained disdain. Murong Yunhai summoned flickering lightning in his hands, bellowing, palm thunder. The lightning surged forth like a galloping steed, barreling towards Zhang Shi. Just as the lightning was about to strike, a gentle glow emanated from around Zhang Shi's neck, steadily blocking the onslaught. Upon witnessing this, Murong Yunhai swiftly recalibrated his technique, shouting, falling thunder. In an instant, countless bolts of lightning rained down, engulfing Zhang Shi within a tempest of electric fury. Yet, it merely stirred waves of gentle light. Under the protection of the colorful cloud buckle, Zhang Shi remained unscathed. What is happening? How is Murong's attack being thwarted? The female cheerleaders questioned, perplexed. Pei Dong, smugly responding, declared, your Murong can't even breach the defenses of the colorful cloud buckle. It's time to concede. Zhang Shi is inherently invincible. Shameless, utterly shameless. Murong Yunhai's fans seethed in anger at Pei Dong's remarks, hurling curses from below. Yet, regardless of their volume or numbers, Pei Dong countered with his booming voice and the clashing sounds of his bottles, maintaining a firm rebuttal. For a moment, the battle below seemed more intense than the one unfolding on stage. Chapter 27. A glimpse into the flowing cloud sword method. Murong Yunhai, having made consecutive attempts, found that Zhang Shi's defensive barrier, constructed from a protective artifact, was akin to an impenetrable fortress, rendering his current power utterly inadequate to breach it. This left him feeling utterly helpless, as the battle sank into an impenetrable stalemate from the outset. Zhang Shi, undeterred by Murong Yunhai's fluctuating emotions, activated the unknown body technique, launching an assault towards Murong Yunhai with the agility of a sleek leopard. The essence of the flowing cloud sword method lies in its dual nature as both a comprehensive sword system and a distinctive technique. The initial stance of the flowing cloud sword method emphasizes flowing downstream, acting in accordance with the circumstances. Once an attack is initiated, the sword strikes become like a babbling brook, continuous and unyielding. It does not adhere to fixed forms, but embodies a unique artistic conception. As Murong Yunhai witnessed Zhang Shi's advancing swordplay, a look of exasperation crossed his face. While the initial stance appeared competent, the subsequent movements were undeniably crude. In a wonder, Zhang Daoren remarked that Professor Qi comprehended the method before Zhang Shi. After all, aside from the initial stance, the remainder relied solely on personal insight. This was the essence of the artistic flow of swordsmanship. Following the initial stance, Zhang Shi's subsequent flowing cloud sword techniques naturally unfolded alongside the unknown body technique. Although they appeared unrefined, once in close proximity, the sharpness of the flowing cloud sword could certainly pose a threat to Murong Yunhai. Murong Yunhai repeatedly unleashed spells in an attempt to repel Zhang Shi. However, each spell that approached Zhang Shi was effortlessly neutralized by the colorful cloud buckle, inflicting no damage whatsoever. Murong Yunhai moved rapidly, seeking to create distance, but within the favorable conditions, the flowing cloud sword method proved to be an unyielding shadow. With relentless attacks flowing like water, as long as Zhang Shi's internal energy remained, the onslaught would not cease. Seizing a fleeting opportunity, Murong Yunhai hastily retrieved a staff from his storage pouch in an instant. The combat style on the stage shifted dramatically as he transformed into a melee mage, vigorously wielding the staff in fierce combat against Zhang Shi. Murong Yunhai felt utterly cornered. Unable to breach the defenses of the colorful cloud buckle, his spells became futile. Faced with this predicament, his only recourse was to engage Zhang Shi in close-quarters combat, relying on a contest of whose internal energy would prove more enduring, a measure of their respective realms. The scene on the stage was indeed a spectacle for sore eyes. A clumsy swordsman, inexperienced in swordplay, clashing with a forced melee mage in a stalemate. The cheers from the cheerleaders gradually subsided, as the audience, bewildered by this unusual standoff, found themselves at a loss. Just when everyone expected this to evolve into a protracted war of attrition, Zhang Daoren at the judges' table stroked his beard. a knowing smile playing on his lips. The impression of Zhang Shi as a clumsy swordsman stemmed from his mere days of exposure to the flowing cloud sword method in the preceding grueling training. The focus had primarily been on his body technique. It could be said that this was Zhang Shi's first practical application of the flowing cloud sword method. Initially, it was presumed that Zhang Shi would struggle to grasp the essence of the flowing cloud sword method before the grand competition. However, to everyone's surprise, Zhang Shi's exceptional insight allowed him to grasp its artistic conception at a preliminary level. As for the awkwardness displayed during battle, it was merely due to his lack of practical experience. For the flowing cloud sword method, as long as the conception is in place, the sword techniques will naturally flow with increasing fluidity. The key lies not in the techniques themselves, but in that distinctive artistic conception. Regarding the adequacy of internal energy, Zhang Shi, having embarked on his cultivation journey with 99 bottles of marrow-cleansing liquid, possessed a reservoir of internal energy that surpassed ordinary expectations. Zhang Daoren found the situation increasingly intriguing. Today, Morong Yunhai would likely serve as Zhang Shi's sparring partner. At this moment, Zhang Shi was completely immersed in the artistic conception of the flowing cloud sword method, oblivious to everything outside, relentlessly launching a barrage of attacks against Morong Yunhai. His mastery of the flowing cloud sword method was maturing rapidly. Morong Yunhai, on the other hand, was at a loss. Despite his rich heritage and deep foundations, facing the enigmatic, colorful cloud buckle and Zhang Shi's elusive body technique left him unable to create distance, forcing him to engage as a melee mage. The only consolation was that he too possessed a defensive artifact, which allowed for the appearance of a balanced exchange, though neither sustained any substantial harm. As time passed, Zhang Shi's understanding of the artistic conception of the flowing cloud sword method deepened, with each clash against Morong Yunhai amplifying its potency. Moreover, Zhang Shi's internal energy seemed inexhaustible, while Morong Yunhai's defensive artifact began to flicker more rapidly, with its breach only a matter of time. Once intent on maintaining a stalemate, Morong Yunhai's expression grew increasingly grim, I concede. He suddenly proclaimed Ke Su remained immersed in the profound essence of the swordsmanship, completely oblivious to Morong Yunhai's words, and continued to launch relentless attacks. Observing this, a middle-aged man outside the arena leaped onto the stage, raising his hand to unleash a palm strike. The gentle radiance of the Kaiyun Ko surged fiercely, propelling Ke towards the edge of the arena with the sheer force of the blow. A steady hand rested firmly on Ke shoulder. Zhang Daoren waved his left hand lightly, causing the residual power of the palm strike in Ke chest to dissipate instantaneously. Brother Morong, why bother to lower yourself to the level of a junior? The middle-aged man scoffed coldly, leading Morong Yunhai off the stage. The referee promptly declared Ke the victor, who then followed Zhang Daoren off the platform. In that instant, the venue erupted with Pei Dong's exuberant howls and the clattering of plastic bottles. However, Zhang Daoren did not escort Ke back to the dormitory, but instead headed straight to the training room. Can you still feel the essence of the Luyun sword technique you just practiced? Zhang Daoren inquired. Ke nodded vigorously, contemplating that the match had ended before he could fully enjoy it. His master was surely preparing a private session for him, and having a reliable mentor was indeed advantageous. Zhang Daoren smiled at Ke. The essence of the Luyun sword technique is divided into downstream and upstream. What you just experienced was merely the downstream aspect. A sudden sense of foreboding surged within Ke. As anticipated, Zhang Daoren launched an attack without hesitation. Luyun's sword technique descending with the current faced with Zhang Daoren's downstream assault. Ke found himself instantly caught in an upstream predicament, akin to a torrential flood that surged violently. Initially believing that the Kaiyun Ko could withstand the onslaught, Ke was met with an undeniable pain, and upon touching his neck, he realized the Kaiyun Ko was no longer present. Relying on external objects is not the true path. Focus on honing your swordsmanship, Zhang Daoren admonished. Following his words, Zhang Daoren's attacks fell like a relentless storm. Although he wielded no sword, Ke could palpably sense the essence of the Luyun sword technique emanating from him. Grasping a short sword, Ke endeavored to immerse himself in the essence of the Luyun sword technique. Rising against Zhang Daoren's onslaught, it was not until dinner time that Ke returned to the dormitory. His body marred with injuries and 3 bottles of cleansing essence given by Zhang Daoren in hand. As he utilized the cleansing essence to recover, Ke pondered deeply on Zhang Daoren's teachings. The Luyun sword technique possessed not only the beauty of descending with the current, but also the profundity of ascending against it. Whether flowing downstream or upstream, it could be executed with the grace of flowing clouds and flowing water. Regarding the Kayun Ko, Zhang Daoren warned him against developing a dependence on external objects. Temporarily taking custody of it. Su settled down in his room to meditate, quietly channeling the sword technique within him while contemplating the essence of the Luyun sword technique. This sword technique was his hidden trump card. After witnessing Chao Yun's performance in the match, Kusu brimmed with anticipation for the final showdown with him the following day. Meanwhile, in Chao Yun's room, Chao Yun laughed heartily. Yuner, splendid job. You truly are a fine son of the Chao family. Your performance today has greatly pleased your grandfather. Thank you for the praise, Grandpa. By the way, do you know the origin of the short sword in Zhang Shi's hand? It appears to be exceedingly sharp, Chao Yun inquired. That sword is old Shi's Luyun sword. Are you worried about being at a disadvantage in terms of weaponry? Chao Yun remarked, retrieving a long stick from his storage belt. This stick, seemingly unremarkable, bore scorch marks at its tip. Take this, just use it to directly clash with the Luyun sword. Our Chao family has ample resources, Chao Yun unabashedly boomed, laughing heartily as he exited Chao Yun's room. Holding the stick gifted by his grandfather, Chao Yun wore a confident smile. He meticulously recalled Kusu's performance from earlier, still feeling a hint of unease, prompting him to summon the other 5 members of his team to his room. Chapter 28. The battle drums resound. The pinnacle showdown begins. The long-anticipated finals had finally arrived. Following yesterday's semifinals, the students' perspectives had undergone a dramatic transformation. Su and Chao Yun, viewed as the 2 favored candidates prior to the competition, had decisively silenced their critics with their prowess. On the podium, a middle-aged man sat centrally, bearing a resemblance to Chao Yun. He was Chao Yun's uncle, Chao Jing. Zhang Daoren and several other instructors were positioned on either side of Chao Jing. Below the stage, Bin had been pulled to the venue early by Pei Dong. Pei Dong handed Bin a bottle filled with sand as a motivational artifact. Today, Pei Dong's attire was indeed an eyesore. A red headband adorned with the words "Victory is certain" tied around his head, a colorful feather stuck in his ear, a massive drum hanging at his waist, and he clutched drumsticks tightly, declaring, "With these drumsticks, I shall dominate the arena." In terms of momentum, Team 02 was undoubtedly the best in the audience. On the arena, Kusu donned traditional Hanfu, wielding his short sword. He stood tall, resembling a chivalrous warrior traversing the ancient world with his sword. Since practicing Meng family fist and chi cultivation methods, Kusu was no longer the plump and disheveled figure who returned from adventures. His physique had become increasingly well-proportioned. Chao Yun, however, did not make an early appearance on stage. As the competition time approached, the crowd began to murmur discontent. So pretentious, still not showing up at this hour. Is he afraid of losing and too cowardly to face it? As the murmurs escalated, a flash of red light darted across, revealing Chao Yun brandishing a fire stick, soaring onto the stage with a remarkably flamboyant entrance. What on earth is that? Is it a fire stick? Pei Dong's laughter rang out from below. Chao Yun shot a fierce glare at Pei Dong. His eyes filled with fury. Unfazed, Pei Dong returned the glare. Ever since the incident with Yin Li Jun, Pei Dong had never given Chao Yun a favorable expression. If he couldn't win in combat, he would not lose in words. The referee disregarded this minor interruption, confirming both contestants' readiness before blowing the whistle to signal the start of the finals. Kusu swiftly formed hand seals with his left hand while steadily holding the sword with his right. Adopting the initial stance of the Luyun sword technique, Chao Yun fixed his gaze on Kusu, initially intending to adopt a strategy of stillness to counter movement, but he soon realized Kusu's momentum was continuously escalating. I can no longer wait. Delaying further will only allow Kusu to accumulate more power. Chao Yun bellowed, thrusting the fire stick like a spear. With the initial stance charged, he seized the initiative. The internal energy surged, and the short sword struck out like a nimble viper. Luyun's sword technique descending with the current. Seeing this, Chao Yun horizontally intercepted with the stick, disregarding the sharpness of the Luyun sword. The material of the stick was unique. When it clashed with the Luyun sword, it showed no signs of yielding. Moreover, each time the fire stick met the sword, waves of fire-infused energy surged along the blade. Attacking Kusu within Fire Fury, Kusu swiftly circulated his internal technique, blocking the fiery energy from penetrating. The sword intent of the Luyun sword technique had already formed, and Kusu's assaults crashed like surging waves. Forcing Chao Yun to retreat step by step. Go, Kusu! Go, Kusu! Flatten that fire stick! Pei Dong howled exuberantly, his voice mingling with the erratic beat of the drum, causing discomfort to the ears. Sherbin, too, was swept up in the fervent atmosphere, feverishly striking the bottle. Streams of sword energy shot forth from the Luyun sword, and under the pressure of Kusu's sword intent, Chao Yun found himself retreating continuously. After a fierce exchange, Chao Yun suddenly opened his mouth, releasing a fireball that shot towards Kusu. Inferno fire! Kusu reacted swiftly, parrying with his sword. The impact reverberated as the fireball exploded into fragments. Chao Yun, gazing at Kusu, narrowed his eyes, a smile creeping onto his face. Ha ha. Where's your protective talisman? Laughing, Chao Yun leaped towards the edge of the arena, creating distance while quickly forming hand seals. Fire Rain. Having previously analyzed Kusu's match against Murong Yunhai, Chao Yun had believed that long-range techniques would be ineffective against Kusu. However, the recent fireball revealed that Kusu was not wearing a protective talisman today. Regardless of the reason, this was an excellent opportunity for him. The sky darkened as torrents of fire rained down upon Kusu like a barrage of arrows. Kusu swiftly withdrew his sword. Employing the technique of descending with the current, the downstream technique was not only effective for offense but also excelled in defense. The Luyun sword technique emphasized sword intent, focusing on the essence rather than being bound by external forms. While Kusu had appeared somewhat inexperienced when using the downstream technique yesterday, today he executed it with an ethereal elegance. Fire Meteor. Chao Yun, seizing the advantage, unleashed fire-based spells with ease. A massive fireball, reminiscent of a meteor, hurtled down towards Kusu. Observing the approaching fireball, Kusu chose not to evade. With a change in his sword technique, he charged directly at the fireball. Utilizing his immense energy, he shattered the fireball instantaneously, closing the distance to Chao Yun in the blink of an eye. Luyun's sword technique ascending against the current confronted with the sudden ferocity of Kusu's sword strikes. Chao Yun, in a fluster, swung the fire stick to parry the Luyun sword, barely evading the attack. Yet, the sword energy from the Luyun sword grazed Chao Yun's face, leaving a trail of blood. You dare to injure me. Chao Yun cursed, but before he could finish, Kusu's sword struck again. Relentless in his assault, Kusu executed the downstream technique, determined to seize the advantage and eliminate Chao Yun. The flowing, seamless attacks forced Chao Yun to desperately wield his stick in defense, placing him at a significant disadvantage. After another clash, Chao Yun found himself backed against the edge of the arena, his eyes ablaze with fury. The continuous energy combined with the unpredictable nature of the Luyun sword technique could easily overwhelm an opponent. Chao Yun's fire-based spells were already exceptional among the younger generation, yet at this moment, he still found himself at a disadvantage. Gritting his teeth, it seemed he had made a difficult decision. He waved his hand towards the edge of the arena, summoning the 5 members of his team to appear instantly. Each of the 5 quickly formed hand seals, a flame rising within them. Simultaneously, a circular totem appeared behind Chao Yun, marked with 10 grooves, 5 of which were already occupied by flames. The flames from Chao Yun's teammates soared towards the vacant grooves like celestial fireballs. Cheating, referee, he is cheating. 6 against 1, Pei Dong exclaimed, halting his drumming in furious protest. The referee shot a glance at Pei Dong before turning his attention back to the podium. Seeing that Chao Jing had no intention of interrupting the match, he gestured to Zhang Shi to continue. Pei Dong still wanted to argue, but Su Song pulled him back from behind. Do not interfere with Zhang Shi's match. The world of abilities has many rules you are yet to comprehend. What Chao Yun is doing does not constitute cheating. This is his true strength. Before Su Song could finish his sentence, a thunderous roar erupted from the arena as Chao Yun unleashed a fierce cry. In an instant, the fire stick in his hand was engulfed in blazing flames. Flame stick technique? A torrent of ferocious fire energy swept across the entire arena. Chao Yun wielded the fiery staff like an enraged beast, charging towards Zhang Shi with heavy strides. Zhang Shi immediately shifted from offense to defense, employing the technique of flowing downstream. His agile movements allowed him to deftly evade Chao Yun's assaults. The onslaught was imbued with violent fire elements, far surpassing the previous fire spells in power. As Zhang Shi defended himself, he could distinctly feel waves of fire energy battering against him. Without the protection of the Kaiyun, he could only rely on his own strength to withstand the onslaught. Fortunately, Thanks to the special training from Zhang Daoren, he was barely able to hold on at this moment. Zhang Shi pondered whether to prolong the battle, testing whose vital energy would deplete first, or to devise another strategy. The audience below was utterly astonished, silence enveloping the crowd. The formidable combat prowess displayed by the two left everyone breathless. Pei Dong, too nervous to cheer, clenched his fists, palms sweating profusely. He ultimately resolved to adopt a strategy of mobility, aimed at exhausting Chao Yun's stamina and vital energy. He was certain that Chao Yun's high-intensity state could not be sustained for long. Indeed, as time went on, Chao Yun, unable to break through, began to grow increasingly impatient. Raging flames, Chao Yun roared, and the flames on his staff surged dramatically. He swept across the arena, transforming it into a veritable sea of fire. This move was clearly intended to force Zhang Shi into a direct confrontation. Flowing cloud sword technique, sword control, Zhang Shi realized he had no choice but to confront the flames head-on. He released his short sword, which shot forth like a bolt of lightning, aimed directly at Chao Yun's neck. This was precisely the sword control technique from the flowing cloud sword technique. Chapter 29. The Glory of Coronation. The grand competition concludes with victory. The flowing cloud sword pierced through the overwhelming flames, hurtling towards Chao Yun's neck at an astonishing speed. In that fleeting moment, Chao Yun found himself teetering on the brink of decapitation. Bang! A sharp sound rang out as a protective talisman on Chao Yun's body shattered. Disintegrating into ashes, the flowing cloud sword grazed Chao Yun's neck, tracing an arc before returning steadily to Zhang Shi's hand. In truth, Zhang Shi had no intention of delivering a lethal blow. He merely sought to teach Chao Yun a harsh lesson. However, the accidental triggering of his protective talisman rendered the situation somewhat delicate, leading to a misunderstanding. Chao Yun roared in fury, the terrifying sensation of nearly being beheaded stripping him of all reason. Flames erupted from his body, akin to an explosive volcano. The 10 flames on the totem behind him began to spin rapidly, resembling 10 fiery wheels, which swiftly fused into one fire spirit. With a mighty shout from Chao Yun, his aura surged explosively. Surrounded by flames, the violent fire energy surged from within him like a tsunami. He swung the flaming staff with a cataclysmic force, aiming a devastating strike at Zhang Shi. Zhang Shi quickly circulated his vital energy, continuously channeling it into the flowing cloud sword. In that moment, he wielded the flowing cloud sword technique with such impenetrable precision that it resembled an indestructible barrier. Simultaneously, he maximized the use of the nameless movement technique, becoming as elusive as a specter, deftly maneuvering around Chao Yun in a strategic dance. Who would have thought that another fire spirit would emerge from the Chao family? However, nurturing it within another's body ultimately yields inferior results, Zhang Daoren remarked as he observed the fierce battle in the arena, turning to Chao Jing. Chao Jing smiled faintly in response, saying, "The fire spirit is divided into 6. They all have their chances. In the end, it remains uncertain who will prevail." Heh! Zhang Daoren merely chuckled, choosing not to argue further. In his view, with the fire spirit totem residing within Chao Yun, what could anyone else possibly use to compete against him? Below the arena, Pei Dong looked perplexed, glancing towards Su Song. Su Song explained, "Chao Yun cultivates the fire spirit body. He cannot fully bear the power of the entire fire spirit totem, so he disperses part of that power to nurture within others." After a brief pause, he continued, "Chao Yun's current fusion of the fire spirit, unleashing an instantaneous surge of combat power, will be difficult for Zhang Shi to counter. Nevertheless, Chao Yun has yet to master it completely. Such a potent state cannot be sustained indefinitely." Pei Dong, grasping the essence of the explanation, shouted towards the arena, "Chao Yun can only hold out for 3 seconds at most. Hang in there, Zhang Shi." All eyes turned to Pei Dong, who shrank back, silenced by the collective gaze. At this moment, the arena was suffused with a terrifying fire energy, the heat becoming almost unbearable. Zhang Shi found himself with diminishing ground to stand upon. Relying solely on his exquisite, nameless movement technique to endure in the constricted space, even the referee could no longer withstand the intense heat and flew out of the ring, cornered once more. Zhang Shi's expression turned grave as he fixed his gaze upon Chao Yun, who wore a mocking grin as he raised his hand to launch another assault. The savage fire energy surged forth like a relentless tide, crashing down upon Zhang Shi once again. Fully concentrated, Zhang Shi executed the flowing cloud sword technique to its utmost potential. Gradually, he felt as though he was merging with the surrounding elements, acutely sensing the flow of energy around him. This sensation was not merely visual but a profound, tangible awareness. He entered a state of profound transcendence, one that was difficult to articulate. Under the immense pressure exerted by Chao Yun, Zhang Shi's comprehension of the flowing cloud sword technique ascended to an entirely new realm. Suddenly, Zhang Shi ceased the continuous execution of the flowing cloud sword technique and the nameless movement. He stood still, slowly closing his eyes, with the sword in his right hand and gesturing with his left, re-establishing the initial stance of the flowing cloud sword technique. Zhang Doran's eyes lit up at this transformation. He soared into the air, hovering above the arena. In that instant, torrents of sword intent radiated from him, enveloping the entire arena like an invisible fortress. The spectators at the edge of the arena were forcefully pushed back by this overwhelming force. Chao Jing observed Zhang Shi on the stage and remarked, "Old Taoist, why are you so anxious? No one will dare to interrupt his enlightenment." Zhang Daoran, however, remained unfazed, his expression serious as he declared, "Except for the two contestants on the stage, anyone who dares to intervene shall face my wrath." Su Song too recognized the gravity of the situation. He swiftly led the members of Team 02 to turn and vigilantly watch the surrounding crowd, preventing anyone from approaching the arena to disrupt Zhang Shi. On the stage, Zhang Shi appeared to have returned to that wondrous state he experienced during his initial cultivation. He was entirely immersed in sensing the fluctuations of the surrounding energy, oblivious to everything outside. Deaf to sounds and blind to sights. Seeing Zhang Shi standing with closed eyes, poised in his starting stance, Chao Yun's pride ignited instantly. How dare he attempt to attain enlightenment in my presence? This is tantamount to seeking death. The aura around him surged once more, the flames on his staff leaping to over 2 meters high, resembling a ferocious fire dragon. He swung the flaming staff downwards with tremendous force towards Zhang Shi's head. In his state of enlightenment, Zhang Shi did not rely on sight, but instead reacted instinctively with acute perception. Every attack from Chao Yun was skillfully dodged by Zhang Shi, and whenever Chao Yun paused, Zhang Shi's counterattack was unleashed fluidly like flowing water, flowing with the current. "Riding the waves," Zhang Shi called out, and the air was filled with a torrent of sword energy, crashing towards Chao Yun like relentless waves. Chao Yun was instantly bombarded by the dense sword energy, thoroughly battered and left defenseless, akin to a defeated army, utterly vanquished. Chao Jing could no longer remain seated. He flashed to hover above the arena. Addressing Zhang Daoran, "Let it be enough. Do not go too far." Zhang Daoran smiled, replying, "This is a test of resilience. It is a rare opportunity for him. Though the process may be painful, the benefits are manifold. You weigh the consequences. I do not insist." Humph. Although Chao Jing felt a pang of sympathy for Chao Yun, he understood that this moment was indeed a rare opportunity for him. If Chao Yun could endure this wave of attacks, the fire spirit within him might fuse ahead of schedule, resulting in a qualitative leap in strength. At this juncture, Chao Yun had been driven to the brink. To resist the onslaught of sword energy, he could only continuously summon the power of the fire spirit within. The arena was tightly enveloped by Zhang Doran's sword energy, leaving no energy to escape, while effectively warding off external interference to ensure that the two combatants remained undisturbed. Just as Chao Yun was on the verge of collapse, Zhang Shi emerged from his state of enlightenment. He stared at the severely battered Chao Yun, momentarily taken aback by the scene before him. Chao Jing swiftly leaped to Chao Yun's side, conjuring a flame in his palm and infusing it into Chao Yun's body to assist him in further refining the fire spirit totem. Meanwhile, Zhang Shi heard Zhang Doran's voice beside him. "Continue to solidify your understanding. Do not concern yourself with anything else." Following this, Zhang Shi promptly seated himself, meditating and silently recalling the extraordinary state of enlightenment he had just experienced. Zhang Shi has emerged victorious. Those not involved should exit in an orderly fashion. No noise. With the referee's authoritative voice echoing, the crowd finally snapped back to reality. This clash between the two prominent figures had completely reshaped the students' perceptions. This was no ordinary rivalry. It was a definitive display of the strongest among the younger generation. Originally, two individuals who fought fiercely on the arena now sit across from each other, each accompanied by a formidable figure standing beside them. Pei Dong, watching from below the stage, is grinning from ear to ear, his smile stretching almost to his ears. "What a thrill! Not only did we win the match, but we also managed to beat Chao Yun to a pulp. It's simply exhilarating. Unbeknownst to him, however, the shadow in Li Jun's eyes grows ever darker. An hour later, Chao Yun is the first to regain consciousness. He glares at Zhang Shi, seething with rage, and leaps up, brandishing a stick, ready to charge at him, only to be yanked back by Chao Jing. What does a fleeting victory matter? Once your cultivation improves, there will be plenty of opportunities for sparring. Chao Jing gestures respectfully to Zhang Daoren before leading Chao Yun away. Shortly thereafter, Zhang Shi also slowly opens his eyes. He gazes at Zhang Daoren and the members of Team 02, a long-lost smile gracing his face. Zhang Daoren looks at everyone, smiling with satisfaction, and remarks, very good, very good. Zhang Shi bows respectfully to Zhang Daoren, who waves his hand dismissively and departs. Once back at his residence, Zhang Shi, after washing up, begins to meticulously review the entire combat process from that day. He realizes he has gained much, but is also plagued by a lingering worry. During the match, he had attempted to invoke the sword technique, but found himself utterly unable to condense the sword's radiance. Moreover, the incessant whispers that usually buzz around his ears have now fallen eerily silent, as if they have vanished completely. Chapter 30. The mysterious girl in the space of Jujin in the dead of night. After concluding his training, Zhang Shi, having repeatedly tried to activate the sword technique during his meditation with no success, is filled with perplexity. His internal chi flows normally, and he can still execute the nameless movement technique. Reflecting on it all, the only change he can identify is the disappearance of the whispers that used to accompany him. Additionally, the tripod that vanished after merging with his body, which had cost him 200,000 contribution points, now feels like a stone cast into the sea. With all these intertwined issues, even the intellectually confident Zhang Shi finds himself unable to unravel the mystery. It seems he must consult Professor Qi or Zhang Daoren for guidance. Burdened with questions, Zhang Shi drifts into a deep sleep in a state of half-dreaming. He hears the familiar whispers once again. Suddenly, he opens his eyes to discover he is in a mysterious space. Following the direction of the whispers, Zhang Shi walks forward in the distance. A hazy figure comes into view. The figure, slightly plump with hair flowing down to her waist, stands with her back to him. Having few friends due to his physical condition since childhood, Zhang Shi finds himself at a loss for words in this unfamiliar situation. After a prolonged moment of hesitation, he finally manages to utter, "Hello." As soon as the words leave his lips, a melodious, bell-like laughter rings out, the voice youthful and vibrant, instantly dispelling his earlier notion of her being a bickering matron. He hastily clasps his hands in greeting, saying, "I am Zhang Shi. May I inquire if you can understand my words?" Immediately regretting his choice of words, he mentally berates himself, feeling as if he has short-circuited his own intelligence. His emotional quotient seems to have plummeted to zero. Suppressing a sigh, he steadies himself and awkwardly adds, "It is a pleasure to meet you. Please forgive my clumsiness in speech." In an effort to align with her possible identity, he intentionally imbues his language with a touch of classical elegance, suspecting she might be from an ancient era based on the nature of the tripod. Yet, the plump figure remains turned away from him, and the atmosphere grows increasingly awkward. Zhang Shi feels akin to a young man making a fool of himself on a blind date. Wishing desperately to find a hole to hide in, however, he is burdened with too many questions. His ongoing concerns about his physical condition compel him to seek clarity now that the owner of the whispers has finally revealed herself. Sensing his discomfort, the woman finally breaks the silence, saying, "According to your customs, I should introduce myself first. My name is Jujin." "Greetings, Miss Jujin." Zhang Shi quickly replies, "If you have any questions, please feel free to ask." Jujin responds with a smile. Zhang Shi gathers his thoughts and inquires, "If I am not mistaken, our meeting is due to that three-legged tripod, is it not? I do not have much time. If you continue to waste it, I will have to leave without answering anything." Jujin interjects with a hint of urgency. Zhang Shi, feeling embarrassed, replies, "I truly do not know where to begin." Jujin chuckles and says, "Then let me start." Zhang Shi bows respectfully, saying, "I await your guidance. I came to see you because I might have been discovered by the powerful beings of your world." Discovered by the powerful beings of our world. What does that mean? Zhang Shi asks, visibly confused. "I have been involved in the recent events you participated in, so I have gained some understanding of your world. Originally, I did not wish to have much entanglement with your world, but now, the powerful beings there may have sensed my presence and will likely come looking for you soon." Jijin pauses, allowing Zhang Shi a moment to digest her words, then continues, I come from another realm. In your terms, I am the sword pellet within the soul tripod that you consumed. Soul tripod? Sword pellet? I truly do not comprehend what you mean, Zhang Shi responds, expressing his confusion. The soul tripod is the three-legged tripod you exchanged 200,000 contribution points for. When you encountered me, I was in the form of a sword pellet, and then you swallowed me, Jijin patiently explains. Swallowed? That meatball. Zhang Shi suddenly recalls, realizing that in a moment of desperation, he had consumed the liquid from the tripod and inadvertently swallowed a meatball as well. You remembered, at that time. Your heart had stopped beating. According to your world standards, you were already dead. I was dead. Zhang Shi is momentarily stunned by this overwhelming revelation, left to quietly absorb Jijin's further explanations. Through her narrative, he finally understands the entire sequence of events. After being struck by the wild boar king, he had inadvertently entered Jijin's realm due to spatial displacement. Whether it was fate or misfortune, Jijin had been recuperating within the soul tripod when Zhang Shi fell from the sky. Though she had not intended to interact with him, Zhang Shi had first consumed her restorative soul liquid and then swallowed her whole. Subsequently, with his heart ceasing to function, he fell into a state of apparent death, teetering on the brink of brain death, with no hope of revival. Then how did I manage to come back to life? Zhang Shi asks. Jijin glances at him, conjuring an illusion of a heart in her hand, saying, This is your current heart. Take a good look. Zhang Shi peers at the illusion she holds and is astonished to discover that within the pulsating heart, a meatball is intricately connected, beating in unison with the heart itself. You are in my heart? Zhang Shi murmurs. Jijin corrects him, saying, It is not that I am in your heart. I am now your heart. Your original heart has ceased to exist. Zhang Shi finally grasps the gravity of his situation. Jijin has replaced his original heart after it stopped beating, thus pulling him back from the brink of death. No wonder his condition has been improving, and the old ailment of his heart has vanished. Zhang Shi stares blankly at Jijin and asks, What does this make us? Coexisting, parasitic, or usurping? Jijin ponders for a moment and replies, The definitions of these states in your world do not apply to our current condition. After a brief pause, she adds, You are now a heartless individual. Should I depart from you or fall into slumber? You will perish. Zhang Shi's heart sinks. His life now rests entirely in her hands. Observing Zhang Shi's silence, Jijin continues, I understand that you find this difficult to accept, but it is the reality. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Shi bows deeply to Jijin, expressing his gratitude. Thank you for saving my life. A look of surprise crosses Jijin's face as she praises him. Well done. It is commendable that you can maintain such a mindset. Zhang Shi forces a smile, saying, I have been a patient of pulmonary heart disease since childhood, and I have long been prepared for the possibility of leaving this world at any moment. I am truly grateful to have encountered you, allowing me to reclaim my life. I am quite content. Jijin reassures him, My understanding of your world is limited, but to save you, I merged with your heart and absorbed the soul liquid through your body. So for the time being, I can reside within your heart without you facing any danger. Zhang Shi again expresses his gratitude to Jijin. Might I inquire what guidance you have for me during this meeting? Also, what is this about the powerful beings in my world discovering you? Jijin looks deeply into Zhang Shi's eyes and utters a perplexing statement. The powerful beings in your world believe you are no longer yourself. I am no longer myself. Chapter 31. The ship of Theseus. Zhang Shi strives to calm his mind and thoroughly process the information Jijin has provided. Why, he wonders, does merely having his heart replaced lead to the conclusion that he is no longer himself? Even if his heart now belongs to Jijin, he remains Zhang Shi, does he not? His mind swirls with questions, unable to comprehend the underlying reasons. Nyo cast a glance at him and slowly said, This might be a consequence of my actions, a consequence caused by a young lady? Zhang Shi probed further. Nyo sighed softly and explained, When different worlds collide, it inevitably triggers various issues, and unexpected situations are bound to arise. Zhang Shi made an effort to soothe his emotions, forcing a smile. Since childhood, I have been taken to various hospitals for examinations, and I have grown accustomed to the myriad of bad news delivered by doctors. My psychological resilience is relatively strong, so please feel free to speak candidly, Miss Nyo. He could hardly recall how many times he had visited the hospital, but he had often heard doctors declare that his illness was a dilemma of the world. informing him of the survival rates over the years, all while subtly urging his guardians to abandon treatment. Upon returning from an adventure, the first time he felt the vigorous beating of his heart, Zhang Shi experienced a taste of health he had never known before. Some things, once possessed, are never wished to be relinquished. At this moment, even if Niu forthcoming words could potentially upend his entire existence, Zhang Shi was prepared to face the truth. Throughout his life, his family had never given up on him, and he steadfastly believed that as long as he lived, hope remained. Observing the determination in Zhang Shi's eyes, Niu's gaze revealed a hint of approval, and she continued, I have been quietly learning about the knowledge of your world. I shall attempt to explain the current situation using your world as theories. In your realm, there exists a philosophical debate regarding the ship of Theseus, which you must be familiar with, correct? Zhang Shi nodded. I have encountered this philosophical paradox. The ship of Theseus speaks of a vessel that has sailed for hundreds of years, continuously undergoing repairs and part replacements. Whenever a plank rots, it is replaced, and this cycle persists until none of the original functional components remain. The question then arises, is the final ship still the original ship of Theseus? Or at what point did it cease to be the original ship? Niu remarked, based on my understanding of your world, regardless of whether it is referred to as possession, symbiosis, or parasitism, the key determinant lies in which consciousness occupies the primary position. Zhang Shi responded, in our current situation, it should be more akin to symbiosis. You have merely replaced my heart, while I retain control over my body. That cannot be deemed symbiosis, for you are far too weak. Niu sighed helplessly. If you were merely an ordinary person, I could quietly function as your heart until the end of your life. After all, the lifespan of an ordinary person is quite brief. But the cultivation techniques I practice, the body techniques, and the sword techniques, were they not imparted to me by you, Miss Niu? Many events were coincidental, and there were numerous surprises, primarily stemming from the cultural conflicts between our different worlds. Yet you have not taken over my body. I am still myself, Zhang Shi insisted. Niu, situated in a mysterious realm, rubbed her temples, appearing rather pained. To simplify, I initially intended to merely take over the function of your heart, allowing you to live an unremarkable life, but the incident arose when you began practicing the spirit summoning technique. Spirit summoning technique? What is that? It is the breathing method taught to you by Zhang Daoran. Zhang Shi then realized that the breathing technique he learned from Zhang Daoran was indeed called the spirit summoning technique, and it was through practicing this method that he had officially entered the realm of cultivation. Niu continued, my current state is somewhat unique. When you practiced the spirit summoning technique, it triggered the automatic operation of the cultivation method within me, for as your heart, the method began to function within your body. Initially, I did not perceive any issues, but as you continued to practice the sword techniques, I discovered a significant problem. I asked, my body malfunctioning? Zhang Shi asked anxiously. Niu sighed again. It is not a malfunction. Rather, your body is too weak. After you began practicing the sword techniques, your body is transitioning towards becoming a sword body. Sword body? Zhang Shi looked bewildered, filled with questions. You are now akin to the ship of Theseus. With the practice of the sword techniques, your body will gradually strengthen, ultimately transforming into a sword body. However, the strengthening of your body is still directed by my consciousness. I am still Zhang Shi. And even if the ship undergoes continuous upgrades, the captain remains myself, Zhang Shi argued. Niu felt her head throb even more. This involves the secrets of our race. Our current relationship resembles that of conjoined twins. The body originally belonged to you, but it is now in the process of transforming into a sword body, starting from the heart. Once your body becomes an entirely new ship of Theseus, then to whom does this body truly belong? To you or to me? Zhang Shi weakly replied, Miss Niu, would you mind transforming into a man? Niu was taken aback, not expecting Zhang Shi's train of thought to be so peculiar. Even joking at such a critical moment, Zhang Shi smiled and said, Miss Niu, although I have just entered the realm of cultivation, I understand that you are quite perplexed about how to explain the current situation to me. Allow me to summarize, and you can see if my understanding is correct. Niu felt a sense of relief and quickly replied, Yes, I am not particularly skilled at this. You summarize, and I will listen. Zhang Shi organized his thoughts and began. After saving me, Miss Niu has been functioning as a replacement for my heart, and everything was initially harmonious. Niu nodded in agreement. However, during my practice of the sword techniques, an unexpected incident occurred, causing my body to begin its transformation towards a sword body. Nyo nodded vigorously, visibly astonished that Zhang Shi had truly comprehended the complexities she had articulated. In order to prevent my transformation into a sword body. Miss Nyo interrupted the operation of my sword techniques, and this process alerted the powerful beings of our world to your existence, Miss Nyo. After pondering for a moment, Nyo said, "That is roughly the gist of it." Zhang Shi had grasped the sequence of events, realizing that Nyo still had some secrets left unspoken, but he sensed no malice from her. "Did you come to meet me this time because you felt that the powerful beings of our world might intervene, prompting you to communicate with me in advance?" Nyo shook her head and replied, "The powerful beings of your world are merely powerful in relation to your realm. Though I am currently in a poor state, it is still feasible for me to retreat. There are two ways for me to depart. One is to control your body to leave, but should I fight using your body, your consciousness is too weak now. You may never regain control over this body, and it would indeed become a completely new ship of Theseus. The other way is for me to leave your body entirely, but in that case, your heart will cease to beat. I am uncertain whether the healers in your world could revive you. Even if they could, you would likely be unable to cultivate again. I merely wanted to explain the situation to you. For this time I cannot save you. When I saved you before, I did not convey these matters, and I have felt uneasy about it. This time, you may be facing grave peril." Nyo, recognizing Zhang Shi's sharp wit, was astonished by the amount of information conveyed in such a short exchange. After hearing Nyo's words, Zhang Shi could not help but feel a surge of frustration. Wow, the cultural gap between worlds is indeed immense. By your account, it appears I am utterly without hope. Zhang Shi was now aware of the situation, urging Nyo to remain calm. "Please, take a deep breath. I will think of a way to cope. Do not act impulsively, please," Zhang Shi shouted internally. "I do not wish to perish." Chapter 32. Bridging Cultural Barriers. The collision and fusion of differences. As Zhang Shi continued to reassure Nyo, he rapidly organized his thoughts. "Miss Nyo, I have a few more questions. Could you possibly enlighten me? Ask away. I will share what I can. For what I cannot, you shall have to ponder." Zhang Shi inwardly lamented the stark differences in thought processes between Nyo and those from his own world. "May I inquire, what exactly is a sword body?" "A sword body is the physical form generated by a sword pellet." "And what is a sword pellet?" "When you encountered me, I was in the state of a sword pellet." This exchange proved to be quite challenging, yet through this dialogue, Zhang Shi gradually gained a clearer understanding of both Nyo and his own circumstances. It turned out that Nyo hailed from a place called the Sword Sect. In the Sword Sect, if a disciple unfortunately perishes, as long as their spirit has not dissipated, they will form a sword pellet. The sword pellet serves as a lifeline for the disciples of the Sword Sect. As long as the sword pellet exists, it signifies that its owner has not entirely vanished and still possesses a chance of revival. Just as humans develop from a fertilized egg to adulthood, those from the Sword Sect can cultivate a sword body from a sword pellet, and this sword body represents Nyo's new physical form. Originally, when Nyo was in the state of a sword pellet, she required the Sword Sect's kin to procure rare materials for the sword pellet to absorb before she could gradually form a sword body. However, by chance, Zhang Shi inadvertently swallowed Nyo's sword pellet. And later, in an effort to save the dying Zhang Shi, Nyo replaced his heart. Initially, everything was harmonious, but who could have anticipated that during Zhang Shi's practice of the sword techniques, his body would begin the transformation into a sword body? According to the customs of the world where Joyo resides, once a sword body is fully transformed, it becomes entirely hers. Yet, there remain aspects that Zhang Shi finds perplexing, as Joyo often responds with, "Guess." For instance, she has never clarified who exactly taught Zhang Shi the sword techniques, nor why Zhang Shi seems to transform into a sword body like a rare treasure. Zhang Shi ponders that aside from Joyo, there must be others involved, which explains why she often hears whispers resembling two individuals arguing. Now, sensing that Joyo believes her cover has been blown, Zhang Shi feels a sense of urgency. No matter how Joyo tries to escape, Zhang Shi's life hangs in the balance. In a moment of desperation, Zhang Shi implores, "Joyo, could you possibly stay? If I do not leave, your body will transform into a sword body. I have interrupted the flow of your sword techniques, and it has already attracted the attention of the powerful beings in your world, who believe I am controlling your consciousness. After all, it was I who chose to halt your actions," Joyo explains. Zhang Shi inquires further, If I, as an ordinary person, were to live out my natural life, how would you depart? Then your body could be transformed into a sword body, and once your consciousness dissipates, it would wholly belong to me. But why? I am merely a mortal. Why would you desire this body? Guess. Zhengxi feels a wave of frustration, her head throbbing from the complexity of the situation. If you were to leave my body and I subsequently perished, would you still want this body? Of course, when you die, this body becomes mine, Jiuyo replies without hesitation. Zhengxi, overwhelmed, asks, then why did you save me in the first place? Because you were on the brink of death. At this moment, Zhengxi fully comprehends the cultural differences between their worlds. In Jiuyo's realm, the philosophy is straightforward. Save if possible, leave if not, and what one claims as their own remains theirs. If shared, it reverts to the survivor upon the other's demise. What if I persuade the powerful beings of my world to allow you to continue coexisting with me? Would that work? The powerful beings of your world would treat me like a lab rat. I've seen your world's films about foreign civilizations. Films? The screenwriters truly mislead people. Zhengxi exerts considerable effort to clarify the distinction between film and reality to Jiuyo. However, he is also curious about which films Jiuyo has seen. As he himself has not watched any recently, he refrains from asking, knowing that Jiuyo would likely respond with, guess. It seems that in Jiuyo's former world, survival is the sole consideration, leaving little room for nuanced thought. Sensing that his dialogue with Jiuyo is progressing smoothly, Zhengxi queries, if I refrain from practicing the sword techniques, I will not transform into a sword body, correct? No, you must practice the sword techniques as long as you are strong enough. You can also cultivate a sword body. Zhengxi finds himself bewildered once more, wondering why the focus has shifted to him developing a sword body. Jiuyo elucidates, if you cultivate a sword body and are strong enough, you can recreate a heart, thus regaining control of this body. Recreate a heart? What about you, Jiuyo? I remain a sword pill, awaiting my kin to find rare treasures to refine a sword body for me. As Zhengxi gazes at Jiuyo's silhouette, admiration fills his eyes. He can genuinely sense that Jiuyo speaks the truth. After all, she has become his heart. Suddenly, the sound of chattering whispers fills the air again. Zhengxi observes a white shadow swirling around Jiuyo, seemingly engaged in conversation with her. He realizes that this chattering is likely the language of Jiuyo's world. A moment of clarity strikes him. He had been trapped in his misunderstanding, attempting to comprehend everything through the lens of his own world's language. No wonder he couldn't grasp it. It was akin to an extraterrestrial language, or rather, an intergalactic tongue. Jiuyo evidently holds the upper hand in the dialogue. As the white shadow appears agitated before disappearing into Jiuyo's form, I know you have sensed another life form's presence. This is the way of survival in our sect. Zhengxi suppresses his curiosity, recognizing that Jiuyo's world holds cultural conflicts with his own. If he continues to apply his world's reasoning, misunderstandings will only deepen. Jiuyo continues, you were previously practicing my sword techniques, which led to your transformation towards my sword body. Normally, individuals from your world cannot cultivate sword techniques, but now you have become a unique existence. Zhengxi listens attentively, refraining from interjecting. People from our world also cannot directly cultivate sword techniques, but this does not affect you. If your world can accept my existence, you will have priority over this body. As long as you do not die, I will not seize control of it. Hearing this, Zhengxi bows deeply to Jiuyo. Although she frequently speaks of his potential demise, Zhengxi knows in his heart that Jiuyo's character is trustworthy. She has had countless opportunities to usurp control of the body but has always adhered to her principles, refraining from such actions. Seeing the conversation nearing its conclusion, Jiuyo turns to face Zhengxi, finally revealing her appearance. Jiuyo has a slightly plump face, with a round and cherubic visage exuding an innocent charm, making one unable to resist the urge to pinch her cheeks. Furthermore, she appears quite young. After adjusting her appearance, Jiuyo solemnly states, Zhengxi, would you care to join the sword sect? Oh, how has this turned into an invitation to join the sword sect? Zhengxi looks utterly perplexed, his mind filled with questions. How else could I impart the sword techniques to you? Jiuyo queries in return, equally baffled. Zhengxi sighs in resignation, attributing it all to cultural differences, and then asks, are there any rules I must adhere to upon joining the sword sect? The only rule of the sword sect is, when impoverished, cultivate oneself. When prosperous, benefit the world. Is that all? That is all. I am now your heart, and I recognize you as a good person. The Sword Sect accepts disciples based solely on character. Zhengxi reflects on Joyo's various actions and nods in agreement, declaring, Zhengxi willingly joins the Sword Sect. Chapter 33. Zhengxi's Sword Techniques. As soon as Zhengxi expresses his intention to join the Sword Sect, Joyo bursts into laughter. Haha, you've been tricked. By joining the Sword Sect, you become one of my kin, and from now on, you must help me find rare treasures to reconstruct my true form. Regardless of whether I join the Sword Sect, you have saved my life, and I shall do my utmost to assist you in reshaping your true form. Zhengxi asserts earnestly, I may not fully grasp your side-S sentiments, but I appreciate your words. Joyo responds with a hint of melancholy. Joyo's subsequent words deeply move Zhengxi. Now that Zhengxi has become Joyo's kin, even if he were to tragically fall, as long as his spirit remains, Joyo would go to great lengths to revive him, never intending to usurp his body. Moreover, as kin, Joyo would share a bond of life and death with Zhengxi, never abandoning him. From Joyo's narrative, Zhengxi senses her underlying loneliness. Perhaps her desire to make him a kin is simply to avoid being alone. Although Joyo does not explicitly state it, Zhengxi understands this well. Thanks to Joyo's kindness, he not only escapes death, but also gains numerous opportunities that belong to her. In truth, Joyo does not particularly mind being noticed by the powerful beings of this world. Her previous assertions were merely a pretext to return ownership of the body to Zhengxi. She would rather revert to the state of a sword pill. Subsequently, Joyo begins to impart the sword techniques to Zhengxi. The true sword techniques are not merely a method of refining qi, but rather a technique of refining the spirit, based on one's own spiritual essence, using the spirit as a score to communicate with the body. The process of generating a sword body is akin to the regeneration of a severed limb, crafting a new body through the power of the spirit. The stronger the spirit, the mightier the resultant body. As long as the spirit endures, one can achieve immortality in the later stages of cultivation, even if the body suffers damage or perishes. As long as the spirit remains, through serendipity, one can recreate their true form. The sword techniques facilitate communication between the sword and the body, creating a cultivation path that aligns with oneself, enabling the transformation of qi into a sword. The reason Zhengxi's previous sword techniques led him towards Joyo's sword body was that they were derived from Joyo's spiritual score. The longer he practiced, the more his body conformed to Joyo's spirit. As Zhengxi practiced the sword techniques, a brand new path of cultivation formed within him. Zhengxi's sword techniques now exhibit a domineering vigor. In the future, the manifestation of qi into a sword will no longer produce mere sword light. Upon realizing the new path of cultivation forming within him, Zhengxi understands that had Joyo not interrupted his sword technique practice in time, he would have soon lost complete control of his body. This realization deepens Zhengxi's gratitude towards Joyo. The earlier appearance of the white shadow also leaves an indelible mark in Zhengxi's mind. Unbeknownst to him, as Zhengxi was engrossed in his sword technique training, Miss Jujio gazed at him in astonishment, her mouth agape. How could this be? He had truly succeeded in his cultivation. She had approached it with a mere spirit of experimentation, devoid of a sword spirit, and yet someone who had already undergone the transformation into a sword body could cultivate the sword technique? Jujio's heart brimmed with perplexity. Upon awakening from his meditative state, Zhengxi felt an overwhelming sense of ease and comfort. He had not even utilized the cleansing elixir yet had expelled a considerable amount of impurities from his body. He once again expressed his gratitude to Miss Jujio. Although my strength is currently rather feeble, I will seek out my mentor and ensure that no one in this world harms you. Miss Jujio, this is my solemn promise. Jujio nodded at Zhengxi, perhaps due to her prolonged existence as a spirit or perhaps because of the sense of belonging she had acquired after becoming Zhengxi's heart. She felt an inexplicable closeness to him. In the future, if you wish to communicate with me, simply channel the sword technique. When the aura of the technique flows near the heart, I will be able to sense it. With that, Jujio waved goodbye to Zhengxi and vanished from his sight. Zhengxi jolted awake from his slumber, the air thick with an unpleasant odor, his body covered in a layer of blackened keratin. After cleaning himself up, he lay on his bed, pondering how the recent experiences felt like a dream, yet a dream that had undeniably seeped into the realm of reality. Throughout his life, apart from his parents and Professor Qi, Zhengxi had never experienced affection from others, and no matter how diligently he studied or how exceptional his grades were, others would always sigh and shake their heads, lamenting the unfortunate circumstances he faced. The financial strain from his medical expenses had weighed heavily on the family, his father appearing aged beyond his years compared to his peers, and relatives had grown distant. It was not until one fateful year when his father carried Professor Chi home in the dead of night that Zhang Xi's life began to change. Now, having encountered Miss Juju, despite never having formally met, Zhang Xi trusted his instincts. He felt as though he had gained another family member. Lost in thought, a smile crept across his lips as he drifted into a deep slumber. The following day, after freshening up, he called Professor Chi once more. Since their reunion, Professor Chi had been exceedingly busy, to the point where Zhang Xi had grown accustomed to seeking Zhang Daoren for assistance. However, this time, he felt it imperative to garner Professor Chi's support. After several rings, the call connected, and a familiar voice came through. "I'm busy. Just mention my name for trivial matters, and if it's something of moderate significance, consult Zhang Daoren. If you truly cannot resolve it, come see me before 9. Zhang Xi promptly replied. "I'm on my way, MHM," Professor Chi said before ending the call. Upon arriving at Professor Chi's office, Zhang Xi saw him clad in a scholarly robe, his hair as white as snow, yet still exuding that refined elegance. "Please, take a seat." Zhang Xi sat down, before he could utter a word. He felt a piercing gaze emanating from Professor Chi's eyes, a look that seemed to penetrate through all facades, leaving him with a sense of vulnerability, as if exposed before the world under Professor Chi's scrutiny. Devoid of any secrets, after a sweeping glance around, Professor Chi withdrew his gaze and casually produced a conch-shaped object. Zhang Xi blinked, and upon focusing again, he found himself standing on a beach. Professor Chi stood at the water's edge, gazing out at the sea, and inquired, "Little Xi, how have you been lately?" Such a simple expression of concern caused tears to cascade down Zhang Xi's cheeks. That familiar warmth flooded back to him. He choked out, "I'm well, very well. I have a new heart now, and I can be just like a normal person. Still like a child, I see. You have grown, and the world has changed. I in this new world. You must be strong. Survival of the fittest, as they say," Professor Chi remarked, his words laced with nostalgia and a hint of resignation. "Professor, regarding my situation," Zhang Xi began, preparing to elaborate on his circumstances, but was abruptly interrupted. "The new world is not as idyllic as you might envision. Safeguard your secrets and strive to live well." Zhang Xi discerned a note of pessimism in his mentor's words. As they strolled along the beach, they engaged in casual conversation, as if all matters of the supernatural realm were but a fleeting dream, returning to the simplicity of their former lives. "Can you manage the changes in your body?" Professor Chi queried. "I in this world, amidst the fierce currents, oftentimes one must rely on oneself." Zhang Xi nodded emphatically, resolutely stating, "I understand. Even if powerful individuals set their sights on me, I will fight for my own future." "What powerful individual would waste time fixating on you? Relax, I sense no malice from your heart, which puts my mind at ease." It dawned on Zhang Xi that the formidable presence Miss Juju had alluded to was indeed Professor Chi. And finally, the weight on his heart lifted. In a moment of reverie, he found himself back in the office, respectfully bowing to Professor Chi before exiting, as he basked in the warmth of the sunlight on his skin. A surge of unprecedented ambition surged within him, silently proclaiming, "Since heaven has granted me another chance, then to the new world I shall go." Chapter 34. Graduation Season Surprise. A new chapter in life with guaranteed placement. The next day, Zhang Xi indulged in a rare lie-in, having not experienced such relaxation in a long while. Reflecting on his journey with the exploration team, acquiring his supernatural abilities, battling Little Smith, participating in the campus competition, and his various encounters with Miss Juju, each event felt dreamlike, almost surreal. Once, merely surviving was the greatest luxury he could hope for. Yet now, he was filled with aspirations, determined to carve out a future of his own in this new world. While practicing in the dormitory that morning, having learned from his conversation with Miss Juju that he could cultivate a new heart, Zhang Xi became increasingly diligent in his training of the summoning and sword techniques. By afternoon, during the graduation ceremony, teachers congratulated the successfully graduated students, who, in turn, sincerely expressed their gratitude to their mentors. The atmosphere was warm and harmonious, filled with a sense of tranquility. As for the allocation of placements, notifications would be given to each individual in due course. Later that evening, the members of Team 02 gathered once more to discuss their future paths post-graduation. Zhang Xi pushed Susong forward. For although he had won the graduation competition, Su Song had been unfairly forced out by underhanded tactics. Had he participated, the outcome could have been quite different. Su Song patted Zhang Shi on the back. Speaking earnestly, the future world ultimately belongs to you younger generations, so you must learn to be a leader. I will do my utmost to assist you, but you must also learn to shoulder responsibility. Zhang Shi sheepishly scratched his head in response. In my heart, Brother Su will always be our captain. Others nodded in agreement, and Su Song smiled with satisfaction, as if he had reclaimed a sense of youth. Perhaps it was merely an illusion, but Zhang Shi felt an air of melancholy surrounding his companion. Tomorrow, I will begin the process of assembling our team with the personnel department. If anyone has any thoughts, please share them beforehand. I will do my best to accommodate. Su Song was the first to speak. Besides our 5-member team, the selection of observers and recorders is also quite crucial. I personally suggest that you try to bring Zhang Ping and Ye Xiaoyu on board. Also, we should consider which city to head to. Pei Dong, looking puzzled, asked, what difference does it make which city we go to after graduation? Su Song explained, some places have few supernatural incidents, making them suitable for a stable life, essentially laying flat, while others experience frequent occurrences, making them ideal for striving for success. Tio the place with more occurrences, Pei Dong replied without hesitation. Su Song refrained from elaborating further, instead turning his gaze to Zhang Shi. Zhang Shi expressed his stance as well. I, too, am inclined to go to a place suitable for striving. Since the doors of the new world have opened for us, we must seize the opportunity to carve out our own future. Brother Su, do you have any recommended cities? After a moment of contemplation, Su Song responded, if you wish to forge your future, I believe we should consider going to Ocean City. Ocean City, one of the directly governed municipalities of Country Z, is also a financial and cultural hub. Seeing that everyone was quite taken with the idea, Zhang Shi remarked, Chao Jing is in charge of personnel matters. I'll go find him to inquire about our allocation. The group continued their discussion for a while longer, then dispersed, each carrying dreams of the future. Zhang Shi took out his phone and dialed Zhang Doran's number, contemplating the trivial matter of registration numbers. Seeking assistance from his master. After 2 rings, Zhang Doran's voice came through. Speak. Master, I would like to inquire about which city we will be assigned to after forming our team. Have you all reached a consensus on where you wish to go? Zhang Doran responded sagely, we want to go to Ocean City. There was a brief silence on the other end before Zhang Doran said, understood. I will accompany you to find Chao Jing tomorrow. With that, he hung up, and Zhang Shi sensed a hint of resignation and a complex emotion in his tone. The next day, Zhang Shi and Zhang Doran arrived at Chao Jing's office together. Chao Jing was immersed in paperwork, not looking up as he asked curtly, what brings you here? Zhang Doran replied, nothing of great consequence. I merely came to inform you about the rewards for the graduation competition. Just let me know the team roster. There's no need to trouble Zhang Doran with this, Chao Jing said dismissively. The young one is too bashful. I'm just here to lend a hand. Zhang Doran replied leisurely, team name. Ocean City's 9th team, Captain Zhang Shi, Level 2 members Su Song, Shi Bin, Level 1 members Pei Dong, In Li Jun. Chao Jing furrowed her brows upon hearing this, setting aside her pen to gaze at Zhang Doran and Zhang Shi. She remarked, the reward for the graduation competition is that the champion can form their own team, but it doesn't specify which city the team will go to. Ultimately, we must adhere to the arrangements made by the Bureau. Zhang Doran, unfazed, responded leisurely, indeed, forming your own team means establishing the 9th team of Dahu City. Your literary skills leave much to be desired. Are you trying to engage in wordplay with me? This incited an immediate anger in Chao Jing. The rewards were determined by Deputy Director Qi. If you can't comprehend that, perhaps you should consult him. You? Chao Jing, exasperated by Zhang Doran's innocent expression, was nearly driven to violence, gritting her teeth as she declared, fine, then let us change a team member. Jor will go to Dahu City. That won't do. Zhang Shi interjected without hesitation. Observing Zhang Shi's steadfast conviction, a hint of satisfaction crossed Zhang Doran's face as he stated, the team members are chosen by the competition champion. That is final. Though Chao Jing wished to argue further, Zhang Doran had already risen and led Zhang Shi out of the office, leaving Chao Jing seething with indignation. After walking a short distance, Zhang Shi glanced back at the office. Worry etched on her face as she asked, do you think Director Chao will disagree? Zhang Doran shot her a glare, replying, we are here to inform him, not to plead. His agreement is inconsequential, Zhang Shi exclaimed in surprise, then quickly added, Master Uncle is formidable. A young person must possess vigor. What's yours is yours. It's no big deal, just get on with it. There will be many challenges ahead. Indecisiveness is not an option. As long as you remain within the bounds of principle, I shall heed Master Uncle's teachings, she replied. Do not think of this as abusing power for personal gain. Among your cohort, your team's combat capability is already quite commendable, thus it is only reasonable for you to be assigned to Dahu City. Zhang Shi nodded silently, cherishing the concern and care extended by Zhang Daoren towards the younger generation. Do not be under the impression that Dahu City is merely a land of comfort. It is fraught with hidden dangers. Whether it is a blessing or a curse remains uncertain, Zhang Daoren continued to caution Zhang Shi. Is there anything else you wish to impart, Master Uncle? Zhang Shi inquired earnestly. Do you know why your team is named the 9th team of Dahu City? I am not aware. Because there were originally 16 teams in Dahu City? But the 9th team has just recently become vacant. Recently vacated. Did they resign collectively? Zhang Shi queried with curiosity. Zhang Daoren sighed, gazing at Zhang Shi as he replied, they collectively went missing. The realm of abilities is not so secure. Especially in a large city like Dahu City, where the larger the population, the higher the probability of abilities surfacing. Have you truly made up your mind about going to Dahu City? Zhang Shi was taken aback. Inhaling deeply before stating, we are not children anymore. We will take responsibility for our choices. Zhang Daoren patted Zhang Shi on the shoulder, advising, then go forth. Remember, if you cannot win, retreat. Survival is paramount. Rest assured, Master Uncle. Running fast is my forte, Zhang Shi replied with a smile. Zhang Daoren regarded her with a complex gaze, filled with both expectation and reluctance, before turning to depart. With graduation approaching, the distribution of assignments and ranks was confirmed. Zhang Shi was assigned to the 9th team of Dahu City as a Level 3 agent. Su Song and Shi Bin were designated as Level 2 agents. Pei Dong and Yin Li Jun were appointed as Level 1 agents. Jiu'er was assigned to the 6th team of Dahu City as a Level 2 agent. Chao Yun went to Dadong City as a Level 2 agent. Murong Yunhai was dispatched to Huadu City. Also as a Level 2 agent. Liu Jing was allocated to Jiangnan City as a Level 2 agent. Liu Lin proceeded to Daying City, likewise as a Level 2 agent. The Pink Lolita was assigned to Dahan City as a Level 2 agent. Luo Xian went to Daqing City as a Level 2 agent. The entire Chao Yun team remained in Dadong City, all as Level 1 agents. Indeed, some experts did not participate in the graduation competition. Yet their capabilities were recognized by the Ability Management Bureau, allowing them to start as Level 2 agents. Chapter 35. Employment in Dahu City. On the flight to Dahu City, the spacious cabin of the aircraft was occupied solely by the members of Zhang Shi's team and the flight crew. The Ability Management Bureau executed its operations with remarkable assertiveness, arranging a private jet for their transport. Within the business class, the atmosphere was serious as everyone attentively listened to Zhang Ping's report. As the team's observer, Zhang Ping had meticulously reviewed the relevant files of the original 9th team of Dahu City, and at present, he was elucidating the entire sequence of events to the team. The original 9th team was responsible for the Pudong New area of Dahu City, where the disappearance incident occurred along the coastal region. Rewinding time to a month prior, the Pudong New area's beach by the East China Sea was bathed in sunshine, where tourists leisurely sunbathed while children frolicked in the water. A picturesque seaside scene. Suddenly, a chilling scream shattered the tranquility. Everyone turned to see a young boy playing on the beach being dragged away by an unknown, mysterious creature, swiftly pulled toward the sea. The incident transpired too abruptly. By the time the beach lifeguards hurried to the scene, the boy had vanished without a trace, leaving behind heartbroken parents wailing in despair. Due to the involvement of an unknown organism, the case was promptly transferred to the original 9th team. Level 2 Agent Sun Jun and Level 1 Agent Sun Yudong undertook the challenging investigation. According to the records left by the recorder at the time, Sun Jun and Sun Yudong led a team of special police to investigate. During the process, they engaged in fierce combat with the unknown creature, leading Sun Jun to summon other members of the original 9th team for assistance. Once the entire original 9th team of Dahu City arrived, they first instructed the assisting special police to withdraw from the combat zone, subsequently requesting the team's observers and recorders to leave as well. After that, no further records were made. The intelligent watches worn by the original 9th team members indicated that their location was moving at an inexplicable speed deeper into the ocean. As an experienced observer, Zhang Ping, after thoroughly analyzing the records, shared his judgment. According to the descriptions from the participating special police, the attacking power of the unknown creature was not particularly strong. merely slightly superior to that of an ordinary wild beast. Sun Jun's team managed to secure a relatively easy victory in their initial encounter. However, he subsequently called for additional team members, an action that seemed illogical. Upon the arrival of the other team members, the original Ninth Team instructed the Special Police to exit the combat area, suggesting they were unwilling to allow the Special Police to observe certain crucial elements. Furthermore, based on the Special Police's accounts, Sun Jun's team had killed one unknown creature during the battle, yet curiously, the remains of that creature had also vanished along with the original Ninth Team. Before the original Ninth Team's disappearance, the status displayed on their intelligent watches did not indicate any drastic changes, leading to the inference that either the team had been abducted by some force or had voluntarily chosen to leave the monitoring range of the intelligent watches. As Zhang Ping meticulously analyzed the situation, the group's focus naturally gravitated towards the pivotal question of whether the original Ninth Team had disappeared passively or actively. If they had acted intentionally, why had they left no trace of information? It even felt as though they were deliberately attempting to conceal information. What hidden circumstances lay behind this? At that moment, Su Song spoke up, "We are currently utilizing the original Ninth Team structure. So our primary task now is to investigate the reason behind their disappearance." Zhang Shi instantly grasped the implication behind Su Song's words. Unless they clarified the cause of the disappearance, their own team would lack legitimacy. After all, the original Ninth Team was merely missing. Should they reappear unexpectedly one day, the situation would be quite awkward. Following Zhang Ping's report on the original Ninth Team's disappearance, he began to educate the group on the auxiliary configurations related to ability teams. Except for Su Song, the others were novices at the Ability Management Bureau, quite unfamiliar with the organizational structure. The head of the Dahu City Ability Management Bureau was Tang Shan, a level 6 agent, accompanied by 2 deputy directors, Chan Shun and Wang Lei, both level 5 agents. Additionally, Dahu City had 4 squad leaders, each responsible for 4 districts. The squad leader of District 9 was named Zhou Hao. Dahu City was divided into 16 districts, each corresponding to a team. The Ability Management Bureau assigned an auxiliary special police group to each team. Typically, the more menial, labor-intensive tasks were handled by the auxiliary special police, while the ability teams intervened only in cases involving ability-related crimes. After Zhang Ping's comprehensive explanation, the group finally gained a general understanding of their forthcoming duties. Since there was still time, they decided to rest a bit on the plane. Once the aircraft landed smoothly, they proceeded through the VIP passage, arriving directly at a 9-seat business vehicle. The driver, a young man with a crew cut, displayed a meticulous demeanor while driving, suggesting a military background. In the passenger seat sat a woman with a ponytail, wearing glasses and dressed in professional attire. As the vehicle started moving, the woman in the passenger seat confidently introduced herself. "Hello, everyone. I am Qinjia from the Human Resources Department of the Dahu City Ability Management Bureau, and I will be responsible for escorting you to the headquarters to complete your onboarding procedures." Zhang Ping, serving as the observer for the team, also bears the responsibility of external liaison. With years of accumulated experience, he possesses an intimate understanding of the myriad affairs of the Ability Management Bureau. His approach to interactions is exceedingly considerate and meticulous, consistently adept at skillfully alleviating numerous troubles for the team. Before long, the vehicle arrived at the front of an office building in the city. Deputy Director Chen Shun and team leader Zhou Hao had long been awaiting their arrival and had graciously organized a simple yet warm welcome ceremony for everyone. Subsequently, with the assistance of Qinjia, the group smoothly completed their onboarding procedures and collected the necessary supplies for the team, before hastily proceeding to the office of the Ninth Team. The office of the Ninth Team is situated within a spacious, independent courtyard, equipped with comprehensive facilities that include not only an office building but also a gymnasium and dormitories. Upon reaching the office building, they beheld a robust special police officer, approximately 1.80 meters tall, leading a tactical team, patiently awaiting their arrival. Qin Jia promptly introduced him. "This is Qin Hu, the leader of the auxiliary special police team. He will provide you with the specific details regarding the situation here. I shall take my leave now." The group smiled and waved goodbye to Qin Jia, then followed Qin Hu into the office building. Given that the original Ninth Team had vanished unexpectedly, their personal belongings had not been removed. As for how to handle this, Qin Hu suggested waiting for the new team leader to make a decision. At this moment, all eyes turned to Zhang Shi. After a brief contemplation, Zhang Shi spoke. "Let us temporarily retain the items and workstations of the original Ninth Team. Once we ascertain the true circumstances of the team, we can make further arrangements." The same goes for the dormitories. Having said this, Zhang Shi turned to Qin Hu and politely stated, "As we are newcomers, we will rely on your assistance for many matters in the future, Team Leader Qin. We hope for your continued support." After this, Zhang Shi did not head directly to the team leader's designated room, but instead began tidying up alongside the others at the workstations outside. Qin Hu was quite impressed with Zhang Shi's demeanor, noting his lack of the aloofness often exhibited by those with abilities, which brought a sense of relief to his heart. It is well known that the auxiliary special police team's work is inherently perilous. Encountering a team leader who lacks empathy and insists on sending the auxiliary team into danger first would be exceedingly distressing. In fact, within the entire management bureau, the casualty rate for auxiliary teams is several times that of ability teams. Once everyone had organized their workstations, Qin Hu warmly guided them on a tour of the cafeteria, followed by a visit to the dormitories. The dormitories for the ability combat teams are located within the courtyard, spanning 6 floors, each configured according to a 2-bedroom, 1 living room standard. Everyone selected different floors to reside on according to their preferences. Su Song and Shi Bin, due to their military backgrounds, preferred not to reside in high floors and chose the first floor. Zhang Shi opted for the second. In Li Jun selected the 6th, and Pei Dong, with shameless audacity, disregarding In Li Jun's disdainful gaze, resolutely chose the room directly opposite hers. As night fell, Zhang Shi lay in bed, tossing and turning, finding it difficult to fall asleep. A persistent sense of surrealism lingered in his heart, fearing that this might all be a fleeting dream, and upon awakening, everything would revert to its former state. Chapter 36. The mystery of the disappearance of the original 9th Team Zhang. She had now developed the commendable habit of morning training. At 6 o'clock each morning, his biological clock would rouse him, prompting him to commence his practice of the spirit summoning technique and sword technique. Having understood the distinctions between spirit refinement and chi refinement, he increasingly focused on the former, as he was still preoccupied with the matter of heart regeneration. According to Juju, it is said that once a practitioner reaches a certain realm, they can achieve the regeneration of severed limbs. This regeneration is based on the spiritual spectrum, resulting in a body that is most attuned to oneself. Of course, Zhang Shi did not neglect his chi refinement practice, as he still primarily relied on chi during combat. The flowing cloud sword technique remained his most frequently employed method of attack. After completing his spirit summoning technique and sword technique practice, Zhang Shi also performed a round of the Ming family fist, which had become an indispensable part of his daily routine. After finishing his training, Zhang Shi took a shower, had breakfast, and proceeded to the office, where he needed to quickly adapt to his new role as team leader. As he now considered himself a working individual, Zhang Shi first conducted a brief motivational session with everyone, clearly outlining their primary task moving forward, to thoroughly investigate the disappearance of the original 9th team. In the conference room, Zhang Shi contemplated and decided to attempt a divination regarding the fortunes of the original 9th team members, subsequently arranging the follow-up work based on the results. In Li Jun instructed Qin Hu to retrieve the belongings from Sun Jun's locker, and Shi and Pei Dong took out a compass, seated opposite each other, preparing to commence the divination. Divination? In Li Jun softly commanded. In an instant, their eyes transformed to a luminous white, and the characters on the compass began to spin rapidly, as if infused with a mysterious energy. Soon, their eyes returned to normal, and after exchanging glances with each other and the other team members, In Li Jun spoke. "Bring forth the belongings of the other team members." Pei Dong, who was usually quite talkative, remained surprisingly silent at this moment. Qin Hu promptly gathered the belongings of the other team members, and In Li Jun and Pei Dong once again activated their techniques, initiating a new round of divination. Once the divination concluded, they simply exchanged glances without disclosing the results to the others. In Li Jun subtly nodded at Pei Dong, who understood the cue and promptly began to relay the results of the divination to the group. They first utilized the belongings of the missing personnel for divination, which indicated a dire omen. Following this, they employed the tracking method to attempt to ascertain the location of the missing individuals. For even in the face of ominous signs, one must see the living or the dead. Ultimately, the tracking method pointed to a mysterious island. As a computer prodigy, In Li Jun immediately began searching for information about the island based on the details derived from the divination. She entered keywords such as barren mountain peak, 2 giant caves, and black plants, eagerly hoping to uncover some leads. However, the results indicated that no matching islands were found, leading In Li Jun to fall into deep contemplation. as such a unique island should not have been elusive to search. After pondering for a moment, Zhang Shi spoke. In Li Jun and Pei Dong, you two continue searching for similar islands, Dai, Su Song, and Qin, who will investigate the scene of the incident. Sherbin and the special police team will remain here to stand guard in case of any unexpected occurrences. After assigning roles, Zhang Shi glanced at Su Song, who nodded affirmatively in response. Prior to arriving in Haishur, Zhang Shi had engaged in a candid conversation with Su Song, expressing his concerns about leading a combat team despite still being a university student and newly acquainted with the world of abilities. He suggested that Su Song take the reins of the team's command. Su Song, placing a reassuring hand on Zhang Shi's shoulder, said earnestly, "In this world, it is a new beginning for everyone. Let us support one another and progress together. Your youthful vigor is commendable, and I will assist you in identifying any gaps." Qin, who drove Zhang Shi and Su Song to the scene of the incident. Due to a prior attack by foreign creatures, the entire beach had been cordoned off, with soldiers stationed at the entrance. After identifying themselves, the trio was allowed access to the beach to commence their investigation. Qin, who led them to the location where Sun Jun had previously engaged in battle with the foreign creatures. Ian Qin, whose recollection, upon their arrival at the beach, they had witnessed a foreign creature emerging from the water. The creature was entirely covered in a black shell, multi-legged, and moved with astonishing speed. The team leader at the time, Sun Jun, had immediately ordered them to fire, only to find that their bullets were ineffective against the creature's shell. Fortunately, Sun Jun reacted swiftly, employing wind-based magic to flip the creature over, revealing its unprotected abdomen, which led to its immediate demise at the hands of the special police team. Su Song inquired. After the foreign creature was slain, "Did you not take samples for documentation?" Qin, who replied with a hint of exasperation. "We had originally intended to take samples for documentation, but after Sun Yuandong examined the creature's body, he halted our actions." "Why did he prevent you from taking samples?" Qin, who, slightly embarrassed, explained. "After all, we are an auxiliary team. All actions must adhere to the commands of the ability team." As Zhang Shi and Qin, who engaged in their discussion, Su Song was meticulously searching the surrounding area. After completing a thorough examination, Su Song inquired, "Even if you weren't allowed to collect samples at the time of the incident, surely the foreign organism that was killed must have left traces of blood or similar evidence. After the disappearance of the original 9th Squad, did it not occur to you to collect samples for documentation?" Qin, who promptly replied. After we were ordered to stand down, Sun Yedong spoke with Sun Jun, who subsequently contacted the other members of the ability team and had us maintain a perimeter watch. By the time we discovered the squad's disappearance and re-entered the area, the body of the foreign organism had vanished, and even the blood on the ground had been meticulously cleaned, leaving no trace behind. Zhang Shi circled the vicinity but found nothing of note and could only look at Su Song with a sense of helplessness. Secretly grateful to have such a reliable ally, for without Su Song, she would be utterly lost and bewildered. "Let us head back. It seems that the original 9th Squad must have cleaned up after themselves. Their reluctance to document suggests they may have encountered something unusual," Su Song remarked to Zhang Shi. Upon returning to the compound, In Li Jun and Pei Dong had similarly yielded no results, while Nie Xiaoyu was ready to record the findings. Awaiting everyone's reports, Zhang Shi looked at Su Song with eager curiosity, her gaze seemingly pleading, "Master, please guide me." "We are completely in the dark here." Su Song, as was his habit, lit a cigarette, inhaled deeply, and slowly articulated his perspective. "Since the emergence of abilities, our planet has seen an influx of foreign organisms. While some may not possess significant offensive capabilities or pose a formidable threat, their value is exceedingly high. In simpler terms, certain organisms are akin to potent remedies for those endowed with abilities, or their materials are of considerable utility to them. The various circumstances at the scene, coupled with Qin, whose accounts, validate this possibility. It is likely that the original 9th Squad discovered something of value and, wishing to keep it undisclosed, hastily set out after gathering their team. However, the outcome was unforeseen. Perhaps they initially encountered weaker foreign organisms of high value. But as they ventured deeper, they may have encountered an overwhelming force, leaving them with no opportunity for rescue, leading to their disappearance. This scenario is not difficult to analyze, yet the original 9th Squad has been missing for a month, and the headquarters in Dahuishi has yet to uncover any findings. It's worth noting that while squad members may choose to be complacent, those holding ranks above that of team leader in Dahuishi have not attained their positions through idleness. Thus, it either involves some entanglement of interests that they prefer not to report, or they encountered an irresistible force, leaving this mess for Zhang Shi and her team to address. As Su Song's analysis sank in, a profound silence enveloped the group. After a moment, Zhang Ping broke the stillness. So how should we classify this case, and what should be reported? Su Song took another drag from his cigarette and, after a moment's contemplation, suggested, I personally recommend that until we locate that island, we report based on the status of the missing personnel, classifying the danger level of this incident as X. Zhang Shi added, in addition, the beach where the incident occurred should remain sealed off. Xiao Yin, please develop a monitoring software so that we can be promptly informed should any foreign organisms appear again. Seeing no objections from the group, Zhang Shi declared the meeting adjourned. In the subsequent period, life in the compound unfolded with a remarkable tranquility, as incidents involving abilities had ceased to occur frequently. Everyone focused primarily on their training, leading to a rather comfortable and leisurely existence. Chapter 37. A joyful weekend, Pei Dong's disarray. The mundane days slipped away unnoticed, and soon everyone welcomed their second weekend since joining the team. Initially, it was presumed that the newcomers would remain at the precinct during this weekend, yet to everyone's surprise, aside from Zhang Shi who stayed on duty, the other team members each had their own social engagements planned. Su Song had an old friend visiting, reportedly residing in Jiangnan City, who, upon learning of Su Song's assignment to Dahuishi, decided to seize the weekend for a reunion. Li Jun, an ardent fan of the two-dimensional world, was eagerly anticipating attending a cosplay event at the exhibition center. Pei Dong, ever the follower of Li Jun, naturally joined her in the cosplay venture. However, due to his physique, Zhang Shi vaguely heard him planning to dress as Kung Fu Panda, prompting her to silently pray for the exhibition center's air conditioning to be particularly effective given the weekend's weather. Even the usually shy Sherbin had a date, rising early to meticulously groom himself, even styling his once standard military buzz cut with wax, giving him a rather dapper appearance. Pei Dong, filled with curiosity, spent an extended period gossiping around Sherbin, attempting to discern the identity of his date. But his inquiries only left him more frustrated without any revelations. As everyone prepared and gradually departed, Zhang Shi could only console herself, acknowledging that someone had to remain at the precinct in the past half-month. Aside from the initial investigation into the disappearance of the original 9th Squad, the entire 9th Precinct had not received any new cases, allowing for a surprisingly peaceful existence. Just as Zhang Shi was immersed in her training of the Ming family boxing's Lingbo Weibu and the Luyun sword technique, a sudden and loud knock at the door jolted her back to reality. Upon opening the door, she found Qin Hu standing there, his expression a complex amalgam that sparked her curiosity. Having spent time with Qin Hu, she had come to recognize that he and his team were unlike other ability users, lacking any sense of superiority, which made their interactions quite relaxed. Now, seeing Qin Hu trying to suppress a smile, Zhang Shi asked with intrigue, "What's going on?" "Someone reported a theft." Qin Hu responded, "Theft? Shouldn't that be directed to the Ability Management Bureau?" Zhang Shi inquired, perplexed. "Well, typically, how would ordinary people know the number for the Ability Management Bureau? Usually, the local police confirm if a case involves ability users before passing it along to us," Qin Hu explained, scratching his head. "Then how could someone directly report a theft?" Zhang Shi pressed. I reckon the voice of the reporter sounded like Pei Dong." Qin Hu replied, scratching his head again, appearing somewhat resigned. "Pfft." Zhang Shi nearly choked, her water spraying out as she exclaimed incredulously, "Pei Dong got stolen and called the Management Bureau to report it?" "Yes. Pei Dong reported it to the jurisdiction of the 2nd Precinct. I suspect he was trying to avoid bothering his colleagues in another precinct, which is why he called us." "What a way to avoid troubling his colleagues. He is just embarrassed and looking for his own people." Zhang Shi shook her head in exasperation, gesturing to Qin Hu, "All right, let us change into civilian clothes and see what the situation is." Half an hour later, Zhang Shi and Qin Hu arrived at the exhibition center. They were met at the entrance by scalpers who charged them exorbitantly for tickets, and only then were they able to enter the anime exhibition with their overpriced tickets. As they stepped inside, they immediately spotted a figure resembling Kung Fu Panda approaching them. Without a doubt, it was Pei Dong. Zhang Shi shot him a disapproving glance and demanded, "What is happening? You two ability users let someone steal from you." Pei Dong, looking deflated as if he were a punctured balloon, removed his headpiece and plopped down on the ground, dejectedly stating, "Captain, you came too. I didn't want to bother you. I thought Qin Captain could handle it. But you're supposed to be the best at deduction. Can't you just figure out where the thief is? Zhengxi questioned, perplexed. Deductions require a compass, and the compass has been stolen, Pei Dong lamented, his head drooping in defeat. Xiaoyin is busy taking pictures with other cosplayers right now and doesn't even know about this. If she finds out, she'll surely skin me alive. She usually keeps the compass, and today I confidently assured her there would be no problems, and now look what happened. Pei Dong grew increasingly frustrated, slapping his thigh. Can't you sense the compass's location? Strangely enough, I can't sense anything at all, as if something is blocking it. Zheng Shi sighed in resignation and turned to Qin Hu. Can you check the exhibition center's surveillance footage to see who Pei Dong interacted with? Understood, Qin Hu replied before swiftly departing. Zhang Shi turned to reassure Pei Dong. Don't worry too much. Generally, common people can't trigger the compass's special functions. Once Qin Hu finishes reviewing the footage, we should be able to retrieve it. Approximately 10 minutes later, Zhang Shi received a message from Qin Hu, which included a photograph along with a location. In the photograph, there stands an individual resembling a cosplaying goblin. Zhang Shi, guided by the location provided by Qin Hu, indeed spotted the goblin-like cosplayer, who was clutching a tattered cloth bag. Before Zhang Shi could approach, the goblin's eyes sparkled with excitement as it hurried over, exclaiming, "Time is money, my friend." A classic goblin saying. It brushed past Zhang Shi without a second glance. A soft white light emanated from Zhang Shi's wrist as the Kaiyun Ko activated its automatic defense. For Zhang Shi had just been attacked. He quickly glanced around, yet found no signs of injury on himself. Upon further inspection of his wrist, he exclaimed, "What the hell? This goblin was trying to steal my bracelet." Swiftly extracting the Luyun sword from his storage bracelet, he mused that carrying a sword at an anime convention wasn't too outlandish, and then activated his Lingbo Weibu technique to chase after the goblin. After being repelled by the Kaiyun Ko, the goblin showed no hesitation, sprinting away with great strides. Upon reaching a corner, it flailed its right hand, grinning in apparent pain. "Does it hurt?" Zhang Shi's voice unexpectedly rang in the goblin's ear. Startling it considerably, looking up, the goblin flashed a sycophantic smile and replied, "How may I assist you, my friend?" Another classic goblin line. Yet its feet showed no signs of slowing as it continued its frantic escape. Zhang Shi, undeterred, executed the Lingbo Weibu to catch up. Once beside the goblin, he gently tapped its rear with the Luyun sword. The goblin leapt as if struck by lightning, and fled even faster. After this brief encounter, Zhang Shi surmised that the goblin was adept at thievery, with an average escape speed and minimal aggressiveness. Concluding it was merely a petty thief, he sheathed the sword and followed closely behind the goblin. The goblin, in its frantic flight, changed directions repeatedly. With so many cosplayers in the exhibition hall, Zheng Shi aimed to avoid creating a scene while ensuring it did not slip away. However, not long after, Zheng Shi found himself increasingly exasperated. The goblin had audaciously pilfered 2 mobile phones, a wristwatch, a ring, and even a bag of bread as it fled. An incorrigible thief indeed. Increasing his pace, he sought to intercept the goblin's escape route. The chase continued through the exhibition center, drawing puzzled glances from the growing crowd, all wondering what performance was unfolding. As the goblin dashed forward, a kung fu panda suddenly blocked its path. The goblin promptly veered in another direction, only to be obstructed by an anime girl wielding a bamboo sword. Switching directions yet again, it found itself face to face with a towering muscular man. At this juncture, the goblin was thoroughly surrounded. Its hand clutching the bag began to tremble slightly, and it muttered, "We are honest merchants here, no deception." The onlookers were bewildered, as this statement seemed utterly incongruous with the current situation. It took a moment for everyone to realize that the goblin was merely repeating a few lines from a classic game, suggesting it likely did not comprehend Chinese at all. Li Jun could no longer contain her fury, having vented her frustrations on Kung Fu Panda Pei Dong after losing track of her compass. The confirmation of the thief ignited her temper. Brandishing her bamboo sword, she unleashed a barrage of strikes upon the goblin, which cowered and dashed towards Pei Dong in a panic, only to be met with a powerful kick from him. Pei Dong, seething with indignation, seized the chance to stomp down on the goblin. Sensing danger, the goblin glanced at the muscular man to its left before sprinting toward the fair-skinned Zheng Shi. Just then, a wave-like sound erupted, and the goblin was thrust back as if surfing on the water. Zhang Shi had often replayed the battle between Zhang Daoren and Xiao Smith, discovering that the technique of flowing with the current could also be employed as a spell. Though currently in the exploratory phase with limited potency, it sufficed to hinder the goblin's escape. With no escape route left, the goblin frantically opened its tattered bag, producing what appeared to be a rotten vegetable root, and began to squeeze it with great force. A series of indescribable sounds erupted, akin to bubbles bursting, followed by an overwhelming stench that engulfed the area, causing the onlookers to recoil in horror. A biochemical weapon! The goblin hastily returned the root to the bag and swiftly donned a cloak, which, upon wrapping around its body, made it gradually vanish from sight. Lu Yun's sword technique. Flowing downstream. Zhang Shi reacted swiftly, summoning the Lu Yun sword and directing a continuous stream of sword energy towards the goblin's hand clutching the bag. A scream pierced the air as the goblin dropped the bag. Seizing the moment, Zhang Shi darted to the bag and hastily secured its opening. Meanwhile, the cloaked goblin had completely vanished from view. The crowd covered their noses and quickly retreated from the noxious area, gasping for fresh air while casting complex glances at the bag. A surge of white light burst forth from Zhang Shi once more as a goblin's hand materialized, reaching for the bag, only to be repelled by the Kaiyun Ko. Zhang Shi intended to hand the bag over to Yin Li Jun or Pei Dong. But upon witnessing the incessant white light emanating from him, he realized the goblin was still not giving up. Just as he contemplated opening the bag to retrieve the compass, the memory of the repugnant odor sent a shiver down his spine, prompting him to abandon that thought. The group exchanged helpless glances, and ultimately, Zhang Shi gritted his teeth and decided to toss the bag directly into his storage bracelet. The bag disappeared from view. The white light surrounding Zhang Shi intensified, compelling him to bravely exit the exhibition center amidst the swirling white light and the peculiar gazes of numerous cosplayers. Intriguingly, on his way out, several other cosplayers approached to inquire about the source of Zhang Shi's white light effect, leaving him both amused and bewildered. Chapter 38. The tenacious goblin. The automatic defense feature of Kaiyun Ko was continuously triggered, with flashes of white light flickering as Zhang Shi both defended himself and swiftly made his way towards the exit of the exhibition center. Earlier, Yin Li Jun and Pei Dong had sensed that the compass was indeed within that tattered bag, capturing its essence the moment the goblin had opened it. The goblin's cloak was peculiar. Once donned, it seemed to vanish completely from reality. Zhang Shi attempted a wide-range attack, but it proved ineffective, while the goblin could emerge from its hidden state at will, launching repeated attacks against Zhang Shi. However, these assaults merely prompted the Kaiyun Ko to shine with white light, yielding no substantial impact. Zhang Shi aimed to avoid causing a significant disturbance in the exhibition center and promptly decided to retreat, quickly sending a message to Su Song and Shi Bin, meeting at the precinct, apprehend the thief. The group hastily boarded their vehicle, with Qin Hu flooring the accelerator. Yet, despite their speed, the white light on Zhang Shi continued to flicker, signifying that the goblin had followed them into the car. Anxious, Zhang Shi rapidly composed a message to Su Song, detailing the situation in hopes that his older brother would devise a countermeasure. Before long, Su Song replied, "Return to the precinct building. The goblin cannot enter the building." Upon hearing this, the group accelerated, racing back to the precinct, heading straight for the office building. Suddenly, a loud crash reverberated outside the precinct office building, triggering the protective formation, which forcefully ejected the goblin from its vicinity. On the rooftop, Su Song stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze sharp and illuminated by white light, intently observing the point of impact on the protective array, attempting to discern the goblin's whereabouts. However, his efforts yielded nothing. Su Song understood that the goblin's cloak was no ordinary concealment tool. If it were merely about hiding, he would have been able to detect it with his abilities. Moreover, previous wide-range attacks had failed to inflict any damage. In this state of concealment, the goblin's actions would be interpreted as attacks by both the Kaiyun Ko and the protective formation, prompting Su Song to furrow his brow in contemplation. Filled with uncertainty, the rest of the group soon gathered on the rooftop, each retrieving various devices such as binoculars, thermal imaging cameras, and infrared scanners to conduct a thorough search. Yet, the goblin seemed to have evaporated into thin air, its incessant crashing sounds serving as a reminder of its presence, while its figure remained elusive. Is this goblin ever going to give up? It has been attacking Zhang Shi since the exhibition center, and now it's still assaulting the entrance without changing locations. Pei Dong couldn't resist voicing his thoughts. Upon hearing this, Zhang Shi abruptly turned his gaze toward Pei Dong, then shifted his focus to Su Song, who appeared to understand Zhang Shi's intention. Nodding in agreement, Su Song leapt from the rooftop toward the door being relentlessly battered, cautiously extending his hand toward the building. Strangely, he felt no contact with any object. Yet the white light of the Kaiyun Ko began to flicker. This indicates that the goblin is right at the entrance of the Sub-Bureau building. Zhang Shi did not retract his hand. Instead, he slowly distanced himself from the building. In an instant, the incessant banging ceased. Yet the white light from the cloud buckle on his wrist continued to flicker, as if to further validate his thoughts. Zhang Shi re-entered the Sub-Bureau building. Sure enough, the pulsating white light at his wrist vanished, and the banging noise resumed. Zhang Shi couldn't help but chuckle in disbelief. It turned out that the goblin was immobile while in an invisible state. No wonder he had always felt that it was relentless, not due to its strong will, but rather because it simply couldn't move. After grasping this pattern, everyone decided to temporarily disregard the goblin's bothersome banging and focus on resolving the compass issue. Recalling the scene when the goblin produced that foul-smelling root, the group still felt a shiver of dread, instinctively shuddering at the thought of unwrapping the tattered bag. Fortunately, there was an isolation room in the basement of the office building, originally designed to handle viral infections, which turned out to be quite useful this time. Zhang Shi and Pei Dong donned thick protective suits and cautiously opened the tattered bag, revealing its contents, which astonished everyone. It turned out that the bag was a storage pouch, filled with a myriad of items. In addition to the long-desired compass, there were dozens of phones, watches, rings, necklaces, several bags of bread, snacks, and even a few rotten bananas. Strangely, the foul-smelling vegetable root was absent from the bag. Zhang Shi and Pei Dong emptied the bag, turning it inside out and meticulously inspecting it, ultimately confirming the absence of the decayed vegetable root. Zhang Shi speculated that the bag likely contained hidden compartments, but they had yet to discover how to access them. Li Jun stepped forward, took the compass in hand, and after repeatedly confirming that it bore no unpleasant odor, she safely stowed it away. As for the remaining items, they were presumably pilfered by the goblin from the convention center and would be handed over to Qin Hu for management. Zhang Shi placed the tattered bag back into the storage bracelet, but he was still troubled about how to deal with the goblin. Suddenly sensing something amiss, he noticed that the incessant banging had inexplicably ceased. The group hurried to the entrance, only to find that the area where the goblin had been assaulting the protective array was devoid of any disturbance. Upon reviewing the surveillance footage, they couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation. In the video, the goblin's head slowly emerged at the entrance of the Sub-Bureau building. After furtively glancing around, it spat on the ground before withdrawing its cloak and scampering out of the courtyard. The goblin had escaped. It dawned on everyone that their previous assumption, that the goblin could not move while in an invisible state, was a misunderstanding. While indeed immobile in that state, it was remarkably patient. When observed, it maintained its hidden position, enduring attacks from the protective array, yet the moment their attention wavered, it seized the opportunity to flee. The group was utterly astounded by the goblin's series of antics, realizing that it had endured persistent assaults to avoid detection. Was it because the tattered bag was of utmost importance to it, or was it merely a matter of survival? They were left speechless, with no feasible solution. After analyzing the footage, it was revealed that once the goblin left the courtyard, it vanished from the surveillance cameras, rendering it impossible to track. As night fell, just as everyone settled into sleep, a sudden clang of a gong echoed through the air. Zhang Shi reacted swiftly, rushing towards the source of the sound, where Su Song had already arrived, with the others following suit. Zhang Shi looked at Su Song, who wore a grave expression and stated, "I found nothing upon my arrival." Qin Hu promptly completed his review of the surveillance, which revealed the goblin stealthily entering the courtyard with a gong, striking it vigorously before bolting away without a backward glance. The group, feeling defeated, dispersed. However, just as they managed to doze off again, a cacophony of wails jolted them from their dreams. The goblin was at it again, waking everyone up before fleeing without a trace. After enduring several such disturbances, the group decided to split into teams for surveillance. Yet, to their surprise, after they began their watch, the entire night passed without incident, resulting in a sleepless ordeal for all. The following day, burdened by heavy dark circles, they struggled to rise for work. Thankfully, there were no incidents that day, allowing them to survive the day while dozing intermittently. On the second night, they continued their rotation of vigilance, but again, there were no unusual sounds. However, in the early hours, Pei Dong's screams pierced the silence. He had been robbed again, with everything of value in his room stripped bare, leaving him with nothing but the clothes on his back, no underwear even. Upon reviewing the surveillance, they found no trace of the goblin. The group was left in a state of disbelief, without understanding how the goblin managed to steal. They opted to stay in the sub-bureau building for safety, knowing the protective array would prevent the goblin's entry. That night, they finally enjoyed a peaceful sleep. Just as they breathed a sigh of relief, the cafeteria chef rushed in, exclaiming that the kitchen had been robbed, with all the food gone. Resigned, they had to subsist on takeout for the day, subsequently choosing to sleep in the area covered by the protective array. On the fourth day, the gym was vandalized. On the fifth, the courtyard experienced a power outage, and on the sixth, the courtyard was defaced with red paint declaring, "Pay your debts." Though these incidents caused no substantial harm, they were deeply insulting, pushing everyone's spirits to the brink of collapse. On the seventh night, the group placed the tattered bag at the courtyard entrance and shut off all surveillance, hoping that under the sanctuary of the protective array, they could finally escape the goblin's clutches. Chapter 39. Foreign mercenaries. The following day, they finally enjoyed a restful sleep. When they checked the courtyard entrance, the infuriating tattered bag had vanished without a trace. The items pilfered by the goblin from the convention center, aside from the bread and rotten bananas, had all been returned to their rightful owners. Life seemed to return to normal, and everyone resumed their mundane training routine. However, Pei Dong and Yin Li Jun were not part of this normalcy. They sat on the ground, the characters on the compass whirling rapidly before them. Ever since Yin Li Jun had been bullied by Chao Yun, they had not been as diligent as they were now. Now, every time Yin Li Jun laid eyes on the compass, she involuntarily caught a whiff of the rotten vegetable root, a conditioned reflex that made her feel nauseous. Pei Dong, on the other hand, was in a dire predicament, having borrowed money from Zhang Shi to replace everything he owned. After that night of torment from the goblin, he was left with nothing but his underwear. Determined to find the goblin, Pei Dong bit the bullet and went into debt for 500 yuan, purchasing bread, bananas, hot and sour noodles, and snail noodles, even adding an extra 200 yuan in cash. All stuffed into the tattered bag, he left some of the packaging intact, hoping to deduce the goblin's location from them. Tracking, Yin Li Jun and Pei Dong once again employed their deduction methods, knowing that the goblin had only opened the tattered bag once at the courtyard entrance before never touching it again. Fortunately, the items inside the bag had not been discarded. As long as the goblin retrieved them, they would have a chance to discern its location. After numerous failed attempts, the compass finally displayed an image. In an archway, the goblin was leisurely enjoying snail noodles, appearing quite content. The perspective on the compass gradually widened, revealing the name of the bridge, Huapu Bridge. Huapu Bridge is located in the suburbs of Dahai City, at the juncture of urban and rural areas. Upon learning this news, the group immediately drove towards Huapu, with Qin Hu swiftly leading a SWAT team to establish a perimeter, while snipers prepared tranquilizer darts, taking up strategic positions, ready for action. Yin Li Jun and Pei Dong remained in the communication vehicle, providing remote support. Shi Bin, an expert in stealth tracking, was tasked with reconnaissance, while Zhang Shi and Su Song were responsible for the assault. Dressed in casual hiking attire, Shi Bin donned a cap and carried a backpack as he strolled leisurely towards Huapu Bridge. Yin Li Jun and Pei Dong once again deduced the contents of the snail noodle box, discovering that it remained in the archway, though it had been completely emptied. Strangely, no trace of the goblin was found. Meanwhile, the snipers, Kai Luan and observer Chen Ji, upon securing their high vantage point, meticulously surveyed the surroundings. Striving to locate their target, alert, alert! There's an unidentified sniper on the opposite hill. Chen Ji's urgent voice crackled through the earpiece. As a former Special Forces veteran, Chen Ji had excellent combat instincts. After securing the high ground, he habitually scanned other vantage points and spotted the lurking sniper on the hillside adjacent to Huapu Bridge. Upon hearing Chen Ji's warning, Zhang Shi paused momentarily before decisively commanding. Quickly confirmed their identity, however, just as Zhang Shi finished speaking. A gunshot shattered the tranquility. The sniper on the opposite hillside had fired first. Kai Luan is hit. Kai Luan is hit. Chen Ji's frantic voice followed. The sniper team took cover. Shi Bin advanced from the flank, while Zhang Shi charged straight ahead. with Su Song providing cover. Qin Hu coordinated the rescue for Kailuan. Zhang Shi swiftly issued commands through the earpiece and dashed towards the opposing hillside without hesitation. Bang! With the sound of a gunshot, a brilliant white light enveloped Zhang Shi as the colored cloud automatically activated, shielding him from the lethal sniper shot. Simultaneously, the sniper's position was exposed due to the shot fired. Sherbin moved with remarkable speed, reaching the sniper's location atop the opposite hill in the blink of an eye. Confirming the sniper is a foreign national, Sherbin's voice resounded clearly through the earpiece. Sherbin, subdue the opposing sniper, Zhang Shi commanded, continuing his charge towards the hill. Boom. A violent crash echoed as a 2-meter-tall bald foreign man was forcefully sent flying. Su Song also encountered enemies, and the two sides clashed. Ability user, suspected strength enhancement, Su Song reported through the earpiece, promptly updating his teammates on the enemy's status. On Sherbin's side, the two snipers clad in camouflage sensed the precariousness of their situation and prepared to retreat swiftly. Observing this, Sherbin sprang forward, delivering a whip kick that sent one sniper's rifle flying. He then deftly ensnared the other sniper's weapon with his whip and yanked it away forcefully. The foreign man whose rifle was kicked away reacted swiftly, drawing a dagger from his waist and lunging at Sherbin with ferocity. Unfazed, Sherbin drew his military dagger, skillfully blocking the attack, and then unleashed a powerful right hook from his fierce boxing style, sending the man sprawling. Ability user, suspected physical enhancement. Sherbin immediately reported the enemy's condition through the earpiece. The foreign man, now deprived of his rifle, hastily produced a crossbow, his eyes gleaming with intensity as the arrowhead emitted an eerie green light. Aimed directly at Sherbin. Flowing Cloud Sword technique downstream. Zhang Shi had previously summoned the Flowing Cloud Sword, and with a swift motion, he unleashed a torrent of sword energy towards the crossbow, knocking it away before it could be fired. The relentless sword intent surged towards the foreign man, who appeared visibly flustered, his eyes flickering as he desperately evaded the fierce onslaught. Ability user, suspected vision enhancement. Zhang Shi shared his assessment with every teammate through the earpiece. Kailuan has been treated, his right arm was shot, but it's a non-fatal injury. At this moment, Qin Hu had successfully transported the injured Kailuan to safety and was swiftly joined by other members of the support team. There are still 2 enemy combatants in the bridge tunnel, suspected ability users. Yin Li Jun's timely voice relayed crucial intelligence, enhancing their understanding of the enemy situation. Goodness, now 5 foreign ability users have emerged. Zhang Shi noted, observing that his opponent in close combat was rather inept, quickly succumbing to Zhang Shi's sword energy. Sherbin's opponent, realizing he was outmatched, attempted to flee towards the Huapu Bridge. Do not pursue. Return to regroup, Zhang Shi shouted to Sherbin. With a loud bang, the towering foreign man was sent flying by Su Song and fled to the bridgehead, while Zhang Shi and Sherbin escorted the downed foreigner there. Impressive, impressive, ability users from Country Z? A voice with poor Mandarin suddenly emerged, drawing everyone's gaze toward a bearded foreign man and a blonde beauty who emerged from the bridge tunnel, joining their fleeing companion. Zhang Shi scrutinized their attire, noting that the 2 snipers wore camouflage while the remaining 3 clearly donned mercenary garb. A wave of confusion washed over him. How could foreign mercenaries appear within Country Z? Armed no less, we are the 9th Bureau of the Ability Management Bureau in Dahu City. Who are you? Why are you armed in Dahu City and attacking us? Zhang Shi demanded loudly. Upon hearing the words Ability Management Bureau, the leading foreigner instantly frowned. Misunderstanding, we were hired to track a thief and thought we encountered another mercenary organization. Please release our personnel, and we will leave immediately, he protested. Attacking special police in Country Z and expecting to simply walk away with your people? The group regarded the 4 foreigners with disdain, their expressions reflecting disbelief. Surrender your weapons, and we will treat you well. Pei Dong couldn't hold back, raising his voice. The leading foreigner dismissed Pei Dong entirely, sneering. The configuration of a Bureau of the Ability Management Bureau consists of merely a level 3 agent. No sooner had he spoken than the mercenary leader lunged at Zhang Shi like a cannonball. Evidently intent on rescuing the captive, Su Song swiftly positioned himself in front of Zhang Shi, the white light emanating from his palm as they exchanged blows. The burly man, receiving a thorough beating from Su Song, saw his leader intercepted and, gritting his teeth, pulled out a vial of red liquid, downing it in one gulp. Instantly, his muscles swelled, and he charged at Zhang Shi. Observing this, Zhang Shi entrusted the captive to Qin Hu and turned to confront the frenzied brute. The blonde beauty was also engaged in combat with Sherbin, both relying on their speed, their figures blurring as they exchanged blows. At this moment, Zhang Shi's opponent appeared monstrous, veins bulging, clearly enhanced by the special drug, significantly boosting his strength and speed. Yet Zhang Shi remained unperturbed, employing the Lingbo Weibu technique to gracefully evade the brute's relentless strikes. Flowing cloud sword technique downstream, he shouted, unleashing a torrent of sword intent that surged toward the burly man. With no means of escape, the brute had no choice but to endure the onslaught with his enhanced body, resulting in numerous injuries and blood seeping forth, leaving him in a pitiful state. Fear gradually crept into the brute's eyes. Prior to arriving in Country Z, they had meticulously gathered intelligence on the Ability Management Bureau's teams. They believed that a typical team consisted of merely one Level 3 agent, 2 Level 2 agents, and 2 Level 1 agents. In light of their mercenary configuration, especially bolstered by the drug, they had initially felt invincible against a singular ability team. However, reality struck hard. From the moment they clashed, Zhang Shi had thoroughly overwhelmed the drug-enhanced brute with his formidable prowess. The mercenary captain, too, found himself intercepted by Su Song, unable to unleash any countermeasures. The mounting fear rendered their fighting spirit non-existent. And the brute recognized that if he continued to engage, he would likely meet his end by Zhang Shi's sword. Ultimately, unable to withstand his fear, he gritted his teeth and ingested another vial of the drug, mustering all his strength for a final strike before attempting to flee. However, his legs buckled beneath him, and he collapsed to the ground. His legs had been severed. The essence of the flowing cloud sword technique lay in its ability to follow the flow. Once the opponent turned to flee, they would only suffer more attacks with no avenue for escape. On Su Song's end, the mercenary leader was equally thwarted, unable to make any significant moves before being swiftly subdued. The mercenary leader, taken aback and furious, shouted at Su Song, "What level of agent are you? A mere Level 3 agent cannot possess such combat prowess." Su Song showed no mercy, delivering a resounding slap that rendered the mercenary leader unconscious, silencing his incessant noise. Meanwhile, the blonde beauty engaged with Sherbin, her resolve wavering as her companions were captured one by one. Yet Sherbin offered her no respite, and she was ultimately taken alive. As for the fleeing sniper, having finally established a position, he was about to lie in wait for a surprise attack when he was struck by a tranquilizer dart, incapacitating him on the spot. Yin Li Jun and Pei Dong pinpointed his location through deduction, while Qin Hu and Chen Ji coordinated seamlessly to apprehend him. Effortlessly, they subdued the mercenary squad. Afterward, they thoroughly searched the bridge tunnel, but the goblin seemed to have long since retreated or was concealed within its cloak, remaining elusive despite their efforts to locate it. Upon returning to the bureau's courtyard, Nie Xiaoyu meticulously documented the details of the incident, while Zhang Ping coordinated the ensuing matters triggered by the deployment. The remaining members immediately began interrogating the mercenary squad, and to their surprise, the interrogation proceeded exceptionally smoothly. The mercenaries offered no resistance, confessing outright that they belonged to an overseas organization called the Free Alliance, a mercenary coalition composed of ability users that undertakes various tasks worldwide. The squad's leader, Thompson, revealed that they had been contracted for a missing person tasked with bringing the target back to the beautiful nation. To their astonishment, the target was none other than the elusive goblin.as for who had issued the task. The mercenary squad was unaware, as the Free Alliance strictly safeguarded the identities of its clients, leaving the mercenaries with no opportunity to know who their employer was. Thompson was only aware that the task mentioned the goblin as a thief. Beyond that, there were no further clues. Their candor stemmed from Thompson's belief that the Free Alliance would undoubtedly dispatch lawyers to extricate them. Kai Luan's injury was merely an act of self-defense. They had not taken his life, so the consequences should not be overly severe. In the realm of supernatural abilities, as long as no civilian casualties occurred, such incidents were not regarded as particularly grave matters. Typically, nations would not imprison supernatural beings in ordinary jails due to the immense strain it would impose on the authorities. In most cases, relevant organizations would intervene, offering compensation to resolve the situation, with only those involved in particularly severe incidents facing restrictions on entry. After the interrogation, Zhang Shi promptly convened a meeting with her team members to summarize the goblin incident. The group speculated that the goblin was likely a habitual offender, as evidenced by its international wanted status and its audacity to steal from a supernatural team domestically. It appeared to possess an unusual sensitivity to treasures. While the reasons for its international pursuit remained unclear, its ability to deftly pilfer Pei Dong's compass indicated a knack for discerning who bore valuable items. Furthermore, the goblin's appearance abroad was consistent with its current form, suggesting it did not alter its visage, and it was likely an alien species. Yet, how had such a peculiar extraterrestrial entity remained undetected for so long? The operation yielded no substantial findings regarding the goblin, but they did uncover a concoction used by the burly mercenary, a diluted berserker potion. This potion was designed to enhance the user's strength and gradually heal any injuries sustained during its efficacy. However, it bore side effects, heightening the user's aggression and inducing a state of frenzied unrest. Prolonged use could lead to a loss of control, and once the effects wore off, the user would experience a period of weakness. After the meeting, the pertinent details were compiled and archived. This mission was classified as a Level C task, with contribution points to be settled at the end of the month. As night fell, Zhang Shi, having completed her usual training, employed her sword techniques in an attempt to communicate with Jujio, once again entering that extraordinary space. Before her, Jujio's silhouette appeared, surrounded by increasingly distinct white shadows. Jujio, I apologize for the intrusion, but I have encountered some matters I wish to consult with you, Zhang Shi said, bowing respectfully. Jujio couldn't help but chuckle at Zhang Shi's ceremonious gesture. Inquiring, what do you wish to know? Thus, Zhang Shi recounted the series of events, from the goblin's theft of Pei Dong's compass to the subsequent seizure of the ragged bag and the goblin's retaliation against the entire team. After finishing, Zhang Shi asked, might you have any insight into how the goblin evaded our scrutiny? Jujio pondered momentarily, seemingly conversing with the white shadow, as Zhang Shi faintly heard whispers. After a brief interval, Jujio responded, the situation you describe likely pertains to spatial spells or artifacts. The goblin has not truly vanished. It remains present, merely outside the realm of your perception. Outside my realm of perception? I would appreciate a more detailed explanation, Jujio, Zhang Shi pressed, her brow furrowed in confusion. Consider your storage bracelet. The internal space differs significantly from its visible size. What you see is merely an ordinary bracelet, yet it conceals profound secrets within. But I did not observe any similar storage artifacts at the scene, Zhang Shi queried, still perplexed. That is because it was not an ordinary storage artifact. The goblin merely opened a spatial passage and fled through it. Jujio explained patiently. Then why did it not escape directly through the spatial passage? Zhang Shi inquired further. Spatial spells are not so easily mastered. If I am not mistaken, the goblin merely created a spatial rift and dared not close it. Fearing it would lose its way back to this realm, Jujio elucidated. Zhang Shi understood now. The goblin's repeated assaults from Kai Yun's protective array were due to the spatial rift remaining partially open, still connected to the physical world. This rift served as a conduit back to reality, and the goblin needed it to return. Hence, it was targeted by Kai Yun's defenses. Should the goblin refrain from returning to the physical realm, it would be unable to move within that spatial rift. When Zhang Shi seized the ragged bag, the passage was in her grasp, and later, when entering the defensive array, it was displaced to the entrance of the building. Though she grasped the situation, Zhang Shi remained uncertain about how to resolve it and sought further guidance from Jujiu.it is quite simple. Since there is a passage, it must lead in a fixed direction. Your previous area attacks were ineffective not because they lacked potency, but rather due to misalignment, Jujio clarified. Once you ascertain the location of the passage, a comprehensive attack will surely strike the goblin on the other side. Upon hearing this, Zhang Shi smacked her forehead, realizing her oversight. She had assumed the attacks were futile when they had merely missed their mark, as long as they could execute a multifaceted assault and locate the spatial rift. The goblin would have nowhere to flee. Zhang Shi promptly expressed her heartfelt gratitude to Jujio and casually inquired whether the creatures that appeared during the disappearance of the former 9th team were from the same realm as Jujio. The response revealed that Jujio had never encountered those two beings either. Chapter 41. Cowboy Jack. The following day, training remained the central theme of everyone's lives, as it seemed there were no better alternatives until Li Jun and Pei Dong apprehended the goblin. In the ensuing days, various branches in Dahu City began to uncover traces of foreign mercenaries, with indications suggesting they were all targeting the enigmatic goblin. The Dahu City headquarters swiftly disseminated a directive. urging all branches to closely monitor the movements of foreign supernatural beings within their jurisdictions. Gradually, domestic organizations of supernatural beings began to flood into Dahu City, complicating the situation in the city even further. Su Song took the opportunity to gather intelligence and returned with astounding news. On the black market, the bounty for the goblin had skyrocketed to an astonishing 50 million. Upon hearing this, Zhang Shi's team exchanged glances, each shaking their heads in unison, understanding full well that the goblin's transgressions were indeed significant. Otherwise, such a lofty bounty would be inconceivable. The week passed, and it seemed that Li Jun and Pei Dong had gradually abandoned their search for the goblin, as if it had truly vanished from the world. Regardless of their deductions, they found themselves at an impasse. Nevertheless, daily training necessitated ongoing simulations. As a result, the two would occasionally attempt to deduce the goblin's whereabouts. Treating it as part of their routine practice point one day, while engaged in their usual training simulations, Li Jun and Pei Dong noticed a reaction from the compass. Characters on the compass began to whirl rapidly, and soon thereafter, an image materialized before them. The scene depicted a dimly lit convenience store, where a middle-aged woman cowered in a corner, her face etched with terror and helplessness. Opposite her stood a figure clad in cowboy attire, who appeared intrigued as he examined a torn banknote in his hand, a cruel glint in his eyes. Pei Dong felt a tightening in his chest as a sinking sensation washed over him. He distinctly remembered placing 200 cash notes among the food in the goblin's ragged bag. The banknote the cowboy held was likely the very one he had inserted, and the unfortunate middle-aged woman was at risk of suffering due to this cash. Pei Dong and Li Jun exchanged a knowing glance and immediately dialed Zhang Shi's number in the conference room. Zhang Shi listened intently to Pei Dong's account. After he finished, her brow furrowed deeply. The information at hand was woefully insufficient. They only knew it was a convenience store with a middle-aged woman, which did little to help pinpoint the exact location. Li Jun and Pei Dong's deductive abilities extended beyond mere tracking. They could also foresee potential dangers. At that moment, they discerned a looming blood disaster reflected in the woman's visage. This calamity was likely triggered by the banknote Pei Dong had placed in the ragged bag. The cowboy had likely followed the goblin's trail to this convenience store, where the goblin had used that very banknote to make a purchase. In the realm of supernatural beings, not everyone adhered to regulations, especially those solitary wolves who felt no obligation to contemporary societal norms. The blood disaster evident in the woman's expression indicated that this cowboy was no benevolent soul. Upon learning of the situation, Li Jun immediately employed her computer skills to infiltrate the Dahu City Immigration Information Center. After a thorough search, she found no matching entry records for the cowboy, indicating that he had not entered through conventional channels. Such individuals undoubtedly posed an even greater threat. Zhang Ping, contact the other branches and request assistance in the investigation. A foreign superpowered individual, dressed as a cowboy, poses a potential threat to civilian safety. Zhang Shi decisively commanded. Simultaneously report to headquarters and request assistance from the security department for a search. Zhang Ping nodded, feeling a deep sense of gratitude. Zhang Shi, upon suspecting that civilians might be in harm's way, unhesitatingly summoned all available resources, a testament to her profound concern for civilian safety, which deeply moved Zhang Ping. Many had gradually overlooked the safety of civilians after becoming superpowered individuals. Subsequently, Zhang Shi instructed Li Jun and Pei Dong to continue simulations, attempting to ascertain the cowboy's location through this method. The characters on the compass began to whirl rapidly once more, their eyes instantly turning white as they entered a deep simulation state. An image materialized above the compass. The cowboy was seen reaching out, covering the mouth of a middle-aged woman, while his other hand wielded a dagger that mercilessly pierced her body. The woman's eyes were filled with terror. Her face contorted in pain, blood gushing from her chest as she collapsed helplessly. The cowboy, devoid of expression, indifferently wiped the blood from the dagger onto the woman's clothing before reaching into the cash register to seize the cash from the drawer. His actions seamless and indicative of a ploy to disguise a robbery murder. The onlookers fixated on the scene displayed on the compass, their teeth nearly grinding in anger, intensely staring at the cowboy. Desperate to confirm his whereabouts, prolonged high-intensity simulations clearly surpassed the limits of Li Jun and Pei Dong. Their bodies trembling involuntarily, beads of sweat forming on their foreheads, yet they continued to grit their teeth and persevere. The cowboy was evidently a habitual offender. After leaving the convenience store, he skillfully evaded all surveillance, arriving at a secluded alley where he pulled out a lighter and set the stolen cash ablaze. A smug smile creeping onto his face as he watched the flames consume the money. As the fire blazed, the image on the compass abruptly ceased. Ah! Pei Dong could no longer contain himself. Leaping up and furiously shaking his fists, venting his anger and helplessness. The group bore witness to the demise of a vibrant life, yet felt utterly powerless. That profound sense of helplessness pierced through their nerves like a sharp blade. Soon, the security department received a report. The body of the middle-aged woman was discovered, and the local authorities preliminarily classified it as a robbery murder case. Zhang Shi's team swiftly arrived at the crime scene. Yet neither Sherbin's tracking skills nor Pei Dong's simulations yielded any trace of the cowboy. In the afternoon, Zhang Ping hurried back from headquarters, bringing with him detailed information about the cowboy from the archives. The individual was named Jack, a national of the beautiful country. He was a B-level wanted criminal in the beautiful country, possessing various abilities such as strength, agility, and enhanced vision, with a history of brutally killing civilians. Thus, he was on the police's wanted list. Moreover, he exhibited strong counter-surveillance techniques and was quite cunning. Following the report from the 9th Division, headquarters had issued a wanted task to all divisions, designating the difficulty of the mission as B-level, and clearly instructing that if resistance was encountered, lethal force could be employed on the spot. Upon returning from the scene, the morale of Zhang Shi's team had evidently plummeted. Each member had once fantasized about becoming a hero saving the world after gaining superpowers. Yet now, faced with such a tragedy, they felt utterly powerless, burdened by a heavy sense of defeat. Observing the team's low spirits, Zhang Shi stepped forward to uplift their morale. What has transpired is beyond our ability to change, but we know who is responsible. Regardless of how formidable this cowboy Jack's powers may be, if he dares to harm civilians on our territory, we will surely locate him and ensure he faces the consequences he deserves. After dinner, the members of Zhang Shi's team remained unable to sleep. Every time they closed their eyes, the image of the middle-aged woman being murdered haunted them. The next day, they arrived at the office. Their heavy dark circles evident, dragging their fatigued bodies. Bang! The office door was suddenly flung open, and Qin Hu rushed in, exclaiming, "We've found him." Surveillance cameras captured Cowboy Jack at a Western restaurant in Suhui District. Whoosh! All members of Zhang Shi's team sprang to their feet, their eyes reigniting with determination. Zhang Shi swiftly made arrangements. Zhang Ping, contact Team 06 in Suhui District. We need to apprehend Cowboy Jack there and request their assistance. Xiao Yin, compile data on the vicinity of the restaurant on the computer to prevent civilian casualties during a potential confrontation in the bustling area. Also, retrieve all nearby surveillance footage to ensure we lock down Jack's location. Qin Hu, prepare the vehicle immediately. With Zhang Shi's command, the entire team mobilized, racing towards Suhui District, resolute in their pursuit of bringing Cowboy Jack to justice. Chapter 42. The Encirclement in Suhui District, at No. 18 Bund. Jack was leisurely seated by the window, a cigar clenched between his lips, gently swirling a glass of red wine, savoring the beautiful scenery of the Huangpu River. He harbored no concern that his presence in a public space would lead to his capture. The wanted notice from the beautiful country held little sway in Z country, and capturing him in this bustling area would demand a hefty price from his pursuers. He doubted they would dare to act recklessly. As for the incident at the convenience store, Jack, confident from years of evasion experience, was utterly unconcerned about being traced back to that crime. After taking a sip of red wine, Jack casually glanced towards the entrance, where a middle-aged man in a Zhongshan suit and glasses caught his attention. The man walked directly towards Jack, sitting down opposite him without hesitation. "Mr. Jack, greetings. I am Fang Tian from the Superpower Administration of Dahu City." Upon finishing, Fang Tian called for a waiter and calmly ordered a glass of juice and a vegetable salad. Jack was momentarily taken aback, then swiftly regained his arrogant demeanor, speaking with disdain. "I prefer dining alone." Fang Tian, however, appeared unfazed, leisurely enjoying his juice and slowly eating his salad. After a while, he finally spoke. "Mr. Jack, you wouldn't have forgotten your recent unprovoked murder of our civilian, would you?" Upon hearing this, Jack's expression hardened, the relaxed demeanor vanishing as he became alert. At that moment, Zhang Shi's team received information from Team 06 and subsequently arrived at a warehouse in the suburbs. Upon reaching the warehouse, Zhang Shi encountered members of the 6th Division, including a familiar face, Zhou Er. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Zhang Shi grasped the situation. Fang Tian, the team leader of the superpower administration of Dahou City, had already gone to Suhui District, coordinating with the 6th and 9th Divisions for support, preparing to apprehend Jack at this warehouse. After some discussion, it was decided that the 6th Division leader, Lu Shang, along with Zhang Shi and Su Song, would assist in the capture of Jack, while the remaining team members and auxiliary SWAT would secure the perimeter. Once the perimeter team members departed the warehouse, Lu Sheng pressed a button on a formation map, and in an instant, the entire warehouse was enveloped by a layer of light, forming an independent space. At this moment, only Zhang Shi, Su Song, and Lu Sheng remained in the warehouse. Zhang Shi, puzzled, asked, "Jack is in Suhui District. Will he really come here willingly?" Lu Sheng smiled, explaining, "Captain Zhang, you may not yet be familiar with our operations in Dahou City. Our Deputy Chief Chun is a formation master. Team Leader Fong brought a teleportation formation to find Jack. He has no choice but to come. As soon as Lu Sheng finished speaking, Zhang Shi saw a dining table materialize in the center of the warehouse. With Cowboy Jack seated on one side and Fang Tian, dressed in a Zhongshan suit, on the other. Zhang Shi immediately drew the Luyun sword, holding it in his right hand while forming a hand seal with his left. Entering a state of readiness, Su Song and Lu Shang, seasoned superpowered individuals, reacted swiftly, spreading out to form a triangular formation around Jack. On the dining table, Fang Tian remained unfazed, leisurely enjoying his salad, as if the surrounding circumstances could not disturb his meal. Jack scanned his surroundings, maintaining his arrogant demeanor, a smirk of disdain playing on his lips. Bang! Suddenly, a loud crash echoed from the edge of the warehouse. Jack had attempted to dash out at an incredible speed, only to be rebuffed by the light barrier. The warehouse was entirely enveloped by the formation. Entry was one way, but exit was not so simple. Fang Tian calmly wiped his mouth and remarked. Jack snorted coldly, his eyes flashing with ferocity, then suddenly shifted and appeared before Su Song, launching a punch without hesitation. Su Song raised his fist to block, and the two fists collided, erupting in a thunderous roar. With a powerful shockwave radiating outward, Jack, failing to land his strike, quickly withdrew and, in the blink of an eye, reappeared before Lu Sheng. Prepared, Lu Sheng swiftly produced a shield to defend himself, Jack's powerful punch crashing against the shield, sending Lu Sheng several meters back, though fortunately, he sustained no significant injury. At that moment, a white glow enveloped Zhang Shi, signaling that Jack was now attacking him. Lu Yun's sword technique. Flowing downstream, Zhang Shi executed the ethereal steps of Lingbo and deftly evaded Jack's assaults, while simultaneously employing the flowing cloud sword technique to skillfully deflect each of Jack's attacks. Jack's attempts proved futile against Zhang Shi's agile maneuvers. Meanwhile, Fang Tian leisurely sipped his juice and, observing Jack with a sardonic smile, remarked, "The one with the shield is not one you can dispatch in a short span. The one with the sword may not even be within your reach, and the unarmed one may well best you. Perhaps you should try your luck against me?" Upon hearing this, Jack's gaze sharpened, and a flame of anger ignited within him as he glared at Fang Tian's infuriating demeanor. With a thunderous roar, Jack charged towards Zhang Shi like a cannonball. Zhang Shi was acutely aware that their side held a clear advantage and that reinforcements could arrive at any moment. Thus, he chose not to engage Jack head-on but instead adopted a strategy of evasion, skillfully sidestepping Jack's strikes. The cloudy pendant shimmered with a radiant white light as Zhang Shi utilized its defense while cunningly luring Jack into a corner of the warehouse. Fang Tian, Su Song, and Lu Sheng, in perfect sync, maneuvered from other directions to encircle Jack. As Jack pursued Zhang Shi into the corner, he caught sight of Fang Tian and the others closing in, and a peculiar smile crept across his lips. A scroll materialized in Jack's hand, and without hesitation, he unfurled it towards the encroaching trio. A formidable gray earthen wall materialized behind him, effectively trapping both him and Zhang Shi in a confined space. The moment the wall appeared, Su Song sensed the impending danger and surged forth with all his might against the wall. A resounding crash reverberated through the warehouse, yet the wall stood resolute, effortlessly absorbing Su Song's full-force assault. Fang Tian's expression darkened as he circled the wall, scrutinizing it, and upon realizing its impenetrability for the time being, coldly stated, "This wall will not hold us for long. Why must you engage in a futile struggle? Ha! A bearer of divine weaponry, a guardian artifact, and yet a mere youth commanding a team. Surely, you must be quite significant within your ranks." Jack disregarded Feng Tian's words entirely. Through their brief encounter, he had already pinned his hopes of escape upon Zhang Shi. Just a single skirmish had allowed Jack to keenly discern Zhang Shi's exceptional abilities, and he believed that capturing Zhang Shi would render the personnel of the Anomaly Management Bureau hesitant to act against him. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the members of the Bureau darkened. Realizing that this B-class wanted criminal had swiftly identified his target and sought to use Zhang Shi as leverage for his escape. Feng Tian and Su Song exchanged knowing glances and, without further hesitation, unleashed their full power against the earthen wall, intent on breaching it as swiftly as possible. Liu Shang, more adept in defense, could only stand by anxiously, eager to assist yet unsure of how to do so. Inside the wall, Zhang Shi couldn't help but mutter a curse under his breath. He had anticipated a chaotic brawl, only to find that this foreigner was cunning enough to turn the tables, trapping them in such a confined corner. If the space had been more ample, Zhang Shi would have had the confidence to engage Jack with his flowing cloud sword technique, the defense of the cloudy pendant, and the ethereal steps of Lingbo. However, in this cramped situation, their predicament resembled the folly of a failed scheme. With both of them cornered and the space severely limited, they were unable to fully utilize their combat skills. Zhang Shi silently invoked, "Heaven and earth, grant me strength. I must rely on the cloudy pendant." Yet, as often happens, danger lurked just as he prepared to depend on the pendant's defense. Jack brandished a long spear, its dark brown hue glistening ominously, exuding a sharpness that seemed particularly menacing in such constricted quarters. Zhang Shi felt a tremor of fear surge within him. Outside, the others were relentlessly assaulting the wall, while inside, Jack had already lifted his spear, lunging toward Zhang Shi with deadly intent. The cloudy pendant erupted with a burst of white light, barely counteracting Jack's fierce attack, though it was evident that its brilliance was waning, indicating the strain of its defense. Flowing cloud sword technique, riding the current, Zhang Shi shouted, as torrents of sword intent surged forth from the flowing cloud sword, cascading towards Jack. Yet, the constricted space rendered Jack unable to evade the onslaught of Zhang Shi's fierce sword intent. Forcing him to endure the blow. Bear's might, Jack roared, his muscles swelling like those of a giant bear, his ferocity escalating. Drawing upon this newfound strength, he withstood Zhang Shi's assault, his red eyes fixated on Zhang Shi with a menacing glare. "Ah!" Jack bellowed again, raising his spear to strike Zhang Shi with renewed vigor. In an instant, it seemed as though a multitude of spears appeared before Zhang Shi, thrusting toward him in a relentless barrage, leaving him no avenue for escape and placing him in a dire situation. In this confined space, the cloudy pendant continued to radiate bright light as Zhang Shi struggled to maintain its defense against the relentless waves of Jack's attacks. Since entering the realm of anomalies, Zhang Shi had encountered numerous battles, yet this one felt markedly different. He genuinely sensed the threat to his life, an ominous aura suffocating him, compelled to remain calm. He recalled the countless critical condition notices he had signed throughout his life and the times he had gasped for breath under pressure. These experiences had cultivated his equanimity in the face of mortality. He adhered to a steadfast belief. As long as he drew breath, hope remained. Thus, he refrained from succumbing to panic. Taking a deep breath, he activated the flowing cloud sword technique, his thoughts drifting back to his battle with Chao Yun. Realizing that adversity could sometimes yield unexpected benefits. During that confrontation against Chao Yun's fire spirit, he had attained enlightenment, formulating the riding the current, following the waves technique. With his focus re-established, Zhang Shi seized the moment just as Jack's assault concluded, counterattacking with a swift transition from defense to offense. Riding the current, following the waves, Zhang Shi called out, unleashing a torrent of overlapping sword energy from the flowing cloud sword, surging forth like an unceasing tide crashing against Jack. At this juncture, the empowered Jack, bolstered by his formidable defense, braced himself against Zhang Shi's relentless sword intent, while simultaneously preparing his spear for a decisive strike. The unique cascading effect of the wave-like attacks meant that as long as Zhang Shi maintained his energy, the onslaught would not cease, and the intensity of the attacks would only increase. Jack began to feel a dull pain radiating from his skin, his heart racing at the realization that Zhang Shi's fierce sword intent was on the verge of breaching his defenses. Instinctively, he took a small step back, attempting to evade Zhang Shi's fierce onslaught. However, the limited space constricted his movements, Retreating even slightly revealed the diminishing space behind him. Zhang Shi, sensing Jack's retreat, experienced a surge in his own sword intent, his momentum amplifying. Riding the current, following the waves, Zhang Shi executed the technique once more, as Jack's backward movement allowed Zhang Shi to unleash the full force of his attack. The endless waves of sword energy surged forth like a deluge, intent on overwhelming Jack entirely. With a thunderous roar, Jack leaped into the air at the last moment, narrowly evading the lethal strike as much of the sword energy crashed against the earthen wall. Seizing the opportunity to catch his breath, Zhang Shi brandished the flowing cloud sword, ready to pursue Jack further. Speed of the leopard, strength of the bear, Jack bellowed, and his speed surged dramatically as his muscles bulged. The spear once again striking towards Zhang Shi with blinding speed. This time, the combination of speed and power created a formidable force, exponentially increasing the spear's impact. The cloudy pendant flared to life once more, attempting to defend against the onslaught, yet it was evident that its brilliance was rapidly dimming, indicating the strain of the defense. Outside, Su Song heard the violent clashes within, and his expression shifted to one of concern. He continued to assault the wall with all his might, striving to breach it and provide aid to Zhang Shi. Jack's scroll was a formidable defensive artifact, its capabilities somewhat limited yet remarkably effective, making it challenging for the team to breach the wall swiftly. Turning to Feng Tian, Su Song suggested, "Perhaps we should withdraw the formation. Our current situation feels somewhat self-entangling." Feng Tian sighed, responding, "I never anticipated Jack possessing such a powerful scroll. We cannot dismantle the formation. If we do, we risk allowing Jack to escape, which would pose a significant threat." Su Song acknowledged Feng Tian's reasoning, refraining from further commentary as he swiftly formed a complex hand seal. Lightning flickering ominously in his grasp. Lightning slash, with a mighty roar, Su Song summoned all his strength and struck fiercely against the earthen wall formed by the scroll. The impact was tremendous, causing the wall to tremble violently. Witnessing a glimmer of hope in breaching the barrier, the onlookers could not contain their joy, and thus, they redoubled their efforts in their relentless assault. At this moment, whether it was Zhang Shi and Jack within the wall, or the crowd outside, every second counted amidst the tense atmosphere. For the group, breaking through the earthen wall was the only means to collectively overpower Jack. Conversely, for Jack, if he could dismantle the defenses of Kaiyun Ko and capture Zhang Shi before the wall fell, he would gain a bargaining chip in negotiations with the Bureau of Anomalies. Inside the wall, Zhang Shi couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. His strongest attack, the flowing waves, had failed to inflict significant damage on Jack. As he glanced at Kaiyun Ko, he noticed its protective white light dimming steadily, seemingly on the verge of collapse. Once the shield was breached, Zhang Shi felt no confidence in withstanding Jack's impending onslaught in such confined quarters. The situation had indeed turned dire. He was firmly ensnared in adversity. Suddenly, the sound of shattering glass interrupted Zhang Shi's thoughts. The defense of Kaiyun Ko had been breached. After absorbing one last blow for Zhang Shi, Kaiyun Ko shattered with a resounding bang, disintegrating into powder that drifted through the air. Jack's triumphant laughter echoed in his ears. The ultimate victor is I, with a victorious grin plastered across his face. Jack regarded Zhang Shi, convinced that without Kaiyun Ko, Zhang Shi would be utterly defenseless against his strike. Zhang Shi felt a cold sweat break out on his forehead. Kaiyun Ko had always been his greatest reliance. In the past, with it by his side, he never had to worry excessively about his safety. Yet, as Zhang Daoren had cautioned him when he took away Kaiyun Ko, one must not overly depend on external aids. Forcing himself to regain composure, he began to analyze the precarious situation. Clearly, waiting for Su Song and the others to break the wall would take too long. He could not endure that long. Attempting to buy time with the Lingbo Weibu was futile in such a cramped space where he could not maneuver. A direct confrontation seemed equally bleak, as his attacks barely pierced through Jack's defenses, and he feared he would soon find himself utterly overwhelmed. Zhang Shi felt as though he had returned to the rigorous training sessions with Zhang Daoren, where he had been mercilessly beaten, questioning the very essence of his existence. However, back then, he had the comfort of knowing he was under the guidance of an elder, without the burden of life-threatening stakes. Now, however, any misstep could be fatal. Reflecting on the training where Zhang Daoren had fed him moves to grasp the reverse flow of the flowing cloud sword technique, he realized that the experience was markedly different. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Wasn't he currently in a situation of adversity, necessitating a counterflow against it? The overly secure environment and complacent training had lulled him into a false sense of security. Was counterflow merely about resisting the enemy's attack? Not at all. Counterflow signified breaking through layers of adversity and courageously facing challenges head-on. Was there a more challenging moment than now? A light gradually illuminated Zhang Shi's eyes, and his aura began to rise steadily. Jack, initially reveling in the role of a cat playing with a mouse, anticipated witnessing Zhang Shi's panic after Kaiyun Ko's demise. To his surprise, apart from a fleeting moment of anxiety, Zhang Shi quickly steadied himself, even allowing a slight upward curve at the corners of his mouth. His momentum surged, inducing a sense of crisis within Jack. He realized he could no longer afford to delay. Time was of the essence. With the eyes of an eagle, the speed of a leopard, and the strength of a bear, Jack unleashed his signature techniques, enhanced vision to perceive Zhang Shi's every move, along with augmented speed and strength. This time, he was expending every ounce of his energy, determined to strike decisively and swiftly end the battle. As Jack launched his full-force assault, an overwhelming pressure bore down on Zhang Shi. Yet, rather than faltering, Zhang Shi found himself utterly relaxed. Kill him. Jack's onslaught, no matter how tempestuous, was merely a torrent that someone must brave. With his left hand forming a seal and his right hand gripping the sword, he assumed the initial stance of the flowing cloud sword technique. Maintaining this posture, his aura continued to ascend, like a leaf afloat, gathering sword intent even amidst Jack's formidable pressure. Just as Jack's spear was about to strike Zhang Shi, a fierce light ignited in Zhang Shi's eyes, and he raised his sword with resolve to meet the attack head-on. Counterflow, shatter the waves. Zhang Shi did not waver. He did not shy away from Jack's assault. Instead, at the pinnacle of his momentum, he resolutely charged forward, engaging Jack in a direct confrontation. The clash of strikes resonated, accompanied by explosive bursts of energy, as if the confined space itself were on the brink of shattering. Outside the wall, Su Song and the others, hearing the fierce detonations from within, felt their hearts leap into their throats. Their efforts to break through the earthen wall intensified, driven by an urgent desire to assist. As the final clash subsided, the sound of the wall crumbling echoed simultaneously, and the earthen barrier created by the scroll was finally shattered by their combined strength. Chapter 44. The battle concludes. Aftermath. As the wall collapsed, the scene that unfolded before the onlookers left them utterly astounded. There stood Zhang Shi and Jack, facing each other. Zhang Shi was drenched in blood, with crimson streams flowing from numerous wounds. A sight both harrowing and shocking. In stark contrast, Cowboy Jack remained motionless, his left hand clutching his throat. Following a violent fit of coughing, blood trickled from the corners of his mouth, gushing forth like a fountain between his fingers. Under the anxious gaze of the crowd, Jack slowly crumpled to the ground, his heartbeat faltering until he breathed his last. At that moment, Zhang Shi remained frozen in the stance of the flowing cloud sword technique. Resembling a statue, utterly still. Liu Shang, witnessing this, attempted to approach Zhang Shi to assess his condition, only to be halted by Su Song's swift intervention. Su Song, with a vigilant expression, positioned himself protectively in front of Zhang Shi, casting a sharp gaze toward Fang Tian and Liu Shang, as if guarding against an unseen threat. Fang Tian, however, maintained his composure. After confirming Jack's demise, he promptly dispelled the array's restrictions, allowing the perimeter guard team to enter and manage the aftermath. As Sherbin and the others stepped in, their eyes fell upon the bloodied Zhang Shi, alarm and concern etched on their faces. Pei Dong instinctively opened his mouth to shout, but upon meeting Su Song's watchful gaze, he swallowed his words. The group quickly grasped the unspoken understanding, forming a protective circle around Zhang Shi. Pain. After a moment, Zhang Shi finally emerged from his state of enlightenment, his body feeling as if it had been shattered and was racked with unbearable pain. Blood continued to seep from several wounds, and as he stumbled, Su Song swiftly reached out to steady him. Retrieving a medical kit, he deftly applied ointment to Zhang Shi's injuries. Before their eyes, the wounds began to visibly heal. A sight that left Pei Dong wide-eyed in astonishment. It's merely a healing ointment, redeemable with contribution points, plentiful within the bureau, Su Song quipped, his mood seemingly lightened. Indeed, Pei Dong and Li Jun had previously left with a compass. their contribution points remaining in the negative. Though they had earned some points from recent missions, it was but a drop in the ocean, insufficient to cover their prior debts. As for Zhang Shi, his debts were monumental, akin to a vast chasm, leading him to pay little attention to what could be redeemed with contribution points. After tending to Zhang Shi's wounds, the group boarded a vehicle to return to the division. During the journey, Lu Sheng, consumed by curiosity about the battle between Zhang Shi and Jack, attempted to inquire, only to be met with Su Song's brusque dismissal, leaving him frustrated. Upon returning to the division, Zhang Shi headed straight to his dormitory, commencing his cultivation to heal his injuries. As he delved deeper into his practice, Zhang Shi found himself lost in thought. With each step of his cultivation, he became increasingly aware of the extraordinary nature of the sword technique. Previously, Jujia had informed him that the sword technique was, in essence, a form of spirit refinement, capable of cultivating a spiritual template and potentially facilitating the regeneration of his heart in the future. While practicing the sword technique, not only could he establish a personalized flow of energy, but it also continuously repaired his bodily injuries. In Zhang Shi's understanding, the spiritual template served as a record of his physical information. In the realm of anomalies, the so-called regeneration of severed limbs was possible because each individual's spiritual template meticulously documented their bodily attributes. As long as the template remained intact, one could restore their original physical state. Jujia had also specifically advised Zhang Shi to first strengthen the heart section of his spiritual template before pursuing heart regeneration, ensuring he would possess a more robust heart. If he were to attempt regeneration now, the heart reborn would still bear the flaws of its predecessor. Jujia's spiritual template contained a model of her previous body. Should she wish, she could effortlessly transform Zhang Shi's physique into one suitable for her sword body. Understanding this deeply, Zhang Shi felt increasingly grateful to Jujia. Originally, the maiden Jijiumu possessed the ability to resurrect fully and transform Zhang Shi into a sword entity. However, she chose to forego this option, even imparting her sword techniques to Zhang Shi. This decision implied that, in the future, when Zhang Shi successfully cultivated and reformed her heart, Jijiumu would revert to her sword capsule state. Although Zhang Shi promised to seek out rare materials to aid Jijiumu in reconstructing her sword form, the acquisition of such treasures is not a simple endeavor. Along the way, numerous perplexing questions plagued Zhang Shi's mind, such as why her body could transform into a sword entity like those rare materials, or why the energy she cultivated flowed endlessly. As she gradually practiced the sword techniques, she pondered these conundrums, and before she knew it, she felt that her injuries had nearly healed, rendering any medicinal remedies unnecessary. A golden substance naturally coursed through her body, effectively mending her wounds. Once her physical injuries had mended, Zhang Shi began to reflect on her battle with Jack. The climactic moment of the confrontation. She comprehended the technique known as reverse flow, break waves, and thus surged against Jack's ferocious onslaught. The essence of breaking waves lay in utilizing her own sword momentum to counteract the opponent's assault. Failing to do so would result in being overwhelmed by the adversary's force. Given Jack's formidable attack strength, Zhang Shi should have been unable to withstand it. However, the enduring source of energy within her created an illusion for Jack, leading him to believe that she could continue to resist as their attacks intertwined. Jack, frustrated by his inability to prevail, began to entertain thoughts of retreat. This retreat, however, led to his swift downfall. Seizing the opportune moment, Zhang Shi unleashed her flowing cloud sword, swiftly ending Jack's life. The following day, Zhang Ping and Ye Xiaoyu arrived at Zhang Shi's team to document the recent mission. Under Su Song's insistence, the entire operation was recorded as the 9th Bureau of the Sea City cooperating with Captain Fang Tian to apprehend Jack. During the battle, Zhang Shi claimed the final blow, a straightforward account devoid of intricate details. Pei Dong, who had been on the periphery maintaining vigilance, was unaware of the specifics of the confrontation. However, his inquisitive nature could not be contained. Trembling hands circled around Zhang Shi, eager to glean the finer points of the conflict. Su Song, however, confidently stated that it was merely a melee, amidst which Zhang Shi had seized the final strike. Eliminating Jack and claiming the bounty. Do you know why all records in the Ability Management Bureau are kept on paper, without any electronic versions? Su Song suddenly inquired. Upon hearing this, Zhang Shi became intrigued. Having found it quite peculiar that in this age of information, the Bureau's recorders still employed the most primitive method of documentation, Su Song glanced at Nye Xiaoyu and said, "Xiaoyu, why don't you enlighten everyone?" I suspect many share this curiosity. Xiaoyu nodded and began to explain. The abilities of any given ability user are classified as top secret. The more individuals who are aware, the greater the risk of targeting. In the current realm of abilities, where various powers abound, being deliberately singled out could cost one their life. Upon hearing this, the group paused momentarily, then grasped the underlying truth. Although certain abilities might be potent, they undeniably possess weaknesses. If one excessively exposes their capabilities, they risk exploitation by those with ulterior motives, leading to dire consequences. Paper records, in comparison to electronic ones, offer significantly enhanced confidentiality. The records merely need to clearly outline the mission's progression and the level of contribution, facilitating the allocation of contribution points. Xiaoyu continued to explain patiently. Following this discourse, the group fell into silence, recalling the helpless gaze of the middle-aged woman at the convenience store. She posed no threat to Jack, yet he ruthlessly extinguished her life to conceal his whereabouts, treating her as insignificant as crushing an ant. Though Jack was surrounded, he was not without the means to resist. Ultimately, he fell, and once deceased. How different was he from a mere insect? After finalizing the records, Zhang Ping and Ye Xiaoyu reported back to the headquarters. Although there was no extradition treaty for ability users between Country Z and the beautiful nation, Jack, being a B-class wanted criminal, could still be exchanged for a reward in the beautiful nation with the appropriate documentation. Such follow-up tasks would naturally be handled by designated personnel. Jack, a B-class wanted criminal, with a bounty of 5 million. Observing the bounty amount, Zhang Shi furrowed her brow, pondering the circumstances that led to the goblin's staggering bounty of 50 million. The goblin's combat prowess was clearly disproportionate to its reward, suggesting it must hold significant importance to certain individuals. From the existing information, it appeared that the goblin possessed something of great value, as the mercenary team had previously indicated it had stolen something. With a resigned shake of her head, Zhang Shi realized that the coveted item was likely contained within a tattered bag, which she had been unable to unlock due to its restrictions, resulting in a substantial loss of contribution points. She resolved that should she encounter the goblin again, she could not afford to let it slip away. In the deep of night, after concluding her training, Zhang Shi mentally reviewed the recent operation. The experience had been fraught with peril, and through it, Zhang Shi fully recognized the brutality of the ability realm, while also genuinely feeling her own transformation. At the moment Jack fell, she did not experience the psychological trauma typical of a person killing for the first time. Instead, she remained immersed in the battle, seemingly devoid of the ordinary fear of death. Zhang Shi understood that she was gradually evolving from an ordinary person into a member of the ability realm in this domain, where the strong prey on the weak. A moment's carelessness could lead to mortal danger. Thus the enhancement of one's strength was of utmost urgency. Zhang Shi reminded herself to remain true to her original intentions. In this new world, she could strive for a brighter future, but she must never alter her inherent identity for the sake of ambition. Chapter 45. Leisurely strolls in Jiangnan. Days later, Zhang Ping returned with the reward for Jack, along with the detailed account of Zhang Shi's team contributions since their inception. Jack, as a B-class wanted criminal, had a bounty of 5 million, and Zhang Shi, as the pivotal figure in his defeat, was entitled to an independent share of 250,000, which was also tax-exempt. However, as she gazed at the stacks of cash before her, Zhang Shi felt no excitement. The image of the middle-aged woman's desperate eyes haunted her, a scene etched in her memory, refusing to fade. "You might as well donate this money in the name of the convenience store owner," Zhang Shi said softly to Zhang Ping after a moment of contemplation. "Understood. I will ensure that the funds reach the deceased's family under the guise of a social donation," Zhang Ping solemnly replied. Subsequently, Zhang Shi began examining her contribution points, benefits, and salary for the month. The balance of her contribution points displayed as -98,308. Reviewing the specifics, the spear belonging to Cowboy Jack was valued at 500 contribution points, as it was a weapon left behind following the kill. Given her negative contribution points, Zhang Shi was not entitled to prioritize claiming any spoils, thus she had to surrender the spear to the Ability Management Bureau. The remaining resources on Jack's person could be equally divided among those who participated in the encirclement, yielding each participant 75 contribution points. Eliminating Cowboy Jack granted 500 contribution points, while participating in the hunt awarded 100 contribution points. And the mercenary team task contributed 50 points. The resources seized by the mercenary team also allowed each participant to earn 50 contribution points. The previous 9th Bureau Team's missing persons task netted 50 contribution points, and the Goblin task similarly produced 50 points, with her monthly salary contributing just 1 point. In addition, there was a vial of marrow-cleansing liquid and 100,000 cash. As Zhang, she scrutinized the detailed breakdown. She began to grasp the rules governing the acquisition of contribution points within the Ability Management Bureau. Participation in various tasks would yield corresponding contribution points based on the task circumstances, with varying contributions also entailing additional rewards. Moreover, spoils and seized resources could also be converted into contribution points. If one possessed a sufficient number of points, they could retain the spoils as their own. However, Zhang Shi dared not entertain such hopes. After a month of arduous effort, the contribution points she earned barely covered the debt owed to the Ability Management Bureau. The other members of Zhang Shi's team also received their respective contribution points. Though the amounts were considerably less than hers, the principle of more work, more gain held true. Greater contributions yielded more substantial rewards. At this moment, Zhang Shi increasingly recognized the significance of recorders and liaison officers. For the contributions of each individual in the incident hinged upon the accuracy of the recorder's documentation. After reviewing the contribution point details, Pei Dong could not restrain his frustration, exclaiming, "Xiaoyu, why didn't you write that we all took down Jack together? Then each of us could have gained an extra 500 contribution points. What a boon!" Yes, Xiaoyu, with a serious demeanor, replied, "The recorder's role is a sacred and solemn one. We adhere to principles of fairness, justice, and confidentiality. But what if the recorders from two different teams document contributions differently? What then?" Pei Dong inquired curiously, tilting his head. As Zhang Shi heard those words, he also moved closer, clearly harboring the same doubts in his mind. "My role is solely to document. The specific external affairs are the responsibility of the liaison, Zhang Ping." Teacher Zhang was once a seasoned lawyer, and he would collaborate with liaisons from other teams to address issues concerning contribution distribution. Nie Xiaoyu patiently elucidated. Upon hearing his name mentioned, Zhang Ping interjected. "If a disagreement arises between liaisons, the headquarters will assign a senior liaison to mediate. Our existence is to ensure that everyone can focus without concern." Zhang Shi, upon hearing this, nodded thoughtfully. It was no wonder that Su Song had suggested Zhang Ping and Ye Xiaoyu take on the roles of liaison and recorder for the team. Having reliable personnel indeed facilitates smoother operations for the entire group. Once the contribution points were allocated, Zhang Shi suddenly realized there was little left for him to do. The goblin was nowhere to be found for the time being, and Pei Dong mentioned that the items left in the ragged bag had all been discovered. Consequently, there was no way to locate the goblin's whereabouts anymore. The missing original 9th team was equally at a loss, with not a single clue in sight. As for new cases, it seemed they could only wait for fate to intervene. As there were currently no new tasks available to it, appeared that the only remaining option was to spend the days refining their skills at the bureau. Zhang Shi glanced at the others and noticed they shared similar thoughts. "How about we visit my hometown this weekend?" In Li Jun's voice shattered the silence. Her hometown is in Jiangnan province, adjacent to Dahai City, not too far away. "Sounds great. I'm in." Pei Dong was the first to enthusiastically jump in agreement, only to receive an exasperated roll of the eyes from Li Jun, as if to say he was the most eager of them all. Su Song pondered for a moment and said, "The bureau will need someone on duty this weekend. You all go ahead. I will hold down the fort." Su Song had always been like the elder brother in the team, rushing to the front during critical moments while quietly stabilizing the back line when things were calm, bringing a sense of reassurance to everyone. Just then, Sherbin raised his hand and, somewhat bashfully, inquired, "Can I bring someone along?" "Wait, Sherbin, are you in a relationship? Are you planning to bring your girlfriend?" Pei Dong's big mouth immediately opened up, surrounding Sherbin with a flurry of curious inquiries. "No. I was thinking that Jur is also in Dahai City, and we are classmates. We could invite her to join us," Sherbin hurriedly clarified. His face slightly flushed. "Oh, Jur!" Zhang Shi and the others exclaimed in unison, their teasing tone making Sherbin increasingly embarrassed, wishing he could find a hole to hide in. Su Song observed the group as they joked and laughed, habitually pulling out a cigarette, lighting it, and silently taking puffs, a hint of nostalgia flickering in his eyes. Youth truly is wonderful. Once upon a time, he too had a group of carefree companions with whom he could share laughter without a worry. As he reminisced, Su Song's vision blurred, lost in a sea of memories. From the initial adventures to the subsequent special training, through the Little Smith incident, and onto the graduation competition, and later handling various cases. Everyone's spirits had remained taut, rarely affording such a chance to unwind. This rare opportunity to travel to Inli Jun's hometown was something everyone hoped to embrace fully. On the weekend, Sherbin was up early, having meticulously groomed himself, even using hair wax for a change to neatly style his hair, donning a brand new camouflage outfit and waiting energetically at the bureau's entrance. Although he had retired and joined the Supernatural Management Bureau, Sherbin still favored camouflage clothing. The image of himself clad in it on the flood rescue boat remained an unforgettable light in his heart, embodying his passion and memories. A tall figure appeared at the entrance of the 9th Bureau. It was Jewar. Clad in sports attire and carrying a backpack, she exuded youthful vitality. After a few casual exchanges, the group boarded a 9-seat business vehicle. They unanimously decided that Sherbin would drive, completely disregarding Pei Dong's fervent desire to take the wheel, as everyone was well aware of his notorious lack of direction. Throughout the journey, laughter and conversation flowed freely. Despite having trained together for half a year, Jewar had not interacted much with the others, but the time spent together on the road helped to bridge the gap, drawing them closer. Being a local of Dahai City, Jewar was not particularly inclined to venture elsewhere, which is why she insisted on returning to Dahai City upon graduation. Inli Jun, typically reserved, found herself chatting incessantly with Jewar, who shared her enthusiasm, while Pei Dong, usually the most talkative, found himself relegated to the role of a listener, occasionally chuckling along, which he found quite enjoyable. In Jiangnan City, by the lakeside, there was a farmhouse named Shangpin Farmhouse, nestled amid picturesque mountains and waters, offering an exceptionally elegant and pleasant view. The proprietress had begun her preparations in the kitchen early that morning. Elated upon receiving a call from her daughter, who informed her that she would be returning home with colleagues for a couple of days. Eager to host them well, she had her husband rush to the fishing boats along the Yangtze River to procure fresh river delicacies. Due to the national prohibition on fishing in the Yangtze, some local delicacies could only be purchased discreetly from the fishing boats. Following the navigation's guidance and having eliminated the unpredictable element of Pei Dong's lack of direction, Zhang Shi and the others finally arrived at Inli Jun's hometown. Chapter 46, The Yangtze River Monster, The Anomaly After the Fishing Ban. Upon arriving at the farmhouse, Aunt Chun, Inli Jun's mother, greeted them at the door with a warm smile. As noon approached, Aunt Chun had meticulously prepared a bountiful feast of local dishes, laden with an array of fresh river delicacies, each dish a delight to the senses. As she busied herself, she exclaimed, "I sent Lao Yin to get some river delicacies early this morning, but he still hasn't returned. I wonder where he could be. Aunt Chin, you are too kind. These dishes are already ample for us. Please let Uncle Yin return soon." Zhang Shi interjected diplomatically. Pei Dong, however, was particularly enthusiastic, moving chairs and setting the table with such familiarity that it felt as though he were at home, despite the occasional eye roll from Inli Jun. Inli Jun had been a girl with a penchant for online gaming since childhood. While her computer skills were impressive, she was not particularly talkative. Although she appeared extroverted and cheerful, she was, in fact, quite introverted, while Pei Dong, who seemed shy, transformed into a chatterbox once he got comfortable with people. After everyone settled, Aunt Chin dialed her husband. The voice on the other end was noisy, with faint words about returning soon. Aunt Chin warmly introduced the specialties on the table, while Zhang Shi and the others listened attentively, raising their glasses in cheer as they enjoyed a delightful lunch filled with laughter. Only after the meal did Inli Jun's father rush in, bringing with him a shocking piece of news. It turned out that early that morning, Lao Yin had gone to the fishing boats along the Yangtze River to procure some river delicacies. Although fishing was prohibited during this period, the trade continued clandestinely. As an experienced farmhouse owner, Lao Yin was well aware of the ins and outs of this under-the-table deal. When he arrived at the fishing boat where he usually made his purchases, he encountered astounding news. It had been 6 years since the fishing ban on the Yangtze River had been enacted, and the ecological environment was recovering rapidly, leading to a swift increase in the population of various river delicacies. Previously, these fishing boats would sneak out and return with bountiful catches. However, in recent days, fishermen had been returning with nearly empty nets. In the early hours of today, fisherman Li Erniu had secretly cast a net in the Yangtze River, hoping to catch some fish before the morning market, aiming for a good price. To his astonishment, Li Erniu's net revealed a mythical creature. According to Lao Yin's description, due to the recent scarcity of fish, Li Erniu had taken a gamble. Under the cover of darkness, he had set out with his fishing boat, deploying a rolling hook net. This type of net is known as a killing net. Densely packed with barbed hooks, the boat dragged the net through the river. Any fish caught would struggle, only to become ensnared more deeply. By the time the net was pulled in, the fish would be battered and bruised. This method had long been prohibited, but in his desperation, Li Erniu had retrieved the rolling hook net from storage. Not long after casting the net, Li Erniu felt a sudden weight pulling it down, and his heart raced with excitement, knowing he had caught something significant. He hurriedly operated the machinery to haul in the net, only to find the creature within fighting desperately. However, the nature of the rolling hook net meant that the more it struggled, the more tightly it became ensnared. Ultimately, Li Erniu managed to pull the creature aboard as the net was drawn up. He eagerly leaned in to see what he had caught, only to be nearly fainted in shock. There, in the net, lay a water snake measuring over 3 meters in length, its body as thick as an adult's arm. What was most astonishing was the bulging growth atop the snake's head, resembling a newly formed horn from a distance. Lao Yin animatedly recounted the tale, having spent the entire morning observing the spectacle by the river. Pei Dong listened intently, occasionally chiming in with enthusiasm. Showing great interest in the unfolding story, Yin Li Jun listened. Her patience gradually waned, and she could not help but interject, "How could a water snake possibly grow that large and even develop horns? Please, your storytelling could be a bit more credible." "This is not a fabrication of mine," came the reply. Just after Li Erniu caught the water snake, the Fisheries Administration arrived, and a dispute ensued. Many witnessed it. "Uncle, did you see that water snake with your own eyes?" Zhang Shi inquired curiously. "Of course." Initially, the water snake and the fishing net were laid on the shore, and many gathered around to observe. What became of the water snake afterward? Soon, a group of individuals arrived, followed by special police, who cordoned off the area and forbade anyone from approaching. Upon hearing Old Yin's account, Zhang Shi immediately understood that the local Abilities Management Bureau must have intervened in the matter. After lunch, everyone engaged in their own activities. Zhang Shi and Old Yin went fishing by the lake, while Yin Li Jun and Juer ventured to the orchard to pick fruits. Pei Dong and Sherbin trailed behind like eager little followers. Helping to carry baskets, Old Yin fished. His mind wandered back to the strange event he had witnessed that morning, and he could not resist sharing the latest gossip with Zhang Shi. After the fishing ban, the fish resources in the Yangtze River have rebounded rapidly, yet recently, no one has been able to catch any fish. Now, everyone is saying that the water snake has become a spirit and devoured all the fish. Zhang Shi listened quietly, forming some conjectures in his mind. However, since this was not within his jurisdiction, he thought it best to refrain from getting involved, treating it merely as a tale that, "Oh, by the way, Xiao Zhang, do you know what the horns on that water snake looked like? They were actually small, crystal-clear fragments." "Small fragments? How do you know they were fragments, uncle?" Later, those who arrived cut open the bulge on the water snake's head and found a piece about the size of a fingernail. I saw the astonished look on the person's face when they extracted it, and then they hurriedly shooed away the onlookers. Throughout the afternoon, Zhang Shi, due to his lackluster fishing skills, and Old Yin, whose mind was elsewhere, caught not a single fish. During this time, Old Yin, brimming with enthusiasm, suggested to Zhang Shi that they go treasure hunting by the Yangtze River, claiming that rumors were swirling about recent floods having washed treasures down from the mountains upstream, and that the water snake had become a spirit by inadvertently consuming one of those treasures. Zhang Shi politely declined Old Yin's proposal, preferring to enjoy a quiet day of fishing. After dinner, Zhang Shi practiced his sword techniques and communicated with Zhujiao. He recounted the events regarding the water snake in detail, eager to hear her thoughts. "Do you remember the place where we first met?" Zhujiao asked. "Of course. I recall being tossed aside by the wild boar king and landing in a thatched hut. You can think of that thatched hut as being within a secret realm, accessible from a specific location at a certain time." Zhujiao implied that a secret realm had opened by the Yangtze River. Zhujiao nodded gently. "Both the wild boar king you mentioned and this water snake likely underwent mutations within that secret realm. The secret realm can be viewed as a special resource. Perhaps you should take a chance." Hearing Zhujiao's words, Zhang Shi felt a stirring of excitement. It seemed this trip was destined to transform into a treasure-seeking adventure. "Tomorrow, I will discuss this with him," Zhang Shi said with a smile. After bidding farewell to Zhujiao, Zhang Shi immersed himself in his cultivation for an extended period. The longer he was exposed to abilities, the more he felt a sense of insecurity and a strong conviction grew within him. He must become stronger, constantly stronger. The next day, after breakfast, Zhang Shi gathered everyone together without mentioning Zhujiao. He merely stated that through his analysis, he suspected that a secret realm might have appeared by the Yangtze River, inquiring if anyone was interested in treasure hunting. Upon hearing the word treasure, everyone perked up instantly. This time, it was not a task arranged by the Abilities Management Bureau. All treasures found would belong to them. Pei Dong's eyes sparkled as he pulled Yin Li Jun to summon a compass for divination. The divination indicated great auspiciousness. Chapter 47. The divination leads the way. Turmoil in the river domain. A divination of great auspiciousness ignited the enthusiasm within the group like a spark, elevating their spirits. Amidst Yin Mu's reluctant gaze, they departed, euphemistically claiming to be taking a stroll by the river. With a press of the accelerator, they sped towards the Yangtze River, only to find themselves met with a closed gate at the entrance. All flood control passages along the Yangtze River were tightly sealed, allowing passage only for those holding special permits. Seeing this, Zhang Shi promptly called Zhang Ping, assigning him to coordinate the matter. Merely 10 minutes later, they successfully passed through the blockade. Along the levee of the Yangtze River, numerous vehicles were parked in small clusters. Although the flood control passage was shut, this merely deterred ordinary tourists. For personnel from authoritative departments and those with abilities, the blockade was practically meaningless. Walking along the levee, they observed various groups employing a myriad of methods to search for something. Some wielded instruments for meticulous scanning. Others activated their abilities to explore. Some directly caught creatures from the Yangtze River in hopes of discovering anomalies. And there were even individuals with search dogs scouring the area. Zhang Shi helplessly surveyed the crowd, then focused his gaze on Yin Li Jun and Pei Dongda, as the individuals on whom everyone's hopes rested. Yin Li Jun spread her hands in exasperation, saying, "I have no clues. How can I deduce anything?" Just then, Pei Dong spoke up, "I can't pinpoint a specific location, but I can ascertain a general direction." Upon hearing this, even Yin Li Jun looked at Pei Dong in astonishment. Since acquiring the compass, they had always performed divinations together, with Yin Li Jun often taking the lead. No one had anticipated that Pei Dong possessed such skill. Pei Dong requested the compass from Yin Li Jun and began to perform his divination in a mysterious manner. The compass's needle spun rapidly before finally settling on a direction, northeast, which happened to be located in the very center of the Yangtze River. At that moment, a fishing boat approached the group, and 4 foul-mouthed youths disembarked. Scammers, charging such exorbitant fees, and we found nothing after 2 hours on the river. The boat's owner ignored the youth's complaints and turned to Zhang Shi and the others with a broad smile, asking, "Would you like to rent a boat? How much to rent?" 5,000 yuan per hour, payment up front. Zhang Shi silently scoffed, instantly understanding why the youths were cursing. The boat owner was clearly taking advantage of the situation. Nevertheless, Zhang Shi did not haggle, simply tossing 2 stacks of bills to the owner and stating, "Rent for 4 hours. Don't ask anything, just take us where we need to go." Everyone boarded the boat, with Pei Dong directing the course. During the voyage, he recalibrated multiple times. While divining from the shore, the results pointed to the center of the river, but once they reached the center, the outcome turned into a circular pattern. Pei Dong attempted several more calculations, yet they consistently yielded the same circular result in the river's center. Perplexed, he scratched his head in frustration. Suddenly, he turned to Yin Li Jun and pulled her to the compass. Instead of continuing with the divination, Pei Dong began to cultivate. The compass was originally acquired by Yin Li Jun and Pei Dong together, and they each possessed half of its heritage. To fully unlock the compass's power, they needed to collaborate. Yin Li Jun was momentarily bewildered by Pei Dong's sudden action, yet she cooperated and began to cultivate alongside him. The characters on the compass began to whirl rapidly once more. They did not engage in any divination or calculations, merely harnessing the power they had inherited. Gradually, their eyes rolled back as they entered a state of deep meditation, and the compass began to emit a golden glow. Simultaneously, beneath the Yangtze River, faint golden light emerged, seemingly resonating with the compass on the boat. The underwater golden light appeared to be drawn towards the surface, slowly drifting upwards. Various treasure hunters aboard the fishing boats on the Yangtze River noticed this unusual phenomenon surrounding Zhang Shi's boat and began to converge towards it. The golden light intensified, forming a golden pillar just near Zhang Shi's vessel, the center of the golden light. Pei Dong and Yin Li Jun remained immersed in their profound cultivation. Individuals began jumping into the river, searching beneath Zhang Shi's boat for the source of the golden light. Yet, the golden glow seemed to materialize out of thin air, visible yet untouchable. After numerous attempts yielded no results, all gazes turned toward Zhang Shi's fishing boat. Oh no, this is going to be a big problem. Watching the fishing boats drawing closer, Zhang Shi longed to interrupt Pei Dong and Yin Li Jun's cultivation, but the two were now entranced in a peculiar state. Oblivious to the sounds of the outside world, good sir, at home one relies on parents, and when out, on friends. I am Zhao Xinkue from the Zhao family in Jiangnan. May I ask how to address you? An elderly man clad in homespun garments was the first to speak. I am Zhang Shi from the C Division of the Abilities Management Bureau. Those on the boat are my teammates. Zhang Shi, facing the ever-growing number of boats surrounding them, reluctantly invoked his official identity. Meanwhile, within the Jiangnan City Abilities Management Bureau, a middle-aged man lounged leisurely in a grand chair, sipping tea. This middle-aged man, named Li Huan, was the director of the Jiangnan City Abilities Management Bureau and a fifth-level operative. In the city of Jiangnan, at the Bureau of Supernatural Abilities, the majority of individuals belong to the faction of complacency. Adhering to the philosophy of passivity, the Bureau has always turned a blind eye to disputes among supernatural beings, provided they do not involve civilians, allowing matters to unfold unchecked. Following the emergence of a mutated water snake along the banks of the Yangtze River, Li Huan personally led a team to confirm the situation, acutely aware that treasures may soon surface in the river. His immediate response was to seal off the flood control passage. Once secured, with civilians barred from entry, he felt all was well and promptly returned to the Bureau for a leisurely tea. Subsequently, whether officials or rogue supernatural beings, anyone who managed to contact him was granted passage. Under Li Huan's leadership, the Bureau of Supernatural Abilities in Jiangnan is a realm of powerful clans and numerous rogue practitioners. Yet as long as one refrains from actively harming civilians, a semblance of peace prevails. As for battles among supernatural beings, Li Huan deemed them irrelevant, far less significant than his tea time. When Zhang Shi and her companions traversed the flood control passage, Zhang Ping's connections led him to Li Huan. Mid-sip of his tea, Li Huan's phone abruptly rang. Director Li, treasures have appeared. The fishing boat that discovered them is currently surrounded. Came the report from the other end. Instruct the captain of the fishing boat to abandon ship. All losses will be reimbursed by the Bureau. Yes, Director Li, but there's one more matter I must report. What else could there be? We need not concern ourselves with battles among supernatural beings. Just send someone to clean up the battlefield later. Li Huan replied languidly. Director Li, the discovery of the treasure was made by colleagues from the Dahuai branch. Shall we not intervene? A chuckle escaped Li Huan's lips as he sprayed the tea he had just sipped. Even drinking tea is a challenge. Assemble the team and prepare to depart. Inform the Dahuai headquarters about the situation here. Understood, Director Li. I will take care of it immediately. After hanging up, Li Huan stood, only to sit back down almost instantly. After pondering for a moment, he called his subordinate again. Notify the Dahuai branch that our departure time will be announced later. He then resumed his tea. As more and more boats surrounded them, although no one dared board the ship due to Zhang Shi's official status, it was only a matter of time before someone succumbed to the impulse to step aboard. At which point the situation would spiral out of control. The fishing administration had already ordered the civilians on board to evacuate, assuring them that all losses would be covered by the Bureau. And Zhang Shi had anticipated that local colleagues would arrive soon. However, once the fishermen had departed, there was still no sign of the Bureau's personnel. Zhang Shi attempted to contact Zhang Ping for assistance from local colleagues, but received no answer. Observing Pei Dong and Yin Li Jun, who remained in a meditative state, she slowly drew the flowing cloud sword and positioned herself before them. Seeing Zhang Shi's actions, Sherbin quickly retrieved his military dagger and whip. Standing in silent agreement beside her, Joer hesitated momentarily before also drawing her wooden bow, leaping to a vantage point on the boat, electric arcs flickering at her fingertips, ready to coalesce into magical arrows. The golden light continued to surge, yet the treasure remained elusive, maintaining a delicate balance in the air. Look! What is that? A startled exclamation shattered the tranquility. Following the gazes of the crowd, Zhang Shi turned to see two skeletal figures emerging above the compass. The alabaster female skeleton nestled in the embrace of the resplendent male skeleton, clutching a tortoise shell that exuded a soft white light. The shimmering male skeleton was draped in black animal hide. Inscribed with unknown symbols, its frame marred by cracks, and a fragment of a shattered inner core remained lodged in its chest. The treasure has manifested. Seize it! Someone shouted impulsively, prompting the first brave soul to board Zhang Shi's fishing boat. Damn it! How did that fatso deduce it would be auspicious? Clearly, it's a dire omen. Zhang Shi could not help but scoff, casting a sharp gaze at the 5 individuals who had boarded the vessel. The clash was imminent. Chapter 48. The 5 ghosts seek conflict, escalating disputes. 5 figures, ghostly in their agility, leaped onto the fishing boat, seeming as though they were crafted from the same mold, clad in identical attire, making it difficult to distinguish them at a glance, save for minor age differences. We are the 5 ghosts of Shangxi, here to partake in a share of the spoils. We will take but one treasure. How does that sound? The leader of the 5 stepped forward to speak. The 5 ghosts of Shangxi are renowned figures among rogue practitioners, famed for their powerful combined attack techniques and formidable defenses. At this moment, the elder Zhao Xingkue interjected, intending to alert Zhang Shi while also fostering goodwill. After all, distinguished families differ from rogue practitioners. They are substantial and prefer not to strain their relations with the authorities. As more supernatural beings gathered around, the reason only the 5 ghosts dared board was that others were unwilling to take the lead. Should the treasure truly fall into someone else's possession, a bloody storm would inevitably ensue. The 2 skeletal figures had evidently been summoned by the compass, and currently, Yin Li Jun and Pei Dong were deeply engrossed in their cultivation, regardless of the potential value these skeletons held for them. Interrupting their meditative state could very well lead to disastrous consequences. Zhang Shi found herself inexplicably reminiscing about Su Song, wishing he were present to navigate this precarious situation. During her own moments of enlightenment, Su Song had always been by her side, safeguarding her. Now, as it was her teammates' turn to seek enlightenment, she would protect them. Gripping her short sword tightly, she faced the 5 ghosts head-on. Our teammates are in a crucial phase of cultivation, and we shall not allow them to be disturbed. To disrupt one's enlightenment is akin to killing one's parents. Should you dare to advance another step, we shall be at odds until death. Zhang Shi's gaze was fierce, her voice resolute. Before the 5 ghosts could respond, an unexpected phenomenon erupted from Yin Li Jun's direction. The white tortoise shell suddenly detached from the female skeleton, spiraling above the heads of Yin Li Jun and Pei Dong. Seemingly caught in a difficult decision between the two, Pei Dong's hand gesture shifted abruptly, guiding the shell gently toward Yin Li Jun. Wisps of white mist streamed forth from the tortoise shell, entering Yin Li Jun's body. The treasure has recognized its master. If we do not act now, it may be too late. The earlier raucous voice chimed in once more, cutting through the crowd. Zhang Shi swiftly scanned her surroundings, but could not pinpoint the source of the voice. This person was nothing short of a troublemaker. The leader of the 5 ghosts could no longer contain his greed, stepping forward to reach for the 2 skeletons. Flowing Cloud Sword Technique. Downstream, Zhang Shi unleashed the Flowing Cloud Sword Technique, her sword energy surging forth like a tidal wave toward the leader of the 5 ghosts. Fully aware that she needed to instill fear in the crowd at this moment, she held nothing back in her strike. The leader of the 5 ghosts, sensing the formidable sword energy rushing toward him, firmly planted his right foot on the deck of the boat, stabilizing his stance as he countered with a punch. The other 4 members of the 5 ghosts quickly formed a line, pressing their palms against the back of the frontmost member, channeling their energy to their leader. A resounding crash echoed as the boat trembled violently. Astonishingly, Zhang Shi's full-force strike was effortlessly repelled. After fending off Zhang Shi's attack, the 5 ghosts swiftly transitioned from a line to a formation, aggressively advancing toward Zhang Shi. Their intentions were clear. They aimed to force Zhang Shi to retreat, and once she yielded, they would seize the 2 skeletons above Pei Dong's head. As the 5 ghosts charged, Zhang Shi found herself in a predicament. Reflecting on her past battles, she realized she had overly relied on the Kaiyun, often neglecting her own defensive strategies. Now that the Kaiyun lay shattered, her defenses had become a glaring weakness, and she could not devise an effective solution in the short term. Glancing back at Pei Dong and Yin Li Jun, still entrenched in deep cultivation, she sighed in resignation. With no avenue for retreat and lacking the protection of the Kaiyun, she resolved to respond with aggression. Shunlu. Chasing waves, an unending stream of sword energy erupted from the flowing cloud sword, crashing toward the 5 ghosts like an unrelenting river. The 5 ghosts exhibited impeccable coordination. As soon as Zhang Shi engaged them, they swiftly reformed, concentrating their power on their leader once more. The leader of the five ghosts struck out with a powerful punch. Shattering the first wave of sword energy, he followed with another furious punch, successfully dispelling the second wave as well. However, the third and fourth waves, the sword energy surged like a rising tide, becoming increasingly difficult to counter. Finally, when faced with the seventh wave of sword energy, the five ghosts could no longer withstand the onslaught, being sent flying and plunging into the river. Emerging from the waters, the five ghosts understood that Zhang Shi had shown them mercy. Without a backward glance, they swam toward the shore, opting to retreat. Yet Zhang Shi did not allow herself to relax after repelling the five ghosts. She knew these five were merely a prelude, and the true experts had yet to make their move. The more assertive she appeared, the more she could stabilize the current situation. With her left hand forming a seal and her right hand grasping the sword, she assumed the initial stance of the flowing cloud sword technique, continuously enhancing her sword intent. Simultaneously, her gaze swept across the surrounding vessels like a hawk, attempting to suppress any reckless individuals who might dare board the ship to contend for the treasure. The strength Zhang Shi had just displayed, coupled with her escalating sword intent, effectively deterred the crowd for the moment, restoring a fragile equilibrium. Wisps of white mist continued to flow from the tortoise shell into Li Jun, while Pei Dong's movements quickened, his speed startlingly contrasting with his portly appearance, leaving onlookers in disbelief. With a sharp crack, the sound of a whip echoed suddenly from the stern of the ship. It turned out that someone was attempting to stealthily board from the rear, evading the direct confrontation with Zhang Shi. However, they were met with a swift lash from Shi Bin, sending a figure clad in black plummeting back into the water. On the opposite side of the stern, another black-clad man seized the moment while Shi Bin was momentarily distracted by his companion, leaping toward two skeletal remains with great urgency. Yet, before this black-clad man could land, he felt a searing pain in his waist, propelled through the air like a kite severed from its string. Shi Bin had delivered a powerful kick to his midsection. Renowned for his speed, Shi Bin made quick work of ambushing someone known for their agility, causing the black-clad man to retreat into the water to contemplate his life choices. Bang, bang, bang. The whistling of three magical arrows pierced the air as three more figures erupted from the water, attempting to take advantage of the chaos, only to be forcefully repelled by Jiao Air's enchanted projectiles. The crowd surrounding Zhang Shi was growing increasingly impatient. You have already acquired the turtle shell? Do you still wish to monopolize everything? The elusive voice reemerged, skillfully concealing its source. Although the crowd could hear the words clearly, no one could pinpoint the speaker's location. The black cloak, the half-inner elixir, and even the two skeletal remains were no ordinary items. In comparison, the turtle shell appeared to hold the least value. Li Jun, deep in her cultivation, seemed to mutter slightly, before Zhang Shi could ascertain her words. Pei Dong suddenly opened his eyes wide. With a flurry of gestures, Pei Dong shouted, "Go!" The compass positioned between him and Li Jun began to spin rapidly, launching toward the golden skeleton like a cannonball. A thunderous impact resonated as the golden skeleton was struck and sent soaring into the air. Remarkably, the golden skeleton remained tightly clasped around the white one. Regardless of life or death, they swore never to part. The turtle shell, having been locked onto by Li Jun, slipped from the grasp of the white skeleton and floated serenely above her head. The onlookers surrounding Zhang Shi erupted in a frenzy. Dozens of figures darting forth like arrows, all racing toward the two skeletal remains. Li Jun continued her meditation, absorbing the white mist within the turtle shell, while Pei Dong, having emerged from his trance, tirelessly assisted her in this endeavor. Zhang Shi glanced at Li Jun, a flicker of complex emotion crossing his eyes. He then surveyed the throng pursuing the skeletal remains and ultimately chose to continue safeguarding the meditating Li Jun. As the crowd surrounding Zhang Shi's small boat dispersed, they hastily departed toward the skeletal remains, believing that the chance of acquiring something from them was far greater than the turtle shell. "Captain, it seems there is little danger here. I shall go over and join the fray," Shi Bin declared. "Do those skeletal remains hold something you seek?" Zhang Shi asked, bewildered by Shi Bin's sudden eagerness. Typically a shy boy who rarely spoke or competed for anything, Shi Bin's desire to pursue the remains suggested a profound attraction to something within them. "No, Captain, you need only guard Xiao Yin and Pei Dong. I am swift and merely wish to witness the spectacle." "Very well, Go ahead, if you require assistance, contact us immediately. Remember, safety comes first. Understood. I shall return shortly. With that, Sherbin waved goodbye to Joe and dashed away. A rush of wind followed as he sprinted, kicking up countless splashes on the water's surface, effortlessly running across it due to his speed advantage. Zhang Shi and Joe exchanged glances, lacking the ability to traverse the water and with the ship's captain long gone. They could only wait patiently for Sherbin's return. Chapter 49. Half an inner elixir sparks conflict as Sherbin's figure receded into the distance. Zhang Shi stood at the bow, gazing into the horizon. The two skeletal remains, having been launched into the air, instantly became the focal point of contention for all. Despite their cracked surfaces, they remained tightly entwined, showing no signs of separation amidst the fierce scramble. In the chaos, some had turned their attention to the beast skin cloak and the half-inner elixir. However, the cloak seemed to possess a will of its own, automatically protecting its owner, making it impossible for anyone to wrest it from the skeletal remains. The half-inner elixir remained steadfastly lodged within the chest of the golden skeleton. These two skeletal remains had changed hands multiple times. Anyone who managed to seize them would immediately be besieged by others, plunging the scene into utter disarray. Some flaunted official identities, while others claimed noble lineage, but their voices were drowned out by the cacophony of competing shouts. Initially, Zhang Shi and his companions could maintain order using their official status, as the treasure had not truly fallen into their possession. However, now that everyone sought to gain something from the turmoil, the situation spiraled out of control, with no one able to restore order unless someone possessed overwhelming strength to subdue all present. Zhao Xingkue, who had previously shown interest in Zhang Shi, was a master of water manipulation, skillfully summoning massive waves to wrest the skeletal remains away. Yet, ultimately, he found himself outnumbered, and each time he secured the remains, powerful adversaries would swiftly approach to claim them. Once Zhao Xingkue was occupied, the remains would be snatched by others. The black-clad men who had been repelled by Sherbin and Joe now utilized their superior swimming skills to launch surprise attacks from beneath the water, attempting to drag the remains below, where they held a distinct advantage. Zhang Shi kept a close watch on Sherbin's movements. He observed as Sherbin, leveraging his speed, quickly caught up with the throng. However, instead of immediately joining the fray, he concealed himself aboard a sailboat, resembling a patient predator lying in wait for the opportune moment. Without sufficient confidence, he refrained from engaging. Through careful observation, Zhang Shi discerned a pattern. Most scattered cultivators primarily focused on physical enhancement, with fewer specializing in spellcraft. The cultivation of spells was resource-intensive, and scattered cultivators could not procure the necessary resources to support their training. Moreover, in the early stages of spell cultivation, its advantages were not readily apparent, making one susceptible to physical cultivators. Thus, aside from those backed by government or noble families, formidable spellcasters were rare among the scattered cultivators. However, should a powerful spellcaster arise from their ranks, they would undoubtedly pose a considerable challenge. Collect! In Li Jun's voice rang out from the bow. She had completed her cultivation, fully absorbing the white mist from the turtle shell, and had stowed it away. Pei Dong, grinning, surrounded her, while Zhou leaped down from above. Captain, I was right. This is a stroke of great fortune, Pei Dong exclaimed, seeking praise from Zhang Shi. Great fortune, indeed, Zhang Shi replied, lightly tapping Pei Dong's head in annoyance. While you were busy cultivating, we were under siege. Where's the fortune in that? I was calculating Xiao Yin's luck, a stroke of great fortune. Zhang Shi nearly sputtered in anger. It turned out that this boy had only gauged in Li Jun's fortune, completely disregarding the group's plight. Let us go and investigate. I don't feel secure with Sherbin over there. We have no boatmen, and none of us are adept at water combat. If we go now, while the turtle shell remains in my possession, could we become their target? Li Jun interjected. Zhang Shi regarded her thoughtfully. Her words held merit, yet they felt somewhat unsatisfactory to his ears. All right, let us retreat to the shore. If Sherbin requires assistance, we will make our way over. It's been over an hour, and our local colleagues have yet to arrive. Even if they set off from Haishur, they should be nearing. With that, Zhang Shi unleashed a wave of sword energy, guiding the fishing boat toward the shore. Scattered cultivators remained on the bank, their eyes filled with greed and desire as they watched Zhang Shi and his companions. Yet, the memory of Zhang Shi's earlier display of power lingered in their minds. instilling fear. None dared approach to invite trouble. The fierce battle on the river continued unabated. The two skeletal remains remained without a definitive owner, fostering hope in everyone. As the conflict raged, more and more formidable figures joined the fray, gradually realizing the extraordinary nature of the beast's skin cloak. Although the skeletons were riddled with cracks, it became evident that the cloak was autonomously protecting its master from the onslaught. Periodically, it radiated bursts of golden light, revealing the natural patterns upon its surface, and the unknown symbols inscribed upon it ignited endless speculation. The crowd concluded that this cloak was undoubtedly a remarkable treasure, with the symbols potentially concealing some form of legacy. Consequently, an increasing number of participants entered the contest for the cloak, and the battles between the experts intensified. Explosions erupted intermittently, sending sprays of water flying. In another fierce clash, the two skeletal remains were dislodged from the impact. Zhang Shi's gaze sharpened as he keenly observed the half-inner elixir burst forth from the golden skeleton. The competitors instantly divided into two factions. Most continued their pursuit of the skeletal remains, while a segment surged toward the half-inner elixir. At that moment, Sherbin, who had been lying in wait aboard the sailboat, sprang into action, resembling a cheetah spotting its prey, unleashing an astonishing burst of speed. A series of whooshing sounds followed as Sherbin leapt gracefully through the air, heading straight for the half-inner elixir. With a swift flick of his right hand, the whip ensnared the inner elixir with precision, and without a moment's pause, he soared through the air towards Zhang Shi and the others. Sherbin leapt from the sailboat, and in an instant, the inner elixir was seized. He had initially believed that with his speed, he could easily evade the pursuit of the crowd. However, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Sherbin miscalculated the weight of the inner elixir. After he had wrapped half of the elixir, he attempted to pull it back into his grasp, only to discover that it weighed as heavy as a mountain. The burden of the elixir severely hampered Sherbin's speed, and his whip could not be retracted in a timely manner. "Nowhere to run!" A voice echoed from beneath the water, and simultaneously, a powerful gust surged towards Sherbin from below. It turned out that someone had been lurking underwater, and could no longer restrain themselves from striking. Sherbin, suspended in midair, had no space to evade, his right hand clutching the whip in desperation. He balled his left hand into a fist and braced himself against the incoming force, with a fierce punch. Sherbin was sent flying like a kite severed from its string, a mouthful of blood erupting from his lips. Yet, he still held tightly to the whip, taking a deep breath to endure the pain. He sprinted fiercely across the water's surface. At the sight of Sherbin spitting blood, Zhang Shi felt his heart leap into his throat. He turned to Li Jun and urgently commanded, "Summon the compass. Send me over." Li Jun and Pei Dong exchanged glances and swiftly formed hand seals. The compass began to spin rapidly in the air, and Zhang Shi leapt onto it, which immediately sped towards Sherbin's direction. The inner elixir greatly affected Sherbin's speed, yet his eyes brimmed with determination. The gaze he directed at Zhang Shi was filled with trust and confidence. He was convinced that he could safeguard the inner elixir and that Zhang Shi would certainly arrive in time to lend his support. Below the surface, a shadow darted like a specter, closely pursuing the frantically running Sherbin. Meanwhile, those who had rushed over when the inner elixir shot forth were employing their abilities to chase Sherbin with all their might. Chapter 50. Treading Danger for Wealth. The turbulent struggle for the inner elixir. Upon spotting Zhang Shi on the compass, Sherbin's confidence surged. He drew in a breath, gripping the whip tightly around the half of the inner elixir, and desperately raced across the water's surface. The underwater shadow clearly did not wish for Sherbin to reunite with Zhang Shi, once again leaping out of the water like a wraith. Lunging at Sherbin. At that moment, Sherbin's mind was singularly focused on one thought: to hold out until Zhang Shi arrived. He chose not to endure the underwater assaults head-on. Instead, he adeptly maneuvered to evade the shadow's repeated strikes. However, the weighty inner elixir became Sherbin's greatest encumbrance. He had to remain vigilant against the underwater attacks while continually propelling himself to prevent the elixir from plunging into the river. Several times, he attempted to retract the whip, but was thwarted by the figures lurking beneath. Sherbin clumsily dodged a few underwater assaults, feeling the whip grow heavier in his grasp. The prolonged effort of running atop the water had drained his stamina to near depletion. Without any solid footing on the water's surface, He relied solely on his legs to keep him afloat, but now, with the elixir's disproportionate mass and volume, his speed diminished further. Sherbin understood that if this continued, he would inevitably fall into the water, and once submerged, it would be entirely the domain of those cloaked in black. With a thunderous crash, a figure in black burst forth from the water once more, charging at Sherbin. With a sudden push, Sherbin summoned all his strength to kick the assailant back into the depths. Alas! Without a moment's hesitation, Sherbin's keen instincts as a special forces operative alerted him to an anomaly. He realized that the attacker was merely a decoy. At that moment, Sherbin was utterly exhausted, and before he could catch his breath, another shadow had already closed in from behind him. He found himself faced with two choices: release the whip and allow the inner elixir to fall into the water, or brace for a fatal blow. "Get out of the way!" Zhengxi's voice echoed even before his arrival. As he witnessed the figure leap from the water, he knew Sherbin was about to be deceived, and immediately shouted out. Understanding the cue, Sherbin decisively relinquished the whip with his right hand, suspended in midair, his left hand swiftly drawing forth a military dagger, targeting the incoming shadow with a life-for-a-life approach. Upon seeing Sherbin release the whip, the shadow naturally refrained from engaging in a desperate struggle. To them, as long as the inner elixir fell into the water, they had absolute confidence that no one could seize it from them. After a brief clash with Sherbin, the shadow descended towards the river's surface, racing towards the inner elixir. Simultaneously, several shadows beneath the water hastened towards the location where the elixir was about to drop. With the current and the waves, Zhengxi, standing atop the compass, unhesitatingly unleashed his signature technique towards the falling elixir. Countless sword energies surged forth like a tidal wave, crashing towards the river's surface. Bang, 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 bang. The onslaught of sword energies, a relentless barrage, erupted on the river's surface, creating massive splashes as if a multitude of bombs had been detonated beneath the water, sending everything from the inner elixir to the figures in black, and even several large fish, soaring into the air. Li Jun and Pei Dong remained intently focused on controlling the compass from the shore, ensuring it hovered steadily beneath Sherbin. As it approached, the compass expanded sufficiently to accommodate both Zhengxi and Sherbin. Through their time working together, Li Jun and Pei Dong had honed their mastery of the compass. Sherbin landed securely on the compass, finally exhaling a long sigh of relief. Zhengxi, however, remained fixated on the shadow that had attacked Sherbin, preparing to unleash the flowing cloud sword technique. The shadow, also afloat on the water's surface, locked eyes with Zhengxi, creating a tense atmosphere. The inner elixir, still ensnared by the whip, began to descend once more towards the water's surface after being propelled into the air by the splashes. Zhengxi found himself constrained by the shadow, while Sherbin gasped for air. The shadow awaited the moment the elixir would touch the water, ready to spring into action. Below, several figures in black continued to swim with predatory intent. At that moment, the sharp sound of arrows slicing through the air pierced the tension. 3 arrows appearing like lightning beneath the inner elixir. Boom, boom, boom. The explosive sounds of energy arrows reverberated, sending shockwaves that once more propelled the elixir skyward. Sherbin, having caught his breath, leapt upward and seized the whip. Flowing cloud sword technique, downstream. Zhengxi, observing the shadow on the water's surface poised to attack Sherbin, wasted no time in drawing his sword. Li Jun and Pei Dong maintained their steady control of the compass from a distance. After successfully reclaiming the whip, Sherbin landed on the compass, the inner elixir finally secure in his grasp. Li Jun and Pei Dong swiftly performed hand seals, guiding the compass towards the shore. Seeing this, the figures in black frantically launched assaults against Zhengxi and Sherbin, but both successfully repelled them back into the water. Other vessels, despite their sluggish approach, could not catch up to the compass in time. Pei Dong gazed at the approaching compass with a smile of satisfaction. Fortune smiles upon us, though I only calculated for Shaoyin. The outcome proves that we all are indeed blessed. The compass landed safely on the shore, and the figures in black, having lost their advantage in the water, could only watch enviously as Zhengxi and the others remained unyielding on the shore. Too fearful to approach, Zhengxi let out a sigh of relief, preparing to signal for everyone to retreat when an overwhelming sense of danger suddenly surged within him. Flowing cloud sword technique, downstream. Zhengxi reacted swiftly, but at the very moment he unleashed his sword energy, Bin was still struck and sent flying. Blood spurted from Bin's mouth, yet he clutched the inner elixir tightly. As Zhang Shi and Bin approached the shore, they were ambushed in that fleeting moment of relaxation. The sword energy from the flowing cloud sword technique was instantly dispersed, allowing Zhang Shi to finally discern the assailant. A middle-aged man stood at the water's edge, a mocking smile on his face as he looked upon Zhang Shi and the others, a latecomer to the feast. Zhang Shi quickly shielded Bin behind him, his gaze fixed on the middle-aged man. The man acted without hesitation, indicating he had no fear of Zhang Shi's official stature. In the realm of supernatural abilities, it was a world where the strong preyed upon the weak, and many disregarded the established rules. Fortune lies in danger. I merely seek wealth. Leave the inner elixir, and you may depart unscathed. The middle-aged man stated coldly. In the tense standoff, Bin quickly retrieved healing ointment for his wounds. He glanced at the inner elixir in his hand, a hint of struggle evident in his eyes. Bin understood that he had relied on external means to ascend in the realm of supernatural abilities, and his growth faced numerous constraints. Upon seeing the inner elixir, his body instinctively yearned for it. If he were alone, Bin would unhesitatingly choose to fight to the bitter end. But with his teammates beside him, and the opponent having easily injured him moments ago, it was clear their strength far surpassed that of the few of them. Bin's character made him unwilling to drag his teammates down. After a brief internal struggle, he was about to relinquish the inner elixir when Zhang Shi spoke up. Unfortunately, we too are inclined to seek fortune in danger, and even more unfortunate is that before we set out, we consulted the fates and received a most auspicious omen. With that, Zhang Shi brandished his sword and began to channel his energy towards the middle-aged man. Bin shared a knowing smile, handing the inner elixir to Pei Dong and positioning himself beside Zhang Shi. Pei Dong almost lost his balance, nearly straining his back. That small inner elixir was simply too heavy. After securing the elixir, Pei Dong glared fiercely at the middle-aged man, declaring, "I just calculated your fate, and it's nothing but catastrophe. You'd best prepare for your demise." Jura swiftly readied her wooden bow from a distance, her gaze fixed intently on the middle-aged man. The man's expression darkened, and he coldly remarked, "A group of reckless youngsters." With a thunderous roar, the middle-aged man struck without hesitation, clashing his sword energy against that of Zhang Shi. Bin's whip and Zhou Er's arrows flew towards him in a relentless barrage. Li Jun and Pei Dong operated the compass from a distance, occasionally delivering strikes to the man's head. Thus, the chaotic melee commenced. Meanwhile, those who had initially deemed the pursuit futile now glimpsed a flicker of hope and hastened towards the shore. Chapter 51. The ruthless truth of survival of the fittest in the abnormal realm. Before them stood the middle-aged man, effortlessly deflecting their attacks with a mere wave of his hand. His combat techniques revealed him to be a formidable body cultivator, his physical prowess enhanced beyond measure. He stood there, unconcerned with the possibility of their escape, indifferent to the approaching treasure seekers, as if the world itself held no significance for him. Zhang Shi felt as though he were plummeting into an endless abyss, his heart sinking deeper. Although Bin remained silent, Zhang Shi could sense the profound importance this half-inner Dan held for him. He was determined to help Bin seize it, exerting every effort within his means. Yet, the middle-aged man's unfathomable strength, coupled with the throng of treasure seekers closing in, inundated Zhang Shi with a tide of pressure, leaving him breathless as he racked his brain for a strategy. The middle-aged man's assault arrived like a flash of lightning. Zhang Shi hastily unleashed his sword energy, while Bin swiftly cracked his whip, and Zhou Er hurriedly loosed her arrows. Li Jun and Pei Dong provided unwavering support, and together, they barely managed to stave off this onslaught. The middle-aged man subtly adjusted his posture, a glint of disdain flickering in his eyes, as he readied himself for an even fiercer attack. Wait. At that critical juncture, Li Jun suddenly raised her voice. "We will give you the inner Dan. We will withdraw." Her words elicited astonishment from Zhang Shi's team. Although the situation was indeed precarious, it hardly warranted surrender. The middle-aged man, too, was taken aback, not anticipating such a swift turn of events. His gaze bore down on Li Jun as he coldly commanded, "You must also relinquish the tortoise shell." "Very well." Without a modicum of hesitation, Li Jun acquiesced. Zhang Shi was filled with confusion, yet, trusting his teammate implicitly, he chose silence and refrained from interrupting. Li Jun quickly retrieved the inner Dan from Pei Dong, simultaneously producing the tortoise shell, as they both invoked their techniques. Under their control, the tortoise shell and inner Dan glided slowly towards the middle-aged man. The mockery vanished from his face, replaced by a grave seriousness. He fixated on the approaching treasures, fully concentrated, leaving no room for error. He meticulously examined the two artifacts, failing to detect any anomalies. The tortoise shell felt incredibly hard, yet weightless. In stark contrast, the inner Dan, though merely half, was surprisingly heavy, exuding an overwhelming power within. For body cultivators, this inner Dan was undoubtedly a rare treasure. At that moment, other treasure seekers had also reached the shore. Encircling the area tightly, the middle-aged man remained engrossed in examining the artifacts, oblivious to the throngs around him, as if they posed no threat whatsoever. "Captain, we must leave," Li Jun reiterated. Having spoken, she turned to depart. Though Zheng Shi and the others were filled with questions, they chose to trust her, silently following behind as they left. A twinge of guilt surged within Sherbin, for his desire for the inner Dan had compelled Li Jun to offer the tortoise shell in exchange. Upon reaching the business car, Li Jun rapidly performed hand seals, chanting, "Xuanwu water escape." Suddenly, the tortoise shell in the middle-aged man's grasp began to spin violently, as if attempting to break free from his control and flee. The middle-aged man, witnessing this, smirked with a hint of contempt, discreetly exerting force to firmly restrain the shell. Pei Dong, who had been closely observing from the shore, was about to lament the missed opportunity when he suddenly spotted a barely perceptible smile on Li Jun's lips. "Xuanwu heavy armor." Li Jun's hand seals shifted dramatically, and an astonishing transformation unfolded at the water's edge. The tortoise shell, as if animated, split apart and seamlessly enveloped the middle-aged man, while the inner Dan was cleverly nestled within the shell. In the blink of an eye, the middle-aged man had transformed into a comical figure resembling a ninja turtle, clad in white armor with only his limbs and head exposed. The weight of the shell bore down upon him, forcing his legs to buckle, rendering him to kneel. Gritting his teeth, he summoned all his strength to avoid collapsing entirely. Pei Dong could not help but give Li Jun a thumbs up, admiration etched across his face. The onlookers paused their retreat, for the middle-aged man was now heavily surrounded by the treasure seekers, and a spectacle was about to unfold. "Sherbin, recover quickly. We will return stealthily. Zhou Air, provide remote support. Pei Dong, you are in charge of driving and readying our escape. Xiao Yin, seize the tortoise shell amidst the chaos, and if you can bring back the inner Dan, that would be splendid, and if not, Sherbin and I will devise another plan." Zheng Shi swiftly and decisively outlined their strategy. At that moment, the tension along the shore escalated. The treasure seekers gazed hungrily at the kneeling ninja turtle, a greedy glint illuminating their eyes, as if they could consume him whole. While the middle-aged man's strength was undeniable, he had previously dismissed these treasure seekers with disdain. However, now, severely hindered, with treasures in his possession, he had become a lamb to the slaughter in their eyes. Surrounded by treasure seekers who were wary of his strength, none dared to be the first to strike. After all, they had witnessed him effortlessly injure Sherbin and repel Zheng Shi's team on the boat. Yet, as time passed, they gradually realized the middle-aged man was now at his wits' end, barely resisting the oppressive weight of the tortoise shell. Greed began to eclipse their fear. Some could no longer contain themselves. Two impetuous youths, armed with long knives, cautiously approached the middle-aged man. Exchanging glances, they rushed forward, striking at his head. The middle-aged man slowly lifted his gaze, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes as he bellowed at them. His roar struck like a bolt from the blue. The two youths instantly bled from their orifices, their knives clattering to the ground as they fell lifelessly. "He cannot move. Strike him from behind." The insidious voice of provocation echoed from an unknown corner. Zhang Shi scrutinized the surroundings, yet the speaker remained elusive. The crowd surged forward, attacking the middle-aged man from behind. His physical resilience was indeed formidable. His head felt as though it were forged of steel. As blows landed, many were left with numb arms, while others found their blades blunted, failing to even graze his scalp. A heavy strike landed upon the middle-aged man's head, and finally, a powerful individual could no longer hold back. Taking matters into their own hands, the middle-aged man felt stars exploding before his eyes, his head ringing painfully. Realizing his fate was sealed, He relinquished all resistance, allowing himself to fall backward, lying prone like an overturned turtle, an absurd sight that prompted raucous laughter from the attackers. Yet, a glimmer of ferocity flickered in the middle-aged man's eyes. He fixed his gaze on the surrounding crowd, suddenly propelling himself off the ground and spinning rapidly. With a gathered breath, he unleashed a terrifying sonic attack upon them. The encircled seekers were caught off guard, and several fell to the ground, blood gushing from their orifices, lifeless. The remaining crowd recoiled in horror, retreating to a safe distance, eyes wide with disbelief. Target his legs from a distance. The sinister voice urged once more. This unseen figure had been subtly inciting chaos, akin to a serpent lurking in the shadows, stirring trouble at every turn. A barrage of ranged spells and weapons rained down upon the middle-aged man's legs. Though he spun to evade the attacks, the sheer volume of incoming assaults was overwhelming, relentless as a downpour. In the end, he could only brace himself against the onslaught with his formidable defenses. Ah! The middle-aged man cried out in agony as a brawny figure wielding a grim-looking blade seized the moment, cleaving into his thigh. The bearded man brandished the bloodied limb, ravenously feasting upon it. Slurring, the flesh and blood of body cultivators is exquisite. Zheng Shi and his companions stood aghast at the scene, nausea rising within them. Yet, the surrounding treasure-seekers appeared unfazed, as if such grotesque acts were commonplace. In this realm of the extraordinary, the mantra of survival of the fittest was not merely a hollow phrase. For some, the flesh of body cultivators was a rare delicacy, and in their eyes, the middle-aged man had ceased to be a living being. He was merely a walking meal, as humanity was cast aside in the face of insatiable desire. Kekekek, the Ghost King's blade, do you wish to hoard it all for yourself? A chilling laughter echoed as a skeletal old woman slowly emerged. Wind Granny, such a fortunate event must certainly benefit those who witness it. Let us first eliminate him, and then share the treasures. The man with a scruffy beard, known as the Ghost King Blade, quickly responded. Excellent. Once Wind Granny finished speaking, a blade of wind sliced through the air like lightning, severing the middle-aged man's hand in an instant. Unlike the Ghost King Blade, who would devour the middle-aged man, she performed this act merely to demonstrate her formidable prowess to the onlookers. In his usual demeanor, the middle-aged man might have dismissed either the Ghost King Blade or Wind Granny with contempt. Yet, at this moment, his movements were restricted, akin to a ferocious beast ensnared within a cage. Despite possessing boundless abilities, he found himself unable to act, reduced to a mere lamb awaiting slaughter. The occupants of the off-road vehicle observed the gruesome scene with trepidation, their hearts heavy with reluctance. Collectively, they turned their gazes towards Li Jun, as if awaiting her decision. I can summon the turtle shell, but I can only bring back the shell. I have no means to retrieve the inner elixir. Li Jun said with a hint of helplessness. Just summon the turtle shell. As for the inner elixir, Sherbin and I will take our chances. If it proves too difficult, we shall abandon it. Once you summon the turtle shell, everyone else, apart from Sherbin and me, retreat, Zheng Shi decisively proclaimed. Seeing that no one voiced dissent, Zheng Shi and Sherbin swiftly exited the vehicle, crouching low and cautiously concealing themselves nearby, preparing to ambush any treasure seekers that might pursue once Li Jun called back the turtle shell. Xuanwu water escape. Li Jun once more formed hand seals to cast her spell. The turtle shell detached from the middle-aged man, commencing a rapid spin as it flew towards Zhang Shi. Simultaneously, the inner elixir slipped from the middle-aged man's chest. With his remaining hand, he clutched it tightly. To everyone's astonishment, no one attempted to seize the turtle shell. The middle-aged man's tragic fate lingered in their minds, instilling a sense of dread. None felt capable of withstanding a collective assault while so severely hindered. All eyes fixated on the half-elixir, akin to famished wolves fixating on their prey. The atmosphere was thick with tension, the impending clash palpable. Chapter 52. The Deceptive Demon Revealed. With the turtle shell successfully acquired, Li Jun, Pei Dong, and Jiur decisively chose to retreat. The formidable strength exhibited by those on the shore far surpassed their ability to resist. Meanwhile, Zheng Shi and Sherbin remained behind, merely wishing to observe for any potential opportunities, unwilling to act recklessly in their attempts to seize the prize. At this juncture, the middle-aged man, clutching the inner elixir, bore a glint of ferocity in his eyes. He had been utterly overconfident, Dismissing the other treasure seekers entirely, little did he expect to be outwitted by Yin Li Jun, and to have lost a hand and a leg in the process. Since acquiring his extraordinary abilities, he had never suffered such a significant setback. He now teetered on the brink of madness. The situation was dire. The powers of the Ghost King Blade and Wind Granny were not significantly inferior to his own, and he was unaware of how many more treacherous individuals lurked in the shadows. Severely injured, he gazed at the inner elixir in his grasp, filled with resentment. He was impulsive by nature. Otherwise, he would not have been the first to act. Now, he found it impossible to justify relinquishing the inner elixir. The madness in the middle-aged man's eyes intensified. Suddenly, he swallowed the inner elixir whole. He resolved to take a desperate gamble, hoping that consuming the elixir would grant him the strength to break free from his predicament. Upon witnessing the middle-aged man consume the inner elixir, the Ghost King Blade was consumed with rage. Swinging his weapon with all his might towards the middle-aged man, in an instant, the man was cleaved in two. Offered no chance to resist, his eyes brimmed with disbelief, simultaneously filled with profound terror at the prospect of death. In that fleeting moment of swallowing the inner elixir, he did not draw the strength he had envisioned. Instead, he felt his every ounce of power drained by the elixir. Yet, he was rendered utterly speechless. He watched in horror as his innards spilled forth, the half-elixir falling to the ground. After a brief moment of shock, the Ghost King Blade lunged for the elixir. Wind Granny also rushed forward with remarkable speed. Just as the two were closing in on the inner elixir, a diminutive figure suddenly emerged from the ground. Grasping the elixir with a swift motion, "Shua Shu, how dare you?" the Ghost King Blade bellowed, forcefully slamming his weapon into the ground, creating a deep crater and forcing Shua Shu out into the open. Wind Granny landed nearby, and the three stood in a triangular formation, poised for confrontation. The other treasure seekers did not immediately rush for the elixir, but instead scattered around, biding their time for the opportune moment. A few figures darted towards the fallen middle-aged man. At this moment, he had yet to fully succumb to death, yet he could only watch helplessly as a group of individuals cruelly dismembered his body. Zhang Shi stood aghast at the gruesome scene unfolding before him, utterly overturning his understanding of reality. The horrors at this scene surpassed even those experienced in Xiaotong village. Suppressing his nausea, he gained a renewed awareness of the brutality inherent in the realm of extraordinary abilities. During his training at the Ability Management Bureau, an instructor had once warned against becoming a walking remedy in the eyes of others. At that time, Zhang Shi had been unable to grasp the meaning of such words, but now, he comprehended it fully. Still in shock, he observed as the conflict on the shore escalated into a fevered battle. The Ghost King Blade, Wind Granny, and the shifty-eyed Shua Shu were fiercely vying for the inner elixir. The Ghost King Blade, a practitioner of physical strength, wielded his weapon with ferocity, launching powerful strikes against the other two. Wind Granny, a practitioner of wind-based sorcery, had once been a member of the Ability Management Bureau but was expelled for practicing dark arts. Now, she had transformed into a figure that was neither human nor ghost. Shua Shu, a practitioner of earth abilities, excelled in earth escape, stealth, and ambush. He had remained hidden underground until the middle-aged man fell before seizing the elixir. The middle-aged man had originally been a formidable rogue cultivator. Yet now, no one cared about his identity. Shua Shu attempted multiple times to use earth escape to flee, but the elixir was too heavy for him to move swiftly. As soon as he burrowed underground, the Ghost King Blade and Wind Granny forced him back into the open. The three stood there, warily eyeing one another in a tense standoff. Zhang Shi watched the fierce contention from a distance, a deep sense of helplessness washing over him. Regardless of who ultimately grasped the inner elixir, he felt no confidence in reclaiming it from their hands. He glanced at Sherbin, only to be taken aback when Sherbin offered him a smile. "It's all right, Captain, I just feel an overwhelming need for that inner elixir. For now, our current strength does not permit it. Let us regroup with the others." Sherbin, typically an introverted boy, often silently supported the team during challenges. Unexpectedly, this was the first time he had expressed interest in the inner elixir, yet he felt powerless to claim it. Zhang Shi felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. Just as he was about to forego the pursuit and retreat, he suddenly remembered Jujiu. Channeling his sword technique, he soon encountered the slightly plump Jujiu once more. He succinctly recounted the events, inquiring if there was any means to acquire the inner elixir. Jiu instructed Zhang Shi to focus his eyesight and observe the struggle on the shore with great care. When she spotted the half elixir, she gasped in realization. Ah, it's the deceptive demon. Zhang Shi was taken aback, urgently questioning, "What is the deceptive demon?" Jiu explained, "That is not merely a half elixir. It is the deceptive demon. The deceptive demon is a creature adept at seduction. It can not only disguise itself, but also emanates a beguiling aura that leads onlookers to mistake it for something they desperately desire. Should someone consume it, the roles of hunter and prey would instantly reverse. The deceptive demon would continually siphon strength from the individual until they were reduced to a pile of bones. Those two skeletons are likely the result of the deceptive demon's insatiable appetite." Upon hearing Jujia's explanation, Zhang Shi promptly prepared to retreat with Bin. "Wait a moment," Jujio interjected. "The deceptive demon typically transforms into the last object it consumed. It must have ingested a genuine inner elixir and has yet to fully digest it. It likely consumed a beast's elixir, and what Bin is sensing is not solely the deceptive aura. He truly craves that inner elixir. Is there a viable plan?" Zhang Shi inquired anxiously. "Yes, but you must agree to one condition." "What condition do you have?" "Just don't refer to me as Jujio anymore. It sounds rather awkward. Since you've joined the sword sect, I am now in the state of a sword spirit. So you must call me little junior sister from now on." Hearing this, Zhang Shi was momentarily speechless, feeling a pang of sorrow within. Jujio had aided him greatly, saved his life, and bestowed upon him sword techniques. Yet he had never regarded her as true family, failing to provide her a sense of belonging. "Little junior sister," Zhang Shi called out, his voice slightly choked. "Ha ha." Jujio's laughter rang out like silver bells. "From now on, you must share all your delicious food and fun with me, for I am the youngest, and I am little junior sister." Listening to Jujio's words, Zhang Shi felt an overwhelming sadness, and his eyes grew moist. "Whether it's embarrassing or not, I won't tease you any longer. I'll tell you what to do, but I cannot guarantee it will work at this point." Zhang Shi understood Jujio's plan. She instructed him to launch his most powerful attack against the deceptive demon at the height of the struggle among the three. Zhang Shi's assault would not harm the deceptive demon, but amidst the attack, he was to weave in his sword technique. The sword technique, manifesting as energy transformed into a sword, could not only strike the physical form but also assault the spirit within. Should the deceptive demon fall prey to the sword technique, the agony inflicted upon its spirit would undoubtedly cause it immense suffering. In that fleeting moment, it was highly likely that a portion of the inner elixir would be expelled. Regardless of how much was ejected, one must seize the opportunity and flee without a backward glance. For this beguiling creature was still in its juvenile phase and would not pursue Zhang Shi and his companions. Moreover, those present were under the impression that the beguiling entity was indeed the inner elixir, and under the influence of its seductive powers, they would not allow it to escape. Zhang Shi deemed this a plan of near perfection. Although a tinge of trepidation lingered in his heart, he resolved to give it a try. Chapter 53. The courageous seizure of the inner elixir fragment. The outcomes after the perilous venture. After deliberating the plan with his junior sister, Zhang Shi gradually withdrew from that enigmatic space. Upon returning to the realm of reality, he promptly elucidated the forthcoming strategy to Bin in meticulous detail. "I will launch a full-scale assault on that half of the inner elixir. And at that moment, fragments will burst forth. Once the fragments appear, we shall seize them with all our might. Regardless of how many we obtain, we must retreat immediately. Do you understand?" Zhang Shi's gaze was resolute as he addressed Bin earnestly. "Understood." Bin's execution was always in line with his military background. "Remember, do not be greedy, nor should you linger in battle. Take what you can and leave," Zhang Shi reiterated emphatically. Subsequently, he and Bin cautiously made their way towards the tumultuous scene by the shore. At that moment, by the water's edge, the Ghost King Blade, Granny Feng, and Shu were embroiled in a fierce struggle, with the half-inner elixir changing hands among them, none able to maintain possession for long. Zhang Shi tightened his grip on the flowing cloud sword, his left hand swiftly forming seals as he assumed the initial stance of the flowing cloud sword technique, continuously building momentum. He focused intently, elevating his sword's aura to its zenith, akin to a cheetah poised to pounce, ready to unleash a lethal strike. Just then, the half-inner elixir was once again seized by Shu, ecstatic as if he had discovered treasure. Shua Shu dashed towards the ground, attempting to evade the fierce conflict through Earth Escape. Ghost King Blade, split the mountain. The Ghost King Blade, witnessing this, roared, swinging his massive sword with all his might, as if imbued with the force of 1,000 pounds. Aimed at Shua Shu. Wrath of the Hurricane, Granny Feng was equally unyielding, her hands dancing rapidly as she summoned a powerful whirlwind that surged towards Shua Shu. Realizing the immense power of these two attacks, Shua Shu, unable to withstand them, helplessly tossed the inner elixir into the air. What a splendid opportunity! Zhengxi rejoiced inwardly. He immediately activated his sword technique. A torrent of energy surged within him, gradually coalescing into a flying sword. Flowing cloud sword technique, sword control, Zhengxi shouted. Attaching the sword transformed from his technique to the flowing cloud sword, subsequently executing the sword control technique. The flowing cloud sword darted forth like a lightning bolt, slicing through the air towards the half-inner elixir with blinding speed. The moment the flowing cloud sword struck the half-inner elixir, it seemed as though the onlookers heard a piercing wail. A sound that resonated deep within their souls, causing their hearts to tremble. In that instant of distraction, several beams of white light erupted from the half-inner elixir like fireworks, revealing the inner elixir fragments. The treasure hunters, who had been spectating, instantly sprang into action like ravenous wolves, dashing towards the various beams of light. Sherbin, having been forewarned by Zhengxi, reacted the fastest, sprinting ahead of all. His whip danced like a nimble serpent. Swiftly claiming 3 fragments, he then exerted his legs with great force, fleeing in the distance without a backward glance, leaving the others scrambling to comprehend the situation. As Zhengxi retrieved the flowing cloud sword, he swiftly activated the wave gliding step, racing towards the largest fragment. The moment he grasped the fragment, an overwhelming sense of danger crashed over him like a tidal wave. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhengxi reacted instantly. Reverse flow. Shattering waves, he bellowed, unleashing a torrent of sword energy that surged forth to confront a suddenly appearing figure clad in black. The black-clad man, upon seeing this, let out a cold snort, preparing to mount another attack, only to be struck by a paralyzing pain that tore through his very soul. Seizing the opportunity afforded by the man's momentary paralysis, Zhengxi swiftly pocketed the inner elixir fragment. Fleeing with all his might without a glance back, once the numbness dissipated, the black-clad man discovered Zhengxi had already vanished into the distance, reluctantly abandoning his pursuit of Zhengxi to chase after other inner elixir fragments. After running a considerable distance, Zhengxi spotted Sherbin waiting ahead. Their eyes met, and they exchanged smiles filled with the joy of having survived a harrowing ordeal and the trust they held for one another. As they continued forward, they saw Qin Hu hastily approaching in a business vehicle. The car came to a steady halt, and Su Song stepped out. It turned out that upon receiving a call from Li Huan in Jianan City, Su Song had hastened from Dahu City at the first opportunity. "Are you injured? Do you need to go over?" Su Song inquired with concern. "No need. We must return to Dahu City as swiftly as possible," Zhengxi replied decisively. Upon hearing this, Su Song immediately understood Zhengxi's intent and quickly beckoned everyone to board the vehicle. At that moment, several figures appeared in the distance, evidently pursuing Zhengxi and Sherbin. Su Song, noticing this, summoned a radiant aura in his hands and unleashed a powerful cannon blast. Instantly, a deep scar marred the ground, resembling an insurmountable chasm. The pursuing individuals were left dumbfounded by this terrifying sight, halting in their tracks and no longer daring to give chase. Inside the vehicle, Zhengxi spotted Pei Dong, Yin Li Jun, and Zhou Er. They had encountered Su Song and Qin Hu, informing them of Zhengxi and Sherbin's situation, and had promptly returned to offer support. Pei Dong leaned in eagerly, his large, round face filled with anticipation. "So, how did it go? Did you get the inner elixir?" Sherbin shyly smiled and slowly opened his palm, revealing 3 translucent fragments lying quietly within, emanating a gentle glow. He picked up the largest fragment and handed it to Zhou Er. "You contributed significantly this time. Naturally, you deserve a share of the spoils." Although Sherbin's voice was soft, it carried an undeniable authority, reminiscent of a pure-hearted child who, having gathered a trove of beloved candies, is inclined to offer the finest one to the fairest girl. Zhou Er initially intended to decline, but, upon gazing into Sherbin's earnest eyes, her heart softened. Ultimately, she smiled and accepted the fragment, Upon my return, I shall find you a weapon suited to your needs. And you must not refuse, or do so would mean you do not regard me as a friend. Sherbin nodded repeatedly, his face alight with joy. Pei Dong then leaned towards Zhengxi, brimming with expectation. And you, Captain, how many fragments did you manage to procure? In response to Pei Dong's eager gaze, Zhengxi slowly produced a single inner elixir fragment, one that surpassed the combined size of Sherbin's 3 fragments. Under the vehicle's illumination, it appeared exceptionally crystalline and translucent. Seeing this substantial inner elixir fragment, Pei Dong's voice rose several octaves. Look, look. I told you it would be a resounding success. My predictions were spot on. I'm impressive, aren't I? He declared, beaming with pride. Indeed, you are remarkable. Upon our return, I shall present you with a banner emblazoned with Pei Banzian. Zhengxi teased with a smile. Amidst the laughter and merriment, the group embarked on their journey back to Dahu City. What had seemed like an ordinary excursion had yielded bountiful rewards. While it may not have been an unqualified success, it was certainly not a fruitless endeavor. Although Pei Dong appeared to have garnered no tangible rewards, his continuous training alongside Yin Li Jun had resulted in her receiving a legacy, which she would undoubtedly share with him in due course. The following day, within the office building of the 9th Division Bureau in Dahu City. After a night of rest, Zhengxi appeared in the office, invigorated. Zhang Ping and Ye Xiaoyu had arrived early. Although this operation was not an officially sanctioned task by the Ability Management Bureau, they would always inquire about incidents involving abilities to determine if documentation was necessary and to ascertain whether any further tasks required completion. Zhengxi instructed Ye Xiaoyu to document the entire operation in detail while omitting any references to the beguiling creature, as he wished to keep his junior sister's existence a secret. After all, she held immense significance for him, and he was determined to safeguard this secret. Concurrently, Zhengxi directed Zhang Ping to inquire with Li Huan in Jiangnan City regarding the ultimate ownership of the bones, cloak, and inner elixir. The results were immensely surprising to Zhengxi. The greatest victors of the entire Yangtze River treasure-seeking endeavor turned out to be their small team. During the intense competition, the bones and cloak had inadvertently fallen into the river, subsequently vanishing without a trace. Moreover, the inner elixir was not seized by the Ghost King Blade, Granny Feng, or Shua Shu, but rather taken by a mysterious individual who appeared later. Shua Shu, gradually falling behind in his battle against the Ghost King Blade and Granny Feng. In a panic, emulated the actions of a previous middle-aged man and swallowed the inner elixir. As expected, he was subsequently cleaved in 2 by the Ghost King Blade. The black-clad individual who had contended with Zhengxi for the largest fragment was from the same group that had attacked Zhengxi's boat, belonging to a civilian organization known as the Jianghe Gang. This individual did manage to acquire some fragments of the inner elixir. Throughout the entire treasure-seeking endeavor, 19 ability users tragically perished, with the most unfortunate being the middle-aged man who had struck first, meeting a gruesome end. The Ability Management Bureau in Jiangnan City did not intervene during the conflict, only conducting cleanup operations after the fighting had subsided, as long as their bottom line was not violated. They allowed matters to unfold as they pleased. It is no wonder that the loose cultivators in Jiangnan City were so formidable. Zhangxi meticulously reviewed the entire process in his mind. Although their recent endeavor yielded substantial rewards and the team sustained no losses, he profoundly recognized his own inadequacies and strength during the direct confrontation with rogue practitioners. This realization further fueled his determination to grow stronger. Igniting a fervent desire within him that burned brightly as for the fragment of the inner Dan in his possession, he held it in his hand, momentarily uncertain of how to proceed. It seemed he would have to seek an opportunity to consult his junior sister thoroughly. Chapter 54, The Journey of Treasure Hunting recommences, a coexistence of crisis and opportunity after completing his cultivation. Zhangxi calmed his mind and began to circulate his sword technique, attempting to communicate with his junior sister. He was well aware that addressing her as Miss Jujio felt too distant. Calling her junior sister fostered a sense of familial closeness. Junior sister, junior sister. Upon catching sight of Jujio, he could hardly contain his eagerness to call out. His enthusiastic greeting caused her to press her lips together, a sweet smile blossoming on her face. Senior brother Zhang, did you call for me in such haste to share something entertaining? Zhangxi, not particularly adept at social interactions, found the atmosphere transformed into a lively and relaxed one as he playfully addressed her. He then recounted the detailed results of their acquisition of the inner Dan to her. Having only recently entered the realm of supernatural abilities and lacking a systematic mentorship, the training course at the Supernatural Ability Management Bureau was merely a crash course, leaving him reliant on his junior sister in many aspects. After all, she was the legitimate heir of the Sword Sect, while he, as a disciple, had yet to learn any profound skills beyond sword techniques. Upon hearing Zhang Shi's account, Juju lowered her head slightly, lost in contemplation. The physique of those from the Sword Sect was rather unique. Only individuals with specific physiques could cultivate the sword techniques. Actually, I find it quite surprising that you can cultivate the sword techniques. Juju began, for in my understanding, people from your world are unable to practice them. Zhang Shi listened intently to each of her words, afraid to miss a single detail. Due to our unique physique, we have never placed much emphasis on body refinement, and now this has become your shortcoming. In my opinion, you could utilize the inner Dan fragment for body refinement. Juju offered her suggestion. Then, junior sister, do you have any suitable body refinement techniques? Zhang Shi asked eagerly. A hint of embarrassment crossed Juju's face as she replied. Within the sword sect, apart from you, all practitioners of the sword techniques require no body refinement, as the sword body itself is the strongest. Hearing the term sword body again reminded Zhang Shi of Juju's previous mention of her transformation towards the sword body. Since you said I am transforming towards the sword body, do I not need to refine my body? He queried with confusion. You must fully integrate with my sword pellet to attain a complete sword body. Until you merge with the sword pellet, you are merely in the process of transformation, not a true sword body, Juju patiently explained. Zhang Shi still struggled to grasp the distinction, but he sensed that Juju was reluctant to divulge too many secrets about their kind. So he humbly sought her guidance on body refinement techniques. Juju tilted her head, pondering for a long while before beginning to mutter softly to herself. The white shadow surrounding her reappeared, seemingly still filled with hostility towards Zhang Shi. After a lengthy exchange with the white shadow, it gradually relented and faded from view. The Xuanwu technique should be quite suitable for your body refinement. You can give it a try, Juju suggested. The Xuanwu technique? Where does this Xuanwu technique come from? Zhang Shi asked, bewildered. It is the technique recorded on the golden skeletal cloak you summoned, Juju clarified. So, the unknown symbols on the black cloak were indeed the Xuanwu technique. However, Zhang Shi not only did not recognize those symbols, but was also currently unaware of the whereabouts of the golden skeleton. You could have your team members attempt to summon it again. From my analysis, that white skeletal figure should be a predecessor of their sect, and the bones possess spirit. Juju's words shone like a beacon, illuminating Zhang Shi's thoughts. After bidding farewell to his junior sister, Zhang Shi exited the mysterious space in the conference room of the 9th Bureau. He thoroughly informed his team members of the entire situation. Upon hearing that the skeleton could be summoned again, Pei Dong instantly grew excited and pulled in Li Jun, eager to try summoning it immediately. However, Su Song quickly intervened, cautioning everyone that the summoning would create a significant disturbance, likely inciting public panic or even sparking another battle. If they were to proceed, they needed to find a suitable location and report the matter to headquarters. After much discussion, everyone unanimously agreed that Zhang Shi had not utilized his connections for some time, and they decided to call Professor Qi again. He recounted the events in detail and humbly sought Professor Qi's advice. Understood. I will send someone to assist you. Professor Qi's slightly fatigued voice came through the line. After contacting Professor Qi, the group urged Pei Dong to perform a divination for them. The omen indicated excellent fortune. However, rather than receiving praise, Pei Dong was met with a chorus of jeers. Last time, his prediction of excellent fortune had led to considerable chaos, and everyone had already mentally labeled him as unreliable. Despite the mockery, the group ultimately resolved to embark on their treasure-hunting journey once more. This time, Zhang Shi's entire team mobilized, leaving the Special Operations Group to guard the base. Tio maintained strict confidentiality. Apart from the team members, no one else was aware of this matter, not even Qin who remained oblivious to the team's mission. With all preparations complete, they awaited the arrival of the reinforcements arranged by Professor Qi. After dinner, Zhang Shi and the others left the dining hall, chatting and laughing. Suddenly, a strong sense of crisis surged within him. Without hesitation, he drew his sword and swiftly executed a hand seal. Flowing cloud sword technique. Reverse the current. Zhang Shi unleashed his sword energy, only for it to be instantly dispersed by a wave-like spell. The spell surged towards him like a tempest. Seeing this, Sherbin immediately drew his whip, preparing to assist, but Su Song held him back. Subsequently, Su Song pulled Pei Dong and Yin Li Jun aside. Zhang Shi, undeterred by the dispersal of his sword energy, steadied himself and deftly dodged the relentless onslaught of attacks. Reverse flow. Break the waves. Zhang Shi executed a newly comprehended move, channeling all his sword energy into a powerful strike. This blow was immense, successfully shattering the incoming spell. After breaking through the attack, Zhang Shi stood firmly with his sword, his gaze fierce as he observed. There stood Zhang Daoren on the opposite side, wearing a broad smile. Impressive, impressive. In just over a month, your progress is remarkable. Zhang Shi promptly sheathed his sword and bowed respectfully, saying, "Greetings, Master Uncle." Zhang Daoren appeared increasingly satisfied with Zhang Shi, his smile stretching from ear to ear. After some pleasantries, Zhang Daoren produced a small boat. He formed a hand seal, and the boat instantly enlarged. Board the boat. We can discuss matters on the way, he instructed, leaping onto the vessel. Zhang Shi's team members followed suit, climbing aboard in unison. With Zhang Daoren's manipulation, the boat soared into the sky, swiftly heading towards the horizon. Pei Dong transformed into a curious child once more, asking, "Master, what kind of treasure is this? It can even fly?" This is a speedboat, a mode of transportation for cultivators. It is difficult for modern instruments to capture, and it can evade tracking by supernatural beings, Zhang Daoren patiently explained. How incredible! Where can one purchase it? Pei Dong inquired eagerly. You can exchange contribution points for it. It's quite inexpensive. Only 1,000 points will suffice. Zhang Daoren replied, I have a compass. I don't need it. Pei Dong stubbornly lifted his chin. Earning contribution points was exceedingly difficult for him, and he was currently in debt. Before long, the group arrived at the river surface where the skeleton had vanished. It must be noted that the speedboat far surpassed conventional means of transport. You may begin the summoning. Do not concern yourselves with anything else. Arrangements will be made naturally, Zhang Daoren instructed, then closed his eyes to rest at the bow of the boat. Yin Li Jun and Pei Dong sat opposite each other, circulating their techniques to sense the white skeleton. The others meditated and cultivated on the speedboat while remaining vigilant for any sudden appearances of rogue practitioners. At this moment, the river was eerily calm, devoid of any boats. Prior to Zhang Shi's arrival, the Jiangnan City Supernatural Ability Management Bureau had evacuated nearby civilians. Even scattered rogue practitioners were nowhere to be seen. To be precise, it was not that there were no rogue practitioners, but rather that a small-scale battle had erupted in the vicinity. It seemed others were responsible for clearing out the rogue practitioners. Yin Li Jun and Pei Dong continued their summoning. Golden light gradually emerged from beneath the boat, and the golden skeleton draped in black beast skin reappeared, cradling the white skeleton once more before the group's eyes. Just as joy illuminated their faces, Zhang Shi's expression suddenly darkened, for he saw that the half-inner Dan had returned to the golden skeleton's chest. Chapter 55. Life and Death Intertwined. Never to part. Zhang Shi was about to issue a warning to the others when he noticed Zhang Daoren shaking his head slightly, using his gaze to silence him. This action left Zhang Shi perplexed. Had Master Uncle already been aware of the existence of the bewitching demon? He had never disclosed this matter to the outside world, so how had they come to know? Suppressing his myriad doubts, Zhang Shi quietly circulated his sword technique, attempting to establish contact with Zhu Jiao. He was uncertain whether she would respond in the presence of Zhang Daoren. However, the current situation transcended his comprehension, and in his helplessness, he could only seek assistance. In the blink of an eye, Zhang Shi found himself enveloped in that enigmatic scene, where he finally encountered Zhu Jiao. Junior sister, trouble is afoot. That beguiling demon has returned to the bones. I saw it. I can perceive everything occurring around us through your eyes. Zhang Daoren won't detect your presence, will he, junior sister? As long as I do not reveal myself, I shall remain undetected. You need not worry. That is reassuring. Now that the beguiling demon has reappeared, do you have any countermeasures, junior sister? With the return of the beguiling demon, it is certain that these two skeletal remains possess something to lure it. This demon not only relishes consuming energy, but is also particularly fond of spiritual entities. These two skeletons must still harbor lingering spirits, Zhu Jiao analyzed. What shall we do then? Do you have a method to confront this beguiling demon? Will the lingering spirits permit us to take the cloak? Zhang Shi bombarded her with inquiries. Aside from the Zhang Daoren you mentioned, there are two formidable beings from your world nearby, likely drawn by the beguiling demon. As for the cloak, It hinges on whether you can gain the lingering spirit's approval, Jujio replied. After grasping the current predicament, Zhang Shi exited the mysterious space and awaited the unfolding events in silence. Suddenly, a cloaked shadow appeared without warning, lunging toward the two skeletal remains. You dare? Zhang Daoren bellowed upon witnessing this. In an instant, a torrent of sword energy surged forth from him, crashing toward the shadow like a tidal wave. The shadow swiftly turned to defend itself, and they were instantly locked in combat. Zhang Daoren's sword energy seemed inexhaustible. After exchanging a few blows, the shadow realized it was no match and fled. Guard the small boat. I will apprehend this rogue in return. Zhang Daoren admonished before pursuing the direction of the fleeing shadow. Zhang Shi exchanged glances with Su Song and Sherbin, and the three quickly formed a triangular formation, shielding Yin Li Jun and Pei Dong securely within it. This moment, Zhang Shi felt a chill run down his spine, as if the beguiling demon might open its gaping maw at any moment and swallow him and Sherbin whole. Half an hour passed, yet Zhang Daoren remained elusive. Yin Li Jun and Pei Dong were still immersed in deep cultivation, yet to awaken. Zhang Shi continuously amassed energy, ever ready to respond to an unexpected assault. Just then, a man clad in dark garb suddenly materialized, brandishing a short dagger aimed directly at Zhang Shi. Instinctively, Zhang Shi swung his sword in defense, unleashing a torrent of sword energy. However, at that very moment, he felt a prickling sensation all over, a profound sense of danger washing over him. The half-formed inner core from the golden skeleton suddenly detached and, like lightning, zipped to Zhang Shi's back, its surface sprouting several tendrils. Zhang Shi's sword energy had just dissipated, leaving him no time to guard against this sudden inner core assault. Su Song sensed something amiss, but was wholly focused on the enemy outside the small boat. By the time he noticed the inner core charging at Zhang Shi, it was already too late to intervene. A violent clash echoed from behind Zhang Xi. In a moment of peril, the dagger aimed at Zhang Shi veered off on an incredible trajectory, striking the beguiling demon instead. The group once again heard the soul-piercing scream as the beguiling demon was sent flying, streaking across the sky like a meteor. Zhang Shi was momentarily taken aback, only to see the dark-clad man vaulting over his head, wielding a pair of twin daggers as he pursued the half-formed inner core. Meanwhile, in the distance, Zhang Daoren and the shadowy figure with a conical hat approached, both reaching for the half-formed inner core. What the hell? A bunch of schemers plotting against me? Zhang Shi inwardly scoffed. This shadow and the twin-daggered man were undoubtedly the two other experts Juju spoke of. Zhang Daoren and these two were clearly acting, deliberately provoking the beguiling demon. However, Zhang Daoren likely remained unaware that the beguiling demon was indeed the half-formed inner core. He was merely setting a trap to bait it. As the three pursued the beguiling demon, only Zhang Shi's party remained on the small boat. Yin Li Jun and Pei Dong were still engrossed in their deep cultivation, and the situation was starkly different from before. They were not receiving a transmission. As time slowly passed, Zhang Shi's expression grew increasingly grave. He and Su Song exchanged glances, both understanding that Yin Li Jun and Pei Dong were evidently in trouble. The skeletons had been successfully summoned, yet the two remained unresponsive. Gradually, a change began to manifest on Pei Dong's face as expressions of pain, struggle, and determination flickered across it. Something is amiss. We must separate them, Su Song declared. Zhang Shi nodded, and together with Su Song on either side, they attempted to forcibly interrupt Yin Li Jun and Pei Dong's cultivation. However, upon making contact with them, both Zhang Shi and Su Song found themselves immobilized, frozen in place as if under a binding spell. Resembling lifeless statues, Sherbin, witnessing this, felt a surge of urgency, wielding his long whip toward the two skeletons. Yet, the moment the whip made contact, Sherbin too was rendered motionless, standing there without a hint of movement. In an instant, all 5 individuals on the small boat were frozen, their faces contorted with expressions of pain, struggle, and resolve. The small boat floated down the river, swaying gently, an eerie silence enveloping it, as if time itself had come to a standstill. Suddenly, a blinding light shone down, prompting Zhang Shi to instinctively shield his eyes before slowly opening them. The sight that greeted him left him astounded. He was clad in armor, draped in a black beast-skin cloak. Seated atop the wall of a solitary city, corpses lay strewn haphazardly across the parapet, and in his arms, he cradled Juju, Junior's sister, Junior sister, Zheng Shi called out anxiously. Juju appeared gravely injured. Trapped in a state of unconsciousness, before he could fully comprehend the situation, an earth-shattering roar echoed. Following the sound, he beheld countless beastmen, shrouded in black smoke, fervently assaulting the city walls. A few figures gradually rose from the battlements. They were the last remnants of the garrison. There was no time for Zhang Shi to ponder. As the beastmen surged like a tidal wave onto the battlements, he quickly drew the Lu Yun sword, unleashing a torrent of sword energy towards the attacking beastmen. These beastmen, with their tough hides and resilient flesh, sustained some damage from his sword energy, yet they continued to surge forward, unrelenting in their assault on the walls. Among the throng, several beastman commanders emerged, their attack and defense capabilities far surpassing those of ordinary beastman warriors, necessitating greater expenditure of sword energy from Zhang Shi to repel them. Just as he managed to fend off one wave of attackers, another wave of beastmen relentlessly surged forth, affording him no respite. As wave after wave of beastmen fell, Zhang Shi felt his energy dwindling one by one. The defenders atop the wall collapsed, overwhelmed by the relentless tide of beasts. Some soldiers, recognizing the futility of resistance, chose to retreat into the city. Where the defenders had fled, the beastmen surged in like ravenous wolves, pouncing upon the civilians within. Zhang Shi still did not fully grasp the current situation. He glanced at the unconscious Juju in his arms, understanding that this might not be a genuine scenario. Yet he couldn't help but question himself. If this were all real, how would he respond? Would he choose to abandon Juju and flee for survival, or would he stand and fight to the bitter end? Zhang Shi chuckled self-deprecatingly, shaking his head. Ever since he had encountered the world of supernatural powers, he had yearned to be a hero. Now, faced with the opportunity for noble sacrifice, how should he choose? Casting a glance at the unconscious Juju, he felt an unwavering determination swell within him. She was his junior sister, one who regarded him as family. He could never leave her behind to escape alone. Even if all of this were but an illusion, Zhang Shi resolved to follow his heart. His gaze sharpened, he gripped the Lu Yun sword tightly. Lu Yun sword technique, flowing downstream. Lu Yun sword technique, flowing upstream. Lu Yun sword technique, sword control technique, downstream. Chasing waves, upstream. Breaking waves, sword formula. It was the first time Zhang Shi unleashed his sword techniques with such fervor, employing every move he had learned without reservation. He paid no heed to the dwindling energy within him. His heart focused solely on safeguarding what he cherished. Anyone daring to harm those he protected would face his wrath. Gradually, the corpses around Zhang Shi piled ever higher. Little by little, he too was submerged beneath the relentless tide of beastmen, and in his final moments of strength, he embraced Juju tightly, shielding her with his own body. Life and death intertwined, never to part. Zhang Shi felt his strength waning, his body growing ever colder. With the last vestige of his energy, he unleashed a final burst of sword energy, then held Juju close. Slowly closing his eyes, Chapter 56. The illusory trial and the unyielding resolve of the other Zhang Shi gently closed his eyes, yet his consciousness seemed to detach from his body, drifting into a mysterious and ethereal realm. He felt himself suspended in mid-air, gazing down to see 4 cities besieged by a surging tide of beastmen, each teetering on the brink of collapse. He lay upon the battlements of one such city. Cradling Juju closely, that city had been entirely engulfed by the tide, transforming into a desolate wasteland. Upon the battlements of the other 3 cities, he spotted his comrades, the battlements where Su Song stood. He was now all alone, defiantly standing against the onslaught. The corpses of the beastmen piled high, surpassing even the height of the city walls. Behind Su Song lies an ordinary woman, her visage unremarkable, yet inexplicably exuding a sense of tranquility. With Su Song as a barrier, not a single beastman dares to cross his position. Armed with a silver spear, he stands tall and resolute, akin to a war god facing the tempest. Su Song's eyes have turned blood-red, an aura of boundless malevolence enveloping him, clearly having succumbed to madness in his slaughter. This illusion appears to be testing whether he would abandon the woman behind him and flee alone. While within the illusion, he seems determined to annihilate the beast horde before him, vowing not to relent until his objective is achieved. Zhang Shi has never witnessed such a version of Su Song. In her memory, he has always been the elder brother of the group, silently shielding everyone from the storm. The current Su Song resembles an enraged beast. Should anyone dare harm those he wishes to protect, he would unhesitatingly fight to the death. Watching Su Song, consumed by bloodlust, a surge of fervor wells up within Zhang Shi, her eyes misting with emotion. She clenches her fists, unable to restrain herself from cheering for him. In this moment, Su Song appears as an invincible deity of slaughter. As long as he stands, no one can advance beyond him. Su Song continues to mercilessly slay the beast army, and Zhang Shi's gaze shifts towards the city wall where Sherbin is located. No other living souls are visible within the city. Only he and the girl in his arms, Jiur, remain. The beast horde is dense and oppressive, stretching endlessly. Sherbin sprints desperately through the throng, his legs reduced to mere bones. Yet he does not relent. It seems he feels no pain in his legs. A singular thought occupies his mind. He cannot stop, for if he does, Jiur would be engulfed by the tide of beasts. His legs move mechanically, evading the onslaught of the beastmen. Despite his speed, he cannot escape their attacks. Gradually, his flesh and blood begin to vanish, transforming him into a mere skeleton. Yet his eyes remain filled with a soft glow. Gazing affectionately at Jiur, the youthful shyness still lingers on his face. Even in the direst of circumstances, when he looks at Jiur, he feels bashful, longing to gaze at her just a moment longer. Never satisfied, at this point, he no longer needs his eyes to see the path ahead, for there is none amidst the beast's tide. Running requires no vision. Even without a road, he must carve a path for Jiur. Sherbin embodies an indomitable warrior. Even if he cannot break through the beast horde, he refuses to concede. His perseverance causes the illusion to grow weary. It merely sought to test whether he would forsake the one he holds dear. Yet he continues to run, nearly overwhelming the illusion itself. Zhang Shi's tears blur her vision once more. She clenches her fists tightly, her heart shouting relentlessly. Well done, Sherbin, run, run faster. She cannot bear to witness him gradually becoming a skeleton. So she shifts her gaze in search of Pei Dong and Yin Lijun atop the third city wall. Upon entering the illusion, she had clearly seen Su Song, Sherbin, Pei Dong, and Yin Lijun on the three city walls. However, after witnessing Su Song and Sherbin, she could no longer locate Pei Dong, as if he had been completely swallowed by the tide of beasts. Meanwhile, Yin Lijun huddles atop the city wall. Clad in turtle shell armor, her hands swiftly forming seals, sustaining a thin veil of light. Her face is etched with exhaustion and despair, struggling to hold on, as if the veil might shatter at any moment. Just as the veil threatens to break, a deep roar suddenly erupts from a pile of beast corpses. Roar! Pei Dong leaps forth from the heap, like an enraged beast, launching himself at the beast army besieging Yin Lijun. He employs no flashy techniques, nor does he cast spells, relying solely on instinct to engage in a life-and-death struggle with the beasts. However, before the overwhelming tide, Pei Dong quickly falls. The chubby boy lies still among the corpses of beasts, motionless, as if he has passed away. Yin Lijun continues to struggle, tears streaming from the corners of her eyes. Just when she believes she is about to be consumed by the beast horde, that familiar low roar reaches her ears once more. Pei Dong's body stirs, and he charges again like a wild beast, lunging at the surrounding foes. Yin Lijun can no longer contain her tears. She has lost count of how many times he has died and revived, only to perish again. Each time she feels she can no longer endure and contemplates surrendering, Pei Dong's roar resonates. A beacon of hope amidst the darkness. The chubby boy has transformed into an unwavering resolve, with a singular belief. To protect little Yin. Even if it means dying repeatedly, he will not flinch. Observing Pei Dong's repeated sacrifices for her sake, Yin Lijun finds her despair gradually replaced by a fierce determination. Her hands swiftly form seals, and her gaze radiates unwavering conviction. She has realized she is within an illusion and has resolved to seize control of it. Time and again dying, yet resurrecting, that eternal roar continues to guard Yin Lijun. Under Pei Dong's protection, her strength grows steadily. Gradually, the beast army surrounding her seems to exhibit signs of confusion, halting their assault, even charging towards the location where Zhang Shi resides in the sky. Yin Lijun steps upon the beast horde, slowly ascending into the air. She gazes into the void, her hands forming the most potent seals. Then unleashes a fierce shout. Break! In an instant, The entire illusion shatters like a mirror struck with force. Zhang Shi's consciousness returns to her body in an instant. On the small boat in reality, everyone awakens simultaneously, their gazes meeting, filled with complex emotions. Just as Pei Dong intends to speak, Su Song halts him. Fellow Taoist, having toyed with us thus, you must provide an explanation, Su Song states, his hands crackling with lightning, ready to pounce upon the black beast skin cloak at any moment. Li Jun swiftly forms a seal in her hands, aimed at the black beast skin cloak. Zhang Shi gathers her sword energy. The flowing cloud sword in hand, poised to deliver the strongest strike. Sherbin grips his long whip tightly, the other hand clutching a military dagger, standing ready. Only Pei Dong remains, instinctively mimicking a stance as if preparing to pounce and bite the black beast skin cloak. He himself is bewildered by this impulsive action. Asai escapes from the black beast skin cloak. You have passed the trial. Please come in for a discussion. A woman's voice resonates softly as her words fall. The black beast skin cloak unfurls, enveloping them all, vanishing into the night, leaving only the empty boat drifting on the river. With a rustle, 3 figures appear on the small boat. The dual-bladed man inquires, "Are you certain they will be safe?" From within the shadow of the figure donning a conical hat, a middle-aged woman's voice replies, "This is their opportunity. There is no need for concern. I've calculated it." "It's exceedingly auspicious," Zhang Daoist adds, "then let us wait and simultaneously study what this half-inner Dan truly is, capable of devouring one's essence." Chapter 57. The 4 sacred inheritances before them, a flash of light swirls. And Zhang Shi feels the world spin. Once she regains her balance, she finds herself back on that familiar city wall. However, this time, the scene is markedly different. The beast army is nowhere to be seen, leaving only a man and a woman standing side by side. The man is tall and imposing, cloaked in a black beast skin mantle, with sword-like brows and starry eyes, his features sharply defined as if chiseled from stone. His muscular frame radiates an intimidating sense of power, standing there like a towering mountain. The woman, in contrast, is graceful and elegant, clad in flowing white garments, reminiscent of a celestial being descended to earth. She possesses a charming countenance, smiling warmly at the crowd, her eyes filled with kindness and gentleness. "Jinggu, are you not surprised? Out of the 4 illusions, only one person managed to pass through in accordance with your patterns." The woman softly remarks, her voice like a lark's song, clear and melodious. "It is indeed surprising. One has gone mad with killing, another mad with running, and the last is unyielding in his resolve. As for Jean Mei, she is left with but a remnant spirit. Otherwise, they would be in for quite the ordeal." The man responds with a hearty laugh, his tone imbued with a sense of bravado. "Hee, do not focus solely on our conversation. These few harbor significant grievances against us. If we do not clarify matters soon, they may very well wish to slay us." The woman lightly laughs, then gracefully descends from the city wall, walking towards Zhang Shi and the others. "You all must have many questions in your hearts. Allow me to share a story." The man is named Li Jing, the current senior disciple of the Beast King sect. The woman is Huazhang, the contemporary saintess of the Heaven's Mechanism sect. The city they stand upon is known as Tiantai City, once a crucial stronghold guarding the borders of the human race, in days of yore. The beast and human tribes coexisted peacefully, with Tiantai City marking their boundary, fostering mutual benefit. However, tranquility was destined to be shattered. One day, an influential beast man, the demon Meng Tian, inexplicably changed temperament, rallying the beast army to launch a fierce assault on Tiantai City. At that time, Li Jing and Huazhang happened to be visiting Tiantai City, and upon facing the sudden onset of war, they resolutely plunged into the fray, participating in the historic battle. The outcome was as harrowing as Zhang Shi and the others had experienced in the illusion. Li Jing and Huazhang fell heroically in battle. Their lingering spirits, left with no choice, sought refuge within the black beast skin cloak. The golden skeleton, once belonging to the demon Meng Tian, was in fact his young son, Meng Qi. After Li Jing's demise, Meng Qi attempted to devour Li Jing's inner Dan and flesh, taking residence within Li Jing's corpse. Pei Dong, the inquisitive fellow, could not resist asking once more, "Why have the treasures on your persons not been seized by the Beast Clan?" "There are no Beast Clan members left, except for Meng Qi," Huazhang replied with a somber expression. Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback, their eyes brimming with confusion. They listened intently as Huazhang continued. Tiantai City, a crucial stronghold on the border between humanity and the Beast Clan, has always held strategic significance. Although the Beast Clan launched a surprise attack on Tiantai City, the human warriors arrived with remarkable swiftness upon receiving the news. As the last batch of defenders perished, Li Jing and Huazhang, cloaked in their shrouds, witnessed the arrival of the human warriors. Huazhang would forever remember that day when Jianzhong's Jian Shisi came forth. Upon seeing the devastation of Tiantai City, Jian Shisi was immediately consumed by rage. Without uttering a word, he unsheathed his sword and single-handedly annihilated the entire Beast Clan army. Not only that, but he also pursued them relentlessly, penetrating deep into the heart of the Beast Clan's lair. Jianzhong's Jian Shisi. Upon hearing this name, Zhang Shi's heart jolted. She, too, was a member of Jianzhong now and was about to inquire further when the ever-curious Pei Dong interjected. Are the members of Jianzhong truly that formidable? Why does the name Jian Shisi sound so peculiar? Huazhang, possessing an exceptionally good temperament, did not mind Pei Dong's interruption. Instead, she patiently elaborated. Jianzhong is the mightiest sect in our world. Rather than a sect, it is more akin to a clan. They bear the sword as their surname, and their names consist solely of numbers. The origins of this nomenclature remain a mystery known only to them. And what happened next? Even the usually composed Li Jun could not help but inquire. After that, there was nothing more. Before Jian Shisi departed, he cleaved 10,000 mountains, burying them atop Tiantai City. Since that day, I have not laid eyes upon any humans. Hua Zheng's voice carried a hint of melancholy and nostalgia. In a blink, 5 millennia had passed. Meng Qi had devoured the flesh and blood of both me and Jing Gu, continuously digesting Jing Ji's inner elixir. Utilizing the shroud and illusion, we managed to confine Meng Qi until your arrival. That day, I sensed the call of the Tianji plate, believing at last that someone from Tianji sect had come to seek me out. When we finally met, I realized we were no longer in our original world. Upon hearing this, everyone sighed deeply, their hearts laden with myriad emotions. Su Song also laid aside his animosity. Despite the events within the illusion triggering his ire, he found it impossible to act against this pair of tragically fated souls. Meng Qi left that day. Why has it reappeared upon your remains? Zhang Shi asked in confusion. Meng Qi has been unable to fully refine Jing Ji's inner elixir. This time, it took advantage of the chaos to flee, likely suffering severe losses outside. As Jing Ji's inner elixir is now diminished by more than half, Huazhang explained, it seeks to return and consume our residual souls. For over the years, we have grown increasingly feeble, while it, bolstered by the inner elixir, remains in a superior state. Upon hearing this, Zhang Shi and Sherbin instinctively reached for their storage bracelets and backpacks. As if to confirm whether their inner elixirs remained intact, Li Jing glanced at them and boisterously laughed. I have already fallen. My residual soul persists solely to confine Meng Qi, wishing to prevent it from wreaking havoc upon the world. Since you have fortuitously acquired the inner elixir, it is rightfully yours. Zhang Shi and Sherbin hurriedly clasped their fists in gratitude. Su Song, his tone considerably softened, inquired, Might I ask what brings the two esteemed predecessors to draw us into the illusion? Upon hearing this, everyone turned their expectant gazes towards Li Jing and Huazhang. Jing Gu and I are on the brink of collapse. These years have been too arduous. The last time I was summoned, I passed down the Xuanwu armor lineage. Hua Zheng's voice bore a trace of exhaustion. This time, having been summoned, Meng Qi has also been subdued by the powerful beings of your world, allowing Jing Gu and me to finally relinquish our obsessions. However, Jing Gu wishes to see if any among you are suitable for the Beast King scriptures, hence I crafted an illusion to observe how you would choose in a life and death scenario. At this juncture, Li Jing spoke. Your performance has truly surprised me. One might even say shocked. Regrettably, none of you are suitable for the Beast King scriptures. Upon hearing this, Pei Dong exclaimed loudly, surely not. We all passed through the illusion. How could we be unsuitable? Perhaps you should take another look. I am certain one of us is right for the Beast King scriptures. Li Jun shot Pei Dong a glare, and he immediately fell silent, akin to a child caught misbehaving. Huazhang soothed the crowd, stating, It was indeed abrupt of us to draw you into the illusion without your consent. Jing Gu has already devised a means to compensate you. In addition to the Beast King scriptures, Li Jing possesses 4 other sacred beast-level secret techniques. 1. Qinglong Bo Sha Shu, Primarily an offensive technique, its fierce onslaught akin to a dragon emerging from the sea. Ideally suited for Su Song, who was prone to becoming bloodthirsty within the illusion. Once employed, it will undoubtedly wreak havoc upon the battlefield. Point 2. Baihu Taiyunbu, focused on speed. When executed, the practitioner moves with the swiftness of a white tiger traversing the clouds. Ideal for Shi Bin, who can scarcely perish amidst the beast tide. With this secret technique, his speed will ascend to new heights. Point 3. Xuanwuju, dedicated to defense, its defensive capabilities as steadfast as rock, akin to the Xuanwu itself. Suitable for the relatively vulnerable Zhang Shi. Should Zhang Shi cultivate this technique, he will possess an additional layer of assurance when confronted with peril. Point 4. Zhuke Pan Shu, centered on restoration, the practitioner can attain formidable recuperative abilities. Akin to a phoenix reborn from the flames. Upon mastering this technique, Pei Dong shall no longer need to feign death repeatedly to terrify others, as he will swiftly recover after sustaining injuries. Upon hearing that there was no technique for Yin Li Jun, Pei Dong immediately protested, preparing to argue, only to be silenced by another glare from Yin Li Jun. Following this experience in the illusion, Pei Dong had gained an even deeper understanding of the significance behind Yin Li Jun's gaze. Realizing that it was best to comply, Hua Zhang smiled at them, saying, "Little Yin has already mastered the soul capture technique. Its power will not be inferior to any of yours." Grateful, Zhang Shi and the others found their respective places to sit down. Beginning to comprehend the four sacred inheritances, as they entered a meditative state, Hua Zhang approached Yin Li Jun, softly remarking, "I can see that the little chubby one truly harbors feelings for you. Initially, he was my chosen inheritor. Yet he willingly yielded that position to you. Furthermore, within the illusion, I witnessed someone transform into an obsession, transcending life and death to protect another. This requires not only remarkable willpower but also love that runs deep to the bone." Yin Li Jun lowered her head, murmuring, "I understand, but being moved does not equate to love. Will the little chubby one cry to death upon learning this?" Hua Zheng sighed, "He won tea, for many once admired you. Yet none have perished from heartbreak. Most would rather I beat them to death." Li Jing chuckled. "After all these years, you remain as mischievous as ever," Hua Zheng playfully reproached, before leaning into his embrace. The two sitting quietly atop the city wall. Yin Li Jun gazed at them, her heart filled with envy. "Little girl, the Beast King's scriptures lie within the shroud. Find me a reliable inheritor, and when you have the chance, be sure to bury me and Hua Zhang together," Li Jing suddenly stated. Yin Li Jun was taken aback, staring in astonishment at the two, only to witness Li Jing and Hua Zhang transform into specks of starlight, gradually vanishing from the air. Tears streamed involuntarily down her cheeks, her heart a tumult of emotions, both a lament for their fates and an anticipation laced with uncertainty for the future. Chapter 58. The path of cultivation is long and arduous. Yin Li Jun gazed in the direction where Li Jing and Hua Zhang had dissipated, tears cascading like a flood unleashed from a dam. These two venerable figures, who had steadfastly endured for so long, had finally chosen to relinquish everything. They had been trapped within the shroud for 5 millennia, solely to prevent Mengqi from causing havoc upon the world. Now that the threat had been eliminated, they had exhausted their final strength and departed hand in hand. Perhaps this was their ultimate solace. Turning her gaze to the 4 individuals receiving their inheritances, she swiftly formed a seal, striving to maintain the illusion with all her might. Hua Zheng's departure could very well lead to the collapse of the illusion, which would directly impact the 4's inheritance. She could not allow such a calamity to transpire. Among the 4, Zhang Shi was the first to grasp the inheritance. His remarkable talent had once astonished Juju. Following closely, Su Song also attained understanding, his essence glowing with a brilliance that could not be concealed, evidently captivated by the intricacies of the Qinglong Bo Sha Shu. Pei Dong soon awakened from his meditative state as well. Typically, Pei Dong operated discreetly, seldom revealing his prowess. However, as the national champion in mathematics, his intelligence was indisputable. Shi Bin was the last to awaken. He had always believed that diligence could compensate for shortcomings. And through relentless perseverance, he ultimately succeeded in mastering the Baihu Taiyunbu. During the process of sustaining the illusion, Yin Li Jun gained a more profound understanding and insight into the soul capture technique. As the group gradually roused from their meditative states, they learned of Li Jing and Hua Zheng's passing, and their hearts brimmed with emotion. They lamented the bravery and fearlessness of the two predecessors, who had resolutely defended Tiantai City to protect humanity. They admired their selfless dedication, confining Mingqi with their residual souls for 5 millennia in order to prevent it from harming the world. They were further awed by the unwavering love of the two predecessors, who had clung to each other through life and death for a full 5,000 years. With heavy hearts, they concluded their mourning. And Li Jun slowly withdrew the illusioned eye in an instant. The 5 reappeared upon a small boat. That moment, a shadow on the boat slowly removed its conical hat, revealing it to be Pei Dong and Li Jun's master, the seer. Zhang Daoren, upon seeing Xing Shi and the others, spoke. Half an inner elixir was captured through our combined efforts, and the contribution points belong to the 3 of us. The inheritance you received is your own opportunity and requires no report. As for the shroud and the remains, how do you intend to dispose of them? At first glance, it appeared that Zhang Daoren had monopolized half of the inner alchemy, yet in truth, he had allocated the majority of the benefits from this endeavor to Zhang Shi and others. Li Jun recalled Li Jing's final words, and with a respectful gesture towards Zhang Daoren, she expressed, regarding the 2 remains, I hope they can be laid to rest peacefully. Zhang Daoren glanced at the seer and the dual-blade man, stating, the value of the 2 remains is not particularly high. I believe 500 contribution points would suffice. The dual-blade man shot Zhang Daoren a glare. Although dissatisfied, he refrained from voicing his complaints. As Zhang Daoren had already shared the spoils from the bewitching demon with him, the seer, naturally inclined to support his own apprentice, maintained his silence. Then, you 5 shall deduct 250 contribution points, 50 each. The remains may be buried in the heroic spirit mound, the resting place for those who sacrificed their lives in service to the Bureau of Extraordinary Abilities. The proposal from Zhang Daoren was met with nods of agreement from Zhang Shi and the others. They held great admiration for Li Jing and Hua Zhang, wishing for the 2 esteemed predecessors to rest in peace, undisturbed by others. Zhang Shi looked at Zhang Daoren and eventually broached the topic of the bewitching demon. Master, that half-inner alchemy is actually a creature known as the bewitching demon. It excels at seducing hearts, thriving on the essence of others. Its current state of half an inner alchemy is due to its ongoing consumption of another. If subjected to a soul attack, it could be compelled to regurgitate the inner alchemy. Before Zhang Shi could finish, the seer urged Zhang Daoren to extract the inner alchemy, swiftly forming a seal and striking it forcefully. The bewitching demon, in pain, immediately released its grip on the inner alchemy. Zhang Daoren, quick to react, grasped the small fragment of the inner alchemy in his hand, and upon sensing the surging energy within, he couldn't help but beam with joy. This was indeed a fortuitous discovery, as we undertook this mission to eliminate the malevolent entity that consumes human essence. Who would have thought we would gain unexpected rewards? Zhang Daoren's gaze towards Zhang Shi was filled with satisfaction. This apprentice not only possessed great insight, but also exhibited commendable character and respect for his elders, a rare find. Li Jun approached her master, pointing to the black beast skin cloak, saying, Master, this cloak is a treasured heirloom of the Beast King's sect. It harbors the secrets of the Beast King Sutra, an unspoken treasure of the sect. None of us have been fortunate enough to acquire this scripture. Before the seer could respond, the dual-blade man had already removed his mask, stepping closer to examine the cloak meticulously. Zhang Shi suddenly realized that the dual-blade man was, in fact, the enigmatic figure responsible for mysterious artifacts. He vividly recalled that this masked man had accompanied Professor Qi and the Smith couple, an individual of equal standing to Professor Qi. The masked man scrutinized the cloak's intricate patterns, noting its flawless craftsmanship. He nodded to the seer in acknowledgement. Zhang Daoren, pleased, addressed Zhang Shi and the others, would you care to keep the cloak? Those with negative contribution points may not claim it, that is the rule. The implication was clear. As long as one among the 5 had positive contribution points, Zhang Shi and the others could retain the cloak. His favoritism was overt, drawing an eye roll from the masked man. Li Jun interjected, Senior Li Jing did not think highly of us. We hope to find a suitable successor for him and wish to hand the cloak over to the Bureau. A commendable realization. Old Blade, this is indeed a high-value item. Examine it carefully to appraise its worth in contribution points. 10,000 points. The masked man responded in his unchanging tone. That's too low. Do not skimp on the Bureau. Young folks have substantial expenses. The masked man shot Zhang Daoren another glare but revised, 15,000. Zhang Daoren stroked his long beard with satisfaction. This time, he had truly secured benefits for his juniors. Pei Dong, upon hearing the contribution points, was filled with delight. He was adept at arithmetic and had already calculated everything in his mind. After this mission concluded, aside from Zhang Shi, their contribution points would all become positive. As for Zhang Shi, well, let him continue as a negative debtor. With a grand gesture, Zhang Daoren swiftly returned to Haishur with the cloak, the bewitching demon, and the remains. After disembarking Zhang Shi and the others, he returned to headquarters overnight. The following day, Zhang Ping and Ye Xiaoyu diligently recorded the entire operation. During this time, Zhang Shi requested Ye Xiaoyu to share the stories of Li Jing and Hua Zhang with Zhang Daoren, hoping his master could compose an epitaph for them. Not long after, Zhang Daoren sent them a photograph of the burial site. In the cemetery, there was a semicircular grave, with an inscription reading, Tomb of Li Jing from the Beast King Sect and Hua Zhang of the Celestial Mechanism Sect. The tombstone also featured a carving of a cloaked man holding the hand of a woman with a tortoise shell, clearly the work of a master artist. Before the tombstone stood a grand epitaph, detailing the couple's story. The lovers had finally found eternal rest together, a fitting conclusion. The rewards for the operation were subsequently distributed. For participating in the treasure hunt, each of Zhang Shi's group received 50 contribution points. For capturing the bewitching demon, each earned 200 contribution points. For surrendering the cloak, each received 3,000 contribution points. Due to the demand for the remains, each had 50 points deducted. Zhang Shi glanced at his contribution points. Minus 95,108. He chuckled wryly, still steadfastly entrenched in the negatives. That evening, Zhang Shi took out the large shard of inner alchemy, hesitating for a long while before finally activating the sword technique. Though it was difficult to voice, he wished to ascertain whether he should first reconstruct his heart before embarking on the path of the Xuanwu Sutra. Nevertheless, he would respect Zhu Jie's opinion, for he had come to deeply understand in the illusion that his little junior sister was family. He would never sacrifice family for his own benefit. Chapter 59. The Eve of Reconstruction. Listening to the secret history of the sword sect, Zhang Shi calmed his mind, activating the sword technique, and his consciousness once again drifted into that mysterious realm, where he immediately spotted Zhu Jie's figure. Upon seeing Zhu Jie again, Zhang Shi felt no trace of the initial shyness and restraint. Instead, his heart brimmed with joy. Whenever the opportunity arose to meet Zhu Jie, he eagerly activated the sword technique, feeling as if he were a pure-hearted child, while Zhu Jie appeared even more like a carefree little girl, inspiring him to find ways to entertain her. Zhu Jie was momentarily taken aback, forcing a smile onto her face. She longed to express her happiness for Zhang Shi but was inexplicably overwhelmed by a sense of melancholy. Very well, you may prepare to reconstruct your heart. Henceforth, you shall have no weaknesses and can rise swiftly, Zhu Jie said, her voice tinged with complex emotions. We are family. With you as my heart, I can still ascend. Zhang Shi replied, Fool, only a body attuned to one's spirit can be the strongest. In the future, I would only be a burden to you. Zhu Jie gently interrupted, a hint of resignation flickering in her eyes. Zhang Shi wished to say more, but Zhu Jie spoke first. Reconstructing your heart is inevitable. I also believe you will find the rare materials to help me reform my sword body, so do not be disheartened. One day, we will meet again. Pausing, Zhu Jie continued, by the way, you will need a location to reconstruct your heart. Your master Esconk is quite suitable, if convenient. Ask him to lend it to you. Mentioning you seek a place for seclusion. Upon hearing this, Zhang Shi nodded firmly. He had unconditional trust in Zhu Jie. In his heart, he understood that while building trust between two individuals might be challenging, once established, it would remain steadfast without the need for excessive explanations. Exiting the mysterious space, he picked up his phone and dialed Professor Qi. Dear Professor Qi, speak. Came the succinct response from the other end. Your conch is quite excellent. May I borrow it for a few days? Zhang Shi inquired. Sure. Before Zhang Shi could utter anything else, the call was abruptly ended. Although he and Zhu Jie had not articulated everything clearly, Zhang Shi understood in his heart that once he began cultivating the Xuanwu Sutra, it would likely mean Zhu Jie would revert to being a sword pellet. If he delayed reconstructing his heart, the risks would only grow as his cultivation deepened. But once she transformed back into a sword pellet, could they still enter the mysterious space to converse as they did now? Furthermore, what kind of rare materials would he need to find to reconstruct Jujio's sword body? After breakfast, Zhang Shi gathered his team for a meeting. He announced that he would be entering seclusion for cultivation in the upcoming period, and the team's affairs would be managed by Su Song. While he also requested leave from Captain Zhou Hao Dai in the Bureau of Extraordinary Abilities, it was quite common for extraordinary individuals to disappear for 10 days or half a month due to cultivation issues. And the management here was relatively lenient. After conveying everything, Zhang Shi eagerly awaited Professor Qi's conch that evening. After concluding his cultivation and opening his eyes, he noticed the masked man quietly seated nearby. "You're awake?" the masked man inquired. "Yes, thank you, Senior, for assisting with the delivery. Just focus on your cultivation. I shall remain in Haishur during this period," the masked man assured, his tone exuding a reassuring steadiness. "Thank you." Senior, after speaking, the masked man produced the conch along with 100 bottles of marrow-cleansing liquid. He then exited the room. For the next few days, he resided in Zhang Shi's dormitory, tasked with guarding him. With everything ready, Zhang Shi wasted no time and entered the space within the conch. Once more, he found himself on that familiar beach and chose a quiet spot to sit in meditation. Activating the sword technique. Although Jujio had mentioned that the sword technique could reshape one's body, Zhang Shi still felt uncertain about the specific procedure, relying heavily on Jujio's guidance. Furthermore, the thought of what would happen to him once Jujio transformed back into a sword spirit filled him with anxiety. In the mysterious space, upon seeing Zhang Shi, Jujio forced a smile. She did not wish to trouble Zhang Shi with her worries, yet her heart was far from joyful. Their gazes met, and Zhang Shi, observing Jujio's slightly plump face, softly remarked, "Junior sister, you are truly beautiful, playful." This time, Jujio genuinely smiled, and the previously oppressive atmosphere lightened considerably. "Once I become a sword spirit, I cannot always appear as I do now. I will require the nourishment of the soul cauldron until you find rare materials to reconstruct my sword body." Upon hearing this, Zhang Shi felt a pang of sadness, and his eyes grew slightly misty. "What are you crying for, big man? Be a bit more reliable. Your junior sister is counting on you." Jujio feigned annoyance as she spoke. "In the future, you may need to walk a long path alone, so I must thoroughly explain the history of the sword sect, as well as certain discoveries I made during my time in your world." As she spoke, Jujio no longer maintained the distance she once had, but instead sat beside him. The sword technique was not created by the powerful beings of Jujio's world. It originated from a fiery red long sword that descended from the heavens. This long sword was a treasure so profound that even the mightiest beings in Jujio's realm could not comprehend it. Everyone yearned to claim it for themselves, yet no one could draw it from its resting place. Eventually, the fiery red long sword became a sacred site for countless cultivators, for around it, one could perceive a unique cultivation method. However, countless years passed, and no one succeeded in mastering that technique, leading many to deem it a waste of time. Gradually, weeds overgrew around the long sword, and few cultivators returned. After all, what use was a treasure one could not take, or a technique one could not master? It was not until one year that a sword genius emerged, undefeated across the land, standing at the pinnacle of the world at a young age. This invincible swordsman ultimately arrived at the fiery red long sword, determined to challenge the elusive technique and draw forth the sword that no one could extract. He sat by the sword for 60 years. While the world believed yet another genius had been lost to the ethereal legend, the invincible swordsman sensed the presence of a sword spirit within the fiery red long sword. Upon merging with the sword spirit, his body transformed into a sword body, mastering the mysterious technique and drawing forth the fiery red long sword. His name was Jian Yi, the lord of the sword sect, known as the Sword Master. He was the first individual in Jujio's world to master the sword technique, soaring to unprecedented heights, slaying his way out of Jujio's realm and into the universe, becoming one of the mightiest beings therein. Subsequently, the disciples of the sword sect could only cultivate the sword technique after merging with the sword spirit, transforming into sword bodies. The sword spirit would aid in reconstructing their bodies, hence the disciples of the sword sect did not need to temper their physical forms. The names of the sword sect members corresponded to the order of the sword spirits they comprehended. The sword spirits are eternal and indestructible. Should a disciple who is merged with a sword spirit perish in battle, the sword spirit would guard their lingering soul, transforming it into a sword spirit fragment. Other members of the sword sect would seek out this fragment and find rare materials to reconstruct their sword body. Thus, it could be said that the sword sect was more akin to a clan than a mere sect, if a disciple who had merged with a sword spirit were to completely fall. The sword spirit would return to the sword sect, awaiting the next individual to comprehend its essence. Throughout history, the sword sect has birthed a total of 99 sword spirits, hence at its peak. It could only have 99 members. Without a sword spirit, one could not transform into a sword body. Without a sword body, one could not cultivate the sword technique. This is a legacy passed down from the ancestors of the sword sect. Until your appearance, Zhang Shi, that day, Jujia's sword spirit, in a playful mood, imparted the sword technique to Zhang Shi. Surprisingly, he was able to cultivate the sword technique, though at that time, Jujia was akin to his heart, which made sense. What astonished everyone the most was that in order to prevent Zhang Shi from transforming into a sword body, Jujio interrupted the sword technique. Yet, he did not rely on Jujio and instead cultivated a unique sword technique path of his own. He became the first individual to cultivate the sword technique without a sword spirit. Chapter 60. The Shackles of the Spirit Scroll, the Curse and Secrets of Earthlings Cultivating Immortality. After recounting the history of the sword sect, Juju patiently explained to Zhang Shi how he could use rare materials to help reconstruct his sword body in the future. Jujio, now in a state of residual spirit, needed the soul liquid generated by the soul cauldron to nourish her spirit body. Only when her spirit body reached a certain strength and she found the corresponding rare materials could she hope to reconstruct her sword body. In truth, nourishing her within Zhang Shi's body would have been the optimal choice, as he had already operated her sword technique, making his body most suitable for nurturing her residual spirit, yet Jujio did not voice this thought. Next, Jujio elaborated on the method of refining the spirit. Practitioners must operate the sword technique to sense their own spirit scroll, thereby continuously enhancing it. This process is akin to the DNA chain of humans. As the genes grow stronger, so too do the offspring. By refining the spirit, practitioners strengthen their spirit scroll and imprint it throughout their bodies, merging it with their physical forms, allowing for the reconstruction of any deficiencies. As a residual spirit and part of Zhang Shi's body, Jujio could see Zhang Shi's spirit scroll during his refinement, enabling her to identify and rectify any shortcomings. Thus, even if Zhang Shi's body were to incur damage in the future, as long as his spirit scroll remained intact, he could recreate a new body. Moreover, once the spirit scroll is imprinted into the body, it would grow stronger alongside the body, achieving a dual cultivation of spirit and body. Upon grasping the significance of the spirit scroll, Zhang Shi immediately began to operate the spirit summoning technique and the sword technique, attempting to sense his spirit scroll. As Zhang Shi's spirit scroll manifested, Jujio could not help but furrow her brow. After the session concluded, she gazed at Zhang Shi with a concerned expression and asked, "Junior brother, is something amiss? Your spirit scroll possesses a Qi. That is impossible." Jujio's voice carried a hint of astonishment. Qi? Zhang Shi looked utterly bewildered. After much contemplation, Juju ultimately voiced her lingering doubts in the cultivation system of the sword sect. There are 9 realms, namely, Entry, Swordman, Sword Hero, Sword Sovereign, Sword Saint, Sword Immortal, Sword King, Sword Emperor, and Sword Monarch. The first 5 realms belong to the mortal realm, while the last 4 are considered the immortal realm. The key distinction between the mortal and immortal realms lies in the fact that if a mortal wishes to become immortal, their qi cavities cannot sustain excessive qi, resulting in the formation of a qi. Achieving a qi allows one to undergo a transformative rebirth, soaring to new heights in the mortal realm. The qi cultivated by practitioners is stored within their qi cavities. However, upon reaching the immortal realm, the qi cavities can no longer accommodate such an immense volume of qi, necessitating the creation of a qi. If Zhang Shi's spirit scroll inherently possessed a qi, would that not imply he was naturally of the immortal realm? Although each sect may define the various stages of the mortal realm differently, the distinction between mortals and immortals fundamentally hinges on the presence of a qi. If Zhang Shi were an anomaly, it would be one thing, but if every individual on Earth possessed a spirit scroll with a qi, that would be utterly terrifying. This would mean an entire planet of naturally immortal beings. Disciples of the sword sect who merged with sword spirits could cultivate the sword technique, thus reaching the entry realm. Manifesting the sword technique externally signifies the swordman realm. Zhang Shi should currently be at the swordman realm. When he imprints his spirit scroll and merges it with his body, he will attain the Sword Hero realm. Jiujiu had intended for Zhang Shi to strive for the Sword Hero realm, yet she did not anticipate witnessing such a remarkable sight. Once Zhang Shi imprints his spirit scroll, his body will generate a Qi, and he will become a naturally immortal being. As long as he begins his cultivation, he is destined to achieve immortality. In the mortal realm, he would encounter no obstacles. As long as he continues to cultivate, he would smoothly ascend to the immortal realm. However, suddenly, Jiujiu pondered a question. If the Qi on Zhang Shi's spirit scroll is indeed innate, then his body should naturally have a Qi without needing to generate one during the imprinting process. Zhang Shi did not possess a Qi at birth. Would he be able to successfully imprint a Qi during the attempt to attain the Sword Hero realm? If he could not imprint it, would that not mean Zhang Shi would be unable to form a Qi and thus unable to achieve immortality? Zhang Shi operated the spirit summoning technique, sensing the corresponding parts of his body through the spirit scroll. Yet he could not perceive the Qi that Jiujiu mentioned. However, he could distinctly sense his heart. The heart within the spirit scroll appeared inherently weak, underdeveloped, and clearly mismatched with his physical body. Zhang Shi then utilized the sword technique to direct his internal qi to strengthen the heart depicted on the spirit scroll. Gradually, the heart within the spirit scroll began to regain its normal shape. Just as the heart on the spirit scroll developed into a healthy one, Zhang Shi was about to conclude his cultivation when an unexpected turn of events occurred. The sword technique circulated within the spirit scroll. It suddenly launched an attack. The sword energy generated by the sword technique slashed towards the spirit scroll, and a red shackle appeared on it. The target of the sword energy was precisely that shackle. The sword energy relentlessly assailed the shackle, and Zhang Shi felt as though his entire soul was on the verge of being torn apart. Jiujiu could not see the shackle. She only witnessed Zhang Shi attacking his own spirit scroll in a frenzy. She hurriedly interrupted his sword technique, pulling him from the state of cultivation into the mysterious space. Zhang Shi, drenched in sweat, felt his spiritual body dim under the searing pain of the red shackle. Once he regained his composure, he looked at Jiujiu in confusion. "Junior sister, what is happening? Why does my spirit scroll have a red shackle? I did not see the shackle you mentioned. I only observed you attacking your own spirit scroll." Jiujiu replied. "However, if that shackle truly exists, then everything would make sense." Zhang Shi looked at Jiujiu with a perplexed expression. "Your race is inherently endowed with the Qi on their spirit scrolls, suggesting they are naturally immortal beings, yet you have been sealed." Jiujiu elucidated that the existence of the shackles rendered you incapable of generating a Qi, which is why your world lacks transcendence. No, from what I gather, prior to the so-called impact event, you didn't even possess mortals in your realm. It seems that we outsiders have unlocked the shackles on your cultivation. Jiujiu began to muse aloud, as if grasping some pivotal information, incessantly supplementing her thoughts. She nodded at times, shook her head at others, her gaze fixed on Zhang Shi, her eyes brimming with confusion. The white phantom reappeared, encircling Jiujiu, seemingly conversing with her. Zhang Shi patiently waited nearby, knowing that urgency would yield no benefit and he could only bide his time. After Jiujiu concluded her discussion with the white figure, she relayed the outcome to Zhang Shi. The white figure posited that the red shackles were not a seal, but rather a curse, one that prevents Zhang Shi's clan from ascending to immortality. Moreover, unlike a seal, if Zhang Shi grows stronger, the likelihood of breaking the curse diminishes. Conversely, it is the newborns who face the least difficulty in shattering the shackles. If Zhang Shi cannot break the shackles while imprinting his spiritual blueprint, then even if he were to reach the Sword Saint realm in the future, he would remain unable to transcend into a sword immortal. Upon hearing this, Zhang Shi felt a wave of headache wash over him, internally lamenting. "What am I to do now? Prepare the necessary items to replenish spiritual energy, and then break the shackles in one fell swoop?" Jiujiu suggested, advising Zhang Shi to find a secluded spot, expressing concern that extraordinary phenomena might occur when he emerged from seclusion. Throughout history, those born as natural immortals often manifested extraordinary signs, and while there was no need to fear discovery, it was always prudent to act discreetly. Zhang Shi's recent cultivation had gone awry. Not only had he failed to break through to the Sword Hero realm, but he had also injured his spiritual body. He could only recuperate slowly in his dormitory, adjusting his condition while avoiding Lao Dao, seeking a place unknown to all for his breakthrough. This was not a daunting task for him, as Jujio had mentioned that Lao Dao had merely entered the realm of saints, making it feasible to shield his perception. After Zhengxi completed his cultivation, he gradually fell asleep. Meanwhile, Jujio tossed and turned, unable to find peace. After leaving the conch, she surveyed the entire Ninth Bureau. She discovered that every member of Zhengxi's team possessed a Qi Si on their spiritual blueprints. This indicated that the entirety of Earth was filled with innate immortal potential. Should the shackles on their spiritual blueprints ever be shattered, it would be a terrifying spectacle. The inhabitants of Earth were indeed formidable. It is worth noting that during the peak of the Sword Sect, there were merely 99 immortals. Chapter 61. Slashing through millions of enemies, guarding the one in my heart in the astonished gaze of Lao Dao. Zhengxi exited the room. Having failed his breakthrough, he decided to rest for a while before attempting again. After enjoying a delightful meal in the cafeteria, Zhengxi returned to his room to ponder, as usual. He began his cultivation in the dormitory. Following the previous setback, his entire spiritual body felt somewhat weary, unharmed, yet devoid of vitality. Half a month later, Zhengxi stepped out of his room, took a stroll around the cafeteria, showed his face to colleagues, and then retreated back to his quarters. After becoming a cultivator, dining had merely become a habit, no longer a necessity. A month later, Zhengxi once again made an appearance at the bureau, even leading a team to inspect the beach where the original 9th squad had gone missing. Lao Dao had grown accustomed to this lifestyle, maintaining a normal routine at the bureau, reminding Zhengxi to notify him upon his next breakthrough. As night fell, Zhengxi packed a backpack with a change of clothes and essentials, placing them into a storage bracelet. After communicating with Jujio, Zhengxi set up a small formation. The flowing cloud sword was placed within the formation, its sword energy swirling, not entering the room. Lao Dao merely perceived Zhengxi practicing the flowing cloud sword technique. Zhengxi double-checked the items prepared from the broken mirror within his storage bracelet, the crumpled calming fruit, lead boxes containing spiritual stones, and 100 bottles of marrow cleansing liquid. Once prepared, Zhengxi activated the formation, and the sword energy surged within the room, after which he entered the conch with a ripple. The conch vanished from the room. Inside the conch, Zhengxi sat on the ground, channeling the sword technique, entering a mysterious space. Junior sister, I have arrived. Are you not concerned about your broken mirror at all? What is there to worry about? At worst, I'll first imprint the spiritual blueprint and wait until I can break through to the immortal realm before consolidating my Qi Si. Do you think breaking through to the immortal realm is as simple as picking cabbage by the roadside? Even if you can achieve that in the future, your Qi Si would still be incompatible with your spiritual blueprint, severely impacting your strength. Then I should consolidate my Qi Si now. An innate immortal is still an immortal, just not fully developed. Juju looked at Zhengxi's playful demeanor and felt a twinge of fondness in the past. When her seniors were still around, she too had been quite mischievous, suppressing the hint of sadness in her heart. Juju steered Zhengxi back to the topic at hand. I have discussed with the sword spirit for quite some time, and there are 2 methods to break your curse. The first is for you to describe in detail the location of the red shackles in your spiritual blueprint, and I will help you sever them. The drawback of this method is that I cannot precisely sever the red shackles. It may harm your spirit or fail to sever them altogether. The other method is for you to comprehend your own sword path. Your own sword path? Zhengxi inquired, puzzled. Yes, typically one only forms their own path upon reaching the realm of the revered. The path of a sword revered is indeed the sword path. If you can comprehend your own sword path, you can sever the shackles using it. However, I cannot fathom how strong you would become as a sword hero with a Qi Si and your own sword path. There should be few peers who could rival you at the same level. Junior sister, your grand vision is truly enticing. I'm salivating. Juju was taken aback, gazing at Zhengxi in confusion. Just a bad joke? A bad joke. Disregard what I said. Though Zhengxi felt it was a mere fantasy, he was genuinely intrigued. Upon entering the world of abilities, he had envisioned a day when he would soar to great heights. Since such a possibility existed, he was determined to give it his all. The white figure appeared on Juju, chattering away, and began to debate with her. The chattering grew louder, and the white figure seemed quite dissatisfied with Juju, leading to a quarrel. After a lengthy exchange, the white figure dissipated, and Juju resumed explaining the points Zhengxi needed to pay attention to. Should Zhengxi successfully comprehend the path and sever the shackles, it would inevitably imprint the spiritual blueprint into his physical form. At that time, the energy required for heart reconstruction would not be substantial. and there should be no issues. However, after the heart was reshaped, Jujio would detach from Zhengxi's body, reverting to her sword pellet state. At that point, Zhengxi would need to place Jujio within the soul cauldron, nurturing her with the soul liquid produced until her sword form was restored. Having said that, Jujio summoned the soul cauldron, and for the second time, Zhengxi experienced the sensation of his contribution points totaling 100,000. Gazing at the soul cauldron in his hands, Zhengxi's expression was complex as he looked at his junior sister. "What are you staring at? Junior sister will rely on you from now on. You must become exceptionally strong to find suitable heavenly materials and earthly treasures for her." "Indeed," Zhengxi nodded emphatically. "The last point, and the most crucial one," Jujio said with a grave tone. Zhengxi too grew serious, listening attentively. "If you successfully break the shackles and imprint the spiritual blueprint, when you form your Qi, you will require an immense amount of energy. Relying solely on your 100 bottles of marrow cleansing liquid will be far from sufficient. What should I do then? Absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. You'd need to absorb for several hundred years even if you did it daily. By that time, when you operate the Xuanwu technique and properly forge your body, your physique will advance by leaps and bounds, and energy will no longer be a concern. You will have ample reserves within." Having realized that he had sufficient energy reserves within, Zhengxi glanced at his junior sister but did not voice his inquiries. He assumed he would likely be told, "Guess." All of these opportunities appear to be reserved for his junior sister, now bestowed upon Zhengxi. You only have one Kongming fruit, and the chance to comprehend the path is singular. Once you've comprehended it, use spiritual stones to replenish your spiritual body, and then imprint the spiritual blueprint. There are myriad sword paths. Choose the one that suits you best. Once Jujio finished speaking, Zhengxi found himself exiting that mysterious space, seated on the beach. After calming his emotions, Zhengxi did not immediately begin to comprehend the path. His exposure to the world of abilities was too brief. Many aspects remained unclear, and he was entirely ignorant regarding path comprehension. While Jujio appeared brimming with confidence about his ability to comprehend the path, he was uncertain of the source of her conviction. Zhengxi contemplated stepping out of the conch to call Professor Qi. However, Jujio had warned him that it was best not to disclose the matter of imprinting the Qi to anyone. A commoner is innocent, yet possessing a treasure is a crime. Zhengxi adjusted himself within the conch for 3 days, confirming that his energy, spirit, and vitality had reached their zenith before taking out the Kongming fruit. The wrinkled Kongming fruit, plucked when it was first discovered, had been on the tree for an unknown number of years, and its effects were equally uncertain. Despite its crumpled appearance, the fruit melted upon entry, transforming into a sweet stream that coursed through Zhengxi's body. Zhengxi entered a meditative state, surrounded by silence. Completely emptying his mind, Zhengxi channeled the sword technique, inscribing his own path of fortune within his spiritual blueprint, all the while attempting to sense the infinite mysteries contained within the sword technique. Time passed unnoticed, and suddenly, Zhengxi felt the presence of a sword. From within the sword came a voice. "Why do you practice the sword?" "To shatter the heavens and roam the world. To dominate the battlefield, invincible in all directions." Or perhaps, Zhengxi was not misled by the voice emanating from the sword. He shifted his gaze away from it, focusing intently on his own heart. "Why practice the sword? Because there are things in my heart that I wish to protect." With a crack, the illusion of the sword shattered, dispersing into countless specks of starlight that merged into Zhengxi's being. Slash through millions of enemies, guard the one in my heart. Chapter 62. What does it matter to have a big heart? As Jushin sensed the sword intent within Zhengxi's heart, a wave of warmth surged within. The guardian sword had allowed him to comprehend the path of the sword to break free from his shackles, and this foolish boy had grasped the path of protective swordsmanship. But how could he break the chains? The Kongming fruit was also gone, leaving him in an awkward predicament. He could only first imprint the spiritual blueprint, and then devise a plan upon entering the sword hero realm. Zhengxi remained in the process of enlightenment. The inner energy within his spiritual body ceaselessly flowing, and the heart depicted on the spiritual blueprint underwent yet another transformation. Zhengxi's spiritual blueprint became increasingly clear and robust, preparing to be imprinted into his physical form. The red shackles reappeared, binding the sea of energy on the spiritual blueprint, preventing it from having the opportunity to be imprinted. Zhengxi's spiritual body let out a furious roar. A torrent of sword intent manifested within Zhengxi's spiritual form. The sword technique operating within the spiritual blueprint gradually coalesced into a colossal sword. Zhengxi's guardian sword was not a defensive blade. Rather, it was a weapon of slaughter meant to protect the one dear to his heart. Wandering with his sword across the world, solely to safeguard his beloved, he would slay gods if they stood in his way, and vanquish Buddhas if they obstructed him. Zhengxi's thoughts were solely fixated on severing the shackles and consolidating the sea of energy. For only by growing stronger could he protect that foolish little junior sister. The words "would you like to join the sword sect?" had taken everything that rightfully belonged to her and bestowed it upon Zhengxi. Yet, upon seeing Zhengxi collapsed before her, she transformed into a heart, granting him a second life. Without regard for her accompanying sword spirit, she interrupted Zhengxi's sword technique, unwilling to let him transform into a sword body. Even unafraid of being discovered by the powerful beings of this world, did she not fear that Zhengxi might take everything away, leaving her to linger alone as a sword pellet in the soul cauldron for thousands of years? Zhengxi's spiritual body seemed to reveal a smile, not one of mockery towards Jushin, but rather joy at encountering such a foolish person. Kind-hearted individuals should not be forsaken. He must grow stronger, strong enough to allow his little junior sister to remain blissfully naive. The momentum of the colossal sword Zhengxi was manifesting sword higher, becoming increasingly sharp and domineering. This sword could slay mortals and spirits alike. The spiritual blueprint continued its imprinting into the physical body. Yet the sea of energy remained tightly shackled by the red restraints, intent on severing the sea from the spiritual blueprint. With a decisive strike, the enormous sword coalescing from Zhengxi's spiritual body shot forth. Directly cleaving towards the red shackles, the two collided, and the shackles began to elongate under the force. In the midst of this clash, a thunderous sound echoed, and the red shackles shattered, allowing Zhengxi's spiritual blueprint, along with the sea of energy, to imprint onto his body. Within a dilapidated church hall, a statue suddenly stirred. After countless epochs, a cursed race still thrived, breaking free from their curse. However, the passage of time had rendered him unable to recall which race it had been. In any case, they were all mere ants. With that, the statue returned to its deathly stillness. Zhengxi's spiritual body diminished in size, suffering severe energy depletion. The prepared spiritual stones continuously released energy, replenishing the loss of his spiritual form. Upon witnessing Zhengxi's spiritual blueprint beginning to imprint with the sea of energy, Jushin couldn't help but reveal a smile of relief. Yet, a sense of melancholy washed over her. The sword pellet truly felt lonely and bored. Spending most of its time in slumber, and the soul liquid was insufficient, Jushin refrained from emerging to meet Zhengxi again. For once his heart was successfully reformed, she would detach from his body and reconstitute into a sword pellet. Parting was too sorrowful, she despised it. Zhengxi's heart was in the process of reconstruction, and the sea of energy was also forming. He operated the Xuanwu technique, seizing the opportunity to refine his body, swallowing 100 bottles of marrow-cleansing liquid and pieces of inner dan. The energy provided by the marrow-cleansing liquid and inner dan was swiftly absorbed, for the formation of the sea of energy required a vast amount of energy. The sword immortal realm and the sword hero realm were worlds apart, even if he was merely a celestial embryo at present. Golden liquid once again flowed from Zhengxi's body, transforming into a continuous source of energy to nourish the sea of energy. As a celestial embryo, although he could form a sea of energy, its scale would not be exaggerated. However, the endless supply of golden liquid allowed Zhengxi's sea of energy to expand relentlessly. The advantage of a primordial sea of energy was that it faced no bottleneck when ascending from the sage realm to the immortal realm. The size of the primordial sea directly influenced the upper limit of the immortal realm. At this moment, Zhengxi's sea of energy had transformed into a golden expanse, boundless and infinite. Jushin gazed in astonishment at Zhengxi's sea of energy, marveling at how this could possibly belong to a celestial embryo. It was simply outrageous. Yet, Jushin had no time to linger in wonder. Zhengxi's heart was on the verge of being fully reconstructed, and she slowly began to revert to her sword pellet form, with only slender threads of connection remaining. The final moment of Zhengxi's heart's reconstruction would sever those threads. Jushin felt a twinge of loneliness, not regret. But the sword pellet was indeed incredibly dull and lonely. Her sword spirit vehemently opposed Jushin's actions. In its philosophy, Zhengxi was already dead, and everything belonging to Zhengxi was rightfully Jushin's, the kind-hearted Jushin. However, believed that having saved Zhengxi, she could not leverage her kindness for personal gain, for that would betray her true self. It was too late for words now. Zhengxi's heart had been fully reformed, and the connection could sever at any moment. Jushin calmed her mind, awaiting the arrival of fate. At the instant Zhengxi's heart fully formed, Jushin felt a tremor within it, followed by a powerful heartbeat. Yet, she did not detach from the heart. Instead, she was enveloped by Zhengxi's heart, their connection growing ever more intimate. What was happening? Zhengxi invoked his sword technique, entering a mysterious space, addressing his bewildered little junior sister. My heart is vast enough to accommodate you entirely. Until I find the treasures of heaven and earth, you shall rest within my heart. It is more reliable than that soul cauldron. Jushin's eyes instantly glistened with tears. Some matters need not be spoken of at length, and some questions need not be asked, for the answers are exceedingly simple. I am willing. Stowing away her sentiments, Jushin examined Zhengxi's body, the sea of energy exuding an astonishing aura. Yet, Zhengxi's realm was far too low. He could not mobilize the vast energies within the sea, lest he risk exploding his body. At present, his primary means remained those of the Sword Hero realm, with energy sourced from his own energy cavities. The energy stored within Zhengxi's body had not gone to waste, instead being directly stored within the sea of energy. With the imprinting complete, Zhengxi officially stepped into the Sword Hero realm, leaping to the mid-tier of that realm. The distinctions between the lower three realms were not clearly defined, as various abilities countered one another, making inter-realm combat quite common. However, once one entered the Sword Hero realm, the disparities in combat power became evident, which is why some regarded the Sword Hero realm as the threshold for extraordinary practitioners. Boom, 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 boom. Zhengxi and Jushin both perked up their ears. Thunder? They could hear thunder emanating from the sea conch. This secret realm simulated reality too vividly. Yet, upon looking up at the sky, it was a clear expanse. Where could the thunder be coming from? As Zhengxi pondered, the entire coastal city of Z was in a state of uproar. In the nearby East Sea, the surface of the water suddenly erupted with innumerable bolts of lightning, a phenomenon that persisted for 7 days, striking without rain, leaving the inhabitants of the coastal city feeling as if the apocalypse had arrived. Meanwhile, Lao Dao, who had gone mad, had been left behind by Zhengxi. He had remained at Zhengxi's door, but Zhengxi had not emerged for 3 months. Upon entering, Lao Dao discovered only a flowing cloud sword in the room. Zhengxi and the sea conch were both gone. For days, Lao Dao turned the coastal city upside down, finding not a trace. He had been tasked with watching over Zhengxi, yet he had lost sight of him entirely. The embarrassment was monumental. Crack! Zhengxi heard the sound of shattering. Realizing that the sky above him began to fracture, resembling shards of glass falling down, the sea conch had shattered. The thunder was a result of the sea conch's destruction, and the lightning had obliterated it. Zhengxi was utterly shocked, turning to Jushin. Where did you send the sea conch? I saw that your world had creatures like turtles with shells, so I sent the sea conch to a turtle. And then? Then the turtle swam into the sea. And then? Then the turtle was eaten by a whale. And then? Then the whale was struck by lightning. And then? Then we began sinking to the ocean floor. And the sea conch cracked. The whale's fall brings life to all, yet there is no path to survival within the whale's belly. Upon leaving the sea conch, Zhengxi found himself enveloped in darkness. He unleashed his sword energy, slicing through the whale's belly, braving the lightning and desperately swimming upwards. If he were to drown after breaking the mirror, it would be quite the jest. Chapter 63. Stranded on a deserted island having escaped the whale. Zhengxi felt the water pressure around him surge. He activated the Xuanwu technique to withstand the pressure, rapidly swimming upwards. Casting a glance back at the slowly sinking carcass of the whale, Zhengxi murmured an apology within his heart. The lightning continued to strike down, and Zhengxi's breaking of the mirror within the sea conch had released an aura that triggered a phenomenon in the heavens and earth. The heavenly lightning's target was Zhengxi. Zhengxi felt the hairs on his neck stand on end, staring at the boundless sea of lightning, and with resolve, he swam upwards. After swimming for a while, Zhengxi noticed a peculiar phenomenon. Although the lightning was aimed at him, it did not inflict any harm. Utilizing his sword technique, Zhengxi discerned the target of the lightning. Above Zhengxi's sea of energy, a broken red shackle clung. and the lightning's aim was that very shackle. Understanding this, Zhengxi ceased his resistance and allowed the lightning to strike him. After swimming for more than half an hour, Zhengxi finally resurfaced, surrounded by the vast ocean, with endless lightning above. Zhengxi released his sword energy, forming two whirlpools beneath him, allowing him to float upon the ocean's surface. He then assessed his approximate position by the sun. Fortunately, he was above the ocean. Had he been amidst a crowd, he would have become famous. With lightning above and whirlwinds beneath, he dashed toward the land. The thunder above rumbled for 7 days and nights, until it finally purified the red shackle within Zhengxi, gradually dissipating. On the 8th day of running across the ocean's surface, even though Zhengxi's energy remained unyielding, fatigue began to set in at that moment. A small speck appeared on the horizon. An island. Zhengxi's heart leapt with joy as he took a deep breath and raced towards the island. The small island drew ever closer, and Zhengxi discerned that its area was quite limited, merely a gentle hillside, flanked by dark vegetation on either side. There was something vaguely familiar about the island's appearance, though she could not immediately recall why, until her gaze fell upon two caves nestled within. Suddenly, it struck her. Was this not the very island where the original 9th Squad had vanished, as deduced by Pei Dong? Startled, Zhengxi came to a halt. The vast ocean had been her companion for 8 days, devoid of any sight of land. Although the island might harbor dangers, she resolved to investigate it as it lay conveniently in her path. Sitting by the sea, Zhengxi began to recuperate her strength. Once she felt rejuvenated, she dashed toward the island with fervor. At the Dahuang City 9th Bureau, Lao Dao had recently experienced significant hair loss. He had turned the city upside down in search of Zhengxi, yet she remained elusive, and he dared not report to Professor Qi, feeling like an ant on a hot pan. Zhengxi had not emerged from her room for over 3 months, leaving only the anxious Lao Dao and the curious Pei Dong behind. Pei Dong stood outside Zhengxi's door, hesitant to enter, but as time passed, his curiosity intensified. How could someone remain in seclusion for over 3 months without a word? Just as Pei Dong contemplated whether to knock, he was suddenly lifted by Lao Dao. "What are you doing? Did we not agree that Zhengxi's seclusion should not be disturbed?" Lao Dao said, his tone sharp. "That I am simply curious. A few days ago, I consulted with Xiao Yin, and the divination indicated that Zhengxi should have successfully broken through by now. Why has she not emerged?" Pei Dong's words sparked a light in Lao Dao's eyes. How could he have overlooked this detail? After all, these two were disciples of the seer. "You have some talent, I must say. Allow me to share a secret. Zhengxi has indeed emerged from her seclusion, but she has gone out for an errand. You seem to be a disciple of the seer yourself. I wonder how much of his prowess you have inherited. Can you divine Zhengxi's whereabouts?" Lao Dao, who had been frantic just moments before, now expertly spun a tale to Pei Dong. "Of course, that poses no problem. I shall seek out Xiao Yin for the compass right away with that." Lao Dao set Pei Dong down, and he promptly dashed off to find Xiao Yin. Lao Dao reclined casually on a chair, sipping tea while observing Pei Dong and Yin Li Jun as they cast their divination. Characters on the compass began to whirl, and Pei Dong and Yin Li Jun's eyes widened in astonishment. Slowly, an image materialized on the compass. On the island, dozens of multi-legged creatures clad in shells encircled Zhengxi. Zhengxi unleashed a torrent of sword energy, toppling one creature as she prepared to strike at its underbelly. Another creature, however, braced itself against her attack with its shell, leaving only a mark on its hardened exterior. The remaining creatures lunged at Zhengxi simultaneously, but she adeptly maneuvered among them using her agile footwork. Pei Dong concluded his divination, wearing a puzzled expression as he looked at Lao Dao. "After breaking my mirror, he said he wanted to train alone and forbade me from following him." Lao Dao's thick skin allowed him to lie without a flicker of hesitation. "Enough of your nonsense. You should directly ask Pei Dong if he can pinpoint the exact location. I can ascertain the general direction, but for specifics, we must go investigate. Everyone, gather and prepare to depart. Qin Hu, bring the special police team. Zhang Ping, contact headquarters and arrange for 2 helicopters." Lao Dao, still reluctant to concede his pride, declared, "I'll accompany you all. It's just a minor affair." On the island, Zhengxi refrained from entering the caves, choosing instead to study the dark vegetation surrounding the island. Before she could identify the plants, she was confronted by the multi-legged creatures. These beings resembled magnified lice. Initially, the lice were weak, their strength comparable to that of a swordsman. Gradually, as more giant lice appeared, some exhibited the prowess of a swordsman. Zhang Shi recalled Qin, who mentioning their weakness lay in their abdomens during her previous investigation. As the giant lice launched their assault, Zhang Shi unleashed her sword energy, flipping one over before swiftly delivering a fatal blow. The giant lice's blood gushed forth, and Zhang Shi sensed the energy fluctuations within. This creature's blood was indeed a treasure. It became clear why the original Ninth Squad had forbidden sampling. This was a lucrative opportunity. With swift, calculated strikes, Zhang Shi dispatched several giant lice until a formidable foe of the swordsman level emerged, followed by another, and yet another. Soon, Zhang Shi found herself surrounded by numerous giant lice, a dozen of which had reached the pinnacle of the swordsman realm. Zhang Shi now faced a precarious situation, as the giant lice had learned to coordinate their attacks. When she toppled one, the others would shield it from her strikes. Their shells proved remarkably resilient. Defying her efforts to penetrate them, she attempted to retreat from the island, but these creatures bore a grudge and relentlessly pursued her. In the water, they remained unaffected, while Zhang Shi's own power waned. Reluctantly, she returned to the island. Was she destined to perish here? And what if a being of the venerable realm appeared? At that moment, the sound of helicopter rotors reached Zhang Shi's ears, and she spotted 2 helicopters on the horizon. Chapter 64. The higher the cultivation, the more harsh the reality. Zhang Shi squinted into the distance. It was Su Song and his comrades. Reinforcements had finally arrived. A surge of determination filled her as her sword energy erupted, forcing the encircling giant lice to retreat. Just as Pei Dong prepared to shout in excitement, Lao Dao swiftly restrained him. "Everyone, retreat. Maintain silence," Lao Dao commanded in a low voice. Su Song and Lao Dao exchanged a confirming glance, and with a wave of his hand, ordered a full withdrawal. Pei Dong, wishing to inquire further, was met with Lao Dao's murderous glare. The helicopters altered course, departing the island and heading toward the mainland. Zhang Shi felt a chill as she witnessed the sudden retreat of her support. She noticed Lao Dao aboard one of the rescue helicopters. What could have frightened even a venerable being? Zhang Shi endeavored to multitask, battling the giant lice while channeling her sword technique to communicate with Juju. "Little junior sister, something grave has transpired." Something scared Lao Dao away. Juju, sensing the urgency, assessed the surroundings and her expression darkened. "Make your way to the helicopter with utmost speed. Do not look back or concern yourself with anything else." Understanding the seriousness of the situation, Zhang Shi unleashed a powerful strike before sprinting toward the helicopter without a second glance. Suddenly, she felt as if she had plunged into an icy abyss, sensing 2 monstrous creatures looming behind her. A pair of luminous eyes materialized, confronting Zhang Shi from behind. Juju manifested for the first time, standing defiantly against the approaching threat. Lao Dao leaped from the helicopter, wielding dual blades, activating his secret technique to maximize his power as he joined Juju in facing the danger. On the island, 2 lice emerged from the cave, fixating their gaze upon Juju. Suddenly, the ground beneath the lice began to tremble, and with a shared glance, they retreated swiftly back into the cave. Gradually, the entire island sank beneath the waves, vanishing from sight. Juju's eyes faded from view, and without hesitation, Lao Dao seized Zhang Shi and fled. As Lao Dao caught up with the helicopter, he did not pause, continuing to sprint while holding Zhang Shi. Moving faster than the helicopter itself, the giant lice in the island did not reappear, and Lao Dao brought Zhang Shi to the shore, where a throng awaited them, poised for action. Tang Shan, the director of the Dahuang City Supernatural Management Bureau, along with Deputy Director Chen Chen and Team Leader Zhou Hao, formed the backbone of the city's forces. Upon reuniting with Tang Shan, Lao Dao finally released his secret technique, setting Zhang Shi down as he collapsed onto the ground. Tang Shan did not rush to question them, patiently allowing Lao Dao to regain his composure. After some time, the 2 helicopters landed at the shoreline. "Fall back. Assemble at headquarters," Tang Shan commanded. In the headquarters conference room, Professor Qi occupied the main seat, with Tang Shan and Lao Dao flanking him, while Zhang Shi sat opposite. "Speak up. What has transpired?" Professor Qi inquired. Tang Shan replied, "I received an S-level alert from Lao Dao and mobilized all available forces from the Dahuang City Supernatural Management Bureau to confront the threat along the coastline. Other circumstances remain unknown." Professor Qi turned his gaze to Lao Dao, who steadied his breathing before responding, You should direct your inquiries to Zhang Shi. I was there to provide assistance, but the island she was on housed two creatures that filled me with despair. Prompting the S-level alert, Old Tang, you and Lao Dao step outside for a moment. I need to have a word with Zhang Shi. Once the two exited the conference room, Professor Qi turned to Zhang Shi. What of the conch? It fell into the sea. Professor Qi sighed, producing another conch. In an instant, Zhang Shi and Professor Qi found themselves on a beach. We discovered numerous of these conchs initially. They can be exchanged for contribution points. But first, let us inquire about your companion's situation. You likely know more than I do. Though it was somewhat embarrassing, it was the truth. As Zhang Shi activated her sword technique, she entered the mysterious space. Little junior sister, what is going on? What realm were those two lice? They nearly frightened Lao Dao to tears. The lice exhibited the prowess of the venerable realm at its peak. What of the giant? Giant? Yes, the location where you battled the lice was the giant's face, but it seems those lice were controlling it. They displayed the power of the venerable realm at its pinnacle, but what is their actual level? I do not know. This world exerts a suppression upon us. We are unable to break through the peak of the venerable realm or ascend to the celestial realm. Just as Zhang Shi had been feeling smug for breaking through to the swordsman realm, she found herself at a loss for words. What realm is Professor Qi in? He is at the pinnacle of the venerable realm, but when he broke through to the swordsman realm, he likely faced a similar predicament to yours and ultimately failed. Little junior sister, what was your realm in the past? Take a guess. Zhang Shi exited the mysterious space and conveyed Jujia's words to Professor Qi. Professor Qi's brow furrowed. 3 saints at the peak of their realm. If they were to come ashore, it would pose a significant problem. The higher one's cultivation, the more one realizes the harshness of reality. After leaving the conference room, Zhang Shi returned to the 9th Division. In-01 questioned how he had ventured to that small island. This operation had left no record, as if it had never happened, and everything returned to tranquility. However, Zhang Shi had come to understand the importance of cultivation. Had it not been for little junior sister, he might have vanished like the former 9th Squad, shrouded in mystery. After stepping into the realm of the night, Zhang Shi gained a clearer understanding of the realms of his squad members. Su Song had reached the pinnacle of the night realm. His previous realm may have been even higher, as during the graduation competition, Murong Yunhai had referred to him as Senior Yaoguang. Pei Dong was the most surprising. He had also broken through to the night realm, albeit only in its early stages. Yin Li Jun was not far from the night realm either, as long as she could integrate the inheritance obtained from this treasure hunt. Entering the night realm would merely be a matter of time. Sherbin's situation was somewhat unique. Body cultivation did not impose stringent requirements on realms. Sherbin had taken a different path, embedding 2 fragments of inner elixirs into his legs. Once he fully mastered the white tiger cloud treading step, his strength would not be inferior to that of the night realm. Previously, Sherbin had given the largest fragment of inner elixir to Jiu Air, who in turn gifted him a dagger. The dagger replaced Sherbin's military knife and contributed to enhancing his power. The overall strength of Zhang Shi's squad had already surpassed that of ordinary squads. Yet everyone was happy together, with no thoughts of leaving. Under the sea of the East China Sea, the giant had once again entered a deep slumber. Once, he was a noble aboard the Traveler. His power unmatched, In-01 could have anticipated that after the collision incident, upon arriving on Earth, his strength would be severely suppressed. Most terrifyingly, the 2 lice he kept as pets were also constrained to his level of power. Indeed, those extraterrestrial beings were merely lice, toys for the giant. The lice thrived by siphoning the giant's essence, keeping him in a perpetual state of weakness, necessitating frequent slumber. As soon as Zhu Jiu and Lao Dao appeared, the giant attempted to rid himself of the control of the 2 lice, but alas, he failed. Following the collision incident, at first, this world suppressed his power to that of an ordinary person, but gradually, the suppression was lifted. However, it ultimately stagnated at the peak of the Saint Realm. Chapter 65. The underground auction life seemed to have returned to calm. The days without cases were spent in cultivation. The only addition to their training was practice against one another, a suggestion made by Zhang Shi, as monotonous training could not rapidly elevate everyone's power, while combat practice could, especially with a big brother like Su Song in the team. Such practice also enhanced their teamwork and cooperation, beneficial for collective combat. Consequently, Zhang Shi's squad invested heavily in purchasing an abandoned factory. The space was vast, and the roof was reinforced, serving as the squad's training base. As for the heavy investment, it was indeed substantial. The abandoned factory in Dahu City was acquired for just $1 by Zhang Xi's squad. After Zhang, she conceived the idea of finding a training base. He instructed Zhang Ping to keep an eye out for suitable factories on the market. Although everyone had high salaries after joining the supernatural realm in the precious land of Dahu City, Zhang Xi initially thought renting would suffice. This abandoned factory was conveniently close to the 9th Division, spacious enough, perfectly aligning with Zhang Xi's vision. After inspecting the factory, Zhang Xi and the others believed that with the roof reinforced and soundproof materials added, it would be an ideal training facility. However, they still sought to save on rent and renovation costs, despite Zhang Xi donating $2.5 million for the bounty of Cowboy Jack without blinking, now asking Zhang Xi's squad to cough up too. $5 million would leave them staring wide-eyed at one another. After viewing the factory, Zhang Ping was originally responsible for negotiating the price, but he returned to inform everyone that the seller had directly sold the factory to Zhang Xi's squad, including renovation and maintenance. The group was left dumbfounded, and upon hearing the price, they were even more astounded. $1. Old Zhang, did you threaten them? This is no different from robbery. Pei Dong couldn't help but ask. How could I dare? The other party is a renowned consortium in Dahu City. Zhang Ping replied helplessly. Given that the seller was a well-known consortium, there was no possibility of them currying favor with Zhang Xi's squad. Su Song, with his rich social experience, chimed in, Old Zhang, stop keeping us in suspense. Just tell us why it's so cheap. The seller requested that we take good care of his granddaughter. Granddaughter? Yes, Nye Xiaoyu. Everyone was momentarily speechless. The squad's recorder was actually a scion of the Dahu City financial elite, who had handed over a factory worth tens of millions for merely $1. Despite the absurdity, those in the supernatural realm had a strong psychological tolerance. Nye Xiaoyu also stated that she was merely a fair and impartial recorder, unable to become a supernatural being, yet she was still a part of Zhang Xi's squad. The $1 price was merely a minor interlude. This factory was indeed quite suitable for Zhang Xi's squad's combat practice. Su Song faced Zhang Xi. The air was charged with sword energy in the factory, as Zhang Xi unleashed his techniques, only to grasp an essential truth. If one cannot land a hit, all efforts are in vain. Su Song deftly evaded all of Zhang Xi's attacks, closing in with a lightning strike that sent Zhang Xi flying. Despite the protection of the Xuanwu technique, Zhang Xi still felt pain from the electric shock. Sherbin faced Li Jun. He'd repeatedly attempted to close the distance with her using speed, only to be drawn into an illusion by her soul capture technique. Unable to strike at her true form, Pei Dong acted as the team's healer, responsible for restoring everyone after the practice session. Just as the practice was about to conclude, a knock echoed through the door. Qin Hu, tasked with perimeter surveillance, knew that a knock at this moment meant a case had emerged in the jurisdiction, leading everyone to halt their training and gathered in the conference room. After listening to Qin Hu's report, Zhang Xi fell into contemplation. In Dahu City, there existed a bar composed of supernatural beings, Diamond Era. Many underground transactions in the black market were conducted there, and as long as supernatural beings did not cause chaos, the authorities had tacitly allowed its existence. The reason Qin Hu interrupted their training was that he had received astonishing news from an informant. Diamond Era was hosting an auction that night, and the items up for bid might be related to the recent assault cases in the jurisdiction. The 9th Division had seen multiple incidents of injury lately, all perpetrated by addicts. A new type of drug had recently emerged on the market, which not only provided euphoria but also delivered immense physical comfort. However, some users became violent and aggressive, with all investigative results pointing towards this new drug. Originally, this fell under the jurisdiction of the Drug Investigation Unit, but upon obtaining samples of the new drug, the team discovered its composition bore a striking resemblance to the diluted berserker agent captured by Zhang Xi's mercenary squad. The source of the new drug was likely the Diamond Era bar. Hence, after learning about the auction, Qin Hu promptly reported it to Zing Xi.is. The auction easy to enter? Zhang Xi inquired. The auction is open to all supernatural beings. As long as you pay the deposit, anyone can enter, Qin Hu replied. Then tonight, we will split into groups to attend the auction. What is the deposit? 10 million, Zhang Xi spluttered, nearly choking on his TEA.is money, so worthless now. The group exchanged helpless glances. Before simultaneously fixing their gazes on Nye Xiaoyu, I can cover the deposit, but you have to take me along. Generally, recorders were not permitted to participate in operations, but Nye Xiaoyu had become a recorder because she could not obtain supernatural powers yet longed for the supernatural realm. Zhang Xi glanced at Su Song, who nodded resignedly. Nye Xiaoyu and I will form one group, Su Song and Sherbin another, and Pei Dong and Yin Li Jun the last. We'll split into 3 groups for the auction. Understood, everyone responded. Pei Dong couldn't resist teasing Nye Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu, bring plenty of money tonight. If we see something we like, we won't be able to afford it. You're the hope of the whole team? I'll have my grandpa raise some money right now. The group fell into another round of speechlessness. That evening, 3 unregistered sports cars stopped at the entrance of the 9th Division. A middle-aged man stepped out and handed the car keys and 3 black cards to Nye Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu, these are 3 newly purchased sports cars, with no records. Each of these cards has a limit of 50 million and are also unregistered. Thank you, Uncle He. This card is for you. Your grandpa asked me to tell you to spend it wisely. There's a bit of a high limit. Uncle He discreetly produced another card and handed it to Nye Xiaoyu. Got it? Don't worry. You should head back now. Nye Xiaoyu urged Uncle He out of the courtyard and eagerly ran to the conference room. Inside, the members of Zhang Shi's squad had donned hooded robes and masks. After distributing the black cards and car keys, they set off in groups. Diamond Era was located at the Bund, the prime area of Dahu City. And to operate a black market in such a place, one could only imagine the power behind it. Entering the black market was straightforward, as long as one knew the location and could afford the deposit. No one would question your identity, nor would anyone dare to ask further. Su Song and Sherbin parked the sports car, swiped the card for 10 million, and were smoothly admitted into the bar. Zhang Shi and Nye Xiaoyu were already inside. However, Nye Xiaoyu's mundane aura attracted considerable attention, yet upon meeting Zhang Shi's gaze, no one dared to harbor any further thoughts. A mundane person daring to enter the black market surely had something extraordinary about them. As for Pei Dong and Yin Li Jun, it was said that Pei Dong had lost his way and was joyriding around the Bund. Chapter 66. As long as you dare to dream. There is nothing you cannot acquire. When Nye Xiaoyu assumed the role of recorder, she exuded an air of meticulousness. Now, donned in a hood and masked, her appearance was a stark contrast to her usual self. Wandering about, she gravitated towards bustling crowds, her long-standing habit as a recorder prompting her to engage in idle inquiries. Zhang Shi followed her, feeling overwhelmed. Her social butterfly tendencies were fully on display as she conversed. She not only extracted information from others, but also gleaned insights into the highlight of today's auction. The final item up for bid was a vial of the blood of the vampire progenitor. Vampires feast on human blood, making the auction of such a unique item particularly intriguing. The bar also featured an internet access point, a computer connected directly to a forum where one could purchase information. By initiating a thread and inputting the desired query, if someone had information for sale, they would respond below with the price. Upon mutual agreement, a transaction would ensue, with both money and information held in escrow by the bar, which would take a 10 commission while discreetly inspecting the purchased answers to ensure clients had no lingering concerns. In a mere half hour, Nye Xiaoyu had already spent several million, showing no fear of being targeted by others. She acquired only one piece of information, yet none provided direct answers. All were tangentially related, and payment was still required. Wealth certainly breeds audacity. A thread had been pinned. The reasons behind the goblin's bounty. After the bar's vetting process, the following rewards for information were revealed. Message 1. Goblins are among the extraterrestrial beings involved in the impact event, and their capture is aimed at uncovering the cause of the incident. Valued at 100,000, this information was hardly worth much, as most were already aware of the goblin's extraterrestrial origins. The reward was claimed by the fastest respondent. Message 2. The mastermind behind the goblin's bounty. Priced at 500,000. This information cost 150,000, as 3 wealthy patrons were offering bounties. The Nordic Alliance's St. Joan Organization, the American Business Alliance, and the American Hacker Empire. Message 3. The closest information regarding the goblin's bounty, listed at 2 million. Rumor has it that goblins possess the means to escape Earth, and many extraterrestrial beings have been trapped here since the impact event. The goblins hold the secret to leaving the planet. While Nye Xiaoyu was fervently purchasing information, Su Song and Sherbin were reaping their own rewards. They too were on the forum and stumbled upon a post, acquiring information on members of Team 9 in the Great Sea City. Smoothly, Su Song and Sherbin sold their own information, both solitary figures, fetching 200,000 and 100,000 respectively by selling themselves. It appeared that Team 9 had piqued interest in the Great Sea City. Shortly thereafter, Pei Dong and Yin Li Jun also entered the bar. Upon seeing the computer, Yin Li Jun was eager to showcase her computer skills. However, the The self-proclaimed fastest computer whiz was swiftly outmatched on the forum. No matter how quickly she searched for vulnerabilities, they were all tightly secured. The opponent's speed transcended mere speed. Even the private viruses Li Jun had stored online were rendered ineffective, akin to a primary school student competing against a university student, entirely incomparable. At 9 o'clock, the auction commenced. An elderly man took to the center of the dance floor to begin the proceedings. Zheng Shi glanced at him. The auctioneer, a figure of chivalry, was indeed no ordinary person to dare conduct a black market auction. The first item up for bid was a short dagger, exceptionally sharp, imbued with lightning attributes, which was sold for 550,000. The second item, a cluster of wind attribute spirit fruits, beneficial for wind element practitioners, which concluded at 600,000. The third item was the truth behind the East Sea lightning strike incident. The item was a photograph taken at great personal risk by an extraordinary individual. Upon hearing about this item, Zheng Shi was taken aback, activating her sword technique to communicate with Jujio. Jujio, upon hearing, glanced over and could not help but be astonished. The photograph was indeed authentic. Albeit capturing only a vague silhouette amidst the lightning, it was merely a gimmick with no real value. However, the hype was sufficient. The price soared, and even Ye Xiaoyu joined in the bidding. The price escalated to 5 million, and only under Zheng Shi's strong objections did Ye Xiaoyu relent. Since she had already contacted Jujio, Zheng Shi inquired if there were other items worth bidding on. Jujio scanned the items and focused on the penultimate one, a stone riddled with holes. This stone must be secured. The fourth item was an extraordinary being slave. A fragile young girl, looking pitiful, drew a stark contrast in the eyes of the bidders. Zheng Shi was taken aback. Wasn't human trafficking prohibited in Z country? The auctioneer clarified that this was an extraordinary being, and in the realm of extraordinary beings, they could indeed become slaves, and this girl's ability was rather lackluster. She possessed dragonfly-like wings, offering no means of flight. Yet it rendered her an extraordinary being, and tragically, she had become someone else's slave. The sight of her pitiful demeanor ignited sympathy in Ye Xiaoyu, her affluent demeanor shining through, decisively outbidding everyone. Starting at 500,000, Ye Xiaoyu placed a bid of 8 million, drawing all eyes towards her, but no one dared to raise the price further. Next came the penultimate item, the stone riddled with holes. The auctioneer introduced it as a mysterious artifact that emerged during the first impact event, and its auction was prompted by the fact that, after all these years, no one knew its purpose. After Ye Xiaoyu boldly secured the young girl, Zheng Shi timidly inquired how much expenditure her wealthy counterpart could handle as team captain. Ye Xiaoyu looked at her as if she were daft. Captain, your black card has a limit of 50 million. Feel free to use it. If that isn't sufficient, I have another card that can be used infinitely as long as the card reader has power. With this reassurance, Zheng Shi felt emboldened. The auctioneer attempted to garner interest, but ultimately, no one budged. The starting price was 500,000 for an enigmatic item of uncertain use. The crowd was hesitant. 500,000. Zheng Shi raised her hand. Just when she thought no one else would participate, a shifty-eyed old man raised his bid. 600,000. The old man, noticing Zheng Shi's association with Ye Xiaoyu, figured that anything of interest to such a wealthy individual must be extraordinary. 700,000. Zheng Shi raised again. 800,000. The old man continued to follow along. Just as Zheng Shi was about to raise her bid once more, Ye Xiaoyu boldly declared 5 million. Wealth breeds audacity. The old man's eyes flickered with indecision. The sheer extravagance of his opponent was daunting, but 5 million was an exorbitant sum, fraught with uncertainty. He could not dare risk his savings against someone's pocket change. 6 million. An incongruous voice chimed in. Zheng Shi turned to see a middle-aged man joining the fray. 10 million. Ye Xiaoyu showed no signs of backing down, doubling the bid, causing the middle-aged man to pass. What a ploy! Chapter 67. The blood of the vampire progenitor Ye Xiaoyu secured the stone for 10 million, aided by a supporter who raised it by 5 million. However, if it pleased the team captain, the cost was of little concern. Though merely a recorder, Ye Xiaoyu had gradually embraced her role within the team through various missions. The team members' demeanor and their treatment of civilians had earned her respect. Thus, when the squad required a training venue, she revealed her affluent background. With the stone in hand, Zheng Shi felt a wave of anxiety. 10 million was a hefty price, albeit Jujio had advised her to acquire it. Yet it felt rather excessive. Nevertheless, Ye Xiaoyu waved her hand, gifting it to the captain. Zheng Shi and Jujio began discussing the stone's potential uses. After a moment's hesitation, Juju suggested it bore similarities to a sea marrow stone, which required cutting open to reveal its potential inner sea marrow, an invaluable resource for cultivators. As Zheng Shi conversed with Jujio, the auctioneer began introducing the final item, the blood of the vampire progenitor. This last item was authentic, the genuine blood of a true vampire progenitor, verifiably untainted. While vampires are few in the country, they wield considerable power abroad. This blood came from the progenitor, and as for inquiries about its source, that remained a closely guarded secret. The starting bid was set at 10 million, with each subsequent increment at 1 million, 10 million, 20 million, 50 million. Before long, the price of the vampire progenitor's blood soared to astronomical heights. Nie Xiaoyu was initially eager to participate, but Zhang Shi intervened, for Jujio had already signaled a warning to her. There was something amiss with that blood. While it was indeed blood from a progenitor-level being, imbued with remarkable energy, Jujio sensed an anomaly. The blood was marked. Anyone purchasing it would be tracked. This was a trap, intricately laid by a highly skilled architect. To produce the blood of a vampire progenitor and leave a mark within it was a direct threat to high-ranking individuals. Fortunately, Zhang Shi had communicated with Jujio. Otherwise, with Nie Xiaoyu's boundless wealth, it was highly probable they would have acquired the blood. Ultimately, the blood was purchased by a familiar face, Zhao Xingkue from the Zhao family in Jiangnan City. For a staggering 120 million, the vampire progenitor had indeed become a bait in a scheme. Just as everyone presumed the auction was concluded, the Zhao family made a demand to verify the authenticity of the vampire progenitor's blood. Moreover, they insisted on conducting the verification in front of all bidders. This immediately piqued the interest of all participants. What a peculiar situation it was to validate such a high-priced item publicly. The organizers produced a small vial of blood. Through the test tube, everyone could sense a potent energy fluctuation. Without a doubt, it was blood from a being at the revered level. Zhao Xingkue of the Zhao family squeezed out a drop of blood and gestured for his subordinates to bring forth a slave shackled in iron chains. Upon encountering the blood of the vampire progenitor, the slave instantaneously lost all semblance of reason, frantically lunging toward the precious liquid. The moment that droplet was injected into the slave's body, clarity returned in an instant. His muscles swelled dramatically, and his aura surged. Once merely a newcomer to the realm of abilities, the slave's presence soared to the initial stage of the night realm, and it continued to rise. The reason he had previously lost his sanity was gradually restored, and his eyes grew increasingly lucid. Zhang Shi found it peculiar. What was the Zhao family up to? If word got out that they could mass-produce night realm powerhouses, wouldn't that invite trouble upon their clan? Before Zhang Shi could fully comprehend the situation, the slave's burgeoning aura suddenly became frenzied, his muscles bulging grotesquely. With a resounding explosion, the slave could no longer contain the power within, resulting in a catastrophic demise. Everyone gasped in shock. An elderly man with white hair emerged from behind Zhao Xingkue. I am Zhao Si of the Zhao family. I believe many have heard of my name. Zhao Si, a revered powerhouse of the Zhao family, was a figure of great renown in Jiangnan City. The blood of the vampire progenitor, as you can all see, indeed possesses the capacity to rapidly enhance one's strength. Yet its side effects are glaringly evident. Recently, a concoction has surfaced in the market, causing its consumers to become berserk and aggressive. However, some individuals have experienced significant power boosts after consumption. Through our research at the Zhao family, we have determined that the market's concoction is a civilian-grade version of the vampire progenitor's blood, and many who have ingested it are already experiencing adverse effects. The Zhao family has also fallen victim to this concoction. Thus, we are demonstrating its effects here today for those interested in collaborative research. That is all I have to say. With that, Zhao Si took the vial of vampire progenitor blood from Zhao Xingkue and exited the bar with his entourage. Zheng Shi, upon hearing Zhao Si's words, finally understood the true purpose of this auction and inadvertently accrued a debt of 10 million. Zheng Shi's reputation as a financially burdened individual was well-deserved. After leaving the bar, Zheng Shi and Nie Xiaoyu found the slave she had purchased waiting in a vehicle. Ahead was Pei Dong's car, though since entering the bar, he had been unusually taciturn, presenting a stark contrast to his usual demeanor. Following closely were Su Song and Shi Bin. Given Nie Xiaoyu's formidable aura today, it was prudent to remain vigilant against potential threats. Flaunting wealth in front of an ability user was undeniably provocative. As expected, The moment the vehicle descended from the elevated roadway, Zhang Shi sensed that her car had been targeted. Uncertain of how they had been locked onto, she nevertheless maintained a silent understanding with Pei Dong and Su Song despite not greeting them. The vehicle maneuvered through turns until it arrived at the training facility of the 9th Squad. The purchased ability user, known as Xiaofeng, was about to be ushered into the training center by Nie Xiaoyu for safety when Zhang Shi interjected, positioning herself between them. Xiaoyu, you are far too naive. Do you truly believe they have not pinpointed our location? Upon hearing Zhang Shi's words, Nie Xiaoyu's expression shifted in realization as she gazed incredulously at Xiaofeng. I am sorry, I was coerced as well. Xiaofeng, now is not the time for pretense. We are in this business together. Just then, 3 figures appeared outside the training facility. One was at the Night Realm, while the other 2 were at the Swordsman Realm. This was clearly an ambush from the world of abilities. Xiaofeng approached the 3 and whispered hurriedly, having just engaged in casual conversation with Nie Xiaoyu moments before. However, before the 4 could revel in their success, the roar of sports cars echoed nearby, and 2 vehicles surrounded them. Su Song and his companions emerged, with Pei Dong sporting a wicked grin, exclaiming, "Surrender, and you shall not be harmed." More excited than anyone else, upon witnessing the dire situation, the 4 began to retreat hastily, but Zhang Shi's squad had been diligently practicing coordination and, being on their home turf, escaping would prove challenging. The individual at the Night Realm attempted to resist, only to be swiftly subdued by Su Song with a single punch, commanding Qin Hu to take them into custody. Chapter 68. Unexpected joy in the interrogation room of the 9th Division of Dahu City. Pei Dong transformed into an interrogation master, beginning the questioning of the captured quartet of highway robbers. Little did they know, this session would yield startling revelations. The 4 robbers were seasoned criminals. Initially, they lacked audacity, sending Xiaofeng to seduce lower-tier ability users. Once a target was isolated, the other 3 would strike. After several successful heists, the 4 grew frustrated with the slow pace of earnings and decided to target the black market, planning to earn a quick profit through auction fees and a robbery. When the price of 8.88 million was announced, the quartet was momentarily taken aback, fearing they had inadvertently stepped on a landmine. However, upon realizing it was merely a wealthy second-generation heir seeking recognition in the underground market, their greed surged uncontrollably. Once they pocketed the 8.88 million auction funds, they plotted to extract even more from Nie Xiaoyu. Alas, they had unwittingly targeted the authorities of the Ability Management Bureau. Pei Dong chuckled throughout the interrogation, unable to contain his amusement. The questioning progressed surprisingly smoothly, but the return of funds encountered complications. The 4 ability users had fallen into dire straits, burdened by exorbitant debts to organizations far beyond their means. After finally securing the 8.88 million, the black market had skimmed off 20, and their creditors swiftly seized a significant portion, leaving them with less than $1 million. This posed a dilemma. They had been apprehended, yet it was inconceivable to let their own suffer losses. Failure to repay would result in their abilities being stripped and sold off to Africa. Pei Dong continued to intimidate the quartet, who were already petrified, eagerly divulging everything they knew. However, when it came to repaying debts, they truly had nothing. With their configuration, even a standard ability squad would struggle to capture them. Yet they had been swiftly subdued. Meanwhile, the recorded details pointed to that wealthy heir. The quartet had long since accepted reality and chosen to come clean, only to find themselves devoid of funds. As their money had been seized by even more ruthless individuals, at that moment, Xiaofeng timidly spoke up. Would it be acceptable if I offered a piece of information to settle my debts? 1 piece of information for over 800,000. Are you out of your mind, or am I the fool here? Pei Dong retorted sharply. Zhang Shi interjected, glancing at Xiaofeng. Please share, if it proves useful. I may consider reducing the interest for Xiaoyu. Recently, I encountered an ability user and spent several nights with her point one day. I accidentally overheard a phone call she was on. What did the call entail? It was regarding a new type of drug on the market. Interesting, do continue. I did not catch the specifics, but I heard something about the Pudong dock and a time. What time? Midnight tonight at Pudong dock. Concerning a new type of drug, Zhang Shi mused, intrigued. And what about that individual? You didn't rob her? No, she exuded an aura of danger that I dared not alert my accomplices. What details do you have about her? She is a female ability user, around 30 years old, exceptionally strong, but her abilities remain unknown. Name unknown. Where did you meet her? I met her during the Diamond Era, but she hasn't appeared recently. After a round of inquiries, aside from the time and location, basic information about the individual was lacking, leaving Zhang Shi with a sense of uncertainty regarding the intelligence. Given the recent dangers posed by the new drug, Zhang Shi resolved to lead a team to confirm the situation that evening. The quartet of robbers had their abilities stripped and were left in the Bureau's custody under Qin Hu's supervision. That night, Zhang Shi led her squad to the Pudong dock for surveillance, while the SWAT support team remained on standby in the absence of knowledge regarding the abilities of the users involved. Deploying SWAT could only increase the casualty rate. A Night Realm ability user could easily eliminate an entire team of special police. Before departing, Pei Dong suggested consulting an oracle, but was met with unanimous opposition. The results of such divination were unreliable, and the users placed greater faith in their own capabilities. 18 midnight. At Pudong Dock, two individuals clad in heavy attire were engaged in a transaction before a shipping container. Just as Zhang Shi prepared to issue the order to act, the situation took a dramatic turn. With two loud bangs, both parties simultaneously launched surprise attacks, sending each other flying. A black market confrontation? Zhang Shi found herself both amused and exasperated. As the two parties clashed fiercely, she opted to maintain her cover. However, the seller clearly held the upper hand, quickly subduing the buyer. Useless trash, a muscular figure with a buzz cut, resembling a muscle Barbie, emerged beside the buyer, berating him. Late-stage Night Realm. Zhang Shi was taken aback. When had the Night Realm become so devalued in the world of abilities, to the point where she encountered adversaries of higher rank at every turn? Upon noticing the woman's arrival, the seller's expression soured instantly. Master Pan, there are rules in our line of work. My associates are not to be trifled with. Do you think you can continue to operate like this? As long as you tell me where this batch of goods originated, I couldn't care less. If Master Pan desires the goods, just take them. I won't say another word. Why must you press for the source? The woman known as Master Pan disregarded the seller entirely, effortlessly knocking him unconscious with a swift motion. She prepared to leave with the seller in tow. Her gaze suddenly fell upon Zhang Shi and Su Song, who had appeared before them. A figure appeared behind them, moving quietly, but Master Pan sensed the presence of another. Yet she dared not turn around. The pressure emanating from the two was formidable, and looking back could very well invite trouble. Zhang Shi of the 9th Division of the Ability Management Bureau. Don't joke with me. I'm aware of the Division-S configuration. How come there are 3 captains in a single squad? Zhang Shi was taken aback. Had her team truly grown so powerful? We are currently tracking a case involving a new type of drug, and we happen to have uncovered a transaction taking place here today. Would you care to accompany us back to the Bureau for a discussion? If you wish to take me back, we'll see if you can manage. As the words fell, Master Pan swiftly lunged towards Zhang Shi. Zhang Shi blocked the impending strike from Su Song, drawing forth the flowing cloud sword and directly engaging. Ever since the establishment of the squad training hall, Zhang Shi had sparred with Su Song numerous times, and Su Song understood that Zhang Shi's strength had now reached a level capable of contending with late-stage martial artists. However, internal confrontations within the team were not akin to external battles. One could not expect to face life and death nor reveal all their trump cards. Having finally encountered a suitable opponent, Zhang Shi was eager to test the fruits of her recent training. Flowing with the current, she unleashed her ultimate move, seeking to gauge the disparity between herself and late-stage martial artists. Master Pan, though appearing as a physical cultivator, was in truth a practitioner of the mystical arts. Her physical prowess was enhanced, and her initial movements resembled those of a martial artist. Yet, should one approach her as they would a physical cultivator, they would find themselves at a significant disadvantage. As she charged towards Zhang Shi, 2 icy flying daggers materialized in her hands, infused with a chilling aura that propelled them forward as they neared Zhang Shi. With a resounding crash, Zhang Shi's sword chi collided with Pan's icy blades. Before the echoes of the clash had subsided, Pan unleashed a second volley of ice daggers. The flowing with the current technique allowed Zhang Shi's sword chi to accumulate in layers, while Pan's second wave of ice daggers met with Zhang Shi's sword chi in a series of violent impacts. The sounds of collision reverberated as Pan relentlessly conjured ice daggers, aiming at Zhang Shi, initially contemplating that a captain-level opponent would be a mere endurance challenge. Gradually, Pan sensed a shift. Zhang Shi's sword chi showed no signs of waning, instead growing increasingly formidable. Her ice daggers were on the verge of yielding to Zhang Shi's relentless assault. Meanwhile, her subordinate lay unconscious, having been dispatched by Sherbin, discarded by the roadside. Su Song and Sherbin sat atop a container, spectating, seemingly detached from the unfolding chaos. To make matters worse, an unexpected rotund figure and a girl with a ponytail had joined the audience, also watching the spectacle. In a moment of distraction, Pan faltered in her concentration, and Zhang Shi's sword chi surged forward. Enduring a blow from Zhang Shi, Pan felt the sharp sting of blood erupting from her body, yet she disregarded her injuries, retreating in the wake of Zhang Shi's advance. Awaiting her was Sherbin's fierce kick. Unable to retreat further, she sought to break through sideways, her last memory being a pair of radiant hands glowing with white light. Chapter 69. The new drug within the interrogation room. Pei Dong had once again assumed the role of the master interrogator, recently captivated by this persona. The seller of the new drug was quite forthcoming, readily confessing to being merely a runner, each time approached by a mysterious individual who instructed him to conduct transactions. As for other details, being a novice ability user, he dared not inquire further nor seek to know. Pei Dong fixated on the seller's eyes, inducing a hypnotic state as their gazes locked. Under hypnosis, the seller's words mirrored his earlier confessions, indicating a lack of leads. The group thus redirected their focus onto Master Pan. Inside the interrogation room, Pei Dong probed, "Be honest, how did you contact the seller? Are you involved in the recent market of new drugs?" His eyes glinted with an enticing allure. Given that Pan was a late-stage martial artist, it was challenging for Pei Dong, merely a beginner in the realm, to sway her. Yet Pan displayed no overt resistance, appearing quite cooperative. "I am not involved in the sale of new drugs. I do not engage with such substances," she retorted, attempting to deflect. "Still in denial? Perhaps you acquired them for collection." Pei Dong persisted, weaving his web of persuasion. "Your ability users specializing in mental energy must realize that I speak the truth. And I have collaborated with your Ability Management Bureau on several occasions. Records will confirm this." Pei Dong glanced at Zhang Shi, who indeed sensed no deceit in Pan's words. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Shi inquired, "Then tell us why you sought out the seller for these drugs." Pan, displaying no pretense, candidly recounted the circumstances surrounding her pursuit of the new drugs. In the city of Dawai, she was a figure of some repute, alongside her brother Wang Peng, commanding a cadre of ability users. Wang Peng primarily dealt with affluent clients, addressing issues that could not be publicly aired, existing within a gray area as a formidable figure. However, both Wang Peng and Pan were astute in their survival tactics, steering clear of conflicts with the Ability Management Bureau and occasionally collaborating with them. The impetus for acquiring the new drugs stemmed from Pan's wayward cousin, Liang Zhongfu. Though Liang was not an ability user, he exploited his relation to Pan, indulging in all manner of vice. Recently, he had taken to consuming the new drugs, which provided an exhilarating high but also incited severe violent tendencies. Following a spree of violence after consuming the drugs, Pan confined her cousin, who, in a fit of desperation, maimed himself in a bid to renounce the substances. Trusting his promises, she released him, only for him to be apprehended by the Security Bureau the following day for his violent outburst under the influence of the new drugs. Pan had intended to intervene, yet the Ability Management Bureau intervened, declaring that all matters related to the new drugs were off-limits for rescue. Left with no recourse, she vented her frustrations on the seller, embarking on a quest to locate him through various channels. Zhang Shi, upon hearing Pan's account, was taken aback, realizing they had inadvertently apprehended a civilian enforcer. Seeing Zhang Shi's skepticism, Pan revealed the name Zhou Hao, suggesting they verify with Captain Zhou, as she had indeed collaborated with the Ability Management Bureau on multiple occasions. Though reluctant to submit to such scrutiny, Pan recognized the overwhelming prowess of Zhang Shi's squad. This was no ordinary precinct team, but rather one boasting several captain-level figures. Additionally, Pan provided Zhang Shi with several insights gleaned from her recent investigations. It appeared that the sellers of the new drugs targeted ability users, or those close to them, refraining from selling to civilians. Liang Zhongfu had managed to acquire the drugs due to an ability user seeking to curry favor with Pan, who had passed them along to her cousin. Regrettably, Liang Zhongfu, in his folly, sampled the product himself, keeping a portion hidden even after being confined. Upon his release, further chaos ensued. Just as Zhang Shi was preparing to consult Captain Zhou, Zhou had already arrived. accompanied by a middle-aged man. This man was none other than Wang Peng, Pan's elder brother, who had come to extricate her. Zhou did not immediately instruct Zhang Shi to release Pan, but confirmed that she had indeed cooperated with the Ability Management Bureau on numerous occasions and was currently investigating the matter of the new drugs. Wang Peng, initially merely accompanying Zhou, had not placed much regard on the 9th precinct, though he was somewhat surprised that his sister had been apprehended by a precinct officer. However, upon seeing Su Song, his expression sharpened, and he scrutinized the other members of the 9th precinct, finally grasping the reason for Pan's predicament. "Captain Zhang, it is a pleasure to finally meet you. Your reputation precedes you," Wang Peng exclaimed, a broad smile spreading across his face as he approached Zhang Shi for a handshake. Zhang Shi was taken aback by Wang Peng's abrupt demeanor shift in the world of ability users. Strength was paramount. Had this been an ordinary squad, Wang Peng likely would not have acknowledged them at all. Before Zhang Shi could respond, Wang Peng continued, "Captain Zhang, my younger sister is rather impulsive and often finds herself in trouble, causing you undue inconvenience. I assure you, we are not involved in the sale of new drugs." He then added, "Moreover, I have pertinent information regarding the new drugs that I am willing to share with you." Free of charge, Zhang Shi was momentarily caught off guard by Wang Peng's sudden change in demeanor. Contemplating how to handle the situation, she found his offer of information regarding the new drugs potentially beneficial. "I am all ears," she replied, patiently awaiting further elaboration. Through Wang Peng's narration, Zhang Shi pieced together the entirety of the matter. The new drugs had only recently emerged in Dahuai, with some speculating that they originated from the Diamond Era. A misconception that needed correction. According to Wang Peng's findings, the new drugs could indeed be procured at the Diamond Era bar, but this was due to the targeted clientele being ability users, prompting sellers to operate within that establishment. While the subsequent dissemination of the drugs resulted in some individuals becoming prone to violence, this primarily affected the lowest echelons of ability users, or even ordinary civilians. For the more formidable ability users, the new drugs could rapidly enhance their capabilities, akin to a potent tonic. However, the drug's low purity rendered them effective only for the most basic ability users, initially failing to attract significant attention. It was not until someone procured what was claimed to be an upgraded version of the new drugs, purportedly effective even for those at the pinnacle of martial arts, that the news caused a stir. Yet, the most sensational revelation came when some individuals managed to break through to the realm of revered masters using the new drugs. Instantly, the new drugs became the focal point of contention among underground factions. At this juncture, Zhang Shi remained puzzled regarding the seller's motives. If the new drugs were indeed so potent, there would be no need for clandestine sales, as a transparent auction could yield substantial profits. Expressing her doubts to Wang Peng, she was met with revelations that fundamentally altered her understanding. It is rumored in the underworld that the new drugs are concocted from the blood of the progenitor of vampires. While their effects are pronounced, the side effects are colossal. As evidenced during the black market auction, those who rapidly enhance their strength may face fatal repercussions. The most alarming aspect is that individuals who have broken through using the new drugs exhibit drastic personality changes, as if they have become entirely different people. The Zhao family's invitation to the auction for a collective investigation into the blood of the vampire progenitor was reportedly due to a suspected possession of a family member who had breached the esteemed realm of honor. Upon hearing Wang Peng's news, Zhang Shi was astounded, initially believing it to be a mere case of a common drug addict causing harm. However, the deeper she delved, the more terrifying it became. It appeared that further investigation would necessitate another trip to Jiangnan City. Ultimately, Master Pan and his subordinate were released on bail by Wang Peng. As for the entire case record, with the assistance of Captain Zhou Hao, it was deemed that Master Pan had aided the 9th Division in apprehending a new type of drug dealer. When Wang Peng departed, he reiterated his unwavering support for the 9th Division, asserting that should any troubles arise, they need only seek him out. Even if it meant traversing perilous paths, a mere furrow of his brow would signal that Wang Peng was indeed a formidable ally. Chapter 70. Enigmas abound. Thus concluded the incident concerning the new type of drug, with all leads having been severed. The drug dealer was exceedingly cautious, operating at a high level, always sending expendable pawns to the forefront. The drugs were specifically tailored for those with abilities. Liang Zhongfu could only be considered a hapless victim, as the target was his cousin, yet he ended up consuming the substance himself. With the seized new drugs in hand, Zhang Shi found herself bewildered. Why resort to such underhanded methods to sell a substance that could enhance the abilities of those with powers even if it bore side effects. What exactly was the realm of the vampire progenitor? And how could blood-derived medicines facilitate a breakthrough into the esteemed realm? The blood must possess significant value. Why was it being sold off? Burdened with these questions, Zhengxi consulted Jujio, reasoning that when in doubt, her junior sister could provide insight, for Jujio was not only well-informed but also possessed an enchanting voice. Of course, it was also time to inquire about the stone she had purchased for a staggering sum of 10 million. Within the mysterious space, Zhangxi felt a surge of playful energy. It seemed that in the presence of her junior sister, the oppressive atmosphere of the ability-wielding world faded away. As she spent more time in this realm, Zhangxi felt an increasing weight upon her shoulders. Yet, being with her junior sister brought her joy. Junior sister, your dashing senior brother has arrived. With a chuckle, Jujio was once again amused by Zhangxi's antics. This senior brother of hers was always playful in her company. Although it was evident that much of it was to amuse her, she genuinely relished this light-hearted atmosphere. You're being mischievous again. But you are already at the captain level. You should act more serious. Given our camaraderie, there is no need for such solemnity. By the way, junior sister, how do we use the sea marrow stone? Sea marrow is a potent supplement that can enhance one's cultivation. However, that is not its primary function. It has other uses. Indeed, if consumed while severely injured, it can facilitate rapid recovery, serving as a life-saving item in critical moments. Such prowess. Why is no one aware of its value? This pertains to a characteristic of sea marrow. Once extracted, it cannot be preserved and must be consumed immediately. But that raises another question. Before it is extracted, how can one ensure its quality? It could very well be subpar sea marrow. Listening to Jujio's explanation, Zhangxi understood that while sea marrow was indeed effective, obtaining it was akin to opening a blind box. Once revealed, it must be consumed unless one regards it merely as a supplement. Yet, the most crucial use of sea marrow was for survival, and many clans would retain a portion for emergencies. Understanding the purpose of the sea marrow stone, Zhangxi decided against extracting it for the time being. Within her body lay a hidden golden liquid, the nature of which Juju had not disclosed, but it was undoubtedly more precious than sea marrow. Thus, she had no need for additional supplements. She would reserve the sea marrow stone for a critical moment, in the hope that it might yield exceptional results. Having clarified the utility of the sea marrow stone, Zhangxi proceeded to voice her inquiries regarding the blood of the vampire progenitor and the new drug. She hoped her junior sister could lend her some assistance, for Jujio's experiences were far beyond what a novice like her could comprehend. After a moment of contemplation, Jujio offered her thoughts. She believed that the vampire progenitor was likely in a predicament akin to that of the giant from the East Sea. Jujio examined the new drug she had seized and confirmed that it was indeed crafted from the blood of a vampire progenitor, specifically that of one at the chivalrous realm. The underground auction, however, was selling blood from a vampire progenitor at the esteemed realm. Initially, Zhangxi and her companions had procured a portion of the new drug from the market, which had been derived from a vampire progenitor of even lower standing. Yet, all the drugs and blood shared a common trait. They originated from the same individual. After listening to Jujio, Zhangxi found a discrepancy. If there were but one vampire progenitor, why was there such a vast fluctuation in its realm? Regarding Zhangxi's query, Jujio expressed her perspective. Upon arriving in Zhangxi's world, her own realm had been firmly locked at the mortal level, rendering her unable to cultivate. Yet, as time progressed, her realm gradually restored itself. The crucial point being that it was a restoration, not a breakthrough or a return to cultivation. It was as if this world had suppressed Jujio's realm, only for that suppression to be slowly lifted. Jujio speculated that the vampire progenitor might have suffered a similar fate. Initially constrained to the mortal realm, only for its realm to gradually recover. However, the vampire progenitor was likely unfortunate, as it had been subjected to blood extraction for medicinal purposes. Zhangxi found Jujio's analysis to be the most fitting for the current circumstances. Yet she remained perplexed by one aspect. Who had marked the blood of the vampire progenitor, and what was their intention? The entity capable of procuring blood from a vampire progenitor at the esteemed realm must undoubtedly belong to the saintly realm, an echelon still far beyond Zhangxi's reach. She would leave that conundrum for Professor Qi to ponder. Exiting the mysterious space, Zhangxi returned to her room. Although her junior sister had addressed some of her queries, a multitude of questions still loomed. The layers involved were exceedingly complex. It was best to immerse herself in cultivation for now. On Friday, With no cases to handle, the group reconvened at the training base for combat practice. The longer they engaged with the ability-wielding world, the more they felt their inadequacies. Recently, Nie Xiaoyu had frequently been present at the training base, ostensibly to record the training sessions. However, everyone believed she was there primarily to document Zhang Shi's progress. Since she was indeed recording Zhang Shi, a one-on-one duel was imperative, with Zhang Shi facing off against the entire group that Su Song, having achieved the pinnacle of the chivalrous realm, seemed unhurried to break through, likely prioritizing the solidification of his foundation, or perhaps due to lingering injuries. Sherbin, being a physical cultivator, required continuous combat to enhance his strength and swiftly integrate the fragments of inner elixir within his legs. Although Yin Li Jun and Pei Dong were auxiliary roles, the soul-capturing technique was well suited for ambushes, while the Zhuke Nirvana technique necessitated relentless practice. As for Zhang Shi, he possessed the greatest potential and was the most capable of rapid advancement. Pei Dong had previously suggested a group assault on Su Song, only to be swiftly defeated without Su Song even needing to employ the Azure Dragon combat technique. Subsequently, the group felt that, akin to the pre-campus competition, surrounding Zhang Shi for training would be the most effective method. Furthermore, Zhang Shi was not lacking in cheerleaders. During the campus competition, there was Pei Dong, and now there was Nie Xiaoyu. Joking aside, Nie Xiaoyu's role was undeniably significant. One should not underestimate her as merely a recorder. She meticulously documented the frequency of skill usage, the number of attempts, the duration of endurance in combat, and the impact of certain skills on the practitioners. Through digitized records and comparisons, they could identify areas for improvement. Aside from Su Song, who consistently suppressed his own realm to practice with the group, everyone found their deficiencies and avenues for enhancement through Nie Xiaoyu's documentation. As Nie Xiaoyu had stated, a scientific training methodology was the optimal means to achieve better results. Her words echoed the sentiments of athlete training. After the training, they convened for a unified review, addressing gaps in their performance before disposing of the materials. Nie Xiaoyu's contributions extended far beyond that of a mere heiress. As they prepared to leave, Nie Xiaoyu produced several invitations. "Xiaoyu, you're quietly distributing invitations. Are you getting married?" Pei Dong blurted out. Despite possessing the most brilliant mind among them, Pei Dong often spoke without thinking. Yin Li Jun instinctively shot him a disapproving glance, while the others opened the invitations to discover they were for a birthday banquet. Chapter 71. The birthday banquet. Zhang Shi, Su Song, Sherbin, Pei Dong, Yin Li Jun, and Zhang Ping each held an invitation. The invitations were exquisitely crafted, adorned with gold edges, and the designs on the surface bore the mark of a renowned designer. Issuing invitations for a birthday celebration? Xiaoyu, this seems a bit excessive, Pei Dong remarked. Unable to contain his tongue, Zhang Ping took the invitation and chuckled. Not excessive at all. To attend the Nie family's coming-of-age ceremony, many would vie for the opportunity. Old Zhang, you're just teasing me again. Nie Xiaoyu's face flushed as she quickly set down the invitation and fled. Zhang Shi detected an underlying meaning in Zhang Ping's words and inquired, "Isn't the coming-of-age ceremony for turning 18? Xiaoyu should have already passed that milestone." The Nie family's coming-of-age ceremony is not age-based. Rather, it signifies the official entry of the Nie descendants into society, also indicating to other families that they may come to propose marriage. Propose marriage? Are there still such feudal customs in today's society? Pei Dong asked, his curiosity piqued. As a prominent family, one often finds oneself bound by circumstances, especially for a legitimate granddaughter like Nie Xiaoyu. Zhang Ping explained, shaking his head. Upon hearing Zhang Ping's elucidation, everyone finally comprehended that although Nie Xiaoyu was a super-rich heiress, there were indeed moments in her life where she had little agency. If they are all from top-tier families, will our presence embarrass Xiaoyu? Pei Dong wondered, feeling a rare sense of unease. Xiaoyu regards us as her closest friends. Not attending would be the true embarrassment. Zhang Ping asserted, adeptly guiding the conversation's rhythm. Engaging with him naturally drew others into the flow, a skill honed from his previous profession. A nationally renowned lawyer, one can only assume that such a title is reserved for those of considerable prowess. Yet, it remains a mystery why he would choose to transition into the role of a liaison. Upon voicing this thought, a dilemma arose among the group regarding their attire for the forthcoming event, particularly given that it was a gathering of a prestigious financial consortium, which could not be approached with the usual casualness. Fortunately, Xiaoyu has prepared everything for you. Each person has 3 bespoke outfits that have already been delivered to your respective dormitories. How does Xiaoyu know what sizes we wear? Pei Dong exclaimed. Didn't you have your measurements taken when you joined? Aside from you, no one else's physique has altered significantly. It seems Pei Dong has genuinely put on weight recently. Despite the numerous tasks assigned since his employment, he continues to gain. A true talent indeed. Upon returning to her room, Zhang Shi discovered that the 3 outfits had indeed arrived. A tailored formal suit, a bespoke evening gown, and a custom hanfu. It appears that Zhang Shi's hanfu during the campus competition left a profound impression on Ye Xiaoyu. On Saturday afternoon, after the Zhang Shi team finished their preparations, they were ready to attend the banquet. Clad in hanfu, Zhang Shi emanated an ethereal elegance. Su Song and Sherbin remained in military attire, exuding a gallant demeanor, while Zhang Ping donned a tang suit that perfectly suited his character. In Li Jun in an evening gown dazzled the crowd. Her natural beauty shone even brighter when adorned. Pei Dong also wore an evening dress, yet he lacked the poise to carry it off, instead giving off an impression of a nouveau riche. The birthday banquet was held at an estate, where a formidable esper greeted guests at the entrance. Zhang Shi couldn't help but marvel at the advantages of wealth, noting that even the reception was handled by a master of the realm. However, the receptionists were equally astonished when 6 individuals alighted from a vehicle, each holding an invitation, indicating that the host held these guests in high regard. Upon entering the estate, Zhang Shi realized that the guest list was extensive, and she recognized very few faces, leaving her feeling somewhat disoriented. Thankfully, Zhang Ping seemed familiar with several of the older guests, and he frequently exchanged pleasantries with them. Zhang Shi, came Ye Xiaoyu's voice. Today, Ye Xiaoyu also wore hanfu, her elegant sleeves adding to her graceful presence. Standing alongside Zhang Shi, they presented an image of a perfect couple. Upon seeing Zhang Shi's arrival, Ye Xiaoyu appeared genuinely delighted. However, before she could join the group, she was intercepted by a middle-aged noblewoman. Xiaoyu, the coming-of-age ceremony is about to begin. Do come with me, she said. Pulling Ye Xiaoyu back to the main table, Zhang Shi and the others were subsequently guided to their seats. As Ye Xiaoyu called out to Zhang Shi, he distinctly sensed several hostile glances directed at him. An unwarranted misfortune. At the head table, a silver-haired elder slowly rose. I am Nye Tian, the patriarch of the Nye family. Today marks my granddaughter's coming-of-age ceremony, and I welcome you all. Xiaoyu is the legitimate granddaughter of the Nye family, and after this ceremony, she shall also be the heir. This declaration caused a stir. None anticipated that the head of the Nye family would openly designate Nye Xiaoyu as the heir. The intrigue surrounding inheritance in affluent families is often fraught with melodrama. Yet marrying Nye Xiaoyu would indeed be akin to a leap into prosperity. However, on Nye Xiaoyu's face, there was no trace of joy. Rather, she appeared somewhat desolate. Nye Tian continued, I have but one requirement for my future grandson-in-law. He must be capable of protecting Xiaoyu. Is the Nye family that reckless in selecting a son-in-law? Do they not consider Xiaoyu's feelings? Pei Dong inquired, perplexed. Zhang Ping sighed and began recounting Nye Xiaoyu's story. Nye Tian and his daughter, Nye Yu, were among the first espers to emerge following the celestial collision incident at that time. Nye Tian was a formidable figure in business, yet his cultivation was mediocre, while his daughter, Nye Yu, was a prodigy, reaching the esteemed realm in merely 3 years, with the Holy Land merely a matter of time. However, that year, Nye Yu encountered a man, a mortal named Wu Fan. Perhaps it was fate, as they fell in love at first sight. Despite Nye Tian's objections, Nye Yu insisted on being with Wu Fan. During Nye Yu's 9th month of pregnancy, a rival in the business world hired a cadre of espers to ambush the Nye family. With her pregnancy, Nye Yu, alongside Wu Fan, found themselves surrounded. By the time Nye Tian arrived with reinforcements, he was met with the chilling sight of Wu Fan's lifeless body and Nye Yu on the brink of death. Although Wu Fan was but a mortal, he shielded Nye Yu with his body in the final moments, yet his frail form could not withstand the onslaught. Due to the tragedy of Wu Fan's demise and her own condition, Nye Yu ultimately succumbed to the attackers, using her last strength to give birth to Nye Xiaoyu before departing with Wu Fan. Due to the assault she endured while in the womb, Nye Xiaoyu was born unable to cultivate. Otherwise, considering the Nye family's wealth, it would be inconceivable for her to remain a mere mortal. Since then, Nye Tian has cherished Nye Xiaoyu as a treasure. Yet the loss of Nye Yu remains an insurmountable grief. Had Wu Fan possessed even a modicum of cultivation talent, the Nye family would have elevated him to the esteemed realm. thereby preventing the tragic fate that befell Nyeyu. Upon hearing this tale, the guests understood why Nye Tian's only request was for someone who could protect Nye Xiaoyu. He could not bear the agony of losing another child. While Zhang Shi and the others remained absorbed in Nye Xiaoyu's story, a robust voice resonated through the room. I am Xiong Ping. Should I be tasked with caring for Miss Nye, I assure you I can protect her for a lifetime. A burly man with a rugged visage and a stocky build stood up, offering his services to Nye Xiaoyu. Despite her composure, even Nye Xiaoyu couldn't help but furrow her brow at the unsolicited attention. It was evident that Xiong Ping was merely a bodyguard for one of the guests. His intentions transparent, and the timing of his remarks was rather distasteful. Chapter 72. I have many close friends, and I will leave you searching for your teeth. No one paid Xiong Ping any heed, opting for an icy silence. Yet, Xiong Ping audaciously pressed on, is there a spacious area within the estate? I wish to demonstrate my abilities. I am confident in my capacity to protect Miss Nye. Even Nye Tian began to frown at this point. Although Xiong Ping appeared to be a simpleton, his words were brazen, indicating that someone was undoubtedly behind him. Nye Tian turned to confer with a steward-like individual. The steward promptly approached Xiong Ping, leading him to an open area within the estate. The guest's attention was drawn to Xiong Ping, some intrigued, while others regarded him with hostility. Upon reaching the open space, Xiong Ping immediately assumed a fighting stance, unleashing a barrage of sonic booms. As a physical cultivator with enhanced strength, Xiong Ping was no weakling. Nye Xiaoyu's frown deepened. How dare a mere toad aspire to consume swan meat? I, Kong Ping, shall teach you a lesson. A refined young man leaped into the arena, wind blades coalescing in his hands. Yet, before Kong Ping could unleash his attack, Xiong Ping charged forward unexpectedly, landing a heavy punch squarely on Kong Ping's face, sending him reeling. In his flustered state, the wind blades he had conjured failed to strike Xiong Ping, a practitioner of wind. Kong Ping was akin to a sheltered flower, lacking any real combat experience. And he was swiftly dispatched by Xiong Ping. In the aftermath, several other young masters stepped forward to challenge Xiong Ping, yet none were his match. Astonishingly, 3 more bodyguards akin to Xiong Ping entered the fray, each exchanging blows with him, showcasing a semblance of camaraderie. We 4 share a mutual affinity. Together, we can ensure Miss Nye's safety for a lifetime. Ultimately, the 4 resolved to accept the challenge collectively, determined to exhibit their capability to protect Nye Xiaoyu. It was evident to any discerning observer that they were conspiring to annoy the Nye family. Understanding that Nye Tian was searching for a protector for Nye Xiaoyu, these individuals had deliberately orchestrated Xiong Ping's appearance. Fully aware that they were aggravating the patriarch. Point 1 was insufficient. They presented 4. Nye Tian's eyes blazed with fury, his demeanor suggesting he was on the brink of erupting. The crucial issue was that among the guests, not a single one possessed any combat prowess. They were all mere decorative figures, utterly outmatched by the battle-hardened Xiong Ping and his ilk. Zhang Shi glanced at Su Song, Shi Bin, and Pei Dong, and they all nodded in agreement. Yin Lijun leaned closer to Nye Xiaoyu and whispered a few words, then gestured towards Zhang Shi and the others. Zhang Shi, perplexed by Yin Lijun's gestures, turned to Pei Dong for clarification. Without hesitation, Pei Dong explained, Xiaoyin suggests that you invite Xiaoyu for a dance. Zhang Shi was taken aback, questioning the accuracy of the translation. Regardless of Zhang Shi's acceptance, Yin Lijun and Pei Dong clasped their hands, summoning a compass that expanded in size and settled beneath Nye Xiaoyu's feet. Zhang Shi executed a graceful step onto the compass, extending an invitation to Nye Xiaoyu. After a brief moment of surprise, a smile finally graced Nye Xiaoyu's face as she stepped onto the compass. The compass, under the deft control of Yin Lijun and Pei Dong, gradually ascended into the heavens, bearing Nye Xiaoyu aloft. Dressed in traditional Han attire, Nye Xiaoyu commenced a graceful dance. Zhang Shi, lacking any dancing prowess, nevertheless employed the Lingbo Weibu technique, harmonizing with Nye Xiaoyu's movements, thereby accentuating her ethereal elegance and breathtaking beauty. Shi Bin, though a novice in the realm of dance, compensated with his remarkable speed. The sound of sonic booms echoed continuously as Shi Bin traversed the air, circling the compass in a supportive role. Su Song too was inspired by the others, radiant beams of white light emanating from his palms like a cascading waterfall of stars, embellishing the compass's surroundings. Zhang Ping, having procured a microphone from an unknown source, delivered a poetic recitation with impeccable diction and compelling fervor. As Nye Xiaoyu concluded her dance, she was met with fervent applause from the gathered guests. With the compass gently descending, tears welled in Nye Xiaoyu's eyes. Yet her face radiated pure joy. This was, without a doubt, the happiest birthday she had ever experienced, for she was surrounded by a circle of dear friends. These steadfast companions would cheer her up in times of sorrow and would retaliate fiercely against any who dared to bully her. Xiongping and his associates had already been escorted away by the Nye family's bodyguards, and the ensuing birthday celebration was filled with laughter and merriment. Undoubtedly, Nye Xiaoyu's birthday banquet further strengthened the cohesion of Zheng Shi's team. On Monday, Nye Xiaoyu donned her professional attire, returning to her role as a recorder. Following the birthday festivities, Nye Tian no longer harbored any discontent regarding Nye Xiaoyu's career choice. Initially, he had been baffled by her decision to become a recorder. Nye Xiaoyu explained that she wished to discern the differences between ordinary individuals and those endowed with abilities. In Nye Tian's perspective, Nye Yu had fallen due to Wu Fan's influence. However, in Nye Xiaoyu's view, Wu Fan, as an ordinary person, had ultimately chosen to shield a formidable being with his own body, while the frail form of a mortal could not withstand the might of a supernatural attack. Wu Fan's intent was to protect his wife and daughter, and all he could offer was his singular body as a shield. Many asserted that once an individual transformed into a being of power, they would cease to resemble their former self. Thus, Nye Xiaoyu aspired to be a recorder, intending to document the transition from ordinary person to extraordinary being. She firmly believed that regardless of one's prowess, they could still remain true to their original intentions. She held faith that her parents' love transcended the boundaries of ordinary and extraordinary. In her commitment to fairness and transparency, she meticulously recorded every moment of Zheng Shi's team, observing the growth of each member, gradually becoming an integral part of the group. Life began to return to a semblance of tranquility, and the commotion of the birthday celebration gradually faded. The individuals behind Xiongping were adversaries of Nye Tian in the business realm, leading to a perpetual cycle of conflict. The performance of Zheng Shi and his companions at the banquet had caused quite a stir in the city of Dhi, and their renown continued to grow. While everyone yearned for a life of peace, such tranquility is often fleeting. The arrival of one individual shattered the serene existence of the 9th Division entirely. Chapter 73. Director Tang Shan, you devious old fox in the city of Dhi. At the 9th Division, a business vehicle came to a halt at the entrance. Emerging from the vehicle was an old acquaintance of Zheng Shi and the others. Qin Jia.it was Qin Jia, who had facilitated their entry into Dhi when they first began their careers. This time, her arrival heralded a peculiar assignment. It was not an official task. Qin Jia had circumvented other teams within the Dhi Ability Management Bureau and directly sought out Zheng Shi's team. As a mere administrative officer, she had received direct instructions from Director Tang Shan to escort an individual to the 9th Division. The mission was straightforward: protect this individual until he departed from Dhi. Such elaborate arrangements for a team to ensure the safety of one person indicated that he must hold significant importance. Although Zheng Shi was perplexed by why they were assigned this task, he felt compelled to accept it without further contemplation, given that it was Director Tang Shan's directive. Upon Zheng Shi's acceptance of the assignment, Qin Jia returned to the vehicle, emerging with the young man. After handing him over to Zheng Shi, she provided no further information about the individual and departed without a backward glance. Zheng Shi, left speechless, summoned his team to the conference room. They gathered around the youth, exchanging puzzled glances. What kind of task was this? Were they simply to safeguard this young man without any additional details? As the group remained in confusion, the young man spoke first. I am Nangong Qianma, and I will be relying on your assistance during this period. Nangong? What is your realm? Su Song suddenly interjected, urgency evident in his tone. I am of the swordsman realm. Your inquiries suggest you are aware of my lineage. By heavens, Tang Shan, you cunning old fox. Su Song, usually composed, could not contain his expletives. Observing Su Song's reaction, Zheng Shi recognized his oversight. He had not considered the implications of Director Tang's arrangement. However, anything that provoked such a response from Su Song could not be a mere trivial task. Zheng Shi hastily inquired further, inadvertently uncovering a saga from the world of abilities. When the collision incident first emerged, the initial batch of supernatural beings appeared on Earth. Among them was a name that resounded throughout the realm: Nangong Outyin. With exceptional talent, Nangong Outyin quickly distinguished himself in the world of abilities, ascending to the pinnacle of its hierarchy. Yet, the realm was fraught with diverse abilities, and today's sovereign might merely become tomorrow's stepping stone for another. One could bask in glory within the swordsman realm, only to fade into obscurity upon reaching the honored realm. Those who attain the saint realm often do not hail from the ranks of the renowned in the swordsman and honored realms. A true genius emerges only when they have matured. Those who falter along the way become mere footnotes in history. Nangong Outyin, however, was an exception. He surged forth as a leader in the swordsman, honored, and saint realms alike. His meteoric rise was attributed to his advocacy of the gu cultivation technique. He perceived all practitioners as mere insects, with only the strongest emerging victorious. His entire cultivation journey was a testament to bloodshed, as he fought his way to the pinnacle of the saint realm. This earned him the moniker of Insect King in a world where the weak are preyed upon by the strong. It was hardly surprising that once Nangong Outyin reached the apex of the saint realm, he found himself unable to advance further, turning his ambitions toward other practitioners. He sought to slay other saint realm experts to facilitate his own breakthrough, resulting in a wave of massacres. Ultimately, the entire supernatural community united under the banner of the Ability Management Bureau to seal Nangong Outyin within General Mountain. After his sealing, his family became a hotbed of contention. The descendants of those slain by Nangong Outyin sought vengeance against his clan. The Ability Management Bureau, adhering to the principle of sparing family members from the consequences of one's actions, intervened to halt the slaughter of the Nangong clan. Although Nangong Outyin was merely sealed and not killed, there was concern that he might one day escape and unleash his wrath upon the supernatural community. Since then, the Nangong family has maintained a low profile, though occasionally, a talented individual from their lineage would emerge, inciting chaos. The Ability Management Bureau consistently assigned local departments to protect the descendants of the Nangong clan. Yet many within the Bureau harbored a desire to eliminate them. Externally, whenever a member of the Nangong family appeared, a horde of avengers would inevitably follow. Through the Bureau's mediation, an unspoken rule emerged within the martial world. Members of the Ability Management Bureau were under no obligation to accept protective assignments for the Nangong clan, allowing them to fend for themselves. Conversely, Avengers could pursue the Nangong family, provided they were of the same realm. It was evident that Tang Shan was aware that the seasoned supernatural task force would not accept the assignment to protect Nangong Qianma. He had taken advantage of Zhang Shi's recent entry into the world of abilities, leading him into this predicament without a clear understanding. Fortunately, Nangong Qianma was merely at the swordsman realm, and the Avengers were also of that realm. Given the current strength of Zhang Shi's team, they were not overly concerned about ordinary Avengers. As long as there wasn't a sudden surge of vengeful individuals, protecting Nangong Qianma should not prove overly difficult. After Su Song recounted the backstory, Zhang Shi silently cursed Director Tang Shan's ancestors. Turning to Nangong Qianma, he politely inquired, "Might I ask what brings you to DHI? I have encountered a bottleneck in my family's cultivation and wish to see if I can discover an opportunity for breakthrough. After all, solitary training can be quite limiting. By heavens, this is a battle-hungry individual. Seeking opportunities indeed means looking for a fight, hoping to gain strength through conflict." Although Zhang Shi felt a surge of dissatisfaction, he maintained his composure. "May I inquire what your realm is?" "I am at the late stage of the swordsman realm. I could hardly achieve the pinnacle of the swordsman realm." Upon hearing that he was at the late stage of the swordsman realm, Zhang Shi secretly sighed in relief. Had he been at the pinnacle, the Avengers would have posed a more significant threat, and he would have found himself in a predicament. Zhang Shi had initially intended to house Nangong Qianma within the division, keeping him there until his departure from DHI, reasoning that Avengers would likely not target the Ability Management Bureau. Instead, this combative individual expressed a desire to wander about, suggesting that if he were outmatched, he could simply return to the division for refuge. Zhang Shi hastily interjected, "It would be quite simple for you to go out, Nangong brother. Simply defeat our team first." Nangong Qianma chuckled in amusement. "If I am not mistaken, the average team leader of a supernatural squad is merely at the swordsman realm, and the members are likely even less formidable. Does team leader Zhang possess great confidence in his abilities?" Seeing the situation unfold, Zhang Shi contemplated that rather than allowing this individual to roam freely and cause him concern, it would be wiser to keep him at the training base as a free sparring partner. After all, with Nangong Qianma's distinguished lineage, his innate strength and understanding of abilities far surpassed that of anyone else in the team, save for Su Song. Nan Gong Qianmo's polite demeanor stemmed from the recognition that they were, after all, an official team, and it was only fitting to show some respect. Zhang Shi glanced at the members of the small team. Due to their long-term collaboration, they had developed a certain level of tacit understanding. The group comprehended Zhang Shi's intentions and collectively cupped their hands towards Nan Gong Qianmo, saying, "We humbly request your guidance, Mr. Nan Gong." Nan Gong Qianmo shook his head at them, saying, "Very well. I shall trouble you all during this period and will offer you some pointers." Unbeknownst to him, he was about to pay the price for his arrogance. Chapter 74. The training hall reduced to ruins as time wore on. The group decided it would be best to visit the training hall the following day for their sparring session. Upon hearing that there was a dedicated training hall, equipped with top-notch facilities, Nan Gong Qianmo's interest was piqued, and he immediately agreed to stay. After settling Nan Gong Qianmo, Zhang Shi organized a meeting for the team, primarily to have Su Song analyze the opportunity of using Nan Gong Qianmo as a practice partner. After careful consideration, Su Song deemed this a rare chance. Engaging in combat with Nan Gong Qianmo would not be akin to their usual team training. The sense of pressure would undoubtedly be greater. With the heritage of a noble family and the prowess of a late-stage martial artist, he would serve as the perfect sparring partner. After some deliberation, they decided to withhold the truth from Nan Gong Qianmo for the time being, not wanting to dampen his enthusiasm, especially since he was a free training partner. The next morning, Nan Gong Qianmo awaited in the office, though he perceived it merely as a friendly spar. However, his clan had been overly restricted, and the information available to them was scant. He urgently sought to interact with the outside world to enhance his skills and discover opportunities for breakthroughs. Qin Hu drove them to the training hall in a luxurious vehicle, with Nie Xiaoyu accompanying the team. Upon seeing the opulent, fully equipped training hall, Nan Gong Qianmo gave a thumbs up to the group. The Superpower Management Bureau certainly possessed significant wealth, transforming a mere team training hall into such grandeur. In the first match, Zhang Shi's team sent forth Shi Bin. Clad in camouflage, Shi Bin bowed respectfully to Nan Gong Qianmo, saying, "Please provide me with your guidance, Mr. Nan Gong." Nan Gong Qianmo nodded with a smile and waved his hand, sending a gust of energy straight at Shi Bin. It was evident that Nan Gong Qianmo was holding back. Considering that his opponent was merely a level 2 agent and a physical cultivator, whom practitioners often looked down upon, viewing them as brawny but simple-minded. With a sonic boom, Shi Bin executed the white tiger cloud treading step, evading Nan Gong Qianmo's attack and closing the distance rapidly. With a sharp crack, Shi Bin's whip struck just as he arrived before Nan Gong Qianmo. The speed of Shi Bin took Nan Gong Qianmo by surprise. He immediately activated a protective barrier around his left hand to meet the whip, catching it deftly. With a strong pull, he yanked Shi Bin towards himself while completing a hand seal to unleash a counterattack. During their rehearsal the previous night, Su Song had arranged the order of appearances and instructed Zhang Shi to observe Nan Gong Qianmo's methods closely. Zhang Shi noted that the energy emitted by Nan Gong Qianmo was unlike any opponent he had encountered before. It lacked any distinct attributes and flowed more smoothly. Once his hand seal was established, the attack was unleashed. Shi Bin appeared as though he were about to be struck, and with a flash of white light at his legs, he vanished from Nan Gong Qianmo's sight. A sense of foreboding washed over Nan Gong Qianmo, prompting him to activate his protective technique, enveloping himself in a luminous shield. In that fleeting moment, he felt a chill on the right side of his neck as a dagger was thwarted by his barrier. Had he been just a fraction slower, he could have faced a dire outcome. Cold sweat dripped down his brow. He no longer dared to underestimate his opponent. Fully committed, Nan Gong Qianmo unleashed his techniques, continuously channeling energy towards Shi Bin. The air crackled with the sound of Shi Bin's white tiger cloud treading step and the explosive force of Nan Gong Qianmo's techniques. As the smoke dissipated, Nan Gong Qianmo found Shi Bin standing before him, completely unscathed, with a whip in his right hand and a dagger in his left, his face alight with excitement. The sense of superiority he had felt in offering guidance waned, as Shi Bin revealed himself to be a hidden powerhouse within Zhang Shi's team. The expression on Nan Gong Qianmo's face gradually transformed into fervor. He had ventured from his clan to engage with formidable opponents, and now that he had encountered one, his enthusiasm only escalated. The two exchanged blows, probing and striking, as Nan Gong Qianmo relentlessly sought methods to restrict Shi Bin's speed. Shi Bin, relying on his swiftness, employed ambush tactics, aiming to find a chink in Nangong Qianmo's defenses. During the exchange, Shi Bin, in his eagerness, was struck solidly by one of Nangong Qianmo's techniques. Conversely, in his singular focus on offense, Nangong Qianmo failed to defend in time, resulting in Shi Bin's dagger grazing his arm. The duel persisted from morning until afternoon, with Nangong Qianmo gaining the upper hand due to his superior cultivation level. After fending off Shi Bin's assault, he stepped back and cupped his hands, stating, "Let us call it a day. If we continue, we might just demolish the entire place." Shi Bin, though still eager for more, glanced around at the devastation left in the wake of their battle. The training hall was littered with debris, completely unrecognizable. Sheepishly scratching his head, he looked at Zheng Shi and the others, who had retreated to a safe distance. Pei Dong was already shouting loudly, "It's just a spar. You're going to wreck the place. Renovations are costly." Yin Li Jun shot him a glare, causing Pei Dong to retract his neck and fall silent. Nangong Qianmo surveyed the surroundings and agreed. "I suppose that was a bit excessive. I will compensate for the damages. I truly lost control." Zheng Shi exchanged glances with Nie Xiaoyu, and after receiving her affirmative nod, waved his hand dismissively. "It's a small matter, but we cannot continue sparring today. Let us rest for the night and reconvene tomorrow." With that, he led the group away. As night fell, Nangong Qianmo found himself brimming with excitement in his room. The day's intense battle had been immensely beneficial, and he felt confident about defeating Shi Bin the next day. Meanwhile, Zheng Shi's team meticulously analyzed Nangong Qianmo's techniques, with Su Song's insights and Nie Xiaoyu's recordings revealing every detail. The following morning, Nangong Qianmo eagerly awaited in the vehicle, anticipating the day's sparring session. Upon arriving at the training hall, he was astonished. The hall, which had nearly been reduced to ruins the previous day, had been fully restored, showing no signs of the battle. If it weren't for the path he had taken, he would have thought he had entered a different training facility. Pei Dong playfully approached Nangong Qianmo, patting his shoulder. "Stay calm, stay calm. It's just the power of money." Regaining his composure, Nangong Qianmo addressed Shi Bin. "I invite you, brother Shi Bin, to guide me." However, Shi Bin shook his head and pointed towards Pei Dong and Yin Li Jun. Pei Dong wore his usual cheeky grin, waving his hefty fists. "Today, it's your turn to receive guidance from your rotund grandpa." While Nangong Qianmo was indeed impressed by Shi Bin's performance the previous night, it was still reasonable to expect a hidden master within the team. However, pitting two level 1 agents against him felt rather dismissive. Though Pei Dong was already at the martial artist realm, he lacked the demeanor of a true master. Leaving Nangong Qianmo incredulous that a level 1 agent could achieve such a level, he was even more surprised to discover that Yin Li Jun was but a half step away from the martial artist realm. Confused, Nangong Qianmo glanced at Zheng Shi, who smiled and said, "Brother Nangong, please do your best to guide them." Unable to refuse the earnest gaze of Zheng Shi, Nangong Qianmo reluctantly formed a hand seal and directed it towards Pei Dong and Yin Li Jun. After all, he was staying at Zheng Shi's side and could not afford to embarrass his host. Arrogance requires backing, and it certainly comes with a price. Chapter 75. Using your hand to break through to the martial artist realm, Nangong Qianmo casually cast a technique, intending to merely appease Pei Dong and Yin Li Jun. However, upon its activation, Pei Dong's face turned pale with fear, and in his flustered state, he failed to evade. With a resounding bang, Pei Dong was instantly reduced to a cloud of blood mist. Leaving Nangong Qianmo utterly dumbfounded in his dazed state, he heard the furious shouts of Zheng Shi and Su Song as they rushed towards him. Panic surged within Nangong Qianmo. He had never intended for his technique to be so devastating. How could he have instantaneously killed 3 members of the Superpower Management Bureau? He felt as though he had jumped into the Yellow River without a chance of cleansing himself. Having slain 3 individuals from the Bureau would surely invite relentless pursuit. What on earth was happening? He turned his gaze to the frozen Yin Li Jun and Nie Xiaoyu, exclaiming, "I didn't mean to. I don't know what went wrong." Both women were filled with terror, retreating hastily. "Don't come any closer, you monster." Seeing that no explanation would suffice, Nangong Qianmo gritted his teeth and turned to flee. Escaping the training hall, he soon realized he had entered an unfamiliar environment. High walls surrounded him, and when he turned back, the entrance to the training hall had vanished. Having grown up in his clan, Nangong Qianmo lacked experience in combat, but was well acquainted with various situations and recognized that he had fallen victim to an illusion. He did not dwell on when the illusion had been cast. Rather, he understood that there existed a method to break it. The illusion cast by 2 level 1 agents would not be overly complex. Leaping to the top of the walls, he sought to gauge the extent of the illusion's reach. Upon reaching the top, he discovered that the maze was not particularly vast. With a shift in his internal energy, he sprinted towards the edge of the illusion. However, with every stride, he found that the boundary of the illusion extended further. When he looked back, he saw the illusion closing in, keeping him at its center. After running for a while without escaping, he quickly changed direction, but the situation remained the same. No matter how far he ran, he remained ensnared in the maze's core. With a glint in his eye, Nangong Qianmo took to the skies, thinking, "Let us see how you deal with this." Pei Dong watched from within the illusion, his grin widening as he observed Nangong Qianmo's futile attempts. Playing a game of directions with a champion of mathematics, the three-dimensional space is arranged with utmost clarity. Regardless of how Nangong Qianmo runs, he finds himself merely circling in place. Meanwhile, In Lijun stands beside Pei Dong, continuously forming hand seals. The maze-like illusion is not of her own design, as she exerts herself to construct a grand illusion. After all, not yet having entered the realm of the martial artists, creating an illusion to control someone at the late stage of that realm presents considerable challenges. Within the maze, Nangong Qianmo realizes that his perception is being deceived. If he adheres to what his eyes perceive, he will never escape this illusion. Closing his eyes, he channels his internal energy, directing it toward his eyes, and invokes secret techniques to see through the illusion. Kill! A roar reverberates, and Nangong Qianmo senses an attack directed at him. Unable to discern whether the assault is real or illusory, he activates his protective barrier and braces himself, eager to determine if this is mere illusion or a genuine attack. With a resounding crash, the barrier shudders. This is indeed a real person. Instantly, Nangong Qianmo opens his eyes, intent on grasping the one who dares to assail him. As his eyes flutter open, he is utterly astonished by the scene before him. He now stands alone atop a city wall, surrounded by beastmen. Countless beastmen charge toward him. With no time to distinguish between the real and the illusory, he rapidly mobilizes his internal energy, beginning his slaughter of the beastmen. Their strength is lacking, and they cannot withstand even a single exchange at Nangong Qianmo's hands. The sensation of killing feels unreal. The beastmen are mere constructs of the illusion. Disregarding the surrounding beastmen, Nangong Qianmo channels his energy, allowing it to flow toward his eyes as he continues to operate the secret technique, striving to unravel the illusion. A heavy blow strikes him, sending Nangong Qianmo hurtling away. This is no illusion. A martial artist at the realm of the warrior has landed a blow on him. However, this individual seems to have just entered the warrior realm and is not particularly adept at offense. The secret technique is disrupted, and the tide of beasts continues to surge toward him, slowly becoming more tangible. Hidden within the horde of beasts are also formidable warriors, though their attack power is not overwhelming. A hit from them is certainly unpleasant. Juggling his focus, Nangong Qianmo activates his protective barrier while simultaneously employing the secret technique, preparing to withstand a strike from the hidden martial artist. Boom! He is once again sent flying. This time from a martial artist specializing in physical techniques. Nangong Qianmo feels a sense of confusion. How many individuals are attacking him? Are all his attackers merely illusions? Yet, through his perception, he discerns that 2 of them are utilizing the same boxing technique against him. Beneath the protective barrier, Nangong Qianmo closes his eyes, circulating his internal energy, fully opening his senses. This time he must employ the secret technique to break the illusion. Boom! Nangong Qianmo is sent flying once more. Facing the same boxing technique, but this time from a martial artist at the mid-stage of the warrior realm. Frustration wells within him. How could this be? With his eyes opened, he scans his surroundings. Still atop the city wall, and the endless tide of beasts continues to pour forth. The attacks of the beast tide are all deflected by the protective barrier, causing him no harm. The 3 who had previously attacked from the shadows do not strike again. Enduring the onslaught of the beasts, Nangong Qianmo keeps his eyes opened, operating the secret technique. He refuses to believe he cannot break through this illusion. Boom! Once again, he is blasted away, this time by a martial artist at the late stage of the warrior realm. Blood trickles from the corner of his mouth, yet he cannot pinpoint the individual who attacked him. However, The sensation they impart is terrifying, as if they could easily take his life, and no longer dwelling on the secret technique to dispel the illusion. He begins to engage the beast tide in combat. He wishes to see whether he falls first, or if the illusion can withstand his assault. In the training hall, Pei Dong struggles to stifle his laughter. Initially, he had drawn Nangong Qianma into the illusion, allowing Yin Lijun the time to set her design. Once Yin Lijun ensnared Nangong Qianma in her crafted illusion, Zheng Shi, Su Song, Shi Bin, and Pei Dong maliciously surrounded him. Each time Nangong Qianma attempted to break through the illusion, one of them would strike him to disrupt his secret techniques. Su Song even restrained himself to the late stage of the warrior realm, fearing he might harm Nangong Qianma. Yin Lijun's endeavor to employ illusionary techniques against a late-stage warrior is a rare opportunity for her advancement. First, Pei Dong assisted her in maintaining the illusion. However, she soon managed to deftly control the entire illusion on her own, while the other three simply needed to occasionally deliver a powerful punch to Nangong Qianma. Their goal was to prevent him from breaking through the illusion. In reality, Nangong Qianma emerged battered and ragged. As the four of them landed solid blows on him, a surge of energy emanates from Yin Lijun. Zhang Shi recognizes this energy well. Yin Lijun is on the verge of breaking into the warrior realm. In an instant, Pei Dong seizes control of the entire illusion, causing Nangong Qianma to feel an immediate increase in pressure. The strength of the beastmen atop the city wall escalates dramatically, as if they have undergone a transformation. While one of the hidden assailants has mysteriously vanished, Su Song now stands behind Yin Lijun, guarding her. Yet he still delivers an occasional punch to the illusionary Nangong Qianma. As evening falls, Yin Lijun completes her spiritual imprint and officially steps into the warrior realm. She gazes at the battered Nangong Qianma, gesturing to convey her next move. Zhang Shi makes a series of gestures, and the others understand his intent. Pei Dong and Yin Lijun will feign unconsciousness, attributing everything to the illusion. Nangong Qianma, feeling the weight of his frustrations, senses that he has been battling within the illusion for what seems like an eternity, enduring countless unseen strikes, yet unable to break free. Suddenly, the illusion before him halts abruptly. Rubbing his eyes, he sees Yin Lijun and Pei Dong slumped on the ground, clasping their fists in acknowledgement of defeat. Zhang Shi approaches, patting his shoulder. Nangong, you are impressive. They have exhausted all their energy and still couldn't do anything to you. I'm utterly spent. I'm done fighting. Let's head back, Pei Dong announces with a loud voice as he sits on the ground. Yin Lijun, her face flushed, is too shy to speak. Confirming that he has indeed emerged from the illusion, Nangong Qianma checks the time. It's already 6 in the evening, and he has fought for over 8 hours. With a mind full of questions, he boards the van with the others on the ride. Having applied ointment to his injuries, Nangong Qianma feels that something is amiss. Pei Dong, upon entering the vehicle, appears revitalized. Recovering far too quickly, Yin Lijun's entire aura has transformed completely since the morning. Nie Xiaoyu, a stunning beauty, remarks, just smile if you want to. Why hold back? As for Zheng Shi, Su Song, and Shi Bin, Nangong Qianma notices that the three of them seem to be avoiding his gaze, which is a clear sign of guilt. But what could they possibly feel guilty about? Chapter 76. The ones who are out of energy, time for a new leader to take over. On the third day, Nangong Qianma has fully recovered. Despite enduring numerous strikes in the illusion, they were merely superficial wounds. Through a day of combat, he has gained significant insights, and it seems his bottleneck has loosened somewhat. Today, he is determined to drag those 2 first-class agents along for another day of training. However, before he can utter a word, Pei Dong claims he has a stomachache, and Yin Lijun also insists she is unwell and should not engage in physical activity. No matter how Nangong Qianma tries to persuade them, they are adamant about not accompanying him. Resigning himself to a secondary option, he attempts to enlist Shi Bin for training. The shy Shi Bin looks at Nangong Qianma, his gaze evasive, neither refusing nor agreeing, remaining silent. Zhang Shi takes Nangong Qianma's hand, offering explanations, and then earnestly promises to personally train with him today. Yet, all he receives in return is a disdainful glance from Nangong Qianma. To be honest, before arriving at your division, someone had already informed me that Captain Zhang is merely a product of nepotism, while I, Nangong Qianma, am a martial enthusiast, solely interested in sparring with true experts. Having no time for your games. After 2 days of intense confrontation, the sheltered young master has tasted the sweetness of battling with true masters. He has no desire to contend with a captain who is merely a product of connections. His mind is filled with thoughts of dueling with experts, breaking through his limits, and then returning to his clan to show off. Before he departed, his family warned him incessantly about the dangers outside and the treachery of human hearts. Yet he genuinely believes that the members of Team 9 are quite decent. He now wishes to remain with Team 9, honing his skills daily, certain that he can achieve a breakthrough. The strength of Team 9 lies in that second-class agent and the two first-class agents. The other two are undoubtedly individuals of connections, which Nangong Qianma despises the most. After much negotiation, he finally convinces them that if he can defeat Zheng Shi, they will accompany him in any training he desires. Reluctantly, he agrees to spar with Zheng Shi. Upon arriving at the training hall, Nangong Qianma finds that although yesterday's battle was not particularly fierce, the venue has suffered some damage. Yet, to his surprise, the training hall appears as pristine as ever. This financial prowess is truly impressive. As Nangong Qianma enters the training area, he sees snacks and drinks set out, all geared towards leisure and entertainment. The remaining members of Zhang Shi's team appear to be in perfect health, having set up a banquet of snacks in anticipation of the spectacle. Confused, Nangong Qianma wonders what is going on. Could it be that a single team has 3 members capable of contending with late-stage warriors? That is utterly absurd. If they possessed such strength, they would certainly not be languishing in a mere division. Though displeased, Nangong Qianma maintains a polite demeanor, performing a slight bow to Zhang Shi after returning the gesture. Zhang Shi adopts the initial stance of the flowing cloud sword technique, striking a pose as he begins to gather energy. Watching from the sidelines, Nie Xiaoyu gazes at him with admiration, perceiving Zhang Shi as invincible. Nangong Qianma, due to his status, refrains from attacking first. However, it isn't long before he senses something amiss. Zhang Shi's sword energy continues to rise, reaching a level that instills a sense of danger within him. Yet, he knows the other party's realm is undoubtedly lower than his own, making it difficult for him to initiate the first strike. Activating his protective barrier, he remains vigilant, prepared to counter Zhang Shi's impending assault. Although the last opponent he faced, Master Pan, was also at the late stage of the warrior realm, he was a rogue cultivator, weak compared to someone of Nangong Qianma's esteemed lineage. When Nangong Qianma made his appearance, Zhang Shi was eager to engage in a rigorous spar, hoping to solidify his own cultivation. Yet, initially, others like Shi Bin and Pei Dong had monopolized the opportunity. Today, after much anticipation, it was finally Zhang Shi's turn, and he was determined not to let this splendid chance slip away. Nangong Qianma grew increasingly anxious in the arena. Zhang Shi's team cast glances at him that felt eerily reminiscent of hunters sizing up their prey. Although their previous battles seemed balanced, in truth, Nangong Qianma had held the upper hand, with Shi Bin and Pei Dong failing to inflict any substantial damage upon him. Now that Zhang Shi had entered the fray, Nangong Qianma regarded him as a mere beneficiary of relationships, his power seemingly limited. The strength of Zhang Shi's team was primarily to safeguard him. At this moment, Nangong Qianma felt trapped, as Zhang Shi's sword intent escalated to a level that could potentially harm him. Yet, out of pride, he could not interrupt Zhang Shi and was left to grit his teeth and await the first strike. Zhang Shi reached the zenith of his sword intent. He unleashed the sword control technique from the flowing cloud sword art. The flowing cloud sword shot forth like a meteor towards Nangong Qianma. Upon witnessing the swift approach of the flowing cloud sword, Nangong Qianma's hair stood on end, his instinct screaming in alarm. Casting aside all concerns for his pride, he chose to evade, sidestepping the sword's lethal trajectory. With a powerful push of his legs, he retreated swiftly, narrowly escaping the flowing cloud sword. The sword, having missed its target, altered its course midair and returned to Zhang Shi's grasp. In a flash, Nangong Qianma surged forward, launching an attack at Zhang Shi. Countless sword energies erupted from the flowing cloud sword, directly colliding with Nangong Qianma's assault. A resounding explosion echoed as their attacks clashed, creating a deep crater at the center of their confrontation. Unlike the practitioners Zhang Shi had previously encountered, Nangong Qianma's family heirloom technique bore no specific attribute. It was the renowned Xiaowuxiang Gong of the Nangong clan. This technique lacked elemental properties yet could simulate various attributes, allowing it to counteract others' techniques effectively. Today, however, he faced Zhang Shi. The flowing cloud sword art, characterized by pure sword energy and devoid of attributes, led to a direct clash, determining whose energy would prevail. As their exchanges intensified, Both Nangong Qianma and Zhang Shi grew increasingly exhilarated, launching a barrage of attacks against one another. Determined to prove their superiority, Zhang Shi was yet unable to harness the energy from his dantian, but the energy within his acupoints far surpassed that of ordinary practitioners. Never had he encountered such a fitting opponent, one who allowed him to unleash his full potential without reservations. With each strike, Zhang Shi's excitement mounted, and he became increasingly forceful. The flowing cloud sword art's wave pursuit unleashed a torrent of sword energy, unreservedly assaulting Nangong Qianma. By this point, Nangong Qianma had discerned Zhang Shi's cultivation level, mid-stage of the Night Realm, one tier below his own. Yet, Zhang Shi's sword energy was not in the least inferior to that of a late-stage Night Realm practitioner, particularly in terms of layered energy, which exceeded the late-stage level in potency. Rather than interrupting Zhang Shi's escalating might, Nangong Qianma chose to withstand the onslaught, employing his own techniques to counter the rising energy. The two combatants became increasingly engrossed in their duel, completely oblivious to the destruction they were wreaking upon the training hall. After withstanding Zhang Shi's final wave of layered energy, Nangong Qianma's aura surged dramatically. The Xiaowuxiang Gong's ocean of limitlessness unleashed his mightiest blow, and he did not hold back despite Zhang Shi's lower cultivation. As Zhang Shi felt the oncoming rush of energy, his own sword intent reached its pinnacle. The flowing cloud sword art's wave breaking represented their ultimate clash. Onlookers who had been leisurely snacking and sipping drinks had long since fled, for the training hall had become uninhabitable, reduced to ruins save for the roof above. The force of their combined attacks surged toward the ceiling, threatening to obliterate it entirely. Su Song leapt into the fray, positioning himself between the two, hands crackling with lightning as he suppressed the energy directed toward the roof. With a thunderous crash, the ground was left with a gaping crater. While the ground could be easily repaired, a damaged roof would require considerable time to fix. Nangong Qianma watched in astonishment as Su Song effortlessly quelled their combined forces. His jaw nearly hitting the ground, it dawned on him that Zhang Shi was not even the strongest member of this team. There was someone even more formidable. What an extraordinary group this was. As a late-stage Night Realm practitioner, he found himself unable to best any of them. However, being from a prestigious family, Nangong Qianma's mental fortitude was commendable. After a brief moment of shock, he swiftly accepted this reality. With Su Song's intervention, the contest between Nangong Qianma and Zhang Shi could not continue, signaling the end of today's training in the days that followed. Nangong Qianma persistently enlisted the help of his team to practice